Chapter 41. Tang Yu assisted He Lei and his team in developing a brief sample collection plan. In times with high temperatures and the rampant PCIH virus, it is a miracle that creatures in the wild can survive. Humans have also studied these creatures and explored the secrets of their resistance to viruses. However, after exhaustive research, they can only get the result that these creatures have stronger immunity than humans. They will also become a hotbed for the outbreak of the PCIH virus, and then spread to the entire tribe. Those animals that once lived in groups on the grassland have either become extinct or changed their group characteristics and hid in the oasis. They only gather in groups during the breeding season. However, these creatures are also slowly evolving, and many species have become more leucistic. White skin or fur can refract more ultraviolet and infrared rays released by the sun, reducing the probability of virus infection. Tang Yu has also participated in research projects on species diversity breeding, and has a certain understanding of the current status of biodiversity on Earth. In short, if the harm of PCIH virus is not solved quickly, humans may become lonely on Earth. Why are there more and more carrion beetles now? The reason is that more and more creatures are dying on Earth. In addition to being unfriendly to humans, the suddenly appearing alien creatures such as carrion beetles are somewhat tender and gentle to nature, and can be regarded as scavengers of nature. Scavenger beetles will collect the death information of a creature in advance, and then eat it up when the creature just dies, so as to prevent the corpse from rotting and becoming a breeding ground for the PCIH virus. Who can imagine that a scavenger beetle can only eat one meal in its life, and then grow into a being that is difficult for humans with weapons to match? The appearance of scavenger beetles has improved the natural environment to a certain extent and restrained the expansion of the PCIH virus in nature. But in general, it is still the natural enemy of humans. Soon the group was ready to go into the valley to collect biological samples. Tang Yu still assumed the duties of an underground medical soldier and served as a part-time sample collection consultant. Lemons was left on the starship cabin to inspect the cabin. Alva and Susie would assist him, and the researcher asked to stay on the cabin. The valley here is a tropical rainforest, with towering trees growing there, which have strong shading ability. It is 12 o'clock at noon, but when you enter the valley, you feel like it is just the beginning of the morning and it is dark. However, the temperature in the forest is much better than that in the desert. In the end times, the outdoor average temperature exceeds 60 degrees Celsius, and the desert average temperature exceeds 70 degrees Celsius. The average temperature here can still be maintained at around 32 degrees Celsius, and the relative humidity of the air is maintained at more than 77%. The environment can be said to be very good. What surprised Tang Yu and others was that there were birds singing in the forest. Because of the large-scale reduction of forests, wild birds are almost extinct. This is not a problem that can be solved by humans taking corresponding measures. Several people gradually went deeper into the valley. According to the feedback from the life detector, Tang Yu and He Lei quickly caught several small animals, including grass rabbits, capuchin monkeys, an orphaned albino fawn, and some trapped wild flying squirrels. It was a rare opportunity to come to an oasis similar to a tropical rainforest, so Tang Yu took the opportunity to take a lot of pictures to prepare for sample illustrations. 3 hours passed quickly. Seeing that the animal specimens had been collected, He Lei ordered everyone to return to the starship cabin. However, not long after they walked back, the birdsong in the valley stopped abruptly. Everyone immediately became alert and looked around. They seemed to be able to hear the sound of animals in the forest getting agitated. He Lei suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately ordered, "Turn back immediately." Several people almost didn't hesitate and immediately accelerated the flight speed back to the starship cabin. Tang Yu couldn't help but look behind him, and his keen consciousness vaguely perceived a feeling that was hard to explain. Like danger but not danger. "Tang Yu, keep up." He Lei had been secretly paying attention to Tang Yu's situation. Seeing that he was flying at the end of the team, he quickly reminded him not to fall behind. Tang Yu heard the reminder and nodded quickly, temporarily putting aside this strange feeling, and speeded up to catch up with the team. Soon, the group left the valley and came to the edge of the desert, ready to return to the starship cabin not far away. However, at this moment, a figure came down from the starship cabin and flew towards the valley in another direction at a very fast speed. Tang Yu had good eyesight and could see the figure more than 200 meters away at a glance. The other party turned out to be researcher Izhinin. He Lei. "It's Izhinin. What is he doing in the valley?" Tang Yu was already alert. At this moment, Izhinin, who was powerless, went into the valley alone, which was equivalent to committing suicide. What was the other party's intention? Hearing this name, several people were very surprised. And for a moment, they forgot to think about why Tang Yu's eyesight was so good. At this moment, Alva's anxious voice came from the public channel. Brother Lei. Mystery went down to the cabin privately when we were not paying attention. I will go to chase him back. And you return according to the original plan. He Lei frowned as he watched Izhanin gradually disappear into the valley. He immediately replied, Got it. We've already seen Izhanin. You don't have to go. We'll go after him. After that, he immediately ordered the other team members, Lu Su and Tang Yu, stay to guard the samples. Alva and Suzy come out of the cabin to assist in transportation. The rest of you follow me to bring Izhanin back. Hearing such a very suitable arrangement, Tang Yu refused. He said, I'll go too. I promise I won't hold you back. He Lei didn't expect Tang Yu to ask for this, but he didn't want Tang Yu to take risks. He just said coldly, Obey the arrangement. Tang Yu shook his head and said firmly, I must go. Seeing Tang Yu's insistence, He Lei had no reason to refuse him. But Hilya couldn't help asking, Professor Tang, did you sense anything? They all knew that Tang Yu could sense the carrion beetle. And he was also asking the other party this question in a veiled way. Tang Yu only said, Not yet. But if you really get into trouble, I also hope to buy you some time. This made several people silent. He Lei thought for a moment, and no longer stopped Tang Yu. Only said, If you want to go, follow me closely. And don't mess around. Tang Yu nodded seriously. After unloading the cages containing animal samples, He Lei took Tang Yu to chase in the direction where Izhanin entered the valley. In a few tens of seconds, Wang Jing had already determined the other party's whereabouts by secretly hacking into Izhanin's neuron electronic chip, and several people quickly followed. When he was about to catch up with Izhanin, He Lei contacted the other party and asked him to return immediately. Izhanin knew that He Lei and his men were chasing him. Not only did he not panic at all, but he stopped and turned to look at the people more than 10 meters away, and said to them confidently, You came at the right time to protect me. The environmental monitor here just now showed that the flora deep in the valley was abnormal. The carbon dioxide concentration there was too high, and the toxin level was abnormal. I need to go there to check the situation and take samples back. If this situation endangers this oasis, our environmental testing center can also take corresponding measures immediately. Izhanin's preemptive attitude made Tang Yu, He Lei and others not immediately refute his reasons. But Tang Yu still noticed the other party's strangeness in the dim light. Maybe what Izhanin said was true, but his fingers were rubbing back and forth anxiously, obviously feeling guilty about something else irrelevant. Tang Yu said very firmly, He Lei, we must stop him. He Lei also guessed that Izhanin might have other plans, but he couldn't guess what he was planning to go to the valley alone. Hearing Tang Yu's heavy tone, his defense became stronger. He Lei was ready to speak out to dissuade the other party again. But at this moment, Izhanin actually popped up the holographic projection screen and made a call. Soon the image of Environmental Minister Nicholas appeared in the holographic projection screen. Minister, Izhanin shouted in a sonorous voice. Everyone was stunned by his sudden action. However, he continued to say, I am now heading to the place where the monitoring data is abnormal to ensure the completion of the task. Nicholas in the holographic projection screen just nodded and did not speak. Izhanin reduced the holographic projection screen and said to Tang Yu and others very anxiously, Major General He, this is really a very important matter. The Minister of Environmental Measurement is waiting for the results. Please help. He said that he continued to fly forward regardless of Tang Yu and others' obstruction. We are almost at our destination. Seeing Izhanin continue to go deeper into the valley despite the obstruction, He Lei could only call on others to hurry up and follow. At this moment, they had to make the safety of the researcher their top priority. Tang Yu looked at Izhanin from a distance, and felt that his video call revealed a bit of weirdness, and that he was playing a video to give them a false impression rather than saying that he was making a video call. Several people hurriedly chased after him. And then Dill couldn't help but said, Brother Lei, why do I feel that Izhanin did it on purpose? Could it be that he wanted to trick us into the valley and kill us all? He Lei just said, don't guess blindly. Dill said helplessly, okay. Hilya said at this time, Brother Lei, the detector shows that the creatures nearby are gathering at the edge of the forest, as if they are avoiding something. His words startled several people. But at this moment, Tang Yu said, they are hiding from the carrion beetles, right in the center of this valley. This made several people stunned for a moment, feeling like they had heard a false news. Dill screamed and said loudly, "Then we have to catch Izhinen and save our lives." Izhinen was always paying attention to the situation on Tang Yu's side. When he heard what Tang Yu said, he turned around and said to Tang Yu and others with a little anger, "What carrion beetles? You are spreading rumors just to make me return. Right? We are almost at the destination. Can you hold on for a while? I don't want to die." His words made Deer very angry. Deer immediately sped up and rushed forward to pounce on Izhinen and catch him. But in just a moment, Izhinen suddenly disappeared in a black mist. This startled several people, and Tang Yu was also shocked. But he quickly explained, "That's poisonous miasma. Everyone be careful." Everyone's heart tightened, and they became more alert, and they quickly followed Izhinen's footsteps through the black miasma. However, this miasma was only a thin layer. After passing through it, the whole vision suddenly became clear, and there was a lake and a shocking scene. At this moment, countless various colorful fungi grew and multiplied rapidly at the junction of the lake and the forest, and then withered, layer by layer, and the cycle of life was visible to the naked eye. The black fungus corpses and the colorful fungus bodies intertwined into a dazzling piece, and the miasma formed after the fungus body rotted drifted into the forest, becoming the black miasma wall they saw. The smart monitors equipped by Tang Yu and his team have already sounded a warning. The concentration of carbon dioxide here is very high, and the toxic metabolites in the air have exceeded the level that the forest can digest and absorb. The trees near the miasma have already tended to wither, and they even feel a sense of hypoxia. However, what shocked several people the most was when a lake appeared in the center of the valley. There has never been a lake here, even if it condenses into a pond after rain. It is not like this, even if it will become a lake here. What about the trees in the center of the valley? There is not even a trace. Tang Yu looked at this scene, and rarely showed shock and surprise beyond his control, because the growth of these fungi seemed to have transcended the laws of life. And at first glance, it was more thrilling than the phytophagous scavenger beetles. Izhinen was already kneeling in the fungus in shock. He had not expected that the abnormality indicated by the environmental monitor would be such a scene. However, although he was shocked, Izhinen still remembered what he was going to do. He quickly took a video of the place and sent it back to the environmental testing center, and then suddenly reached out to take off his one-way mirror smart information helmet. Although Tang Yu was attracted by the shocking scene in front of him, his attention was still on Izhinen. Seeing him making a move to take off the helmet, he immediately flew over and grabbed his hand, and asked coldly, "What are you going to do?" Izhinen was immediately frightened by Tang Yu. For a moment, he felt guilty, seeing that his behavior was discovered. He quickly pushed him away in panic. However, He had already flown behind him and clamped him just as he was about to fly away. Izhinen was even more panicked in this situation, but he knew that he had no chance of escaping. So he gave up struggling and was caught by He. After Izhinen was controlled, He called a few people to return to the starship cabin quickly. However, at this moment, many bubbles appeared in the entire calm lake, gurgling out, and it seemed that the water was about to boil. Tang Yu's scalp suddenly numbed when he saw this scene. Without waiting for everyone to discuss this strange phenomenon, he shouted loudly, "It's a carrion beetle. It's under the water." This made everyone looking at the lake widen their eyes in shock. He reacted quickly and shouted decisively, "Go!" Hilya and others quickly came to their senses, packed up the samples they were collecting, and flew out of the valley while taking off the electromagnetic laser guns they were equipped with to prepare for battle. The moment He flew out, he immediately contacted Alva and asked them to prepare for defense against the scavenging beetles. At the same time, he gave tasks to several people around him. Dill protects Tang Yu, Wang Jing protects Mr. E, and Hilya and I are responsible for the rear. Yes. After receiving the order, Wang Jing quickly approached He and took Izhinen from him. At this moment, Izhinen was already shocked by this sudden and urgent situation. He didn't expect that what Tang Yu said about the scavenging beetles was actually true. Dill also flew quickly to Tang Yu's side, flying close to protect him, and the group quickly shuttled through the valley. In less than a minute after the few people flew out, the water in the lake quickly decreased by half, and then suddenly emerged from the turbid water with a body length of more than 1.5 meters. Like crabs crawling on the shore, they emerged from the lake densely and instantly occupied the lakeside, and then quickly rushed out of the valley. The insect tide surged in, and only flew half the distance. He Lei and others faced the first scavenger beetle. After breaking the limbs of this scavenger beetle, He Lei took the opportunity to throw the military's newly developed weapon pressure difference blasting bomb at the insect swarm behind. As soon as the shells were fired into the swarm, the surrounding pressure dropped instantly, and in a few seconds, it was even lower than the pressure inside the scavenger beetles. Soon, many scavenger beetles that entered this range exploded and died, effectively stopping the attack of the scavenger beetle swarm. 3 pressure difference blasting bombs were fired, and several people barely gained some time to escape. However, when they were about to fly out of the valley and into the desert, 7 or 8 scavenger beetles rushed out as if they had wisdom and blocked their way, then slowly narrowed the encirclement and slowly surrounded several people. Chapter 42. Tang Yu followed closely behind Dill and tried not to cause trouble to the other party. Looking at the posture of the swarm of carrion beetles, his mood became even heavier. In just a few tens of seconds, the group of people were directly trapped in a bitter fight at the edge of the valley. Soon Dill risked his life to use the light energy short cannon to blast a way out, pulling Tang Yu to escape from the swarm immediately. Here He Lei also opened a way for Wang Jing to take Izhinen to escape quickly. However, the encirclement that had just been torn open was quickly surrounded by carrion beetles, and Tang Yu and Dill were once again trapped in a new encirclement. However, Tang Yu felt that the behavior of the swarm of carrion beetles this time was very strange. They did not fight with humans very aggressively, but seemed to want to encircle them first. As for what they were going to do, it was impossible to guess. However, it was precisely this situation that made Tang Yu and the others feel more and more dangerous. The situation became more and more critical. He Lei fought back against the scavenging beetles while taking the time to quickly contact Alva, asking him to control the starship cabin to attack the scavenging beetles to help them escape. Alva had already taken action before receiving the order, and immediately switched the starship cabin to combat mode, and the light energy bomb that was about to be launched had entered the ready state. The countdown of the light energy bomb launch echoed in the public frequency in an instant, and He Lei hurriedly told everyone to fly into the air and open the protective shield immediately. Almost at the moment of flying 30 meters high, a strong light flashed over, and the light energy bomb fell heavily on the ground, instantly blowing away a group of scavenging beetles gathered underground, raising dust all over the sky. About half a minute later, the explosion ended, and nearly 70% to 80% of the carrion beetles died. Taking advantage of this buffer time, He Lei quickly called everyone back to the starship cabin. However, at this moment, Izhinen, who was originally frightened by the carrion beetles, suddenly pushed Wang Jing away and flew towards the explosion point where the carrion beetles were still left. Wang Jing was almost pushed by Izhinen and fell from the air. Tang Yu, who was next to Izhinen, immediately realized what the other party was going to do, drove the hovering device to fly over at the fastest speed, and pushed Izhinen, who was about to fall into the carrion beetle's catch, away. Due to inertia, both of them fell into the desert and slid a long distance. He Lei reacted almost immediately, and flew out at the same moment Tang Yu flew out. After Tang Yu landed, he shot and stopped the scavenging beetles approaching him while flying over to save him. The others were stunned by Izhinen's sudden action. At this time, they also realized what Izhinen's real purpose was. He just wanted to die, and even wanted to drag them down. After Xia reacted, he quickly led Dill and Wang Jing to intercept the swarm of scavenging beetles approaching Tang Yu and Izhinen. However, at this moment, a large scavenging beetle over 2 meters long suddenly hit Xia. Xia had no time to dodge, and the hovering device was directly damaged. The whole person fell heavily to the ground with the inertia of flying. At this moment, the big carrion beetle immediately pounced on Hylia on the ground, and its sharp and huge catching feet were raised high and fell quickly. Hylya's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly rolled away to avoid the attack. He quickly shot and repelled other carrion beetles that wanted to attack, giving himself time to stand up and fight. Dill and Wang Jing saw Hylya's equipment was damaged and fell to the ground. It seemed that he might become the second Xiao Su. They were shocked and anxious, and just wanted to break through the siege and rescue Hylya on the ground. However, many carrion beetles actually surrounded the big carrion beetle and Hylya tacitly at this moment, as if they were defending with meat shields. Hylya. Dill was already bloodthirsty, and he blasted a gap desperately to get in and rescue Hylya. However, He Lei, who rescued Tang Yu, flew in faster than him and quickly fought his way out. He Lei shouted loudly, Protect Tang Yu. He quickly killed the surrounding insects and entered the core of the insect swarm, and attracted the attention of the big carrion beetle and broke one of its appendages with a light energy short cannon, barely buying a little time. Hilya was also bloodthirsty in the center circle, and kept firing to create space for himself to survive and be rescued. Soon He came to where Hilya was, and quickly reached out to pull Hilya up. Hilya quickly extended her hand, but just as her fingertips reached He's hand, the big scavenger beetle suddenly returned, dragging its broken limbs and sick body to knock Hilya down in the desert. Hilya could only watch herself being knocked down again, and extreme despair swept from the center of her forehead. He looked at his suddenly empty hand, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Hilya. Tang Yu and others watched Hilya suddenly disappear in the swarm of scavenger beetles not far away, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. However, the big scavenger beetle did not kill Hilya immediately, but quickly extended its golden information tentacles to approach the other party, and reached in through the ventilation hole of the one-way mirror information helmet. Almost instantly, a sharp cry of extreme pain from Hilya was heard from the tightly surrounded insect swarm. Everyone was shocked by this scene, not only by Hilya's experience, but also by the behavior of the scavenger beetle. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the big scavenger beetle took back the information and let Hilya go in an unexpected way. He seized the opportunity and immediately rushed over and picked Hilya up. Just as he flew out of the siege with Hilya, other scavenger beetles surrounded the big scavenger beetle, and the big scavenger beetle twitched instantly and collapsed to the ground in a few seconds, and then its shell suddenly softened, seemingly wrapping its body very resiliently. After about 10 seconds, the carapace of the scavenger beetle suddenly cracked, and transparent liquid seeped out from it. The cracks became larger and larger, and then the liquefied tissues and internal organs began to merge and splice together, slowly shaping the prototype of a flesh-colored creature. In just 1 minute, a figure actually crawled out of it. This scene made everyone's eyes widen again, and they saw that this person actually had the same golden hair as Hilya. Although the blurred facial features did not look like him, the body shape was almost exactly the same. Tang Yu was directly shocked by this scene. As expected, this should be an evolution that is more terrifying than the reverse evolution of the phytochemical scavenger beetle. It is a super evolution that completely imitates the anthropomorphic evolution of human genes. This is a surreal thing that should only exist in the hypothetical evolution theory. But the question is, do carrion beetles really have such abilities? The group was almost losing their ability to think, and could only stare blankly at this strange scene. However, just when the figure was about to stand up, his face suddenly twisted, and then the micro-spiritual monitors installed on everyone suddenly rang. The alarm of the spiritual monitor caught several people off guard. "It's a spirit," Dill murmured in shock. Tang Yu calmed down instantly, and just watched the scene that was constantly changing underground. But within 2 seconds, the figure's body gradually cracked in the twisting. Seeing this, Wang Jing immediately raised his electromagnetic laser gun and prepared to shoot him. But at this moment, the figure exploded and died first. Instead of the imagined blood and flesh flying everywhere, the figure turned into a transparent like a scavenger beetle, quickly melting in the desert and flowing around. This is a very obvious case of spiritual body parasitism failure. Looking at this scene, Tang Yu suddenly had an absurd idea that he had never dared to think about before. Perhaps the spirit could control the scavenger beetle. However, after the anthropomorphic evolution of the scavenger beetle exploded and died, the scavenger beetle group suddenly rioted, turned against each other in an instant, and began to kill each other under the incredible gaze of several people. He looked at this strange scene and immediately ordered, "Everyone return to the starship cabin immediately." Everyone reacted and took this opportunity to fly to the starship cabin. The cabin door opened for more than 10 seconds and then closed immediately. The starship cabin quickly turned around and flew in the opposite direction. Suzy, with a heavy face, was already waiting at the cabin door. Seeing bring the injured Hilya in, he quickly gave him a test with reagent first. After 30 seconds, the test result showed negative. So he quickly ordered to send him to the sterile operating room and give him a series of examinations first. Lu Su took over Suzy's task of virus testing. After Tang Yu's test results came out, he immediately walked towards the disinfection room next to the sterile operating room. Tang Yu quickly changed into a surgical suit and came out. When he entered the sterile operating room, Suzy had already taken off Hilya's one-way mirror intelligent information helmet and quickly injected him with a shot of blocking agent for virus prevention. Hilya had no external injuries at this moment, except that his golden hair was soaked in sweat and applied to his face. And his face was too pale, which made him look a little embarrassed. At first glance, it was really hard to tell that he was attacked by carrion beetles. Suzy quickly took off Hilya's protective suit and put patches of detection instruments on his chest, arms, and neck. Soon, the display next to the operating table popped up many values. Then she put 2 brain monitoring chips on Hilya's temples. And another display screen immediately sent back a lot of information. Hilya's situation is not optimistic. The information sent back by his brain is disordered, similar to the symptoms of neurological disorders. The carrion beetle seems to have used information to invade his nerves, causing the current in the nerves to mismatch. Suzy looked at the data and felt that even if Hilya could wake up, it was another matter whether he could stay awake. Seeing the data on the display screen fall below normal values one after another, Suzy fell into a state of anxiety and worry. Professor Tang, do you have any ideas? She couldn't help asking Tangyu, who was silently staring at the data. Tangyu did not answer her immediately, but watched Hilya's nerve transmission information pattern and law intently. After more than 2 minutes, he asked Suzy to retrieve Hilya's nerve transmission data that had been entered into the system before, and compared the two for research. After observing for about 10 minutes, Tangyu asked Suzy to fetch the radio wave jammer. He planned to edit a set of patterns and rules that were completely opposite to Hilya's disordered nerve transmission patterns and rules, and perform nerve correction treatment on him. After about a quarter of an hour, Tangyu finally edited a set of special radio waves specifically for Hilya. Without hesitation, he immediately released this radio wave around Hilya's head. After Hilya's brain was stimulated by the new radio waves, the disordered nerve transmission was instantly channeled and drained, and those erroneous nerve transmissions were offset by the radio waves. At the same time, a special wave frequency released by the radio waves stimulated Hilya's nerves to restore the correct nerve transmission path. About half an hour later, Hilya's brain condition was completely stabilized with the help of special radio waves. After the brain condition stabilized, Hilya's declining physical signs gradually returned to normal levels. He was originally a person with outstanding physical fitness, and his recovery speed was very fast at this moment. Looking at the various physical values gradually pulling back to the average value, Suzy's heavy mood finally relaxed a little. She took the opportunity to inject Hilya with a dose of cell activator to make him recover faster. Tangyu saw that his temporary method had worked, and he was relieved immediately. However, Hilya's disaster did not end here. Only when he woke up could he be further treated for his symptoms. Compared with the super evolution of the scavenger beetle simulating humans, he was more puzzled by the fact that the scavenger beetle could obtain human genetic information through information touch and complete the replication of genetic information in a very short time. Its ability to simulate human evolution can be explained by the theory of breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Didn't the unexplained thing of the scavenger beetle growing a human heart happen before? However, the special ability to directly obtain genetic information is like an unconventional operation that only exists in science fiction movies. Hilya went from shock to a coma, but there was no sign of waking up immediately. He commanded the starship cabin to stop at a safe oasis and let all the staff get ready for rest. The fight with the carrion beetles just now made Dill and others fall into a state of emptiness and helplessness. On one hand, they were worried about Hilya, who was unconscious due to the attack of the carrion beetles. And on the other hand, they were afraid of the mutated carrion beetles with mimic evolution. No one expected that after experiencing the carrion beetle's phytochemical reverse evolution, which violated the theory of evolution, they would encounter such a rapid evolution across species, and even involved a spirit that was ethereal but full of mystery and power. They had no doubt that mankind would fall into crisis again if this video of the mimic evolution of the carrion beetle flowed into the city of science and technology. They could not imagine whether the public would regard it as a warning of doomsday or an absurd movie special effect. Seeing that the team members all had heavy expressions on their faces, he asked them to interrogate Izhanin, who was also a very serious problem at the moment. After listening to Hilei's talk about this matter, several people remembered that Hilya was in a coma at the moment because of him. And everyone was immediately excited again. None of them thought that Izhanin was annoying at ordinary times, but he actually had the courage to harbor evil intentions, which really fulfilled Dill's undercover words. Everyone gathered in the control room without hesitation, and was diverted by this matter, temporarily forgetting about the carrion beetle. At this moment, Izinin was tied to a folding chair, and he lowered his head and stared blankly at the ground, seemingly unaware of the solemn and angry atmosphere around him. Seeing him like this, Dill walked over and kicked the chair. The violent shaking made Izinin suddenly sober. He looked around with a horrified look and said anxiously and spinelessly, "Don't hurt me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't commit suicide at this time and drag everyone down." Izinin's appearance was even more annoying. Thinking of Hilya almost died under the attack of the carrion beetle. Dill grabbed his collar and gritted his teeth and said, "What's the use of admitting your mistake? Hilya is still unconscious now. It's all your fault. Tell me, who sent you here?" Izinin was frightened by Dill's momentum and trembled. He quickly said, "No one sent me here. I wanted to die." His words aroused the anger of Lemons, who was always honest and simple. Lemons frowned and said in a deep voice, "What kind of death do you want? Your so-called death almost killed Hilya." After that, he forbearingly recited a word of Boda, and silently prayed for Hilya, who was still unconscious. Lusu snorted angrily. He glanced at Izinin and looked at Ilay, and asked, "Brother Lay, what should we do next?" Ilay was silent and did not answer immediately, but looked at Tangyu, who was also silent next to him. Tangyu noticed his gaze and looked back, and heard the other party say, "Professor Tang, give him something to inject." Tangyu was stunned by this, but he immediately understood what Ilay meant. He glanced at Izinin calmly, and turned to walk out of the control room. Hearing Ilay's command to Tangyu, Izinin suddenly became excited. He widened his eyes and shouted, "What are you going to do? Are you going to torture me?" He struggled, and the whole chair made a harsh sound of friction with the metal floor. He still exclaimed, "I said I wanted to die. The City of Science and Technology does not allow people to commit suicide. Is it wrong for me to want to die accidentally?" Dill laughed immediately and sneered sarcastically. "Then you are really looking for death, being ridiculed like this?" Izinin suddenly shouted fearlessly, "Don't ask anything. Just kill me to pay for Hilya's life." After hearing this, several people hated Izinin even more. They just gave him a fierce and cold look. He wanted to die now, but there was no way. Tangyu quickly turned back, holding a slender syringe with a tube of colorless and transparent liquid in his hand. He slowly approached Izinin, raised the thing in his hand and whispered, "This is something newly developed by the Research Institute for the security team." From the moment Tangyu entered the door, Izinin's eyes fell on him with fear. Hearing what he said, Izinin suddenly thought of some things about the security team, and became even more terrified. He looked at Tangyu approaching step by step, and couldn't help but want to move his body back, but there was only a harsh friction sound on the ground, like a countdown to strangling his throat. "What are you going to do to me?" Izinin's tone was already trembling and pleading. Tangyu still had that indifferent expression. He didn't answer Izinin's question, but approached him, twisted his head, pointed the needle tip at the position of the vein behind his ear, and slowly pierced it. Sharp pain came from behind his ear immediately, and Izinin was so nervous that his body straightened instantly. He felt his head collapse in an instant, and his consciousness began to be confused. At this time, he only heard Tangyu coldly say, "This is a truth potion. The drug will take effect in 3 minutes, and you will tell everything. As far as I know, you were sent here by the Minister of Environmental Measurement, this time because of the selection of generals or lieutenant generals." After saying this, he even gently straightened Izinin's head, as if he was not the one who made the harsh words. Hearing such words suddenly, Izinin's chaotic consciousness was instantly stimulated and awakened, and his body couldn't stop trembling, and he implicitly acquiesced to Tangyu's words. Izinin stared at Tangyu with his eyes wide open, and the fear in his heart was infinitely expanding. He wanted to faint and escape the current predicament, but the liquid injected into his body was so cold that he couldn't even hypnotize his consciousness. Tangyu's words not only aroused Izinin's desire to expose himself, but also shocked everyone around him. Speaking of the selection of lieutenant generals, their captain, Ilay, is one of the candidates. If Izinin dies during the mission, it will be very disadvantageous for him. So, Izinin's act of wanting to commit suicide during the mission is obviously targeting their captain. Several people looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the control room suddenly became several degrees colder. Dill quickly glanced at Izinin, and then turned his eyes to Tangyu, and said in a measured tone, "Is the Minister of Environmental Measurement trying to frame Brother Lay? But who is he under the instruction of? If it weren't for the Izinin incident, No one would have associated the Land War Exploration Team with the Environmental Monitoring Center. Tang Yu did not answer this question immediately. But Wang Jing slowly raised his eyes and said, "This year, Major General Abner may participate in the evaluation and selection for Lieutenant General." As soon as this was said, everyone immediately understood that Major General Abner was the younger brother of the Minister of Environmental Measurement, and the two would naturally be in cahoots. There were also only two places for the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals. He Lei would be Abner's thorny competitor, and the Minister of Environmental Measurement would reach out to him. Lu Su snorted coldly, and he squinted at Izhanan. "No wonder you deliberately annoy people. In this way, the researcher selected by my great-grandfather suddenly got infected with the virus, which is somewhat intriguing." As soon as this speculation came out, everyone's faces suddenly became brilliant, but undoubtedly more solemn. Izhanan listened to these people's speculations that seemed true or false, and his whole body trembled more violently, under the effect of the truth agent, and Tang Yu's deliberate guidance just now. He even began to have wild thoughts. Izhanan was also a person with a deep mind. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts flooded into his head that was about to crash, before he could think of an effective way to resist. These running self-consciousness randomly attacked his mental defense line. After only 3 minutes, he exposed himself. "You? How did you know?" At this moment, his eyeballs moved quickly. His eyes moved back and forth on the people around him, and his pale face even gradually turned red because of the nervous and high emotions, and the whole person began to show a state of being slightly drunk. Tang Yu looked at Izhanan's change coldly, and replied slowly, "Since you pretended to call the Minister of Environmental Testing." Hearing this, Izhanan became even more confused, and his mind couldn't even turn around. His eyeballs were running around in his eye sockets, and the frequency of his body shaking was getting faster and faster. "How did you know?" Izhanan asked again. After a few seconds, his eyeballs stopped moving, but his eyes suddenly blinked non-stop, which was very strange. He seemed to be in great pain, twisting his body and trembling unbearably. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly squeezed out a few words from his mouth. I really want to die, but the minister has given an order. I can't not complete it. I still have a family." His words immediately made several people sneer. Looking at Izhanan, who was in a spasm due to nervousness and fear, Dill said, "You still think about your family. It's really fucking hell." However, he asked Tang Yu again, "Professor Tang, how did you know that he pretended to make a video call to the Minister of Environmental Testing?" When asked this, Tang Yu was silent for a while. He couldn't directly reveal that his eyes could see things far away and saw through Izhanan's trick at a glance. However, when Tang Yu was thinking about how to explain and get away with it, Izhanan actually said truthfully, "That was a recorded video. You are at a distance from me. How can you tell the truth in detail?" After saying this, he said in a confused manner, "The minister wants to embroil Major General He in a scandal. If I die in the desert, none of you will be able to escape the blame. By then, Lieutenant General Freston will also be tainted." Listening to Izhanan's confession, several people were shocked and even suspected that Izhanan was lying. They didn't expect that the Minister of Environmental Measurement not only wanted to deal with their captain, but also Lieutenant General Freston. This made He Lei smile coldly and said sarcastically, "It's really a good strategy to kill many birds with one stone without any effort." Izhanan was startled by He Lei's sudden voice. He turned his head in panic and looked in the direction of He Lei, trying to open his eyes to see him clearly. But what he saw became more and more blurred, and he fainted in the chaos. Tang Yu was not panicked when he saw this. He called Suzy slowly and said calmly, "Give him first aid. Don't let him die." Suzy nodded heavily and hurried back to the sterile operating room to get the first aid equipment. Dill glared at Izhanan again, turned to He Lei and asked, "Brother Lei, how should we deal with the Minister of Environmental Measurement? If we don't get rid of him, we will be sorry for the injuries that Hilya has suffered." He Lei was silent for a moment, then said, "We need to think about this matter carefully. Don't act rashly." But even so, he couldn't let Abner participate in this election of lieutenant generals again. After the other party appeared in the open, he had become a hidden danger. However, Tang Yu said, "It's better to let the tiger go back to the mountain." This made several people feel nervous. He Lei looked at Tang Yu and said in a deep voice, "What are your plans?" Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent, looking at Tang Yu's appearance. He Lei's heart suddenly became heavy, but with other people present, it was not convenient for him to warn Tang Yu not to mess around. At this time, Suzy took the emergency equipment into the control room and asked Tang Yu to assist her in relieving spasms for Izhinen, interrupting several people's treatment of the Minister of Environmental Testing. And several people stopped talking about this matter for the time being. After Suzy put a portable oxygen cylinder on Izhinen, he followed medical routine and asked Tang Yu, "Professor Tang, when will your truth agent take effect? And are there any side effects to pay attention to?" Even though he expected to be asked this question, Tang Yu was silent for a moment. And finally he said truthfully, "It's just normal saline." Hearing this, Dill, who was imagining cutting the Minister of Environmental Measurement into pieces, was the first to exclaim in surprise, "Professor Tang, are you serious?" Tang Yu just glanced at him indifferently, and then looked at He, who also looked at him. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, but they pretended to be calm and separated. He didn't answer Dill, but just changed the subject and said, "I'll go see Hilya first." After that, he turned and walked out of the control room. Dill was stunned by his sudden change of subject, but Alva sighed behind him. "I didn't expect Lei Ge and Professor Tang to have such a tacit understanding. Who said they have a bad relationship?" Hearing this, Tang Yu's heart trembled violently, and his palms curled up slightly, revealing his uneasy mind. He lowered his eyebrows to hide the emotions in his eyes, and silently left the control room. In fact, seriously speaking, he and He sometimes really have a tacit understanding. He was silent when he heard the team members' evaluation of him and Tang Yu. Looking at Tang Yu's back, Dill reacted and hugged Alva and said twice, "Who said it's not true? Smart people really communicate with each other through eye contact. And they can't steal from each other. I like smart people, such as Lei Ge and Hilya. People like my brother Dasa, who can't get into his brain even if they say it 10,000 times, are simply nightmares." Hearing Dill mention Dasa again, Alva and the others couldn't help laughing. Suzy couldn't help but secretly glance at He, who looked solemn, and then looked at Tang Yu's back as he left. She remembered that Professor Tang had said that she had done something to let the Major General down. She thought that they actually had a very good relationship and had a tacit understanding that was different from ordinary people. So they cooperated so well at this special time. It didn't take long for Izhinen to be rescued. Maybe the drug effect had worn off, and he regained consciousness. Thinking of everything he had explained, his brown eyes suddenly fell into a gray. After about 2 hours of rest, He commanded the starship cabin to take off again and headed for the next destination. He wanted to complete another collection mission before dark and complete the mission in the shortest possible time to return to Qiantian City. He and others ventured into the desert again. This time, Tang Yu did not go down to the ground with everyone to perform the mission, but stayed in the starship cabin and went to the lounge to find Izhinen, who was locked in the hibernation chamber. He did not open Izhinen's hibernation chamber, but stepped forward and knocked on the transparent shield to attract his attention. Izhinen had been keeping his eyes open, and when he saw Tang Yu's figure, he immediately glared at him. At this moment, in his eyes, Tang Yu was looking down at him. The other party's pair of indifferent blue eyes seemed to embrace everything. He seemed to know everything, which made him very frightened. Obviously, his plan was flawless. No one in the dim valley could see clearly whether he was really making a video call. Moreover, this video call was just an emergency measure he prepared in advance and happened to come in handy. The abnormality detected by the environmental monitor in the valley was real. No one would doubt his true intentions at the beginning, because he was also completing this task. But when he used it to complete another task, he was completely discovered by Tang Yu. Unless Tang Yu suspected him from the beginning. But how did Tang Yu connect the selection of lieutenant generals to him? He would not be surprised if this person was replaced. "What do you want to do?" Izhinen shouted at Tang Yu in fear. However, the shield blocked his voice, and Tang Yu's ears were not polluted by his questioning. But Tang Yu still read his thoughts and ideas based on his mouth shape. Tang Yu did not speak. He just quietly watched Izhinen, whose facial expression kept changing in the hibernation chamber. Izhinen was stared at by him like this, and his heart was tortured. He felt like a rabbit stared at by a cheetah, as if he would be bitten to death in the next moment. Seeing Izhinen about to convulse in pain, Tang Yu stopped the staring game just in time. He popped up his holographic projection screen, gestured a few times on it, and sent the image of the super evolution of the carrion beetle he had taken to Izhinen, and said silently and slowly to the person in the shield, "This is a gift for Nicholas. Please be sure to deliver it." Izhanin understood what Tang Yu said almost instantly, and heard the sound of strange information warning in his head, and suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Chapter 43. Hilya showed signs of waking up. Suzy was overjoyed, and quickly ran out of the sterile operating room to call Tang Yu to the lounge. Hearing this news, Tang Yu, who was fiddling with the holographic projection screen, immediately shifted his attention from what he was doing and asked, "Have all the indicators returned to normal?" Suzy nodded. "Hilya woke up earlier than we expected." Tang Yu nodded, turned off the holographic projection screen, and walked out of the lounge, not caring about Izhanin, who was still in panic. Although Hilya showed signs of waking up, it seemed that it was difficult to wake up, as if she had fallen into a nightmare. At this moment, her face was in pain, and even her palms that had been curled up before were tightly clenched. Suzy looked at him worriedly. Even as a clinical general practitioner, Hilya's reaction was beyond her understanding. She asked Tang Yu, "Professor Tang, what happened to him?" Tang Yu couldn't answer this question for the time being, and only said, "I guess he can only wake up by himself." After hearing this, Suzy's anxiety and worry about the patient became even stronger, like ice that could not be melted. Outside the starship cabin, he lay, and the team members were returning. At this moment, the sky was already dark, and they also needed to find another safe oasis to spend the night. After the personnel returned to the cabin, Suzy could only let Tang Yu help take care of Hilya in the sterile operating room. She quickly took the A reagent detector and went to the door to prepare to test the virus for her comrades. At this time, Hilya woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, and his amber pupils suddenly burst out with a lot of fear. After only 1 or 2 seconds of awakening, he began to breathe heavily, and even beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, and the display screen monitoring his body data began to fluctuate greatly. Tang Yu was not overly surprised by this. He just stepped forward silently to ask Hilya about his condition and help him check his body. In panic, Hilya grabbed Tang Yu's outstretched arm, tightly squeezed it, and said with a trembling voice, "I had a very strange dream. It was too scary." Seeing this, Tang Yu patted the back of his hand soothingly, and his tone softened a little, and followed his words and asked him, "What did you see?" His question made Hilya fall into the same emotion just now. His face began to be painful again, and his eyes even began to be distracted. Seeing this, Tang Yu quickly pinched the back of his hand heavily, and Hilya woke up again. He stared blankly, organized his words for a while, and then said, "I just had a headache." Tang Yu frowned slightly and replied, "The damage you suffered is similar to a mental attack." Hearing this, Hilya's body tensed up immediately. He remembered that he was pressed in the desert by a carrion beetle and attacked by its information trigger not long ago. This feeling was even more frightening than when he was pierced through the head by a carrion beetle on the battlefield 3 years ago. However, his strong rationality still urged him to calm himself down. After about a minute, Hilya slowly said, "I dreamed that I was dragged into the ocean by a group of strange things. I couldn't swim, and I felt like I was about to drown. But those things didn't want me to die. They lifted me to the shore, put me in a container similar to a glass ball, and then dragged me into the sea again." Hilya felt more painful with every word he described. The indescribable feeling was too terrible for him. Hearing Hilya's description, Tang Yu fell into silence. After a while, he said, "Maybe the carrion beetles dug out your deepest subconscious?" Hilya shook his head with difficulty. "I am not afraid of the ocean. And those things are like spirits. I can vaguely see them, just like they really exist. If this is just his subconscious, I am afraid it may not shock him so much." Tang Yu became even more silent, and a trace of deep thought appeared in his blue eyes. Assuming that the spirit can really control the carrion beetles, then the things Hilya saw are actually very likely to be spirits. But whether this is the case or not, we need to wait and see how the situation develops. He only said, "I will check your body first. If you feel any discomfort, please give me feedback in time." Hilya nodded slightly and said, "I just have a headache. A kind of pain with a sense of oppression." As he spoke, he loosened his grip on Tang Yu's hand and rubbed his temple heavily. The feeling of oppression was different from the fear of facing the powerful scavenger beetle and the PCIH virus. It was more like a crushing from a different dimension. It is true that spirits come from a different dimension from humans. He felt that it was not so much that the scavenger beetle hurt him, but it was the spirit that attacked him. This was more in line with his feelings at the moment. But it was the scavenger beetle that attacked him. Tang Yu understood Hilya's feedback and turned around to fiddle with the instrument to check him again. Dill and the others heard Hilya wake up, and after completing the A reagent test, they rushed to the door of the sterile operating room. Because they had just completed a mission, they did not dare to go directly into the sterile operating room. They just watched from the door. Seeing Hilya's pale face on the operating table, they felt worried and helpless. Dill shouted at the door, "Hilya, are you feeling better?" Hilya turned her head to look at the door when she heard the noise, smiled slightly, and said in a hoarse voice, "Much better. Thank you." Lu Su smiled and said, "I'll treat you to a big meal when I go back." Dill echoed, "Yes. Yes. Yes." Hilya smiled and nodded, "Okay." After dealing with the virus detection, Suzy returned to the door of the sterile operating room. Seeing that everyone was blocking here, he was afraid that it would affect Hilya's recuperation and quickly drove them away. "Don't stand here," the Major General said to go to the control room for a meeting. Hearing about the meeting, several people did not dare to slack off, and reluctantly left the door of the sterile operating room and walked towards the control room. At this time, He also passed by the sterile operating room. He did not walk over immediately, but stopped at the door, looked at Hilya and Tang Yu in the operating room, and said, "You two should come to the meeting after the examination." Hearing this, Hilya's face suddenly lit up, and immediately replied, "Okay, Brother Lei. As a soldier who was injured during a mission, the most feared thing is to be arranged to recuperate in the rear, which will make the already frustrated spirit even worse." Tang Yu just glanced at Lei at the door, then turned to Hilya and said, "Your body is fine, but I will continue to pay attention to your brain nerve state." Hilya nodded seriously and said gratefully, "Professor Tang, thank you for saving me again." Tang Yu just said lightly, "It's okay." Then he helped Hilya take off the test instrument patches on him one by one. The meeting was held during the starship cabin flying to the nearby safe oasis. After hearing his comrades describe what happened after he was injured, Hilya was shocked by this beyond imagination even though he was knowledgeable. However, when he heard that the carrion beetle that attacked him died of spiritual parasitism after evolution, he actually had an idea that those things that dragged him into the sea in his dream might be spiritual bodies. If we follow this assumption, it is reasonable that the oppressive pain he felt came from the spirit. However, he was shocked by his own idea again, and his mood became even heavier. Soon the starship cabin arrived at the destination oasis. After the meeting, Lei asked the other members to go into the hibernation cabin to rest, and he would keep watch first. But he specifically asked Tang Yu to stay. Seeing this, Dill remembered the blonde middle-aged woman who directly said that Tang Yu was a spirit parasite during the day. Although he hated Tang Yu, he was also worried about her. If the military and the super government believed the words of the blonde middle-aged woman, it would be easy to control Tang Yu, and Tang Yu would fall into a completely passive situation. Tang Yu just happened to have something to say to Lei alone, and being asked to stay was exactly what he wanted. The group went to the rest cabin, and Lei took Tang Yu to the control room. After entering the control room, neither of them spoke first. Lei looked deeply at Tang Yu, and Tang Yu looked at him with a slightly heavy look. In the end, Tang Yu spoke first. "I want to tell you about spirits and carrion beetles." Lei frowned slightly, and after a few seconds asked him, "What did you find?" Tang Yu walked to the magnet-fixed chair and sat down, but his eyes casually looked at the display screen in the control room. After a pause, he slowly said, "Why do you think spirits parasitize humans?" This question made Lei's expression more solemn. He was thoughtful, but he did not answer Tang Yu. Without hearing any sound, Tang Yu turned his eyes to Lei for a moment. He did not care whether he answered or not, but continued, "Today, the carrion beetle evolved into a human and was parasitized by a spirit. But the spirit obviously failed to parasitize. My guess is that the spirit has been looking for a host to parasitize. Some reason prompted them to find a host, and this host can only be human." This made Lei's cold face show a trace of shock. His tall body slightly looked down at Tang Yu and asked in a deep voice, "How did you come to these inferences?" Tang Yu focused his eyes on Lei, and he said slowly, after some thinking and judgment, "I am sure that the spirit can control the carrion beetle. But the spirit cannot directly parasitize the carrion beetle. It can only control the carrion beetle to parasitize after anthropomorphic evolution. But its attempt has also failed. I can understand that the success rate of spirits parasitizing humans is very low, so that in the eyes of humans, spirits have become killers of humans. Of course, It is also a kind of killing to occupy the human body. Hearing Tang Yu's analysis, He Lei's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. After a long while, he said, "Then what are you going to do?" At this time, Tang Yu's indifferent eyes suddenly revealed a momentum of determination. He said slowly, "This shows that the research direction of my research on the in vitro development of fertilized eggs is not wrong. As long as a body is provided to the spirit, they will be important participants in the continuation of human civilization." Hearing this whimsical words, He Lei did not refute Tang Yu on the topic of coexistence of humans and spirituality for the first time. Tang Yu's eyes slowly moved away from He Lei and settled to the distant void. But he moved the topic again, saying, "When you go to the 5th area tomorrow, can you stay more?" He Lei has not returned from the previous topic, but only subconsciously said, "What are you going to do?" Tang Yu only said, "When my mother went out to inspect before, I planted 2 memorable thousands of years near the number 5 area. I am still alive. I plan to take part of it. You should like it." He Lei asked at this time, "Are you really so crazy about spirits because of Professor Tang Yu?" Tang Yu's eyes focused on He Lei again. He frowned slightly and said in a deep tone, "Yes, but not completely." He Lei was silent for a moment because of this answer. He slowed down and continued, "Tang Yu, have you ever thought about the situation where humans do not accept spirits, and spirits do not accept humans?" This reminded Tang Yu of the discussion he had with He Lei about this issue before. No matter how serious the problem of spirit parasitism is, he will not change his mind and the practice he puts into it. Tang Yu spread his hands indifferently. His eyes regained the indifference, and he said softly, "That's not a problem I need to think deeply about. I just need to make sure that I can research a feasible method." Looking at the development of history, every time there is a great fusion of races, there are a few complete supporters. Chapter 44. Area 5 is located near the Red Sea, which was once the world's most important shipping channel. Unlike other area numbers located on flat land, Area 5 is located on a cliff, with towering sand dunes standing on the edge of the cliff. Whenever a strong wind blows, the quicksand will squeeze down the cliff, forming a spectacular sand waterfall, falling at a constant speed into the bottomless crust crack. This used to be a jungle, but one day an earthquake suddenly occurred, and the violent crust movement split the forest in two. One side was lifted high, and the other side sank heavily. The huge crack initially released some kind of hot gas, causing the surrounding ecological environment to be unbalanced, and gradually the jungle evolved into a desert. This happened only 100 years ago, but when investigating the nearby village ruins, it felt like thousands of years had passed. The only advantage of this cliff is that you can see the Red Sea in the distance from here. But the Red Sea is no longer the Red Sea it once was. It has dried up so much that the exposed seabed has formed a thick layer of salt frost mixed with minerals, which shines brightly in the sun, like a diamond. The entire sea now only has sea water in the deepest part. Looking down from a high place, it looks like a huge dark pit, which is simply breathtaking. Area 5 is just 2 kilometers away from the cliff. After the group successfully completed the collection task, they accompanied Tang Yu to this place not far away to find the 2 male and female 1,000-year orchids planted by Tang Yu. Based on the isotope tracing technology, Tang Yu quickly found this thing. They are almost 20 years old, growing in the desert that is exposed to the sun. The broad and slender leaves are very long, covered with a thin layer of sand and dust that almost covers the green, and the bottom is full of dry gray leaves that once withered. Tang Yu carefully cut a male and female welwitschia flower and gently placed it in the constant temperature box for storage. The place where these 2 welwitchias grow is exactly where Tang Yu and Freston first met. At that time, Freston was carrying out the collection mission, and Tang Yu, as an insect research expert, was studying a small desert insect similar to a scavenger beetle here. At that time, Tang Yu's hovering device suddenly malfunctioned. Freston happened to lead the team passing by here, and sent her back to the starship cabin of their research team safely. Coincidentally, when Tang Yu went to Qiantian City to attend an academic lecture not long after, she met Freston again when she went to the Octagon building to find Edgar. Tang Yu had a good impression of Freston and took the initiative to ask for his contact information. The two became familiar with each other. Tang Yu heard a lot from his mother about her love affair with Lieutenant General Freston. It was a pity that the two had a bumpy relationship. The sweeter the early stage, the more abused the later stage. At that time, the previous manager of the Harris family asked Lieutenant General Freston to marry, forcibly breaking them up. and almost caused his mother to be expelled from the scientific research community. Although Lieutenant General Preston is still single, the damage caused to his mother by those things in the past can no longer be compensated. And his mother is dead at this time. Seeing these two Welwitschia orchids planted by the famous entomologist Tang Yu in the desert, Dill and Lu Su immediately started gossiping and whispering around Tang Yu, and even pulled Wang Jing and Lemons, who were quietly waiting to discuss. The flower language of this Welwitschia orchid is to support each other and stay together for life. The love-hate entanglement between Tang Yu and their boss's boss was a big deal. And even now it is hard not to sigh. And Tang Yu's mother is really strong-willed. She said she would go against the Harris family without any fear. Tang Yu was indifferent to the discussion of several people. After collecting the flowers, he called everyone back to the starship cabin. Soon they flew to the next destination. In Qiantian City, the political situation in the entire city of science and technology has never stopped since the announcement of the general selection. The news that France would represent the Buddha Church in the general selection has spread on the internet. The public has different opinions on this result. Anti-church personnel have also become active on the internet like radical personnel, accusing the Buddha Church of stretching its hands too far, and condemning the super government for making such a mindless decision. They also listed more than a dozen disadvantages of the church intervening in politics. But their combat effectiveness is far inferior to that of radical personnel. And they are even frequently chased and beaten by church supporters. Because someone deliberately guided this matter, the voices of opposition gradually fell into oblivion. Just the day before Tang Yu returned with the collection team, something unexpected happened. A fire suddenly broke out in the reputable IC Bank in Qiantian City. More than 10 valuable items were looted by the fire. And one item was even lost in the chaos. The depositor was He, a major general of the military. Given that He was on a mission in the desert, IC Bank did not tell him about this matter immediately, but only filed a case for investigation at the Qiantian City Guard. Unfortunately, the surveillance camera at the place where the items were stored was damaged due to the fire, and it was not possible to find out who stole the item in the chaos of the fire, or prove that the item had been completely buried in the sea of fire, because the place where the fire started was near the item. The fire at IC Bank caused quite a stir. More than 5 depositors have filed complaints against it. If the items they deposited are found to be irreparably damaged, the bank will face serious prosecution from them. IC Bank has tried to suppress the news as much as possible, but some information has still been leaked. People have speculated what the valuable items that were lost are, especially after knowing that the depositor is He and the items have been stored for no more than half a month. There has been a heated discussion on the internet. At first, everyone thought it was really an accidental fire, but gradually the wind direction suddenly changed. Some netizens involve things at the political level. After objective and fair analysis, no one doesn't think this is a conspiracy. The people of the science and technology city are now in a panic over the new variant of the PCIH virus. This fire involves He, who has a strong popular base and support. This is a good opportunity to divert attention. Moreover, it is the time for the evaluation and selection of admirals and lieutenant generals. It is hard to guarantee that someone is using this to cover up. There is also a most direct guess. That is, the thing He deposited is very important, so that someone took away his firewood when he was out on a mission. But the most critical thing is what kind of important thing He deposited in the IC Bank that could cause disputes. When Preston received the news from the confidant of the guard team, he was preparing a speech for the selection of the general. After analyzing the matter briefly, he felt that it might not be that simple. So he left the office and went to the IC Bank to find out the situation. IC Bank is located in the 7th business district of the inner city, only 6 or 7 kilometers away from the military building. Preston arrived there in less than 10 minutes. IC Bank took over the first, second and third floors of the 15-story Ginkgo building. The fire broke out on the second floor where valuables were stored. When Preston arrived at the nearby street, he could see the traces of dry powder and smoke on the smashed black explosion-proof glass windows on the second floor. I heard it was an electrical fire, but it didn't seem that serious from the outside. The fire happened almost 5 hours ago. It started at about noon, when the staff were having lunch, because the second floor was on fire. The staff working on the upper floors panicked. Many people ran down the stairs, especially after the fire was extinguished. More rescued people rushed downstairs in a mess, and the scene was extremely chaotic, because the safety of the people was more important. The firefighters on the scene were unable to strictly control the fire scene in time. In this case, it seemed reasonable that items were lost. After looking at the second floor of the bank, which was being illuminated by the setting sun for a few minutes, Preston walked to the lobby on the first floor of the bank, which had resumed business at this time, under the protection of 2 guards. Seeing Preston, who was wearing a military uniform and looked serious and upright, entering the first floor lobby of the bank, many people who were doing business looked over. Luo Yao, the manager who was standing at the front desk and talking to 2 security guards, immediately stopped talking. He nodded to the 2 security guards quite apologetically, and then hurried to Preston. Luo Yao recognized Preston, and also knew the superior subordinate relationship between Preston and He Lei. As soon as he saw him, he knew why he came here in person. Luo Yao felt a little scared for a while, afraid that he could not handle this matter well. Just half an hour ago, their boss went to the East Gate passenger shipyard to leave Qiantian City for a very important business, and handed over all the matters left over from the fire to him, including the repair of the second floor, compensation to the depositor, etc. The most important thing was naturally to deal with the matter of the valuable item lost by Major General He Lei. When He Lei deposited his things, their boss personally received him. The other party only deposited a freezer, and the specific contents inside were kept secret. Although the other party bought the safe deposit box at the bank for no more than 1,000 yuan, it was insured for more than 20,000 yuan, according to the highest property insurance rate of 0.5%. This item, whose price cannot be estimated, is at least 6 million. This is a tricky matter anyway, and given the special nature of the freezer, the value of this item itself does not seem to be measured in money. Luo Yao came to Preston with a calm breath, nodded and bowed to greet him, and took the initiative to point out the theme of the other party's visit. Lieutenant General Preston, our IC Bank is currently urgently dealing with the loss of Major General He Lei's deposit. We will definitely give him an explanation when Major General He Lei returns to Qiantian City. Listening to Luo Yao's words full of assurance, Preston still had that cold expression. He glanced at the bank hall that was still handling financial business in an orderly manner, and said, "Where is your president, Luo?" Hearing this unexpected remark, Luo Yao's heart was immediately sweating. He replied truthfully, "Our boss has an important business to deal with, and will probably be back tomorrow. Now I am fully responsible for handling this matter." This is called Preston a little glance at Luo Yao, but he did not speak. But the 2 police team members, who were in the front desk, were going to ask them some foundations. The incident has passed, and has the right judgment. 2 police players naturally did not expect that Lieutenant General Preston would come over in person. They did not conceal them. They stated all the events they knew with Preston. But some of the cases were inferred by the case. They did not explain to each other directly. Soon Preston learned about the matter, and had a general idea in his heart. At this moment, the valuable items that originally stored on the second floor had been transferred to a nearby bank 2 hours ago for a temporary deposit. Preston pondered for a moment, then asked Luo Yao to take him to the accident scene on the second floor. Luo Yao immediately showed an embarrassed expression, and he seemed to not want Preston to go directly to the accident scene. He said tactfully, "The second floor has been sealed. I'm afraid I can't go to see it for the time being. I need to wait for the security team to deal with it." Preston did not respond to this refusal, but just looked at the 2 security team members beside him and asked, "You went to see the scene? What's the situation now?" A security team member recalled and said, "The burn is quite severe, but fortunately the protection level of the second floor decoration is the highest level, so the fire only affected the smallest area. The metal of some safes is melted, but fortunately the items are intact. But the surveillance inside is broken, and the source of the fire is still being investigated." Preston hummed, turned around and walked outside without saying anything more. Luo Yao didn't expect that he would give up going to the accident scene so quickly, and he was a little surprised. Before that, many people who were doing business around him stopped and looked at him because of Preston's arrival. When he left, they couldn't help whispering. After all, he was also a topic figure, both in the past and now that he was about to participate in the selection of generals. Preston was still unmoved by everything around him, but he had a cold face that made people feel that strangers should stay away. However, just when Preston just walked to the door, he met someone he didn't expect. Vice President Edgar. Chapter 45. Edgar still had that foxy smile on his face. He walked in front of Preston and stood still, blocking his way very cleverly. When Preston saw Edgar, his face became even colder than before. But he just stared at him quietly, and didn't even take the initiative to say a word of greeting. People who know Preston will know that he is in a state of low pressure at this moment, which is a sign of a very bad mood. Edgar seemed to be accustomed to Preston's attitude towards him, and just smiled and said, "Lieutenant General, please stay. Why don't we learn more about this case together?" Preston frowned, looked at Edgar deeply, and guessed his intentions. Then slowly said, "This case is not important enough to alarm the Vice President." Edgar smiled and said, "It's almost time to get off work, so I came to check the public sentiment." He then brushed Preston's shoulder and walked into the hall, and continued, "Besides, I heard that the Lieutenant General is here, so I am a little curious about this case." Hearing this, Preston turned his head to look at Edgar's back, and he was more and more puzzled about his intentions. But when he turned around and saw that the two guards who were protecting him were still standing near the door like a mountain, he knew that he would not let him leave first no matter what he said. After a brief thought, Preston turned in a different direction and walked towards Edgar. In just 2 minutes, the other party had already started talking to Luo Yao. Luo Yao seemed to be more afraid of Edgar, who looked like a smiling tiger, and treated him with more attention than in front of Preston. Preston glanced at him, and could immediately read his body language. Luo Yao's thumb and index finger kept rubbing against each other, sometimes hard and sometimes light, accompanied by the micro-movement of picking nails. His slightly bent body seemed to want to evacuate Edgar's direction desperately. Edgar was still the same. He did not go straight to the point with the manager in charge of IC Bank. Compared with Preston, who asked about the situation of the case when he arrived here, he asked about the current resumption of work of the bank, and asked Luo Yao how many people's jobs were affected by the fire on the second floor. If necessary, the bank could apply for work accident compensation subsidies from the government on their behalf. Hearing what Edgar said, Luo Yao's tense mood seemed to relax a lot. He didn't expect that the vice president would come to their bank in person to talk about such a topic of compassion for the people's daily work. Luo Yao showed a grateful smile on his face and said, "Thank you for the vice president's kindness. I would like to thank you on behalf of the colleagues who suffered in the company." Edgar waved his hand gently, without saying much official words, but just slightly turned his head to look at Preston, who was walking towards him, and then changed the subject to Luo Yao and said, "Lieutenant General Preston and I need to go to the crime scene to take a look. There should be no problem on your side, right? Mr. Luo should not be on the passenger starship cabin at this time, but it is a bit inhumane to call him back temporarily." Hearing this, Luo Yao's smile froze, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Preston fixed his eyes on Edgar and said, "I didn't expect the vice president to be so curious about the crime scene." Edgar smiled and said nothing. He just looked around at the location of the fire escape and walked towards the inconspicuous staircase near the door. Next to the staircase is the elevator entrance used by the entire building. But at this moment, there is a yellow warning sign in front of it, indicating the slogan, "Take the elevator to the 3rd floor." Edgar glanced at the warning sign and pushed the door into the staircase. Seeing this, Preston glanced at Luo Yao, who was now a little dumbfounded, and then slowly followed Edgar, who had disappeared at the staircase. Compared with the hidden knife in this sentence, Edgar's ability is indeed better than this. A warning banner was hung at the entrance of the 2nd floor, but the door of the bank storage room was slightly open because the things inside had been moved out. Apart from being the scene of the crime, it was no longer necessary to guard it strictly. Edgar directly picked up the banner and went in. He walked into the entrance of the corridor and came to the storage room. He slowly pushed open the 70mm thick intelligent monitoring anti-theft door. He even turned around and smiled at Preston, who had an expressionless face. "I heard that this intelligent monitoring anti-theft door also had some problems." "Interesting," Preston just replied coldly. "The vice president really has many eyes and ears." Edgar smiled but said nothing. He left the door open for Preston and went into the storage room. The storage room had been emptied, leaving only rows of safes of various sizes with red lights on and waiting to be stored. Some of them had indeed been partially melted by the fire, and the smooth floor was covered with white dry powder for extinguishing fires, forming a sharp contrast with the blackened roof. Edgar looked at the crime scene and couldn't help but sigh. If this is renovated, it will probably cost at least 2 million. After all, the surveillance is broken. Preston looked at him, but said without hesitation, "I thought this kind of thing would be the work of the vice president." Edgar denied with a deep smile, "I am not interested in Elay." After that, He began to walk around in the storage room. Preston did not comment on Edgar's denial. He did not want to miss this opportunity to visit the scene in person. So he began to observe. Although he knew that there would be no useful clues left for him at the scene. This was obviously a conspiracy. But why this matter was targeted at Healy, that remains to be figured out. After walking around for a minute or two, Edgar came to Preston again and said meaningfully, "I didn't expect that as Healy's boss. You not only take care of him at work, but also care about his private life. I have an unwritten idea about this. Are you Harris family interested in adopting Healy as an adopted son? After all, this is an old tradition in your family." Listening to Edgar's words that were full of temptation and hint, Preston somewhat guessed Edgar's intention, and he only gave him a cold look in return. However, Edgar didn't care about it, and still had a smiling look. But there was a hint of coldness in his smiling eyes. And he stared at Preston and continued, "I still can't figure out why Tangyu chose you. Without you, maybe Tangyu would be a child of our Scott family, and would be named after the Scott family instead of Tang." This made Preston's face even colder, and he said, "I wonder what the vice president wants to say in the end." Edgar chuckled and returned to his smiling look. He did not continue the topic with gunpowder properties, but suddenly said meaningfully, "Do you know what is in the freezer that Healy left here?" Hearing this question, Preston's inquiring eyes immediately shot to Edgar. But Edgar's smile made people more unpredictable. He even continued with a rhythmic tone, "It is the material for Tangyu to make the resistance agent." Hearing such an explanation, Preston's eyes rarely showed a trace of surprise. And then asked coldly, "You actually monitored him?" Edgar did not comment on this, but still smiled and talked about another topic. "This reminds me of an interesting thing." Preston's face became colder and colder. Edgar liked to appreciate his passive expression. He paused for a few seconds before saying, "Tangyu is your son. He should be close to the Harris family. But in the matter of the resistance agent, he would rather ask Healy, who was entrusted with an important task by the military, to keep the important materials, rather than let the Harris family get the advantage of being close to the water. However, Tangyu is a man with ideas, and the Harris family cannot control him." Edgar unexpectedly said it very bluntly. But Preston just restrained his expression and fell silent, lowering his eyes slightly. Seeing him like this, Edgar couldn't guess Preston's thoughts for a while. But one of his purposes was to provoke the relationship between the Harris family and Tangyu. Preston cared so much about the Harris family that he couldn't help but mind Tangyu's behavior. It was because Preston valued the Harris family too much that Tangyu suffered in the second half of her life. He could only watch his relationship with Tangyu become more and more distant. In the matter of the resistance agent, as long as the Harris family was defensive against Tangyu, they would not be able to cooperate tacitly. A large part of the reason why Tangyu could get to where he is now was because he relied on the support of the Harris family. Once he had dirty dealings with the Harris family, no matter how smart he was, his offense and defense would become very fragile. Moreover, Tangyu and Preston's father-son relationship was not very good. If Preston was brainwashed on one side, and Tangyu was slightly provoked on the other side, it would be difficult for the two sides to continue to cooperate to a large extent. This was the result he wanted. The atmosphere between the two was silent for about 2 minutes. And Edgar started talking to himself again. He said, "Who do you think took the freezer? If Tangyu comes back and finds out that his experimental materials are lost, with his temper, he will definitely make a big fuss, and even affect the evaluation and selection of the general." After saying this, Edgar smiled and turned to the door of the storage room, and did not stay here any longer. He said again, "The clue is too clear. Let's wait for Healy and Tangyu to come back and discuss it. I still have to guard against the extreme radicals doing something unfavorable to Tangyu, so I won't accompany the lieutenant general for long." Preston has figured out Edgar's intention at this moment. The other party is nothing more than trying to sow discord. But his behavior also gave him a little warning. If other people in the Harris family were facing Edgar at this moment, they might really be instigated by him. However, Tangyu still trusted Healy so much, which made Preston feel anxious. Watching Edgar's gradually receding back, Preston narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of defensiveness and coldness finally emerged from his forbearance on his face. Chapter 46. Healy led his team to capture a scavenger beetle alive. When they went to the last numbered area for collection, they encountered a small group of scavenger beetles with only 7 or 8 individuals. It happened that not long ago, Dean Jiang sent them a message through the military control room, saying that they needed to bring back a live specimen of a scavenger beetle. The image of the mutant scavenger beetle that Lei and his team brought back more than a month ago has been circulated among the senior management of the Institute and various branches. After some discussion, the top scavenger beetle research team in Gaia City has now arrived at the Institute building in Xietian City, preparing to conduct drastic research on the newly mutated scavenger beetle. Due to the difficult research conditions, the latest specimens of carrion beetles used by the Science and Technology City were provided by the military 2 months ago. Previous studies have shown that carrion beetles have entered a bottleneck period of evolutionary variation, and the replication of the entire gene chain is even regressing. For example, the hardness of its shell is decreasing, and its defense is slightly weaker than before. When the research results came out, they also speculated whether the carrion beetles could no longer adapt to the environment of the Earth and entered a period of evolutionary variation attenuation. However, when they saw the images of the carrion beetles, they realized that the carrion beetles were not degenerating, but changing the direction of evolution. However, the reverse evolution of phytochemical transformation has never occurred in the biological world. Even if the scavenging beetle has merged some genes of fungi, it cannot completely regress and evolve. The most human can think of is Cordyceps sinensis, which is infected by fungi and produces the phenomenon of insect-plant combination. From the video, the scavenging beetle must first evolve and grow into the shape of a human heart before it can be phytochemical. But why it chooses to evolve in this way has become a complete mystery in the eyes of humans. Is it because the plants on the earth are becoming increasingly scarce, and the scavenging beetle, as a part of nature, is willing to sacrifice its life and freedom and become a tree rooted in the earth? The golden spore-like balls it produces are also full of mystery. The researcher at the Environmental Testing Center who studied this thing reported that he had analyzed it to a certain extent and would announce the results in a few days. By then, the City of Science and Technology may have a clearer understanding of the carrion beetle. After the collection mission was completely completed, the group quickly set off to return to Xietian City. After the return meeting, Tang Yu went directly back to the sterile operating room to prepare for some more research. At this time, Professor Adana, who took over his physical examination for Asa, sent him a copy of Asa's physical data. He took advantage of the time to return to the city to carefully examine it, and also pulled out Meng Chang's previous physical data to compare the speed of the two people's immune system repair under the effect of the resistance agent. Lei came from the control room and called Tang Yu, who was concentrating on the holographic projection screen. When he passed the door, he asked him to go down to the basement of the starship cabin to see the scavenger beetle. Tang Yu looked up and asked, "What has changed?" Lei looked worried and replied, "The anesthetic that you said would take effect for an hour has expired." Now the scavenger beetle seems to be very agitated. Tang Yu frowned slightly when he heard this. It has been less than half an hour since he caught the scavenger beetle. It seems that he still doesn't know this bug well enough. When the scavenger beetle was brought back, all its limbs had been broken and it was injected with the anesthetic he specially prepared. However, when it was brought into the cage in the starship cabin, it had recovered intact. The insect fluid that had not yet dried on the shell seemed to mock human beings' overestimation of their own abilities, which showed its tenacious vitality. "Then I'll go take a look." After saying that, he turned off the holographic projection screen and walked towards Lei. The two went down to the basement together. There was only dim light here, and from a distance, Tang Yu heard the muffled sound of hard objects hitting metal mixed with the roar of the engine. The cage in the basement of the starship cabin was made of a new alloy with memory elasticity. It was difficult for ordinary people to break through, including the scavenger beetle. However, listening to the bang 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 sound of the scavenger beetle hitting the wall, Tang Yu felt that the cage seemed a bit fragile in front of the powerful scavenger beetle. Just now, his attention was not on the scavenger beetle. Now, if he carefully felt the mental magnetic field of the scavenger beetle, he could indeed feel its irritability. But this mental magnetic field, or information magnetic field, seemed to be mixed with a fear of being manipulated. Tang Yu inexplicably thought of the anthropomorphic carrion beetle, and the spirit that controlled the carrion beetle's evolution and parasitized it. He followed Lei silently as he approached the cage. As if sensing the approach of humans, the carrion beetle's irritable behavior suddenly stopped, and it turned to swing its tail towards them, raising its sharp catching legs very alertly and aggressively. Lei stared at the carrion beetle through the observation window and said, "In the past, the carrion beetles knocked down by anesthetics would be paralyzed for more than 10 minutes. But after recovery, They still had the sequelae of the anesthetics, and behaved very quietly. Hearing this, Tang Yu pondered for a few seconds, then looked at the carrion beetle inside and said, "Could it be that my anesthetic had a counter effect?" He shook his head. It shouldn't be. He took a small black square instrument from his waist and attached it to the cage wall, and then opened the holographic projection screen to connect to the speaker in the control room. "Hilya, I'm ready here. Start scanning the data of the scavenger beetle." "Got it." Hilya's voice soon came from the holographic projection screen. After receiving Hilei's prompt, Hilya in the control room began to quickly operate the analysis instrument on the console, racing against time to analyze the data of the current neural state of the scavenger beetle. This black instrument is an ultrasonic penetrator that can penetrate the magnetic field emitted by the scavenger beetle and reflect its neural fluctuations back. Previous studies have shown that carrion beetles have a certain degree of intelligence and social attributes, as can be seen from the fact that they often move and live in groups. However, their unique information feelers, which are composed of nerve fibers similar to those extending from the brain, are still a research point that humans have not yet cracked. As if feeling the interference of ultrasound, the carrion beetle became agitated again, and its 3 golden information feelers quickly emerged from the gap in its head and kept waving in the air. After a comparison and summary, Hilya has obtained preliminary data. He contacted Hilei and reported, "Brother Lei, the cup-shaped body in the original brain area of this insect is abnormally active, and it seems that something outside has been stimulating it." "External stimulation?" Hilei repeated in a deep voice. "Yes," Hilya replied confidently, and he added, "Its back of the brain is also active, searching for information all the time." Hearing this analysis, Hilei pondered silently. Tang Yu also fell into thought because of this. After thinking about it for a while, he suddenly thought of something. He said to Hilei, "Go and get that freezer?" Hilei was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered something. He looked at Tang Yu and said slowly, "You mean?" Tang Yu met Hilei's eyes seeking affirmation and nodded gently. Hilei frowned even more. He didn't say anything else, but immediately turned back in the direction he came from. "Wait here first. I'll be back soon. Be careful." Tang Yu nodded and turned his eyes to the observation window again. Soon Hilei turned back with a cold silver freezer in his hand, which contained the magical thing he dug out from the sand in Area 40 that day. As Tang Yu guessed, as Hilei approached, the scavenger beetle gradually changed. Its restless state slowly eased, and the information tentacles no longer waved randomly, but slowly retracted. Tang Yu could sense the changes in the scavenger beetle. At this moment, it was like a naughty child meeting a strict parent, trembling and awe-inspiring and quiet. This suddenly reminded Tang Yu of something else, which was the video recorded by Hilei and his team when they first saw the mutant carrion beetle. At that time, a group of carrion beetles surrounded the red cocoon like a pilgrim, and the one that emerged from the cocoon was a further evolved mutant carrion beetle with a human heart. That scene was similar to a group of desperate humans who finally let out the god who could save them through some means, and they were in awe of him and relied on him. At this moment, Tang Yu was more and more confused about the carrion beetle. Perhaps his mother had a deep study and understanding of the carrion beetle, but she was dead, and even the neuron electronic chip that recorded a lot of information about the carrion beetle could no longer restore any information because of her accidental death. At this time, a somewhat surprised voice came from Hilya. "Brother Lei, the active brain area of this insect has actually calmed down. What is in your hand?" Because the freezer boxes look almost identical except for the different numbers of the smart locks. Hilya and others did not immediately think of what was in the freezer box in Hilei's hand, because Tang Yu said that this thing should be kept secret. Hilei did not explain it to Hilya and others, but just said, "Continue to monitor?" "Yes," Hilya replied. He glanced at the freezer box on the monitoring display, and vaguely remembered that in the 40th area, Lu Su handed a freezer box to Brother Lei with a serious expression. The more he thought about it, the more he came up with an idea. However, he did not intend to discuss it with Tang Yu and the others. Instead, he continued to analyze the data sent back by the ultrasonic penetrator. At this time, the quiet carrion beetle moved again. It extended the golden information feeler again, slowly explored in the air, and then touched the transparent observation window, moving back and forth, like a child reaching for the window to look out. "It's amazing," Tang Yu exclaimed as he looked at the scene. Hilei's eyes moved from the freezer to Tang Yu, And then he looked at the golden information feeler on the observation window. The carrion beetle inside had put down its high-raised capture foot, and the strong hostility and aggression just now were no longer much. He turned off the communication and asked Tang Yu, "What do you know?" Tang Yu thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be ensuring the safety of the things in the freezer." He showed a puzzled expression and raised the things in his hand. This thing was dug out in the 40th area, and this bug was caught in the 35th area. They are too far apart. He meant that how could the bugs in the two places have a sense of each other? He added, the previous research report did not have this explanation. Even if it has ethnic characteristics, it should be divided into regions. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and thought about it, and said, "Then can we guess that the new mutation of the scavenger beetle may be able to link the information network of all scavenger beetles?" Such speculation made Helay's expression more serious and silent, because the current carrion beetle was still an unknown number, and he could not add any assumptions to Tang Yu's conjecture. During this period of thinking, Tang Yu was attracted by the notification sound of strange messages from the neuron electronic chip. He immediately became alert, and had already screened the possible senders in his mind. After a few seconds, he opened the holographic projection screen and clicked on the strange message. In fact, this was not a strange message, because the chat box still had the message sent by the sender last time. Tang Yu looked at the picture that Edgar sent him again and fell into silence. Chapter 47. The picture shows a fire accident scene. Looking at the rows of safes in the picture, Tang Yu's expression suddenly became heavy. He immediately thought of the bank where he stored the resist material, before he could think about Edgar's intention. Another paragraph of text came immediately after, which also made him understand the cause and effect. There was a fire in the storage room on the second floor of IC Bank. Major General, his things disappeared. I heard from the Harris family that those were the resist materials you asked Major General he to help you store? Seeing such information, Tang Yu's mood became a little complicated. He couldn't understand Edgar's intention to tell him this matter. He didn't just want to tell him that the material of the resistance agent was lost. Edgar mentioned the Harris family, and said that he got this information from the Harris family. If this is true, it means that the Harris family also sent people to monitor him. And it also means that there is a traitor in the Harris family. But no matter how you think about it, Edgar's intention to sow discord between him and the Harris family is very obvious. But this does not seem to be in line with Edgar's style. Just like the time when he took Ming Chong away for a talk and sent him a photo of the conversation. On the surface, it was to sow discord between him and the experimenter. But people couldn't help but feel that he had another purpose. Seeing Tang Yu's expression getting worse, Helay became alert and asked, "What happened?" Tang Yu looked at him, hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "Have you reported to Lieutenant General Freston about my storage of the resistance agent materials?" Hearing this, Helay's eyes sternly shook his head slowly and asked again, "What happened?" Tang Yu slid the holographic projection screen in front of Helay and said, "It involves the Harris family." Helay was a little surprised, looking at the new and old information in the dialog box. His expression became more serious. Thinking back to what happened before, he slowly said, "Edgar?" He didn't expect Edgar to directly trouble Tang Yu about Ming Chang's matter. But Tang Yu concealed this matter from him, which made him feel a little complicated. However, according to the latest information, there seems to be an unknown contradiction between Tang Yu and Edgar in addition to the problem of radicals. This made Helay even more nervous about Tang Yu. Tang Yu nodded in agreement with Helay's guess, and said, "Go and ask Lieutenant General Freston for information." Helay did not respond to him immediately, but looked at him with a serious face and said with a very firm tone, "I will not let Edgar hurt you." Tang Yu did not expect Helay to say such a thing at this time, and his heart skipped a beat for a moment, knowing that Helay was caring about him. Tang Yu resisted the urge to touch him intimately, but his eyes became much softer, and he said to him softly, "Thank you. I will also protect myself." When he said this, Tang Yu's blue eyes became very bright and gentle. Helay looked into the other's eyes, and was nervous for a second for no reason. In order to cover up his abnormality, Helay could only calm down and pretend to be calm, slightly moving his eyes away and looking at the observation window on the side. According to the decision of the return meeting, the starship cabin will circle around the 38th area to check the situation in the center of the valley. Not only did Hylia get attacked by the anthropomorphic evolution of the scavenger beetles, but the sudden emergence of the scavenger beetles from the lake is also a point that needs to be explored. And the abnormal growth of fungi there is also a mystery. Soon the starship cabin arrived above the center of the valley. Through the color images sent back by the monitoring, the group of people saw the situation in the center of the valley clearly. In just a few days, the lake that originally gathered in the center of the valley has almost evaporated, revealing a dark hole 4 or 5 meters wide. The true face of the lake is also completely revealed. The trees here have not disappeared, but because the ground here broke and collapsed, the trees fell. At this moment, these tree trunks of varying thicknesses are soaking in the mud that has not yet dried up, and some trees have even begun to rot. What is surprising is that the colorful fungi continue to expand and grow to the periphery of the valley center. The trees in the center of the valley that were contaminated by miasma have withered apart, and the edges look dead. If it continues at this speed, this valley will be destroyed by these fungi in a short time. Compared to Tang Yu's calmness in the face of danger, Dill and the others were much more shocked. They looked at each other in bewilderment, but they all looked helpless. Watching this scene, Tang Yu came up with a fairly reasonable guess. The center of the valley was lower because of the ground subsidence. The rain or shallow groundwater that seeped out of the valley flowed here and gathered to form a lake. There happened to be a nest of scavenging beetles underneath. When they approached, the scavenging beetles sensed the human breath and broke out of the lake. The cave formed in the center of the lake also drained the lake water, resulting in the current situation. The colorful fungi are the product of the collapse of the ground in the center of the valley. The collapse of the ground produced some kind of radiation that caused the fungi to mutate, allowing them to continue to germinate, grow, disperse, and wither. 2 days ago, he studied the fungal specimens taken from here in the starship cabin and found that the speed of producing ascospores was many times faster than that of ordinary fungi. He took out a little frozen mycelium for thawing and cultivation, and in less than 5 minutes, a palm-sized clump was reproduced. Before the formation of spores, these mutant fungi carried out nuclear fusion and meiosis in the ascus. After the single chromosome replicated to form a diploid, it continued to replicate to form a tetraploid. After the tetraploid split into 8 haploid nuclei, it continued to carry out the next step of mitosis to form 16 nuclei, and then formed ascospores after being coated by secretions. Under this mutation, the fungus that originally reproduced by fission at the power of 8 became fission at the power of 16, which is almost 2 times the original reproduction speed. This is similar to the newly mutated PCIH virus in a way, and the mutation speeds up their reproduction. As for this radiation, he has not studied it clearly. The particle flow of this radiation will be weakened a lot after passing through the surface and then penetrating the fungus. The harm to the human body has become insignificant, but it does change the genetic sequence of the fungus and even allows the fungus to obtain a stable genetic structure for rapid reproduction. In fact, this situation is similar to the stem cell anthropomorphic development to promote skin cell proliferation technology and cell healing catalyst he studied before. He got inspiration from nuclear radiation and found a radioactive substance to replace nuclear radiation to experiment on cells, and obtained the results of accelerating cell fission reproduction. He felt that he really needed to study the particle flow that caused the fungus to mutate, and perhaps it could be applied to his new round of experiments. But in general, from the PCIH virus mutation to the scavenger beetle mutation to the fungus mutation, all of them indicate that the current Earth and human beings will face a crisis that is difficult to resolve. Dill looked at the very dangerous scene in the center of the valley and immediately suggested, "Brother Lei, do you want to go down and take immediate destructive action against these fungi? These fungi are like scavenger beetles, sweeping away everything they see. Next time we come, we may not see any trees." Lei did not make a decision immediately, but looked at Tang Yu. "What do you think, Professor Tang?" Tang Yu stared at the display screen and said calmly, "This kind of thing should be handed over to the Environmental Monitoring Center and the Research Institute. Let them come to investigate the situation on the spot." What Tang Yu said was exactly what Lei thought. He said, "I think Professor Tang is right. I will report the information to Dean Jiang and the Minister of Environmental Monitoring tonight, and leave the matter to the Research Institute and the Environmental Monitoring Center." Hilya and Dill agreed with Tang Yu's statement. But Lemons also said one more thing with concern. What if the miasma produced by the decay of fungi spreads into the jungle? What if the animals in it escape into the desert? It's a dead end. This made several people silent. And Susie also worriedly said, "There are not many wild animals surviving. Every time a life dies, humans will lose a precious earth resource." Lei thought about it and made a decision. first arrange to drop a few purification bombs. And Hilya will immediately report the situation here to the control room. Hilya nodded and immediately connected the channel of the control room. Because he returned to the place where he was attacked. His neuralgic headache seemed to be acting up again. The slight pain extended from his brain to his scalp, which made him feel terrified, and his face gradually turned pale. However, he still pretended to be indifferent, and did not let others notice his abnormality at this serious moment. He quickly ordered the task, asking Alva to adjust the data and launch the purification bomb immediately, and at the same time asked Deer and Lu Su to go down to the ground to install a biological dispersal device that could affect a radius of 500 meters. He also carefully reminded the two of them, the carrion beetles here may not be completely evacuated. Pay attention to safety. Yes. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the personnel going to the ground, Tang Yu said to Lu Su, "Can you help me bring some soil samples up?" Hearing this proposal, Dill first showed his confusion and said, "Professor Tang, you are not a researcher at the Environmental Monitoring Center. What do you want this thing for?" Tang Yu did not answer him, but Lu Su responded readily, "Professor Tang, I promise to complete the task." He looked at Tang Yu and asked, "Are there any new discoveries?" Tang Yu pondered for 2 seconds and nodded slowly. His answer surprised and delighted several people except He. Lemon smiled honestly and said, "Professor Tang is indeed worthy of being Professor Tang. He can always find a glimmer of life in desperate situations." Dill sneered at this and told Lu Su to get back to work. Tang Yu didn't express much for such praise, but just changed the subject without leaving a trace. In less than 5 minutes, Dill and Lu Su left the starship cabin and returned. Alva also took the opportunity to drop the purification bomb at the set triangular fixed point. After the purification bomb was dropped into the edge of the open space in the center of the valley, white mist immediately spread out, blending with the gray-black miasma, and gradually sinking to the bottom. The group observed the situation for 10 minutes, and when they saw that the situation had improved, they started to leave here and continued to return to Qiantian City. After landing at the North Gate military ship parking field, Tang Yu and his team asked the epidemic prevention personnel to do the A reagent test. And then, they were taken to the isolation room for isolation in accordance with the newly released epidemic prevention regulations. After a day, they were confirmed to be still not infected before they could leave here. After entering Qiantian City, Tang Yu and his team also resumed external contact. While still in the isolation room, they learned about the fire at IC Bank and the loss of Helay's deposited items. Chapter 48. Tang Yu just calmly looked through the various comments about this incident on the internet, and Helay's face was just a little colder than usual. Before the two parties could express their opinions, the members of Helay's team were already angry about this matter. There are many conspiracy theories on the internet, and each one is very reasonable. Dill and the others almost cursed. From the perspective of the Marine Exploration Battalion, although the person who lost the things was Helay, it also concerns their entire Marine Exploration Battalion. The incident happened during an out-of-town mission, which is tantamount to having their home robbed. It is unbearable for any soldier. Not long after, Dill turned off the holographic projection screen with an angry face, walked to a corner of the isolation room with a fierce momentum, and roughly dragged Ijanin, who was cowering there, in front of several people, and asked sternly, "Tell me, is this also a conspiracy?" Dill suspected that the Minister of Environmental Measurement and Major General Abner were still targeting their brother Lei, no matter whether the things deposited by Helay were valuable or cheap. One thing was beyond doubt. It was a provocation to them. Ever since Ijanin experienced the super evolution of the carrion beetle, his mind has been in a trance. At this moment, he was treated rudely by Dill. It took him several seconds to react. He quickly shook his head tremblingly. I don't know anything." Dill snorted coldly, pushed him away, and looked at Helay and said, "Brother Lei, they are really bullying us too much. They can do anything dirty while we are out on a mission." Helay patted his shoulder and told him to be calm. Hilya thought and said, "Brother Lei, I will ask Wang Jing to check some recent information of IC Bank." Helay didn't say much, just said, "Wait for the results of the security team's investigation." Dill rolled his eyes directly. "Brother Lei, when did you become such a person?" Even Lemon said helplessly, "It's probably difficult to wait for the results. Everyone knows the situation of the security team." Lu Su also said, "And if there is more than one person behind this, it may be difficult to get back on track." This made several people fall into silence. listening to the discussion of several people. Tang Yu turned his eyes from the holographic projection screen to He Lei, and said slowly, "He Lei, let them check." After a pause, he said, "The thing that He Lei lost is actually the material for making the resistance agent that I asked him to deposit." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Dill picked his ears, thinking that he had heard wrongly. "Professor Tang, this is an isolation room, not an opera house where you recite scripts. If the resistance agent material is lost, what can you use to make life-saving medicine?" The second half of Dill's sentence actually lifted everyone's spirits, and they immediately became sober. Dill was right. If the material of the resistance agent was really lost, this matter would be very serious. After Suzy thought for a moment, he became more and more worried. Let's put aside the importance of the material of the resistance agent for the time being. In this case, this matter is actually aimed at Professor Tang? Although He Lei didn't know the purpose of Tang Yu's direct disclosure of this matter, he also cooperated with a hum, which was regarded as a hammer to determine the nature of this matter. For a while, several people fell silent again. Alva said, "Since the resistance agent was exposed, Professor Tang has been targeted. Is it still the work of the radicals this time?" Dill pointed at Izhinen, who was shrinking like a quail, and said contemptuously, "Look, that guy's boss is just a half bottle of vinegar radical." This made Izhinen shrink his body even more, trying harder to reduce his presence, and he didn't even dare to say a word to defend himself. The fear and panic on his face seemed to have encountered a strong attacking carrion beetle. Tang Yu glanced at Izhinen and asked him, "Mr. E, should we send you home directly or to the environmental testing center?" Hearing Tang Yu's words directed at him, Izhinen was immediately refreshed and couldn't help swallowing hard. He looked at Tang Yu cautiously and fearfully, and said incoherently, "Report? Report first. Environmental Testing Center. Send me here." Although he was not in good spirits, he could still react and realize that Tang Yu mentioned him at this time to remind him to complete the tasks assigned by the other party. Tang Yu had left him with a deep fear, and he dared not to carry out the other party's orders. In his mind, he felt that Tang Yu was even more terrifying than He Lei. He Lei also took the opportunity to say, "Lu Su, you are responsible for protecting Mr. Yi's safety in the next 2 days. You and Alva will deliver the samples needed by the Environmental Testing Center together." "Yes." Lu Su and Alva also looked at Izhinen and took the task seriously. Izhinen glanced at everyone obscurely and carefully, and felt that his situation was becoming more and more difficult. Although Major General He and his men did not explicitly state their treatment of him, letting him return to the Environmental Testing Center intact was itself a highly purposeful act, which was more painful than letting him die directly. And if the Minister of Environmental Testing knew that he not only failed in his mission, but also exposed everything, he would definitely be even more miserable. Thinking of this, Izhinen's mood became even more depressed. He had had enough of this situation where he could not die even though he clearly wanted to. Just when everyone was discussing a result, Tang Yu's holographic projection screen popped up, and a video call came in. He glanced over, and saw that it was Asa who called. Tang Yu glanced at the surroundings and clicked to connect. Asa's face with a gentle smile suddenly appeared on the holographic projection screen. "Good evening, Professor Tang. Did I disturb your quarantine?" Asa greeted politely on the other end of the video. Tang Yu replied indifferently, "Fortunately. Are you feeling better? I looked at your data, and there is no big problem." Speaking of this, Asa's smile became even brighter. His deep blue eyes seemed to be a clear starry sky, shining with stars. "It's much better now. I want to thank you very much." Tang Yu just said, "Nothing." Asa smiled again. "By the way, my father asked me to pick you up at the North Gate Military Shipyard tomorrow. I will come here early in the morning and wait for your 24-hour quarantine to end." Tang Yu didn't say much about this, just hummed softly. At this time, Yasa frowned again and said to Tang Yu, "You should know about the IC Bank. I asked my father, and he said that the security team still has no clues about the item that Major General He Lei lost. It was a freezer." He paused and guessed. "Is it related to you?" Tang Yu didn't expect Yasa to guess this matter so quickly. He didn't answer directly, but ended the conversation with Yasa with one sentence. "I will tell you about this matter in detail tomorrow. Please help me find Ming Chong and ask him to take Miss Gigi to the laboratory to wait for me tomorrow." Hearing Tang Yu's answer, Asa knew that the other party had figured it out, and his face relaxed again, and he didn't talk to him anymore. "I know. I will tell Ming Chong. I will pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." After saying that, Asa said hello again and hung up the call. He listened quietly to Tang Yu and Asa's video call. Seeing that he turned off the holographic projection screen, he said in a slightly cold voice, I plan to take you to the military building to report the situation to the marshal and have another meeting. He didn't expect France to act so quickly. Tang Yu had just returned to Qiantian City, and he was eager to take him back to the private laboratory. Tang Yu didn't expect He Lei to have such a plan, but he directly refused and said, I have to focus on the resistance agent now. I will not participate in the new mutant carrion beetle and the valley near the 38th area for the time being. In response, Hilya was surprised and said, Professor Tang doesn't plan to participate in this matter? Tang Yu was silent, and after a few seconds he said, let's talk about it later. I don't have so much energy now. His words made several people silent. Tang Yu's current situation really didn't have much energy to pay attention to this matter. He pondered for a while before saying, that's it. I'll ask you if there is anything. In fact, he still hasn't figured out the real purpose of Tang Yu being sent out of Qiantian City by the super government and the military. Maybe Tang Yu has noticed something. After all, the matter of the freezer was a strategy he arranged to lure the snake out of its hole. It depends on who will take the bait. After Asa ended the video call with Tang Yu, he packed up the literature reports on the test bench and left the laboratory to go home, thinking that he would see Tang Yu again tomorrow. He felt better. In just 5 days, he has already gotten rid of the assistance of the wheelchair. This is something he had never thought of before. His body was too weak before. Although he didn't want to end his life, he never had much hope for his future life. He must share his joy with Tang Yu and praise his achievements in the resistance agent, with him as an experimenter who has achieved good results. I believe Tang Yu will soon be able to clear the charge of being a spiritual parasite. When he arrived at the door of his house, Asa was still in an excited state. Opening the door and walking in, Asa saw that his father, who had been extremely busy in the past few days, had returned home. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa and reading a note in his hand, but his expression was unexpectedly gloomy with hidden anger. Asa was a little surprised for a while, because his father rarely appeared in such a situation, and he seemed to be so absent-minded that he didn't even notice that he had returned. He walked over gently and asked worriedly, Father, what happened to you? Hearing Asa's voice, France suddenly came back from his angry thoughts. He quickly put away the note in his hand, restored his smiling face, looked at Asa and said gently, You are back. How do you feel today? Asa did not hear what France said clearly. His eyes were just staring at the note that was suddenly clenched in his father's hand. If he saw it correctly, the word hello written in English on the note seemed to be written by Tang Yu. Tang Yu was used to writing the horizontal line in the middle of H to the upper right, and the whole H looked a bit like a mirrored in. He had read some of Tang Yu's experimental notes, and was familiar with his handwriting. He should not have read it wrong. But why did his father have a note with the word hello written by Tang Yu? Asa was a little confused. He approached France and was ready to ask. However, at this time, he saw something on the coffee table that he had not noticed just now. A freezer, and the smart lock on it was broken. He could not see it from a distance just now, but now he could directly see that the indicator light was flashing because the freezer was damaged. Seeing this, Asa's words were stuck in his throat. If there was no problem with his excellent memory, then the freezer on his coffee table at this moment should be the freezer that Tang Yu brought when he made the resistance agent before. In just a few seconds, Asa had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He felt that the fire at IC Bank that caused the loss of deposits was exactly in line with the overwhelming conspiracy theory on the internet. And this conspiracy was the work of his father, who wanted to take the materials for making resistance agents while Tang Yu was not in Qiantian City. Thinking of this, Asa felt more and more heartbroken. He wanted to discard the idea that was spreading in his mind, but his intuition always pointed to his father. He suddenly remembered another thing. A few days ago, the public panic about the new variant PCIH virus broke out. Could this also be deliberately manipulated by his father? Because it was his father who sent people to deal with the infection of the virus at that time. Later, Tang Yu also participated in this matter, and pushed the impact of this matter to the climax. Perhaps some people would suspect that Tang Yu deliberately guided this matter. After all, the greater the impact of the resistance agent, the greater the benefit to Tang Yu. But the incident happened too suddenly, and Tang Yu had been with him all the time, so he had no chance to do so. In this way, his father is more suspicious. He treated Tang Yu like this, and even ruled out the possibility of him and Tang Yu conspiring. His father's behavior has completely stood on the opposite side of all mankind, regardless of the life and death of mankind. At this moment, Asa has started a struggle in his heart, because the one who did these things was his father, who he always respected and loved. In the end, he still pointed to the freezer on the coffee table heavily and asked, "Father, is this freezer filled with Tang Yu's resistance agent material?" Chapter 49. Hearing this, Francis' smile paused. However, he didn't care if Asa exposed this matter to him directly. After all, Asa had been in the laboratory and could recognize Tang Yu's things. He regained his smiling face, just took the freezer on the coffee table, gently opened the unlocked lid, and put the crumpled note in his hand. He said, "I know you will definitely find out about this. But as you can see, your father was fooled. Tang Yu is very smart. He deliberately kept a trick. I just don't know if the super government and the military sent him out of Chitian City because of this matter, or if it's just that I was too eager and impulsive." France was very honest with his son, but Asa couldn't help but clench his palms when he heard his words involving political struggles. He had a little disappointment on his face. "Father, why did you do this? We should help Tang Yu, not stab him in the back. The doctrine of the Badoha Church is not like this." Listening to Asa's words full of justice, France leaned back on the sofa helplessly. He looked away from his indignant son and looked down at the freezer in his hand. He stared at the cold silver box with a defocused look, and said slowly, "Asa, you are still too naive. The bishop takes the lead in abiding by the doctrine. I am not only the head of the Badoha Church, but also the manager of the Delno family." This made Asa silent immediately. His father did have multiple identities, and therefore, his father's thoughts and actions were full of complex meanings. But after a moment, he still said with some disappointment, "But your ambitions and aspirations should not be based on the dire situation of all mankind. That is completely self-destruction." In response, France just smiled at Asa and said, "You are right. This time I was too anxious. Don't worry. I will not let Tang Yu have any accidents, and the resistance agent will be released smoothly. You get along well with Tang Yu, and the connection between the Delno family and Tang Yu will be completed by you in the future." Asa shook his head sadly and said, "I feel very guilty towards Tang Yu now. He will appear in the laboratory next door tomorrow to do experiments. As you said, his resistance agent materials are not lost. But I feel that I can no longer face him calmly. He is the benefactor who saved my life. Don't you feel the same way, Father?" Hearing what Asa said, France also shook his head, and his expression gradually became heavy. He said to Asa earnestly, "Asa, I really protected you too well in the past. If one day I go with your mother, who will protect you?" These words made Asa's pupils shrink immediately, and his emotions were surging. His father was right. In this cruel end of the world, his ideas about various struggles were indeed too naive. He thought he should grow up. Tang Yu, who was the same age as him, had become a man who could compete with the super government, radicals and his father, while he only knew how to do experiments, and was naive under the protection of his father. After a long silence, Asa said, "I will keep this a secret." France did not respond to this, but just said, "Do your experiment well. You are different from your father, me and everyone in the Delno family." After the 24-hour quarantine, Tang Yu came out of the quarantine room and parted ways with Lei and others. He went to the waiting room of the North Gate military shipyard to meet Asa, who came to pick him up, and returned to the laboratory. When Tang Yu arrived at the waiting room, he saw Asa sitting in a chair in a daze, his brown hair slightly falling on his forehead, covering his expression at the moment. He walked up and asked softly, "What are you thinking about? I saw the news online that your laboratory has made new achievements." "Congratulations." Asa was startled when he heard Tang Yu's voice suddenly. He subconsciously turned his head to look at him, and his deep blue eyes were caught off guard. But he quickly reacted, with a little apology on his face, and said, "I'm sorry. I was thinking about something just now, and I didn't notice that you had come." "It's okay," Tang Yu replied to him in an inclusive tone. He didn't stay on this matter for long, but just asked Asa to go back to the laboratory. "Let's go." "Ah. Oh. Okay." Asa's senses gradually reacted at this moment, even though he was trying very hard to restrain his guilt towards Tang Yu. This emotion was still like an invisible big hand, covering the sky above him, making it difficult for him to ignore it. As long as he thought of what his father did to Tang Yu, he was able to get rid of the wheelchair and walk among the crowd like a normal person. Every minute and every second seemed like a mistake, which made him very tormented. But Asa still tried his best to treat Tang Yu as usual. He smiled slightly and said, "I am completely relieved to see you come back safely." Tang Yu's eyes softened. "Thank you. I'm also happy for you to see that you don't have to sit in a wheelchair anymore." Asa smiled with gratitude. "This is all your credit." Hearing the affirmation of his experimental results from others, Tang Yu's mood also improved a little. But he didn't talk much about this topic, and talked to Asa about the experiment again. When talking about the topic of the experiment, Asa was immediately glad that Tang Yu didn't tell him about the fire in IC Bank right away, which gave him some buffer time. In any case, he wanted to do his best to make up for the harm Tang Yu suffered from his father. Tang Yu didn't know what Asa was thinking. On the way to the laboratory, he briefly told him the results of the analysis of his physical data in the past few days. In fact, Tang Yu himself did not expect that the resistance agent customized for Asa would have such a good effect. After entering Asa's body, this agent unexpectedly repaired Asa's already broken immune system at an unexpected speed. And this resistance agent has a tendency to update the immune system. As the name suggests, it copies Asa's original immune system and regenerates a new immune system that adapts to the current environment. In general, the results of this experiment also provide him with some research directions to a certain extent. Soon Tang Yu and Asa returned to the laboratory. When Asa returned home last night, he also went to Meng Chang's house and personally conveyed Tang Yu's words to the other party. At this moment, Meng Chang was already waiting in the laboratory with his wife Gigi. With Gigi present, Meng Chang behaved more calmly in front of Tang Yu than before. When he saw Tang Yu enter the laboratory, he just took Gigi's hand and went forward to greet him cordially. "Professor Tang, welcome back. Isn't the scenery in the desert nice?" Tang Yu took off his backpack and hung it on the hook next to him. With a smile in his eyes, he replied, "If you don't say it's dangerous, the scenery is really good. After all, you have traveled all over the earth." Meng Chang gave him a thumbs up, with admiration in his eyes. "It's a disguised public travel. I envy you so much. But it's so dangerous outside. We can't go out as calmly as you." Asa smiled and said, "You have been injected with the resistance agent. I believe you will be free soon." Meng Chang chuckled and said cheerfully, "I feel that I have gained freedom now. When performing tasks during the day, my physical energy consumption is much lower than before. Probably because my body does not have to bear such a heavy burden to cooperate with the work of the anti-high temperature biological intelligent neck ring." Hearing this, Tang Yu regained his seriousness and said, "This is a good experimental feedback. I look forward to seeing more good results in you." Then he said to the two of them, "You two should prepare for the physical data test. I want to see the latest situation." "Okay. I'm ready a long time ago. Dasa said he wanted to interview me yesterday," Meng Chang said proudly. Tang Yu just said, "Don't worry about him for now." Then he turned his eyes to Gigi, who was hiding behind Meng Chang with a timid look. "I will do a physical data test on Miss Gigi later." Meng Chang was a little surprised when he heard this and said, "Professor Tang also needs Gigi to be an experimenter?" After saying that, he thought of another question. "Speaking of this, I also want to ask Professor Tang why you asked me to bring Gigi here." Tang Yu did not answer this question directly, but only said, "The laboratory happens to have equipment. I want to understand Gigi's recovery situation." In fact, he also wanted to see the changes in Gigi's physical data after the injection of the resistance agent. Gigi is now also one of his experiments, and he used the resistance agent on the other party without asking for her consent. So he naturally has to be responsible to the end. Meng Chang showed a grateful expression after hearing this, and said loudly, "Professor Tang, if your resistance agent is released on the market, I must be the first to buy it and give it to my son Gigi." Tang Yu shook his head and said lightly, "This thing is not for sale." Meng Chang exclaimed in surprise. And Yasa was also a little unbelievable, saying to Tang Yu, "This resistance agent can be free and popularized throughout the society? Its production materials should be more difficult than blockers." Tang Yu fell silent. Yasa and Meng Chang looked at each other hesitantly, and neither could guess what Tang Yu was thinking. After a while, Tang Yu just changed the subject again. As for He Lei, after he took Hilya back to the military building to report the situation to Freston, he went directly to the marshal's office and asked the marshal to coordinate and organize a secret meeting attended only by the two of them, the president and Dean Jiang. He had something very important to report to them. The marshal looked at He Lei's serious expression, agreed to his request without further questioning, and contacted the president and Dean Jiang on the spot. In just 10 minutes, the president and Dean Jiang hurriedly stopped their work and came to the marshal's office in the military building. Dean Jiang looked at the serious-looking marshal and he lay, and his wrinkled eyebrows were so wrinkled that they could kill a fly. He lowered his voice and said to He Lei, "Little Lei, I guess you have brought back some incredible information this time? I have it recovered from the problem of the valley near the 38th area." He Lei nodded silently, then walked to the sofa where his military backpack was placed, opened the bag and took out a freezer with a cold silver light, and then walked to Dean Jiang. He said, "This is the specimen collected by Professor Tang. He asked me to pass it to you, saying that only you can research the results." Hearing this, Dean Jiang's expression became even more serious. He took the freezer from He Lei without hesitation, stared at it for 2 seconds, and sighed. "Tang Yu has always had many ideas, and he gave this matter to me." The president couldn't help asking, "What's in it?" He Lei didn't answer immediately, but popped up the holographic projection screen, checked the files downloaded from the external monitor of the starship cabin, and walked to a corner to start fiddling with the projection equipment placed there. The president and the other two followed him with worried eyes. After a while, He Lei replied, "It is related to carrion beetles. This is what I am about to report to you." At the same time, there is another important thing that happened in the same place. The marshal and Dean Jiang should have known about it. The Environmental Measurement Center has probably received the video data sent back by Mr. Izhinin. I don't know if they have done preliminary research on this. Dean Jiang heard this and said in a deep voice, "Except for the situation you reported to me when you were isolated, I haven't received any reports from the Environmental Measurement Center in the past 2 days." After a pause, he slowly said, "It seems that the Minister of Environmental Measurement is somewhat idle." He Lei was silent for a few seconds, and replied, "Maybe the Minister of Environmental Measurement feels that the matter is difficult and has not found a breakthrough point yet." Dean Jiang was so angry that he snorted a few times. "I don't know what he is like." He looked at the president and said with an unhappy face, "Mr. President, I need useful people here. Please help me arrange a few useful people to come." Hearing this, the president naturally knew what Dean Jiang was hinting at. He knew a little about Nicholas's situation, but political matters were always more complicated than research matters. The fact that the other party could sit in that position was not just the result of the super government using the wrong person. However, the situation was serious now, and he would naturally actively deal with things that could help solve them. So he said, "The super government will naturally pay extra attention to Dean Jiang's request. And the matter you asked to help send Tang Yu to the laboratory in the Research Institute building is also being arranged. So you can rest assured." Hearing this, Dean Jiang felt a little relieved. Chapter 50. He Lei projected the contents of the holographic projection screen onto the big screen. The thrilling cover image suddenly appeared, immediately attracting the attention of the other 3 people, and their expressions suddenly changed from heavy to cold and almost dripping with water. The cover image was a figure crawling out of the cracked shell of a carrion beetle, full of science fiction, sticky and disgusting. The marshal was also a warrior who had fought against carrion beetles, and was very familiar with these powerful insects. But after seeing this cover image, he felt unfamiliar with this species for the first time. He Lei. This is... He Lei glanced at the shocked expressions of the 3 people. He was not surprised by their reactions. He did not speak, but turned his eyes to the big screen again. He reached out and gently clicked the play button of the image on his holographic projection screen. Soon the picture came to life. The 3 people saw a large carrion beetle instantly knocking down a soldier, when the other party was struggling to escape. It directly inserted the frightening and disgusting golden information probe into the ventilation hole of the other party's single-sided mirror intelligent information helmet. Then, a terrifying scream that stimulated the auditory nerves came out. The soldier was obviously in extreme pain. Then, in just a dozen seconds, the silver-white carrion beetle actually split from it, and then a human-like thing actually crawled out. This thing is completely human. Even the undulations of muscles and the veins of blood are imitated exactly. Only the face is missing. "Hilya?" the marshal murmured as he looked at the creature without clear facial features. Full of wonder, He Lei took the opportunity to explain, to be precise. It is something that evolved from the carrion beetle copying the genes of Hilya. At the same time, we also encountered a spirit. This kind of human thing was actually parasitized by a spirit. When He Lei explained, The scene of the spirit parasitism also came along, and the alarms of the spirit detectors that sounded one after another spread from the image to the office, instantly tightening the hearts of the marshal and the other two. The marshal and the president were somewhat bewildered and silent. Dean Jiang's breath was directly blocked in his chest. After so many years of research, he felt scared for the first time. He stuffed the freezer back into Yilei's hands, and with trembling hands, he quickly took out a small brown medicine bottle from the pocket of his white coat, poured 2 pills and swallowed them. Seeing this, Yilei hurried to get him a cup of warm water. Dean Jiang took the cup and drank all the water in one breath. After taking a breath, he gasped heavily there. The marshal and the president quickly came back to their senses and looked at Dean Jiang worriedly. "Are you okay?" Dean Jiang finally calmed down a little, slowly shook his head, and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay." After hearing this, several people felt relieved. The marshal took a deep breath, and a trace of sadness was suppressed in his wise eyes. He calmed down his surging emotions and asked, "Yilei, what is going on? Does this incredible thing really exist?" In the past, there have been weird things with collective goal-oriented consciousness, such as the occasional attack of the carrion beetle by the carrion beetle. Or to put it another way, it is incredible enough that they can accept the reverse evolution of the carrion beetle. But the fact that the carrion beetle is evolving towards humans is simply pushing human cognition to a dead end. Even those who are familiar with the carrion beetle are unable to accept it, let alone the ordinary people in the city of science and technology. The president also continued in a deep voice. There is also the matter of spirit parasitism. You rescued the Kanshui City research team that was killed by spirit parasitism at the beginning of your mission. How come you also encountered spirits here? Spirit parasitism has been frequent recently. How can we not be worried? Yilei did not hide anything and answered one by one. These are all facts. The sequelae left by Hilya have not been thoroughly examined. As for the appearance of spirits in the 38th area, Professor Tang speculated that the spirits were looking for other parasitic hosts. That is, the spirits seemed to be able to control the evolution of carrion beetles. Hearing Yilei's explanation, the 3 people showed shocked expressions, but they fell silent at the same time after a moment. Yilei looked around at them. Although he was puzzled by their silence, he did not investigate further. He just switched the big screen to another video, which was the image of the valley. The colorful, fast-growing and fast-withering fungi appeared in the eyes of the 3 marshals in a whimsical manner. Time seemed to stand still. Their eyes were forced to quickly reflect the life of fungi, from spore germination, to rising from the ground, to the cap swaying in the wind and spreading spores, and then turning into rotten black. The 3 people fell into unspeakable shock again. The marshal had learned about this matter in the control room before, and Dean Jiang had also heard Yilei's report last night. But seeing this scene again, they were still shocked and trembled at this magic workmanship from nature. Yilei still explained with a heavy expression, "Professor Tang has studied the fungi here a little bit, and the results are not optimistic. I will send you a scan of Professor Tang's manuscript later." When this matter was first discovered, Mr. Izhinen took a picture and fed it back to the Environmental Testing Center. Dean Jiang slowly reacted after hearing this, but his face full of ravines was full of sneers. Gradually, his eyes began to turn red and moist. No matter who saw this shocking scene, they would involuntarily lament the fate of mankind. The marshal and the president also shook their heads helplessly. The marshal sighed. "It seems that this earth is undergoing earth-shaking changes without our monitoring." After a moment of silence, the president made a decision. He said, "Now that things have come to this, we can only bite the bullet. The impact of this incident will definitely not be small. We cannot leak any information for the time being. The people are already very panicked and confused because of the new variant PCIH virus and the parasitic spirits. We cannot make things worse." The marshal also agreed. "Mr. President is right. The military will also do its best to assist the super government in handling this matter." The president nodded and said, "I will go back and draft a document for the whole city to enter the first level of alert, and then convene an emergency meeting of the city lords and admirals of each city. In the later stage, the military may need to send exploration teams out of the city many times to search for information, in order not to arouse suspicion and speculation from the people. The evaluation and selection of admirals and lieutenant generals will be held normally." Soon the secret meeting was over, but Yilei stayed in the marshal's office and told him that he had something else to discuss with him. Izhinen returned to the Environmental Monitoring Center under the supervision of Lu Su and Alva. He first took the two of them to the sample storage room to hand in and number the samples collected this time with the staff, and then returned to his office. Since Ijanen's intentions were exposed, his tasks were completed by the collection team, and they sent messages to the Environmental Monitoring Center on his behalf to keep in touch. Because of this, no one in the Environmental Monitoring Center has suspected that he has been physically controlled. After returning to the office, Ijanen quickly asked Lu Su and Alva to sit down, and fiddled with the water dispenser that had not been used for many days, preparing to boil water for the two to make tea. His cautious appearance now was completely different from his arrogance and rudeness in the starship cabin at the beginning of the mission. At this moment, Ijanen was not only thinking about how to send away the people sent by Yilei to monitor him, but also thinking about how to conceal his failure in the mission and expose everything when meeting with the Minister of Environmental Measurement, and complete the tasks assigned by Tang Yu. However, before he could come up with a result, the Minister of Environmental Measurement sent his secretary to personally convey the message, asking him to go to the minister's office immediately to report to him. Ijanen was frightened when he suddenly saw the minister's secretary. His face, which originally had dark circles under his eyes due to lack of rest, suddenly became even paler. But Ijanen still forced himself to calm down and accepted the order from the Minister of Environmental Testing. After sorting out the task report written by Yilei himself on the holographic projection screen, Ijanen printed out a 1mm thick paper document and followed the minister's secretary under the gaze of Lu Su and Alva. After Lu Su and Alva looked at each other, Lu Su intended to follow, but was stopped by Alva. Alva looked at Ijanen's back as he left and said, "Let's wait and see." Lu Su pondered for a moment, nodded seriously, and then turned on the holographic projection screen again to report the situation to Yilei in real time. Ijanen was soon brought to the office by the minister's secretary. The minister's secretary knocked on the door, and only a come in was heard from inside. The minister's secretary opened the door, invited Ijanen in, and said meaningfully, "I will entertain Mr. Yi's guests. Mr. Yi is really honored to have the military send him back personally for the mission." Hearing these sarcastic words, Ijanen glared at the minister's secretary with a cold face. The minister's secretary felt bored and left with a snort. Ijanen pushed the door open with a nervous heart, and saw that the Minister of Environmental Testing was standing in front of the windowsill with his hands behind his back. From the door, only his slightly fat back could be seen. Ijanen closed the door gently. At this time, Nicholas also turned around. He had a gloomy face, and his eyes were directed at Ijanen. With just one glance, Ijanen felt that the roots of his thighs had softened. He could only hold the report in his hand tightly to hide his extreme nervousness. "Minister," he shouted with a trembling voice. Nicholas stared at Ijanen in silence for nearly a minute. When Ijanen was about to sweat, he whispered in a rather vicious tone, "You didn't die in the desert. Where is the mission assigned to you?" Ijanen's body was shaking when he heard this. He swallowed hard and replied fearfully, "Too many accidents happened. There was no chance to carry out the mission. I have something to show you, Minister." Hearing this explanation, Nicholas slapped the desk in front of him. The loud noise scared Ijanen so much that he jumped and buried his head in fear. "No chance to complete the mission? What happened to the soldier who sent you back? How could Yilei be so kind? It's obvious that you not only failed to complete the mission, but also exposed the director." Nicholas roared directly. Such accusations made Ijanen feel guilty. But the subconscious survival consciousness still guided him to shake his head quickly and explain, "They are here to help deliver samples. And this time, there is a lot of gains." Ijanen took a few steps forward despite Nicholas' anger and questioning, and put a stack of paper reports on the desk with his fingertips shaking uncontrollably. "Minister, please look at this." But Nicholas no longer trusted Ijanen. He stared at Ijanen with suspicion and asked again, "Tell me, are you specially arranged by Yilei to persecute me?" Hearing this, Ijanen's heart skipped a beat, but his desire to survive still guided him to continue lying to Nicholas. He reached out and pushed the paper report on the table a few centimeters closer to Nicholas. His tone suddenly became firm, and he said, "Minister, you should not doubt me. This is the report I wrote after the mission was completed. If I am exposed, Yilei and others will not let me continue the mission." Seeing Ijanen's expression change, and that this explanation sounded somewhat reasonable, Nicholas's eyes suddenly became half believing and half doubting. He quickly glanced at the paper report pressed by Ijanen's fingertips, and fell into hesitation for a moment. Ijanen had been carefully observing Nicholas's emotional changes. When Nicholas paused, he immediately opened the holographic projection screen. Found the image sent by Tang Yu and sent it to the other party. Nicholas received the message reminder, but did not immediately open the holographic projection screen to check the situation. Instead, he stared at Izhanin dangerously like a venomous snake and asked coldly, "What did you send me?" After changing the topic to what he was about to say, Izhanin clearly revealed his nervousness. He crossed his fingers and began to bite his lips anxiously. Nicholas looked at Izhanin's changes. His face became more gloomy. "If you have something to say, just say it." Izhanin felt that his stress response was about to appear again, and his memory suddenly returned to the incident in District 38 that was enough to shock him for the rest of his life. After more than 10 seconds, he took a deep breath with fear and slowly said, "Minister, humanity is over." Hearing Izhanin's incomprehensible words, Nicholas's face suddenly became as dark as the bottom of a pot. "If you just want to discuss this kind of thing, to deceive a 3-year-old child with this minister, you might as well spend some time thinking about how to complete the task assigned to you." After being directly denied by Nicholas, Izhanin became nervous and agitated. He raised his voice slightly and said, "Minister, it's not like that. You must see the video I sent you. Humanity is in crisis at the moment. This is even more frightening than death." Nicholas mocked him contemptuously. "You are not afraid of death, but you are afraid of what you call the end of humanity. I didn't expect you to have such a heart that loves humanity. Since you care about all mankind, how can you want to die? You are hypocritical." Hearing Nicholas's evaluation of him, Izhanin immediately felt a little insulted. But he dared not speak out, and could only suppress the emotion of being attacked and wanting to resist in his heart. He still said, "Minister, you must see." Nicholas snorted impatiently, but subconsciously popped up the holographic projection screen and clicked into the chat dialog box with Izhanin. Tang Yu specially processed the cover of the video, making it look like a black screen. Seeing this, Nicholas despised it even more, and just slowly clicked on the video. The first second of the picture was the scene of the carapace of the carrion beetle cracking, and inside quickly condensed into muscles and bones to grow into a human-shaped creature. And the alarms of the spirit detectors that came one after another were simply shocking. Nicholas was immediately startled, but his eyes couldn't help but stop on this image. A short minute or so passed quickly. Izhanin heard the voice at the scene again, and his whole body began to shiver. He was not in good spirits to begin with, and his consciousness was a little fuzzy at the moment, and his eyes were blank. After watching this video, Nicholas did not show the fear that Izhanin showed, nor did he feel the shock and worry that the marshals felt. Instead, he was very calm, and even rubbed his chin and pondered. "What's going on?" he asked with suspicion. Izhanin reacted half a second slower, and replied with a trembling voice, "The carrion beetle evolved into a human, and a spiritual parasitism accident occurred. If I had a choice, I would rather not go on this mission." His words aroused Nicholas's anger again. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Izhanin shook his head quickly. "Minister, I'm not talking nonsense." Nicholas immediately frowned. He didn't say much, just pointed to the door and said, "You can get out now." Hearing that he was asked to leave, Izhanin felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly bowed and nodded and retreated to the door. "Okay, I'll leave now." Nicholas stared at him closely and warned him again, "If I know that you have really exposed everything, I will make you live a life worse than death." Izhanin nodded quickly, and quickly got out of Nicholas' office. After Izhanin left, Nicholas's face returned to gloomy. He was now wondering what Hilei's purpose was in letting Izhanin back. He didn't believe that Izhanin's mission failed because he didn't have the opportunity to carry out the mission. In the cruel environment of the desert, it was easy to want to die. And Izhanin sent him this image that would definitely shock and terrify the people of the Science and Technology City. What kind of mind did Hilei have in allowing Izhanin to give him such a confidential thing? But no matter what, he would not give Hilei a chance to fight back. There are only 2 places for the selection of lieutenant generals. Hilei is still so young and has plenty of opportunities. Don't come to compete with other seniors. Chapter 51. 2 days of relative peace passed in the City of Science and Technology. That afternoon, the Marshal had just finished a meeting when he received a request for a meeting from the Minister of Environmental Testing. The Marshal hesitated for a few seconds, and asked his assistant to lead the Minister of Environmental Testing to his office. Nicholas was overjoyed when he received the notice of the Marshal's permission to meet at the front desk of the military building. After all, the Marshal and the President were both big men who were busy with all kinds of affairs, and it was not so easy to meet them. After passing the access control, Nicholas even quickened his pace to the elevator. However, as luck would have it, as soon as he arrived at the elevator door, Nicholas saw a tall and straight figure, which was even a little oppressive to him, who was not tall, walking out of the elevator. He looked closely and found that it was Hele. Nicholas was stunned when he suddenly met Hele. Moreover, Hele had a stern face at the moment, and it seemed that he was questioning him, which made Nicholas, who was originally calm, feel even more guilty. Although Hele was a little surprised that Nicholas suddenly appeared in the military building, he showed more distant courtesy and deepness to him. Before Nicholas could react, Hele greeted him after he walked out of the elevator, saying, "I didn't expect to see the Minister of Environmental Measurement in the military building. It's a rare guest." These words immediately pulled Nicholas back to his frozen mind. But these ordinary words sounded ironic to him. Nicholas was naturally unhappy. But facing Hele, a civilian major general who was very popular among the people, Nicholas always acted flattering and fawning. He still pretended that Hele didn't know his conspiracy, and he had never targeted Hele. He nodded and responded to Hele's greeting, saying, "Good afternoon, Major General He. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to meet Major General He when I occasionally came to the military building." Hele didn't answer Nicholas, but took a closer look at the scroll in his hand. Nicholas was a little panicked by being stared at. Hele didn't intend to exchange more pleasantries with Nicholas, and finally said, "Mr. Minister, please help yourself. I have something else to do." Nicholas nodded repeatedly. Okay. Hele withdrew his gaze from Nicholas and walked out of the gate. Although Nicholas' sudden appearance in the military building was a bit suspicious, no matter how the other party plotted, it would eventually fall into the worst tricks. Nicholas looked at Hele's back as he left, and his flattering expression disappeared in an instant, replaced by a sinister look. Seeing such a high-spirited young major general, Nicholas even wanted to cut off the other party's roots. He felt that the world was too unfair. Why can some people stand at the top of the pyramid at a young age, while people like them, who are wise but still mediocre compared to them, have spent half a lifetime of hard work and only stand at the height of the foot of these people? In a turmoil of emotions, Nicholas entered the elevator door with a heavy heart. When he got out of the elevator, he put on a humble and flattering expression again. When he arrived at the door of the marshal's office, Nicholas took a deep breath and knocked on the door with appropriate weight. The marshal called in. Nicholas pushed the door open with trepidation and walked in lightly. At this moment, the marshal was sitting at his desk, drinking tea with a frown on his face, as if he had encountered some difficulties. Nicholas looked up at the other person timidly, and seeing the marshal like this, he became more cautious in his heart. He smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, Marshal." After that, he suppressed his smile a little and replaced it with a sad look. "I see that the marshal looks worried. It seems that I came at the wrong time." The marshal put down his teacup after hearing this, stared at Nicholas for a few seconds, then suddenly relaxed his frown and said with a hearty smile, "Minister of Environmental Measurement. Long time no see. What do you want to see me for?" Nicholas walked to the desk with a slight bend in his body, and said with a smile, "Nothing else. I just want to ask you to do a favor for me." "Oh." The marshal narrowed his wise and bright eyes slightly, and looked at Nicholas inconspicuously. "Tell me about it." Nicholas quickly took out the scroll in his hand, quickly untied the rope, and let the scroll spread out. In just 1 or 2 seconds, a banner of thanks appeared in the marshal's sight. After seeing that Nicholas brought a silk banner, the marshal was somewhat surprised. He said, "Minister of Environmental Measurement." "This is," Nicholas quickly replied. "Marshal, this is a silk banner of thanks that I specially customized for the Marine Exploration Battalion collection team these 2 days. This time, Major General Hele led our researchers from the Environmental Measurement Center on a mission and brought back a lot of useful samples and information. I am very grateful to them, but I think that my influence is not strong enough to send this silk banner to represent the gratitude of the entire Environmental Measurement Center. So I would like to ask the Marshal for a favor and pass this thing to Major General Hele through you." Nicholas did not send the silk banner to Hele and others for no reason. On the one hand, he had the purpose of pretending to gain a good reputation, but to a greater extent, it was also to test Hele and see what he would do to him after receiving the silk banner. If Hele really dared to harm him, it would be easier for him to expose him and morally blackmail him in front of the public from the perspective of a victim. However, he also had another purpose, which was to have a fair conversation with the marshal by presenting a banner. The marshal looked at Nicholas, who was humble and flattering in front of him, and a meaningful smile flashed across his face carved by time. So that's the case. It's a piece of cake for me. But the Minister of Environmental Testing has somewhat underestimated himself and the Environmental Testing Center. The entire city of science and technology cannot be without your Environmental Testing Center. Seeing the marshal's wise eyes, Nicholas quickly lowered his head and nodded repeatedly, fearing that his thoughts would be seen through by the marshal if he was not careful. The marshal said again, "Give me the things." I'm sure he lay, and the others will be very happy to receive this award and honor from the Environmental Testing Center. Nicholas hurried forward and presented the banner to the marshal with both hands, saying gratefully, "Thank you very much, Marshal, for doing me this favor." The marshal smiled and said nothing, but took the banner and looked at it carefully. The names of the members of the collection team are embroidered on it, which is really thoughtful. However, I have to say that all the soldiers of the Marine Exploration Battalion who go out to perform missions are warriors. Nicholas also echoed, "Who says it's not? My little nephew has officially joined the army this year, and I hope to make a small contribution to the city of science and technology." Hearing this, the marshal looked up at Nicholas and said with a gossiping smile, "I remember that your eldest nephew joined the army 3 years ago and is now a lieutenant. The youngest nephew should be only 14 years old this year. I heard that he did well in the military academy. Abner really gave birth to several good sons." Hearing such praise, Nicholas showed a little pride. "Thank you for the compliment, Marshal." But he soon changed his face and said with a little tentative flattery, "But my younger brother Abner is only a major general now. I don't know if the achievements of the young people in the family can surpass their elders in the future." The marshal smiled with admiration and said, "Everyone has his own destiny. Just like he lay, who won the rank of major general at a young age with his merits. In addition to his hard work, his own talent is also rare in a century." Hearing the marshal praising he lay and using he lay as an example, Nicholas suddenly felt unhappy. But he didn't show it on his face, still smiling and agreeing, "That's right. The younger generation of the family now regards Major General He as a role model. After all, it is unimaginable for ordinary people to lead a team of 10 people to fight their way out of a swarm of more than 3,000 carrion beetles. This is not something that can be done with force alone, but also requires a smart mind." The marshal just smiled and said nothing. Nicholas took advantage of the gap in the conversation to suddenly change the topic and asked the marshal carefully, "I heard that the marshal's leg pain recurred not long ago. Are you okay?" The marshal didn't seem surprised that Nicholas would talk about this topic. He still looked normal. He sighed slowly and smiled helplessly. "Military people all have some old problems, and I am no exception. Besides, I am over 60 years old. I can't help myself. Thank you for the concern of the Minister of Environmental Measurement." Nicholas waved his hand quickly and said, "You are too polite, Marshal. You are still as good as ever. By the way, not long ago, the family manager of my subordinate got some 5-spirit fat. This thing is very effective in treating joint pain. I am still thinking about how to deal with it. I think it is the most suitable gift for you, Marshal." The marshal's face full of ravine suddenly smiled. He was very pleased with Nicholas's praise, but he was very dissatisfied with Nicholas's kindness. But he also firmly declined. He said, "I appreciate the kindness of Minister of Environmental Testing, but I just had a gene repair surgery, so I don't need such a precious thing for the time being. It may be more appropriate to donate it to the Chinese Medicine Hospital." Nicholas was choked by the last sentence of the marshal, and his face suddenly became a little strange. But the marshal's meaning was also very clear. It would not work to get closer to him through the back door. But Nicholas was not discouraged. This thing can achieve the same effect by passing it on to other people in the Marshall Williams family. And it will even be more convenient to do things. He flattered, "Then I will save this thing first. If the marshal needs it, just give an order." The marshal did not comment on this, but just picked up the slightly cooled teacup on the desk and took a sip. Seeing this, Nicholas knew that the marshal was going to see him off, and he did not intend to stay any longer. So he took the initiative to say goodbye and leave. Watching Nicholas leave the office, the marshal narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted coldly. Nicholas's behavior was no different from Sima Zhao's intention to him, and he did not like politicians who stretched their hands too far. After leaving the marshal's office, Nicholas's face fell again in an instant. After calming down a little, he realized that his back was already sweaty. However, The marshal's reaction to his brother Abner was mediocre, which showed that his brother's chances of being selected in this lieutenant general selection were not very high. The other major generals who participated in this election could be manipulated in secret with the strength of the Cotton family. But Eli was more troublesome. It stands to reason that Eli was the easiest to deal with because he was born a commoner. But he seemed to have no backers, but had backers everywhere. There were too many big figures who admired him. And the first one to bear the brunt was Lieutenant General Freston. However, Freston had the Harris family behind him, and he was not so easy to deal with. Nicholas was suddenly at a loss because of the lieutenant general selection. Suddenly, he had an idea. Freston's son Tang Yu was in a crisis situation. Starting with him might temporarily divert the other party's attention. The radicals were Tang Yu's biggest enemy. If those radical officials could secretly command and control these people to achieve their own goals, then he could do the same. Chapter 52. When Tang Yu was working in the laboratory, he heard from Dill, who was temporarily protecting him, that the Minister of Environmental Measurement had gone to the Marshal's office to find him. However, he really didn't expect that the other party would make such a fuss just to present an honorary banner to the Marine Exploration Battalion team. Now is a politically sensitive period, and this matter is not that simple no matter how you look at it. Moreover, the Minister of Environmental Measurement had calculated Eli and his team members not long ago. Now sending an honorary banner again has a bit of a weasel's New Year's greeting to the chicken without good intentions. It is hard to guarantee that there is no other calculation. However, Tang Yu did not comment on this, and only planned to wait and see how the situation changed, and continue to work on the experiment of improving the resistance agent and studying the particle flow. When Tang Yu returned from get-off work, he talked about this matter with Eli. Eli also could not figure out the calculation of the Minister of Environmental Measurement for the time being, and decided to wait and see. Izhanin also sent Lu Su and Alva to secretly watch him and report his situation at all times. Time passed in relative peace for a day or two. However, Asa's laboratory suddenly became busy again, and Asa had to return to the laboratory before his vacation was over. At just after 8 o'clock this morning, Asa came to let Tang Yu test his physical data, and left in a hurry before the results came out. Tang Yu did hear Asa reveal a little information, saying that their laboratory had detected some strange material life fluctuations in the space near Mars, and they were currently conducting research in full swing. Tang Yu was very surprised by this, but Asa half-jokingly said that perhaps the spirit body came from the space. Tang Yu did not comment on this. As for the origin of the spirit body, he was now very eager to enter the universe system to check the data and get a clearer answer. Ming Chong still came at 3 o'clock as agreed to have his body data checked, and Tang Yu specially reserved time for him. However, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ming Chong still showed no signs of coming, and did not greet him in advance to arrange another time. So Tang Yu had to contact him by phone to inquire about the situation. Ming Chong answered the call quickly, but his anxious voice came from the other side. Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, and his brain quickly entered alert. Ming Chong was in an excited state at the moment. He said, "I'm sorry, Professor Tang. I'm dealing with a body on the 10th Street now. The theft of your resistance material has spread in the school. Everyone thinks it was done by the super government. Now a group of young college students entered the inner city to march and clash with the guards. Someone took this opportunity to commit suicide. The scene was so chaotic." "What?" Before Tang Yu could respond, Dill on the side exclaimed. And then he quickly turned his head and said to Tang Yu, "Professor Tang, I promise that our team did not leak this matter." Dill's expression was a little complicated, fearing that Tang Yu would misunderstand them. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of someone. "Professor Tang, was it Izhanin who leaked this matter?" Tang Yu glanced at Dill lightly, but did not answer him. Instead, he said to Ming Chong calmly, "You go first. Be careful. I need to pay attention to this matter online." Ming Chong also hurriedly replied, "Okay, Professor Tang. I may be there later." After saying that, he hung up the call. At this moment, the situation was so urgent that he didn't even have the extra energy to delve into what Dill had just said. After turning off the holographic projection screen, Tang Yu returned to Dill. "It's impossible that Izhanin leaked this matter, because the other party's situation would not allow any extra trouble to come to him at this moment. And there were people sent by Eli to monitor him, so he could know any unusual movements in advance." Deer was a little angry when he heard this explanation, and frowned and asked back, "Is Professor Tang suspicious of us?" Being questioned like this, Tang Yu just glanced at him lightly and replied, "No." He then opened the holographic projection screen again and searched for relevant information about this matter. Deer was skeptical about Tang Yu's answer, but he also opened the holographic projection screen to fully understand the matter. However, the information exposed on the internet was even more shocking than Meng Chang's hasty words. The reason why some people took the opportunity to commit suicide during the parade was that at the beginning, an extremely radical lunatic stabbed several students, causing chaos for a while. And then some people's negative emotions were aroused, and they took the opportunity to commit suicide due to mental breakdown. The number of people reached more than 10, and more than 3 people died. After hearing that the deposits lost by He Lei in the IC Bank were the materials for making resistance agents, these young college students in Qiantian City, who were already in a sensitive state due to the new mutation of the PCIH virus, felt that this was a very serious dereliction of duty by the super government. Under the leadership of some brave people, these young college students skipped classes and left school to march in the inner city, and demanded that the super government immediately let Tang Yu make resistance agents to benefit all mankind, and also demanded that the super government immediately clear Tang Yu of the crime of being a spiritual parasite. Parades are a way for the public to express their demands, but with the PCIH virus rampant, a large number of people taking to the streets to march is a very serious matter and is prohibited by law. In this open-air environment, if someone is infected with the virus without paying attention, it will not only hurt 1 or 2 people. Once the virus breaks out in a crowded area, it may even become uncontrollable in a short period of time. Although activities such as shopping or participating in temple fairs involve the gathering of people, one is a personal behavior, and the other will rise to a political issue, and may even cause some confusion in the governance of the City of Science and Technology. After the super government detected this incident, it immediately sent a platoon of security personnel to control the situation and evacuate the crowd. However, no one expected that it was at this time that the extreme radicals stabbed the college students. After this incident, not only were all the radicals implicated, they were accused and boycotted by all the people in the City of Science and Technology, and the super government also became a live target of attack. The most common comments on the internet now are that the super government can't protect Tang Yu, who can save all mankind, and it can't even protect the materials that can be used to make resistance agents. They have to doubt whether the super government still has the ability to guide all mankind forward. For a while, the super government became a rat crossing the street, and was severely criticized by all the people in the City of Science and Technology. In a short period of time, the internet was full of blood and rain. Even the loyal supporters of the super government did not dare to speak out against these emotional people at this moment. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Tang Yu fell into a short period of thinking. After Dill finished browsing the information on the internet, his expression could no longer be described as dumbfounded, but was in a state of confusion when he saw the hot news that shocked people, but was actually fake news. Fuck. Today is really fucking hell. Dill helplessly held his forehead and wiped his face, gritting his teeth, and said, "Who arranged this big conspiracy to attack the super government and the radicals? And even Professor Tang was involved. If I didn't know that you were doing an experiment, I would have thought it was you who made the noise." Tang Yu ignored Dill's nonsense after this shock, just stared at the holographic projection screen and said to the other party, "Contact Dasa to ask about the latest situation." He should have arrived at the scene earlier. Hearing Tang Yu mention Dasa, Dill immediately showed a disgusted expression, but still contacted the other party reluctantly. During the few seconds of dialing the call, Dill suddenly had an idea in his mind. "Professor Tang. I suspect it was the person who stole the deposit." Dill didn't finish his words, but when he looked at Tang Yu, he met his still calm eyes. Before Tang Yu could speak, he intuitively guessed the other party's answer. But who could this person be? Dill thought about it and felt that he could not guess at all. There were too many forces in the Science and Technology City that were ready to move, and he could not find a way in. But he always felt that Tang Yu knew something. "Professor Tang. You know, right?" Tang Yu did not answer him, but remained silent. At this time, Dasa happened to connect to Dill's communication, and Dill's thinking was forced to interrupt. Before Dill could say what it was, Dasa had already seen through his brother's thoughts, and replied briefly with excitement, "Dear Dill, the scene was too exciting. I will reply to you after the matter is over. Bye, brother." After that, Dasa quickly hung up the communication, looking at the communication interface that ended so suddenly that people were caught off guard. Dill was stunned for a few seconds. When he reacted, he was immediately furious. Fuck. Dasa. Can you be more reliable? Although Dasa did act a little unreliable, Tang Yu also learned some information about the scene through his reaction. Even Dasa, a reporter with strong controllability, said that the scene was exciting, and he was too busy. The scene seemed to be a real mess. After a moment of silence, he said to Dill, "It seems that the situation is very serious. Let's not worry about the scene for the time being. Contact He to find out the situation." Dill tried his best to calm himself down. After calming down, he sighed for the first time, but didn't say anything and contacted He according to Tang Yu's instructions. However, he failed to contact He, but Dasa took the initiative to call him. "Oh my god. Dear. Xiaoya is here too. Fuck." Hearing this, Deer was shocked. Why would Xiaoya join in such a dangerous situation? Then he panicked again. Xiaoya was able to return to school yesterday because her condition stabilized. Today, she was involved in such a serious matter. If it was serious, she would even be directly punished by the super government. Thinking of Xiaoya's suicidal thoughts before, Deer became even more anxious, fearing that Xiaoya was among those who committed suicide. "Dasa, how is Yaya now?" However, before he could get a reply, Dasa hung up the call again. Dill was immediately furious, but he couldn't get angry, and he could only stare at the black communication interface. The super government was also overwhelmed by this matter, especially the public opinion on the internet. After the government ordered the platform to intervene, the situation was still not completely controlled. There were always people changing keywords to lead the rhythm, and in a short time, the super government was completely trapped in a situation where I was the enemy in the dark. However, with past experience, the president seemed much calmer this time. He did not rush to convene government officials for an emergency meeting immediately, and even sent the vice president to deal with the radicals. At the same time, he contacted He and asked him about some details of the matter. He and Tang Yu had already discussed this. When the president asked him about the material of the resistance agent, He told the president the truth that the material was not lost. After hearing this news, the president's thoughts were interrupted immediately. He didn't even know whether to be happy or sad for a moment. He could only fall into deep thought again in the complicated thoughts. His first reaction was that Tang Yu was the mastermind of this matter. After all, someone deliberately stole the material of the resistance agent. However, Tang Yu was able to set up defenses and traps in advance, protecting the important material on the one hand and confusing the enemy on the other. At the same time, just like the panic of the new variant PCIH virus secretly led by France, the head of the Bedoha Church, they found out. Tang Yu participated in it very cleverly. But thinking about it carefully, Tang Yu didn't seem to have the ability to tear open the school and create such a big thing. However, it is certain that the person who did this must be the one who set the fire in IC Bank and stole the resistance agent in the chaos. However, there are so many people monitoring Tang Yu that it is really hard to determine who did it. Moreover, IC Bank has always been in a state of victim selling misery. The chairman of the bank is a jack of all trades and has dealings with everyone. It is still impossible to determine who the other party really is. Therefore, the investigation of the truth of the fire has not made any progress, and there are still many obstacles to quickly identifying the person behind the scenes. But there is one thing that is beyond doubt. That is, after this incident, the forces of all parties will surge more violently. And this is a very serious problem for the super government to be challenged in authority and rule. After analyzing this, the president's brows like ravines frowned more tightly, and he even felt that the more he thought, the more powerless he felt. The president guessed correctly. The man behind the scenes was indeed France, who designed the bank fire and theft. He deliberately spread the news that the resistance agent material was lost, just to create a situation that would make the super government and everyone anxious. Since the incident happened, he has been observing the development of the situation. He used this move not only to weaken the influence of the super government and make the people of the City of Science and Technology question the government's ability, but also to alienate Tang Yu and the super government, so that Tang Yu would not be able to return to the research institute building immediately due to various pressures. His purpose at this moment was also very simple. As long as Tang Yu stayed in his private laboratory for one more day, when the resistance agent came out, the Bedoha Church and the Delno family would have more credit. The matter fermented for more than 10 minutes, and the public opinion on the internet had become white hot. France saw that the time was almost right. So he contacted his men, and sent several members of the Badoha Church to the hospital to comfort the injured and their families, spreading the kindness and compassion of the Badoha Church to the hearts of those who suffered, and also showing the significance of the existence of the Badoha Church. Just after he handed over the matter, France did not expect to receive a video communication that was unexpected but expected. Dean Jiang actually contacted him at this time. After being slightly surprised for a few seconds, France answered the call, still smiling. However, Dean Jiang's expression on the holographic projection screen was completely different from his. His face, full of wrinkles and age spots, looked extremely heavy. As a junior, France took the lead in politely greeting Dean Jiang, and then continued, "I wonder if you suddenly contacted me, Mr. Jiang. Is there anything I can help you with?" Dean Jiang frowned at this moment, and his excessive worry made his mouth peel. He deliberately ignored France for a while, and then said, "You know what happened in the inner city's 10th Street today, right?" France was not surprised that the other party brought up this matter. He immediately made a lamenting expression and replied sadly, "College students are young, and it is normal for them to make mistakes. I just didn't expect that the radicals would instigate and commit trouble at this time, and also implicate the super government." Dean Jiang has lived a long life, and can see through France's constant change of expression. He doesn't like the other party's kind face and cold heart, and his expression becomes even more unhappy. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I came to you not to talk about the radicals. I just want to tell you that the laboratory in the Research Institute building is ready, and Tang Yu can come back." France had expected that Dean Jiang must have come for Tang Yu's matter. After all, the matter of the 10th Street was closely related to Tang Yu. But the attitude expressed by Dean Jiang's tone was not to be questioned. France was not very happy. But despite this, he still agreed with the old man's words. "Mr. Jiang really thinks the same as me. I have been thinking about this matter recently. After all, the equipment in my private laboratory is not as good as that of the Research Institute. However, it will take some time to deal with this matter. I will go to Tang Yu in a while and finalize this matter within 2 days." Hearing this flawless and beautiful words, Dean Jiang was puzzled. Although this answer was what he wanted, would France agree to let Tang Yu go so easily? However, although he was puzzled, Dean Jiang did not investigate further. He called France to test the waters and let him know his and the Institute's attitude. No matter what France did, the super government would help bring Tang Yu back from his private laboratory. He also had a big worry that Tang Yu would stay with France for too long and unknowingly become a puppet controlled by the Badoha Church and the Delno family. He knew what kind of character France was. After a while, Dean Jiang replied, "That's good. I'll trouble Mr. Leader to help me with this matter." France returned to his smiling face, and even treated Dean Jiang very respectfully, saying, "How dare I let Mr. Jiang say the word trouble? After all, the Badoha Church also earnestly hopes that the resistance agent can be released soon and benefit all mankind, because too many people have died from the PCIH virus." Dean Jiang just nodded slightly. He didn't continue the conversation. He said a few more words casually and ended the communication with France. France looked at the black communication interface and shook his head with a helpless smile. It was conceivable that Tang Yu had caused a great deal of trouble in the city of science and technology by relying on his own strength. As Dean Jiang, who was highly respected, came out in person to ask for someone. However, although Dean Jiang came out, he was naturally unwilling to give Tang Yu away. Otherwise today's carefully planned thing would be in vain. After ending the communication with Dean Jiang, France did not go directly to Tang Yu as he said, but after thinking about it, he left the office and went to the Octagon building, intending to have a good exchange with the president on some things. Chapter 53. In a few hours, the situation of the demonstration was basically under control. After the president received the final feedback from the scene, he issued a notice to all government officials to hold an emergency meeting online and offline immediately to analyze and summarize the incident and decide on a solution. At this moment, the most important thing they have to do is to appease the people of the City of Science and Technology and make them believe in the super government and believe that the resistance agent will be smoothly released to save all mankind from danger. However, just as the emergency meeting notice was issued, the president received a meeting request from the head of the Badoha Church. France's sudden visit made the president fall into a solemn state again, and he couldn't help but think about the other party's intention. After staring at France's request for a meeting for more than 10 seconds, The president called the presidential secretary and asked him to postpone the emergency meeting for 15 minutes, and agreed to France's request. After getting the president's permission to meet as expected, France walked to the floor of the president's office with a calm and generous look. When he arrived in front of the president's office, looking at the half-open door, France just knocked on the door symbolically and pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled a strong coffee smell, bitter, sour, and a bit of awkward burnt smell. At this moment, the president was sitting at his desk, looking leisurely, blowing the heat out of the freshly brewed instant coffee. France didn't like the taste of coffee, and he didn't like the mixed taste of instant coffee. He couldn't help but slow down his breathing, looking at the direction of the president and frowning slightly uncomfortably. The president glanced at France not far away, and did not delve into his behavior of pushing the door without permission just now. Instead, he said straight to the point in a casual manner, "Mr. Leader rarely comes to the octagon. Especially today's situation is quite special. I would like to hear the purpose of Mr. Leader's visit." Hearing the president's rare straightforward words, France just smiled, and consciously walked to the sofa not far away and sat down, pulling a little distance between him and the president for a while. France leaned on the armrest of the sofa, looked at the president from a distance, and said slowly, "I am also very sad about what happened on 10th Street. Those extreme radicals are really damned. The God of Badoha will not forgive them. But I came to see Mr. President today for the same purpose as those college students. I hope that the super government can clear Tang Yu's name as a parasite." Hearing what France said, the president was both not surprised and surprised. In fact, many people, including him, thought that France was just using the clearing of Tang Yu's name as a gimmick, just to win more favor and support for the Badoha Church. But if France really intended to do this, it would be hard to figure out his real purpose. The president glanced at France, took a sip of instant coffee, and felt that it was indeed less flavorful than freshly ground coffee. He pondered for a few seconds before turning his chair to face France and said to him, "Mr. Leader, your hope for a super government will definitely be put into practice, and there is no need to worry too much. There is one issue that I think needs to be taken seriously, and that is whether Mr. Leader is willing to let Tang Yu return to the laboratory in the research building." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere between the two of them was pulled into an indescribable state of tension. France paused for 2 seconds and just smiled and said, "Of course, I am willing to let Tang Yu make resistance agents in a better research environment. But Tang Yu chose the Badoha Church for shelter at that time, and he also had his own ideas." This made the president pause while drinking coffee. He couldn't help but think of some of Tang Yu's actions at that time, but he nodded in agreement and said, "I overlooked Tang Yu. Actually, it's not a difficult thing to do about Tang Yu." Francis smiled more compassionately like Maitreya Buddha at this moment, and also told the real purpose of his visit to the president. "I do have an idea. I want to ask Mr. President's opinion." The president's eyes, full of traces of time, suddenly revealed a hint of interest. "Please tell me, Mr. Leader." Francis deliberately kept silent, and when he provoked the president's patience to the critical point, he said when the other party frowned slightly, "In the past few years, the business dealings between the Delno family and the Hawk family have become more and more harmonious. I wonder if Mr. President is willing to do another big business at such a critical moment." The president was stunned by this, but he immediately understood what the other party meant. However, this reminded him of Vice President Edgar, who had asked him about the same topic. Their actions were just to win over potential allies for the sake of family selfishness. In just a few seconds, the president couldn't help laughing and said jokingly, "It must be said that Mr. Leader's courage and boldness are not comparable to ordinary people." France did not comment on the president's ridicule, but still said calmly, "I am inviting suitable partners. Mr. President should understand that everyone is coveting Tang Yu, but not everyone can get Tang Yu." After a pause, he suddenly looked at the president with a sharp look, and continued, "Tang Yu is a smart man. He will not be willing to be someone else's puppet. Instead of ending up in a dead-end situation, it is better for everyone to cooperate, which will be more peaceful and mutually beneficial. In fact, he is also sincerely trying to win over the president and the family behind him to participate in the division of the resistance agent. He knows that if he monopolizes the resistance agent, the Delno family and the Badoha Church will inevitably become the target of public criticism. So he needs to take the initiative to open up a new situation and lead the formulation of a new interest system and rules. And the president, who is very popular with the people, will undoubtedly be the best shield." Hearing this, The president's expression gradually became serious. He looked deeply at France, trying to find out all his intentions. France's last sentence was indeed correct. Tang Yu was never a character who could be manipulated by others. He had wisdom beyond ordinary people, which was the most uncertain factor. He could even gamble his life in the political struggle, and he was expected to be bound by something. Even the matter of clearing the charge of being a spiritual parasite was dispensable to him. In this way, it was not him who was really restricted by people, but the super government. Thinking of this, the president felt even more depressed. However, France was still calm and composed. He did not have the tension and sense of crisis that might arise after directly exposing his ambitions. As the head of the Buddha Church, he had experienced too many such interest negotiations. There was no need to shrink at this moment. France has been observing the president's changes. When the president was lost in thought, he continued, 2 days ago, the agent of the Delno family and the manager of the Hawk family had a short afternoon tea and exchanged opinions on the matter of the resistance agent. I heard that they had a good chat. This made the president's face more serious. He didn't expect that France's hand could reach so far that he even got involved in the core of their Hawk family. But after a moment, he suddenly smiled. The president stood up and walked slowly towards France. He said, Zez has just been the family manager for a short time. It is normal that his experience and methods seem young. I don't blame him. But the Hawk family can cultivate a family member who sits on the position of president. This is the highest honor given by the City of Science and Technology. Mr. Chief is also an old man like me. Don't you know what the sun is at its zenith, and the moon is waxing and waning means? Hearing this old saying again, France couldn't hold back his smile for a moment, and immediately remembered what the bishop asked Dan to bring to him. But he soon smiled again with his kind eyes and said, It's rare for the president to preach to me, but I'm giving you such a big gift, so you should think about it more. Although France said this, he had already decided not to cooperate with the president and his Hawk family on the issue of the resistance agent. The Hawk family may not be so firm in justice. There is also a possibility that they just don't want to cooperate with the Delno family. A forced melon is not sweet, and forced cooperation may face risks. All he had to do now was to convince Tang Yu that as long as Tang Yu joined the Buddha Church, the super government and the research institute would have a hard time snatching him back even if they tried their best. The president did not respond to France's topic, but mentioned another thing meaningfully. I have a small guess about one thing. France's mind trembled, and he followed him and said, Please speak, Mr. President. The president did not talk about the matter immediately, but walked back to his desk slowly and sat down, picked up the instant coffee and took a sip, looking at the president's unhurried appearance. France couldn't help thinking. And then he heard the president slowly say, I think what happened on 10th Street was the work of Mr. Leader, including some things that happened earlier, such as the bank fire. Hearing such a sharp remark, France was somewhat surprised. He had not expected the president's thinking to be so sharp before, but he still looked calm. Facing the president's inquiring eyes, he just shook his head lightly. He smiled and replied, It seems that I am now a big villain in the eyes of the president, but there is no point in arguing about some things. Tang Yu is in my private laboratory, and I don't need to steal from the inside. But I also have some opinions on this. So many comments on the internet are against the super government. Are they all false? Hearing this rhetorical question, the president just looked at the somewhat hazy France through the hot steam coming out of the cup, and said lightly, at first glance, Mr. Leader's words do make some sense. But as long as Tang Yu can return to the Research Institute building, nothing will happen. France just smiled. Since he and the president had not reached an agreement on cooperation, Tang Yu naturally could not return to the Institute building. He did not talk to the president about any other topic, but suddenly said goodbye. I think the president should hold an emergency meeting on the matter of 10th Street. I will not bother you anymore. Drinking too much coffee is a pain in the neck at my age. I will treat the president to tea when I have time. He stood up, waved to the president with a smile, and walked out the door, not caring about the president's reaction. The president just watched France leave in silence. He gently stroked his silver temples, and his eyebrows and eyes, which were mottled with time, gradually sank and turned into a deep state. As the head of the Buddha Church, France is indeed a man with a complicated mind and thoughts. If he is a good person, he will definitely be respected by everyone. However, France has been expanding the Delno family without restraint in recent years because he controls the Buddha Church. This has caused great obstacles to the super government's rule over the city of science and technology. If it is not interfered, the dark rule of the integration of politics and religion will sweep the entire city of science and technology. After returning to the office, France carefully considered the division of the resistance agent and planned to test other big families again. But the most urgent task was to win over Tang Yu. Not long after, France immediately returned home and invited Tang Yu to talk in his study when he was free. Tang Yu was not surprised to receive France's invitation to talk suddenly. It happened that Meng Chong had just finished the task of the 10th Street and brought Xiaoya to the laboratory. He just briefly replied to France that he would go there, and then continued to deal with the matter of testing Meng Chang's physical data. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoya, who had just participated in the 10th Street parade, was not neurotic again. She was still in a normal state of mind at this moment, and was unharmed. Seeing that Xiaoya was safe and sound, Dill and Tang Yu, who had been worried about her for a while, were relieved a little. Speaking of Xiaoya, Meng Chong explained helplessly, and with fear, after the on-site affairs were handled. Dasa asked me to send Xiaoya to the laboratory. I didn't expect her to appear on the scene. After hearing this, Dill finally felt that Dasa was reliable for once. But Xiaoya kept her head down and remained silent, as if she had no intention of telling why she suddenly participated in such a dangerous action as the parade. Tang Yu just glanced at Xiaoya lightly. He didn't say much, just called Meng Chong into the laboratory. Xiaoya noticed that Tang Yu's eyes suddenly looked up in his direction, and she was about to say something but stopped. Dill considered his words with a worried look on his face, and then asked, "Why did you suddenly run to 10th Street? When I heard that someone was in trouble, I was scared to death." After hearing this, Xiaoya's mood gradually became depressed. She bit her lip and was silent for a while, then slowly said, "I am sober now. I just hope that Professor Tang can clear the charge of being a spiritual parasite as soon as possible. But I am indeed too impulsive. But I really don't like what the super government is doing now. What was lost is the material for making resistance agents, which is related to all mankind." After saying this, Xiaoya's eyes gradually moistened. Whenever she heard about the PCIH virus and the resistance agent, she would always think of her brother, and she couldn't help but feel bitter and regretful. These words made Dill silent. Meng Chong in the laboratory was also worried, looking at Tang Yu, who was still operating the instrument without changing his expression. He thought for a while and asked, "Professor Tang, how are you going to deal with the matter of 10th Street? Where can I get this material again?" When asked this, Tang Yu stopped his action slightly, but he didn't intend to tell them that the resistance agent material was not lost. He just said calmly, "I will find a way to get the material again. You don't have to worry too much." This surprised Xiaoya, who was standing outside the laboratory with a gloomy face. She stood up and ran to the door of the laboratory. She looked at Tang Yu eagerly and said excitedly, "Professor Tang, are you serious? Can you still develop an inhibitor? Can you make up for my brother's regret of not using the inhibitor?" Tang Yu glanced at the door, glanced at Xiaoya's hopeful eyes, and said without hesitation, "Yes." Hearing Tang Yu's firm words, Xiaoya seemed to be unable to control her emotions. Her hands were shaking, and she was eager to say something but couldn't speak. Seeing her like this, Dill hurried over and half pulled and half coaxed her back to the chair to sit down, and forcibly talked about other topics to divert her attention. Soon Tang Yu finished the physical data test for Meng Chong. Just like yesterday's report, Meng Chang's body was normal. Tang Yu was very pleased with this. As long as the experiment on Meng Chong was successful, the resistance agent would not be far from being released. France sent a message to Tang Yu in a roundabout way to ask when he could go over. Tang Yu did not reply to him. It happened that he lay specially asked Suzy to help him to send tea and snacks. He slowly ate a piece of matcha mousse cake before going to meet France next door. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. France did not seem to be impatient at all. He even brewed a pot of good tea by himself and invited Tang Yu to talk while drinking tea. France's calm and composed appearance at this moment even made people feel that he was not the one who stole Tang Yu's resistance agent materials. And he did not mind being played by Tang Yu. All his ambitions and calculations were well hidden in his kind and gentle smiling eyes. However, Tang Yu has always been taciturn. He was not in a hurry to find out France's intention to talk to him from the conversation. Nor did he mind the stiff atmosphere between him and France. France knew very well that Tang Yu was a patient person. Seeing him like this, he just thought it was normal. He was not in a hurry to get straight to the point with him, but still took Asa as the topic and started the conversation between the two. He looked at Tang Yu and said with a smile, "Professor Tang, thanks to your research results, Asa has recovered so well. I thought he would be weak and sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, and even face the threat of death at any time. To be honest, I am very grateful to you." Hearing these words that seemed to be a template for thank you, Tang Yu took a sip of tea and replied lightly, "Mr. France is polite. Asa has already thanked me. I am also very grateful for providing me with a laboratory when I was in trouble." Hearing this thank you, France suddenly had some thoughts in his sensitive mind. This made him wonder if Tang Yu had already thought about leaving his private laboratory. After thinking for 2 seconds, he replied, "For the Buddha Church, this is just a piece of cake to follow the doctrine." After a pause, he extended to another topic. "I wonder what Professor Tang thinks about my previous conversation with him." Tang Yu lowered his eyes, and was silent for more than 10 seconds before looking in the direction of France and said, "Asa and I are friends. If he encounters difficulties, I will definitely help him. I am just an ordinary scientific researcher. Wherever the natural science city needs me, I will appear there. For him now, nothing is safer than staying neutral. After all, the center of the storm is the quietest and most likely to stir up a storm." He understood France's intention, but this considerable benefit was not suitable for him now. This made France's expression unusually heavy. He stared at Tang Yu with suspicion and scrutiny, and slowly said, "Are you not interested in the Delno family and the Buddha Church?" After a pause, he said firmly, "No one will not be tempted by them. The Delno family and the Buddha Church play an important role in the city of science and technology, and they can provide you with the shelter you need." For France's somewhat incredible reaction, Tang Yu still looked calm. He just drank tea quietly, regardless of the complicated eyes cast at him. However, Tang Yu's silence made France not know how to continue the topic for a while. Not long ago, when he faced the president remained firm in the face of interests. It can be said that he was doing his job. But Tang Yu was different. He had ambitions, but he didn't have to be constrained by the word balance like the president. After thinking for a while, France still asked, "I don't understand why you made such a choice. I'm afraid even Dean Jiang wouldn't dare to say it easily to dedicate his life to the city of science and technology. You should know what kind of vortex you are standing in." Hearing this, Tang Yu held the teacup and fell into contemplation. After a few seconds, he said slowly, "Mr. France, have you read Zhuangzi? Autumn Water? There is such a classic saying in it. You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of fish?" As soon as he finished speaking, France was immediately awakened. However, he became more suspicious and felt that things were increasingly out of his control. If Tang Yu's ambition was not to win over power and resources, then his ambition and purpose might even be something that ordinary people could not provide him with. No wonder Tang Yu dared to boldly set up the trap of the resistance agent material, and even made people feel that the resistance agent was just a bargaining chip for him to achieve his goal, and for the sake of all mankind, was completely bullshit. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively asked, "Then what do you want? If the Delno family and the Buddha Church can achieve ban, I will definitely present it to you." Tang Yu just shook his head slightly, and didn't give France any answer. However, his appearance made France feel even more worried. He looked at Tang Yu deeply, and felt that he had never understood this young junior. The most important thing now was to find a bargaining chip that could keep Tang Yu. Since the other party didn't buy his trick, he could only ask Asa for help to win over Tang Yu. However, judging from the current situation, his private laboratory was enough for Tang Yu to develop the resistance agent. If Tang Yu really wanted to return to the Research Institute building, he might have to take some ruthless measures. France was still planning to fight for it. So he mentioned what happened today and said, "You should be very clear about the 10th Street incident. The super government is still ignoring the will of the people, and is unwilling to clear you of the charge of being a spiritual parasite. I can't understand why the super government is doing this, even though the radical people are already in a weak position at the moment." Tang Yu just shook his head, and said he didn't know. Francis looked at his indifferent look and felt more and more complicated. He asked, "Why do I feel that Professor Tang doesn't care about this charge?" Tang Yu was silent for a few seconds before replying, "It's not that I don't care. It's that I have no way to deal with it, especially after returning from this mission. I just feel that there are many things that I can't control." Hearing this answer, France immediately pondered. To be honest, he still hadn't figured out Tang Yu's mission by the super government and the military, and the information he got was very little. he said. Professor Tang, did you make any new discoveries? Tang Yu's eyes suddenly became deep, and he slowly said, I think Mr. France can pay attention to the matter of carrion beetles. With your power, you may be able to make a great contribution to the city of science and technology. This made France think deeply. Although Tang Yu's words were high-sounding, they seemed to be revealing some information to him and giving him a starting point to do something. But what was the purpose of the other party doing this? He did not ask further, but tentatively asked, this kind of thing should be kept secret by the super government and the military. Right? Tang Yu's eyes returned to their usual indifference, and he only said, just consider it as an advance payment. Although I rejected Mr. France's invitation, it does not mean that our relationship will stop here. This surprised France somewhat, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Tang Yu's words meant that there was a possibility of continued cooperation between them. And this was exactly what he wanted. The atmosphere between the two eased a little. He smiled and said, to be honest, I really don't want to hear you say no. But I still hope that one day you can come to inherit my Delno family and the Badoha Church. For me, the inheritance of family history is much more meaningful than the continuation of blood ties. This may be the true meaning of the existence of the country hundreds of years ago. France's last sentence did make Tang Yu react. He looked at him inconspicuously and felt that France was indeed a complicated person. Perhaps people who serve the church always have more philosophical thoughts than ordinary people. However, he revealed a little about his demands to France today in order to urge him to take action. The more things France and the super government do, the more it will be beneficial for him to make appropriate choices from the ever-changing situation. Chapter 54. Unexpectedly, the incident on 10th Street was suppressed within 2 days. Compared with the previous heat caused by the new variant of PCIH virus and the parasitic incidents, the 10th Street incident seemed to be just a drop in the bucket. Tang Yu thought about it more. This incident involved radicals, but the attitude of the super government towards radicals was not as clear as before, which made people puzzled. His experiment was still going on as usual, fortunately without any interference. Unknowingly, it was time for lunch at noon. Tang Yu planned to contact Lei, but seeing that Dill was in a bad mood and a little anxious, he couldn't help asking him what happened. Dill immediately yelled and moved the holographic projection screen he was watching directly in front of Tang Yu. And it was the chat interface between him and Xiaoya. He said angrily. Xiaoya was placed on probation by the school. She said that this was still a light punishment. Some of the students who took the lead were even expelled. Even using connections didn't work. Fortunately, the school did not deprive everyone of the right to find a job. At this point, he even laughed at himself. Shouldn't we be glad that they didn't kill all these students? If they had to go to the homeless management center at such a young age, anyone would collapse. Tang Yu listened to Dill's bold remarks and read Xiaoya's message carefully, but fell silent for a while. After a moment, he said, Is it an order from the government? Dill shook his head and said, I just asked Dasa. He said the super government only sent a letter to warn the schools involved, and asked the Ministry of Education to organize a meeting on the ideological and political education of students in which all colleges and universities participated. They were not even allowed to report this matter. Hearing this, Tang Yu fell silent again, but Dill looked at him deeply and said, Professor Tang, the source of this matter is you. How do you plan to deal with it? Tang Yu thought for a moment before replying. I plan to conduct a second experiment on Meng Chong in advance. After handing over the resistance agent to the super government, there should be fewer conflicts. This made Dill snort in self-abandonment, and said, It can't be that smooth. If it was really smooth, you wouldn't be carrying the crime of being a spirit parasite and doing experiments in someone else's private laboratory. This made Tang Yu silent, and he didn't make any comments on Dill's words. At this time, the doorbell just rang, breaking the slightly heavy atmosphere in the laboratory. Both of them looked at the door, wondering who came at this time. Tang Yu was not in a hurry. He finished the last bite of sandwich in his hand before walking over to open the door. When he opened the door control, Tang Yu didn't expect that the person who came would be Lei. He was immediately happy, and the indifferent expression on his face softened a lot. He quickly opened the door to let Lei in, and casually asked him, Have you finished your work? I saw you went out very early this morning. Lei has been busy these days, leaving early and returning late. They haven't had time to exchange a lot of information, and even their schedules don't match, so they don't even have time to chat. Lei closed the door, followed Tang Yu's eyes, and nodded slightly, saying, We just sent the research team from the Research Institute to leave Qiantian City for District 38 this morning. 3 combat starships were dispatched. It is estimated that the report will be released in the afternoon. The government military and the Research Institute do not intend to conceal the investigation. Hearing that the combat starship was dispatched, Tang Yu's expression became serious. This kind of military equipment and weapons that only appear on the battlefield against carrion beetles appeared in an investigation. It is conceivable that the situation is serious. He asked, did the satellite detect any unusual movement in Area 38? He hesitated for a moment before saying, no. But this is exactly a point of alarm. And the military has temporarily increased the accompanying armed forces for this reason. Tang Yu frowned slightly, and his mood was a little heavy. From the current situation, Area 38 has completely become a place full of mystery and unknowns. I just hope it will not become the beginning of a new crisis for mankind. He has studied a little about the particle flow found in that valley, but he feels that humans have never understood the Earth. He looked at Tang Yu's slightly solemn expression and couldn't help asking, have you found anything? Tang Yu just looked into his eyes and said, I'll tell you when I get home. He hummed softly, knowing that this was not the place for a deep conversation. So he changed the subject and called Dill, who was standing not far away. You will leave here in a while and go find Lemons to carry out a new mission together. He will tell you what to do, and I will protect Tang Yu. Hearing the order, Dill immediately understood what he meant. This might be a secret mission. Without asking more questions, he immediately packed up and left the laboratory. Not long after Dill left, Tang Yu went back to the laboratory to continue his experiments. Some things were not convenient to talk to He here, which made him eager to finish his work and go home. He just stayed quietly beside Tang Yu, not saying much to disturb Tang Yu's work. Too many things happened recently, and he was too busy to take care of Tang Yu properly. Fortunately, no accident happened to threaten his life, which made him barely relieved. The two chatted casually. Dill saw Lemon standing not far away when he came downstairs. He raised his eyebrows slightly and hurriedly walked up to greet him. He hugged Lemons and asked him with a smile, what task did Brother Lei give you? Lemon smiled honestly and replied, Brother Lei said that too many bad things happened recently. So let's go to the headquarters of the Badoha Church to ask for a few talismans for everyone. Hearing this, Dill rolled his eyes immediately. Fuck. When did Liege become so superstitious? But he clicked his tongue twice. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Tell me. Lemons also frowned slightly, nodded and said, just now when I came with Liege, he told me an important thing. You also know that the super government will definitely hold a meeting on the issue of carrion beetles. But Mr. France asked the Boda Church to participate. Mr. France asked to participate in the selection of admirals before. Liege said that this time many government officials who do not believe in the Boda Church have complained about this. And then he planned to let us go to the Boda Church headquarters to investigate the situation. This made Dill laugh contemptuously. And he said, the Boda Church is really addicted to interfering in politics. Lemons immediately pulled him and made a shushing gesture, looking very secretive. He argued with Dill. It's not the Boda Church. I don't think the Boda Church has such ambitions. It's the result of politics under the control of the leader. Dill shrugged indifferently at this statement. I only see that the Boda Church is doing these unruly things. As a believer, you naturally know it well. But we are not. Lemons frowned helplessly, and couldn't find a word to refute for a while. Dill asked him again. Do you know why the church is not under the jurisdiction of the government? I'm not just talking about the Boda Church. There is no record in history books. It was the first time that Lemons heard such a question. As a believer, he was almost accustomed to the state that the church was not directly controlled by the government, and he had never thought about this problem. He shook his head and said regretfully, I don't know. I just think that maybe God should not be controlled. Dill sneered at his explanation. Does God really exist? It's just a political means, which is more illusory than a spirit. Of course, it is undeniable that various large and small churches have saved most of the human race at this moment. Several of my elderly relatives believe in different religions. I really don't understand why people become believers of a certain God once they get older. Lemon shook his head again and smiled helplessly. Everyone has his own choice. Maybe I will understand it when I am old. Dill couldn't help laughing at Lemon's answer and teased, You are really devout in the Boda Church. Lemons just smiled and put his hands together and whispered Boda. The two of them chatted and laughed and got on the light energy suspension car parked outside and went to the Boda church. It really looked like they were going to the Boda church headquarters to burn incense and ask for talismans, rather than to carry out a serious mission. Lemons had already told his mother about this matter in advance, asking her to help ask the monks at the Boda church headquarters to consecrate a few talismans for them. And he and Dill went to get them. When the light energy hovercraft was about to arrive, Lemons confirmed the situation with his mother again. Anna was ready, and was waiting for Lemons and Dill to go there. Dill, as a non-believer, was also visiting the headquarters of the Boda church for the first time. Just like Tangyu. On the way here, he also took the time to learn some of the most basic information about the Boda church in those few minutes. When they arrived at the headquarters of the Boda church, Dill and Lemons were not in a hurry to meet Anna, but instead wandered slowly on the territory of the Boda church, carrying out their mission openly. In just over 10 minutes, Dill, with his superb eloquence and decent appearance, learned some of the latest gossip about the Boda church from several uncles and aunts who came to burn incense today. They even asked them in a guiding way whether they were willing for the Boda church to participate in the political construction of the science and technology city. To the surprise of Dill and Lemons, these Boda church believers all had their own clear logic and demands. They not only hoped that the Boda church could participate in the politics of the science and technology city, but also hoped that the super government could listen to the advice of the Boda church and take the welfare of the people as a prerequisite, rather than treating the people as parasites of the science and technology city and ignoring their lives. Without these people saying it explicitly, Dill and Lemons knew what they were referring to. But they did not expect that the Boda church would be so successful in implanting political awareness in believers. Dill and Lemons looked at each other, but they couldn't make an appropriate evaluation of these things immediately. After wandering for a few more minutes, Anna sent a message urging Lemons and Dill to go to the Dakian Hall. So the two of them stopped looking for information for the time being and went straight to the Dakian Hall. Unexpectedly, when passing by a pavilion corridor, they saw the bishop of the Badoha church and the guardian Dan Pundit walking one after the other on the cobblestone path not far away. The bishop had a serious face like a Buddha, as if he was preaching, while Dan bowed his head respectfully, clasped his hands together, and listened to the teaching seriously. Dill and Lemons couldn't help but stop and look there. Dill didn't miss any opportunity to collect information. He quickly opened the holographic projection screen and took a picture of this scene. Lemons whispered, "This is the first time I've seen a bishop so strict. My mother often brought me here when I was a child." The bishop was a very kind and gentle old grandfather. Hearing this, Dill fell into thought. This was the first time he had seen the bishop in person. His deepest impression of him was that he was over 90 years old. But he was still energetic and straight at the moment. And he didn't look old at all. Maybe the person behind the bishop made a mistake. I saw this person on the live broadcast of Xiao Su's funeral. Is he Dan Pundit, the guardian of the Badoha church? Lemons nodded slightly and said, Dan is also a respected monk. However, the two of them only stopped for a moment and continued to walk towards the Dakian Hall. They had a mission to complete and were afraid of exposing their intention to do the mission. So it was not appropriate for them to go directly to greet the bishop and his men. On the bishop's side, the atmosphere between the old and the young was deadlocked. The bishop was in a particularly heavy mood. During this period of time, he had seen everything that France had done under the banner of the Boda church. But he could not stop France's desire for expansion. The Delno family had infiltrated every corner of the Boda church. And with his ability, he could not stop this trend. Under such circumstances, he did not want his disciples to be influenced by France. Do something that goes against the will of the church. After a moment of silence, the bishop was not as serious as he had just scolded people, but was full of helplessness. He stroked his silver beard and slowly said, Dan, you are a talented child. I really hope to pass on my mantle to you. Therefore, you need to practice meditation instead of following France in the desire for power. Francis did work hard for the Badoha church, but the path he took was not the path you should take. You may even become a chess piece and a knife for France. Hearing this lengthy teaching, Dan on the side still smiled respectfully and said, Disciple will follow the master's instructions. However, Dan was not at ease. He had served the Lord of Boda for more than 30 years. But now, he was only a Dharma protector. How many 30 years can there be in a short life? He still did not get what he wanted. He just wanted to sit in the position of bishop. The bishop said that he would pass on the mantle to him. But the bishop lived so long. How long would he have to wait for this day to come true? Following France. He at least grasped the power of the Buddha Church step by step. He only needed to wait for an opportunity to usher in his era. Chapter 55. The particle flow experiment came to a brief end. He Lei suggested to Tang Yu that he should arrange a few days of rest for himself. Hearing this, Tang Yu suddenly realized that if He Lei hadn't mentioned this specifically, he wouldn't have realized that he hadn't rested for a long time. Especially since he had been to the desert to perform tasks. Resting and adjusting the body was very important. This was good, because he happened to be able to get along well with He Lei while he was on vacation. And he could also have a deep exchange of information with him, and make some decisions. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Tang Yu had just finished his morning tea when Lieutenant General Freston suddenly contacted him and asked him to go to the Green City Hotel to attend the dinner hosted by the Harris family in the evening under the protection of He Lei. Tang Yu then remembered that he had seen reports about this incident on the internet not long ago. But those news were more like groundless speculations, and he didn't expect it to be true. However, the selection of admirals is imminent, and Lieutenant General Freston is a default candidate. The Harris family will definitely make good plans for this. Tang Yu was not surprised to receive the invitation from Lieutenant General Freston. As the only child of Lieutenant General Freston and in Qiantian City, he naturally had to attend. For him, although he was still in danger at the moment, it was also necessary for him to maintain a good relationship with the Harris family. Tang Yu would never arrive early if he could meet the time limit. At about 6:30 in the evening, he changed into a dark gray evening suit that He Lei had prepared for him. He was born cold and indifferent, and the dark gray made him look cold and mysterious. He Lei was wearing an ordinary black suit. Even his shirt was black. With his cold face and tall stature, he didn't look like he was going to a banquet, but like a boss of infernal affairs going out to perform a mission. However, Tang Yu felt very safe. He Lei also spent some effort to get Tang Yu a bulletproof vest. After the experience of the other party being assassinated, he wished that Tang Yu was covered with defensive gear. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Yu arrived at the Green City Hotel under the escort of He Lei. However, as soon as he pushed open the door and entered, many eyes were directed at the door. In fact, many people did not expect that Tang Yu, who often stayed in the laboratory, would appear in such a social and certain banquet. Especially Tang Yu's current situation made it unsuitable for him to appear here. Being stared at by so many ambiguous eyes, Tang Yu did not show any fear or panic, and still looked calm. He just glanced at everyone lightly, and then walked towards Lieutenant General Freston and Jera Harris, the manager of the Harris family. When he came here just now, he heard He Lei say that the Harris family invited almost all the big families in the science and technology city to attend the dinner party held to congratulate the new family manager. Whether it was an enemy or a friend, the Harris family had sent out invitations. Hearing this explanation, it would be a lie for Tang Yu to say that he was not surprised. After all, in this special period, it has to be said that the Harris family is taking a risky move. But a lot of things have happened recently, and each family actually hopes to have a high-sounding opportunity to exchange information. And the Harris family just provides everyone with a suitable opportunity. However, whether the Harris family is the only one operating among them is something worth pondering. After all, the Harris family's base camp is in Chaos City, and this is Qiantian City. Tang Yu briefly greeted Lieutenant General Freston and Jera Harris, and then went to the side. Jera, as a strong woman who was swift and decisive, rarely showed tenderness in front of Tang Yu, and exchanged a few words with Tang Yu as an aunt. However, Tang Yu had always been half-hearted in his treatment of the Harris family, and just responded to this capable aunt in a bland manner, and had a few words with her. Unexpectedly, other people from the Harris family also squeezed over at this time, and their words seemed too friendly, which made Tang Yu feel a little unhappy. However, this state only lasted for a few minutes, and soon the host announced the start of the banquet. Tang Yu was neither keen on socializing nor addicted to eating and drinking at the banquet. He just asked He Lei to stand with him in a relatively quiet corner and look at the whole scene. He agreed to come to this banquet not just for the sake of going through the motions. At least, he could get a better insight into the situation of the major families through this banquet. Unknowingly, the banquet was over for more than 10 minutes. Except for the Harris family, who were related to Tang Yu and dared to talk to him openly. The people of other families were forced by the current situation and circumstances to not dare to be the first to get in touch with Tang Yu, although they also hoped to establish a good relationship with Tang Yu. After all, Tang Yu had the resistance agent that could control the fate of mankind. However, there were also many people who looked at Tang Yu unscrupulously, such as Alan Scott, the son of Sig, the manager of the Scott family. Tang Yu did not expect that the first person to come over was Jin Shi, and the female companion beside him was also someone he and Lei knew, Su Zi, who was forced to become Jin Shi's fiancée. At this moment, Su Zi changed into a lavender gauze dress. She had a long, smooth and beautiful black curly hair, which matched her tall figure and beautiful appearance and looked more noble and elegant. In this look, if she was not familiar with her, she would not be able to tell that she was a female soldier who had been struggling in a harsh environment. But at this moment, Su Zi's eyes were full of melancholy and sadness, and it was obvious that she came here unwillingly. After seeing Tang Yu and Lei, two familiar people, Su Zi forced a smile and greeted them briskly. After Tang Yu met Jin Shi, he took the initiative to talk to Su Zi. If it weren't for Su Zi knowing them, Jin Shi wouldn't have come to talk to them so unscrupulously. From the moment Jin Shi appeared in front of Tang Yu and Lei, more than 80% of the eyes at the banquet glanced at them vaguely. But Jin Shi's target didn't seem to be Tang Yu. Instead, his topic revolved around Lei, which surprised Tang Yu and Lei a little. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tang Yu and Lei exchanged some subtle glances, and it seemed that neither of them could figure out Jin Shi's purpose. Jin Shi is a person who can be seen at a glance that he is scheming, but his scheming is always hard to guess, which makes him more mysterious. After a few words, Jin Shi intentionally or unintentionally brought the topic to the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals. Tang Yu seemed to understand Jin Shi's intention. Jin Shi shook his wine glass and pondered for a few seconds before saying, "I heard that the Cotton family has been very active recently. They also sent a spokesperson to the banquet tonight. It seems that he is the confidant newly promoted by Major General Abner." Speaking of this, Tang Yu's thoughts suddenly became clear. It is the most common way of communication to get closer to the target person by revealing the information of the competitor to him. However, Jin Shi represents the Jin family, and his words and deeds also reveal the family's choice. His close relationship with Lei also means getting closer to the Harris family, but it will not make their family's intentions so blatant. The Jin family's choice makes people think deeply. After all, Jin Shi is very close to France and the Badoha Church. However, if you think more boldly, Jin Shi is probably also going for the resistance agent. Although he was just a representative of France when he met Jin Shi at the beginning, he was more than just a representative when he used Su Zi to connect with him. Many of his schemes may have his own ideas. Lei was not very moved by Jin Shi's reminder. He just nodded slightly and thanked Jin Shi, and did not discuss the matter of the Cotton family in depth. Jin Shi changed the subject and turned his attention to Tang Yu. He looked at Tang Yu and said sincerely, "I am curious about one thing. The materials for Professor Tang to make the resistance agent were lost. I wonder if the research can still proceed as usual?" Tang Yu did not respond to his probing question. He just looked at him and said lightly, "I think it is not just Commissioner Jin who is curious about this question." Jin Shi pretended to think for a few seconds and replied, "This should be correct." He looked back at Tang Yu with deep eyes. "So, Professor Tang, can you answer my questions?" Tang Yu was silent for 2 seconds and just shook his head. This made Jin Shi a little confused about what he meant. Was it that it couldn't operate as usual, or that he had nothing to say? He chuckled and said, "It seems that Professor Tang is not convenient to tell." This time, Tang Yu replied to him, "In the absence of materials, it is naturally difficult for a good cook to cook without rice." Jin Shi was slightly surprised by this answer and said helplessly, "Professor Tang is really humorous." Tang Yu remained silent. "I wonder if Mr. Jin can borrow Professor Tang to talk to the younger generation for a few minutes." Just then, a young voice interrupted the group. Tang Yu looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the boy who was walking towards them with a wine glass looked very strange. He had light pink hair, very fair skin, and wore a white dress. His gestures looked very noble and proud. Jin Shi's smiling eyes were gradually drawn into the depths. He looked at the boy walking towards them, and said slowly, "It turned out to be the child of the Scott family. I also borrowed a few minutes from Professor Tang. You can take the initiative to talk to Professor Tang." This made Alan frown slightly, but he soon regained his bright face. He did not talk to Jin Shi again, but smiled and stretched out his hand to Tang Yu, introducing himself. "Hello, Professor Tang. I am Alan Scott. When I go to school in Gaia City next year, I plan to take your elective course. Tang Yu didn't expect that the boy of 16 or 17 years old, who appeared in front of him, would be a child of Edgar's family. But his first thought was, what purpose did the other party have in approaching him? Hello. Tang Yu nodded slightly, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party quickly out of politeness. However, Alan probably didn't expect Tang Yu to really respond to him. While he was a little surprised, his eyes and eyebrows were full of joy. He said excitedly, Professor Tang? It's a bit presumptuous. Can I directly hire you to be my tutor for a period of time? This surprised Tang Yu, and he lay. Tang Yu looked at the boy in front of him without leaving any trace. And for a moment, he couldn't guess what tricks Edgar was playing. Jean Shi on the side chuckled and said playfully, Professor Tang's current tutoring fee is sky high. Master Alan, please be careful. Alan frowned slightly at Jean Shi's words. But he obviously realized that he had just said something that was not well thought out when he was excited. However, he did not feel embarrassed and tried to smooth things over by saying, I just admire Professor Tang too much. It is my great honor to have you as my tutor. He bowed slightly to Tang Yu in a gentlemanly manner. Without waiting for Tang Yu to reply, he smiled and talked about another topic. Professor Tang, I have always been paying attention to you. Your birthday is coming in a few days. Can I go to your birthday party? Everyone was stunned by his jumping topics again. Tang Yu withdrew his eyes from secretly looking at the other party, shook his head gently, and said lightly, I'm sorry. I don't celebrate my birthday. Alan exclaimed in surprise. But he quickly regained his reserved and steady appearance, and said with some regret, It's a pity that I lost an opportunity to get close to you, Professor Tang. But since I met you at this banquet, as someone who particularly admires you, I will definitely prepare your birthday gift carefully. Tang Yu didn't expect that this boy from the Scott family was also a very familiar person. But he didn't need the other party's gift. Nor did he want to be openly related to the Scott family when the situation was unclear. He was about to refuse. But Lei helped him say it first. He still had a cold face, and said to Alan without much emotion, Professor Tang only ate a bowl of longevity noodles made by his family members on his birthday in previous years. Young Master Alan doesn't need to worry and spend money. This made Jean Shi and Susie look at him and Tang Yu. Jean Shi restrained his scrutiny, and said with a smile, Major General, he really has a good relationship with Professor Tang. But I just remember some rumors in the past. Hearing this, Tang Yu and Lei were used to it, and didn't even give Jean Shi a look of approval or disapproval. Susie, who was trying to reduce his presence, was afraid that Jean Shi would provoke the relationship between Lei and Tang Yu. So he rarely explained, Mr. Jean, you misunderstood. Professor Tang and the Major General have always had a good relationship. Jean Shi turned his head to look at Susie, and a little discomfort appeared between his eyebrows. He coughed lightly, and said to Susie, You know them well. Susie did not reply to him, but just lowered his head and remained silent. Tang Yu looked at the subtle atmosphere between Susie and Jean Shi, a little puzzled, but he also remained silent. On the other hand, Alan, who was standing aside, was surprised to see that he was suddenly ignored. However, when he was about to speak and let everyone focus on him, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Alan, what are you doing here? Alan quickly turned around and saw that it was his father. At this time, he also realized that almost all eyes at the banquet were focused on their position, and with different meanings. Alan was surprised. He calmed down from the excitement of seeing Tang Yu. He walked to Sig without hesitation and called respectfully, Father. Sig had a stern face, nodded slightly, and said, There are many people of your age over there. Go over there. He turned to Tang Yu and said politely, Professor Tang, I am sorry to trouble you. Tang Yu still looked indifferent and said, It's okay. Seeing Sig, Tang Yu also realized that this boy named Alan was actually a direct descendant of the Scott family. He was Edgar's blood nephew, but he said he admired him. However, Sig unexpectedly did not stay here for long. He also nodded slightly to Lei and Jean Shi, and then turned around and left with Alan. Alan wanted to refute that he just wanted to get to know Tang Yu. But before he could open his mouth, he was warned by his father. So he had to suppress the rebellion in his heart temporarily, and just followed his father silently. Tang Yu looked at the backs of Sig and Alan leaving, and couldn't help but fall into thought. Not only was Tang Yu thinking about the behavior of Sig and his son, but everyone at the banquet was thinking about the relationship between Tang Yu and the Scott family, as a family that has risen strongly in recent years. The Scott family cannot be indifferent to Tang Yu and the benefits he brings. Although tonight's banquet is the home court of the Harris family, Sig, the manager of the Scott family, seems too cold to Tang Yu, and even seems a little out of place. Jean, she adjusted his glasses, and said meaningfully, "It seems that the Scott family is not very interested in Professor Tang." Tang Yu glanced at Jean she lightly and said, "According to what Director Jean said, the Jean family is very interested in me." Jean, she just smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have occupied Professor Tang for a long time. I will not disturb him for now. I will have a chance to talk to Professor Tang and Major General He." After saying that, without waiting for Tang Yu and He Lei to respond, he pulled Susie's wrist and left here with others. Susie didn't react for a while, so he could only turn around and hurriedly say goodbye to Tang Yu and He Lei. Watching Jean she leave, Tang Yu frowned slightly. From the time Jean she came to now, he still hadn't figured out the other party's true intentions. It was still unclear whether this person could cooperate with him. It seemed that he could only temporarily list the other party as one of the people to be guarded against. As for the Scott family, they waited for what tricks Edgar could play next. After Jean she left, another bold family agent came up to talk to Tang Yu. But Tang Yu changed his silence just now and began to chat with these people in a measured way, and even gradually walked into the crowd. However, his change confused those who had been secretly observing him since the beginning of the banquet, and they couldn't figure out what he was thinking. However, after the banquet was halfway through, Tang Yu left on the pretext that he had to do experiments tomorrow. Jera and Freston could not force him to stay, so they had to let him go. However, after Tang Yu left, the banquet really became lively, and people were talking about him and the resistance agent everywhere. As a researcher who was accused of being a spiritual parasite and holding the resistance agent that could determine the fate of mankind, the topic about him would only last forever. After getting on the light-powered hovercraft, Tang Yu really relaxed. He loosened the black bow tie around his neck a little, took a deep breath, and then looked at He Lei and said, "Is Susie really going to marry Jean Shi?" He Lei did not expect that Tang Yu would ask such a question first, so he told him truthfully, "I asked Susie privately, and she decided to compromise temporarily." After a pause, "She knows that Jean Shi is using her, but her parents and brother have been blinded by the power of the Jean family. But she said she has her own plans." Hearing this explanation, Tang Yu fell into silence with regret. He Lei thought for a while and said, "I have checked some information about Jean Shi. He is not a simple person. With his ability, he could have sat on the position of chairman of the Religious Management Office 5 years ago. It is impossible for him to be just the chairman of the Jean Committee now." Tang Yu pondered for a moment and said, "He has close contacts with France and can get along well in the super government. He is indeed not simple." He Lei thought and said with some worry, "But I can't guess what his purpose is in approaching you." Tang Yu was calm about this, looking at He Lei with gentle eyes, and said, "Respond to changes with the same attitude, and ignore him for now." He took the opportunity to ask, "Did you get any useful information from asking Dill and Lemons to go to the headquarters of the Badoha Church yesterday?" Talking about this topic, He Lei's face became serious again. He organized his words and said, "The headquarters of the Badoha Church is almost airtight under the management of France. But it is clear that the believers of the Badoha Church all support the Badoha Church's participation in politics. As the largest religion in the city of science and technology, the Badoha Church enjoys such rights." Lemons also quietly asked Aunt Anna that many elderly believers who are treated as guests of honor by the Badoha Church are related to the Government Military Research Institute. In the past, France led the Badoha Church to act as if he was alone, which made everyone ignore the threat of the Badoha Church. Hearing this, Tang Yu pondered. According to this statement, the Badoha Church seemed to have made up its mind to squeeze into the political ranks of the science and technology city. And from his point of view, whether France wanted his resistance agent or wanted to win him over, it should also have a strong political purpose. And Jean, she talked to him blatantly tonight, and France might have been behind it. After all, the person sent by the Delno family to the banquet tonight was just an unknown spokesperson. Those managers and agents who were known to represent the Delno family did not appear at the banquet. However, while discussing, Tang Yu's holographic projection screen suddenly popped up, showing that it was a communication from Dasa. Tang Yu could not help but feel puzzled, but he still answered Dasa's call. However, he did not expect that as soon as he answered, Dasa's anxious voice came from the other side. Professor Tang. Something big has happened. The bishop of the Buddha Church has been poisoned and is being sent to the second hospital for emergency treatment. I am also rushing to the hospital. I heard from the informant at the Buddha Church headquarters that it seems to be Lemon's mother who did it. Hearing Dasa's words at a very fast speed, Tang Yu rarely showed a shocked expression. He looked at Lei, who also had an incredible look on his face. Chapter 56. Dasa hung up the call without revealing too much information. Tang Yu and Lei looked at each other, and after understanding each other's thoughts, they immediately turned the light energy hovercraft and drove towards the second hospital. Tang Yu's thoughts instantly diverged, and he felt that the bishop's poisoning tonight was too coincidental. Because today the attention of all the families in the City of Science and Technology was focused on the dinner hosted by the Harris family. Moreover, this matter actually involved Lemon's mother, and Lei happened to be Lemon's boss. He had to wonder if this matter was aimed at Lei. Not long after, Tang Yu and Lei arrived at the second hospital. It was still open as usual, and there seemed to be no unusual movement. However, Lei also found that there were many people who were suspected of hiding weapons, and were full of vigilance in the crowd at night. Roughly speaking, these people were probably security personnel who served the Buddha Church all year round. Lei quickly retracted his gaze, confirmed the weapons secretly equipped on his body, and then took Tang Yu to the hospital. When Tang Yu and Lei appeared, 3 or 4 security personnel had already noticed them, and were keeping a distance and watching their whereabouts. Lei was alert to the surroundings, but just took Tang Yu inside as if nothing had happened. Tang Yu contacted Dasa again. Dasa was waiting outside the emergency room where the bishop was performing rescue. After receiving the communication sent by Tang Yu, he quickly and quietly told the other party the specific location of the emergency room. After Tang Yu got the accurate information, he quickly called Lei over. Presumably, France was also waiting outside the emergency room. Otherwise, without him, the whole emergency situation would not be controlled so orderly. Soon, the two came to the emergency room on the first floor of the East District of the second hospital. However, this was the place that was really on alert. Several security guards of the hospital were evacuating the people nearby on the grounds that there was a dangerous drug leak on the first floor. Many people naturally did not know the truth, but for safety, they still quickened their pace and dispersed around, and looked back at the building behind them from time to time with worry. Tang Yu looked at the situation for a few seconds and walked up directly. As expected, he was stopped by the security guard who was on alert. However, his expression did not change, and he only said slowly, "Hello? Mr. France asked us to come here." Hearing this, the security guard who stopped the person was stunned for a moment. He looked at Tang Yu, who was wearing a mask and full of mystery at the moment, and asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" Tang Yu lied without panic, and said lightly, "I am Mr. France's medical researcher." Then he pointed to Lei behind him and said, "He is the military Major General Lei. You should know why we are here." After hearing Tang Yu's words, the security guard hurriedly looked at the tall figure behind him, who was also wearing a mask. The night concealed Lei's face very well, and the security guard only vaguely saw that the other party was somewhat familiar. But the security guard hesitated. In such a tense situation, he did not dare to let anyone in rashly, even though the other party said that he was called by France. He called the captain in the building on the pager to explain the situation. However, in less than half a minute, the security captain came out in person and rushed to Tang Yu, and Lei at the door with a bit of urgency. "Mr. France, let you two in." When he came to Tang Yu and Lei, he bowed slightly to show respect before speaking. Hearing the words of France conveyed by the security captain, Tang Yu just nodded slightly, walked forward without asking any more questions, and Lei followed him tacitly. The emergency room on the first floor was in a conspicuous position. Tang Yu just walked in and saw a slightly fat figure standing in front of the emergency room like a mountain 3,000 meters above sea level. Dasa, who was hiding in a corner, was the first to see Tang Yu and Lei. He was delighted and immediately tiptoed to Tang Yu's side. Dasa approached Tang Yu and said timidly, "I thought you wouldn't come in when I called you." Mr. France's eyes were simply. Speaking of this, he still looked frightened. Tang Yu just patted the other's shoulder and said silently, "You are really amazing." Dasa immediately raised his index finger and shushed, looking guilty. At this time, France no longer ignored the movement on the side and turned around, looking at Tang Yu with a sharp and heavy look, and said very bluntly, "I didn't expect Professor Tang to appear here. You should still be at the Harris family's banquet now." Regarding Tang Yu's participation in the Harris family dinner, France felt heavy and worried. If he could stop Tang Yu, he would never let him step into the Green City Hotel. Now how many families are eyeing Tang Yu, this piece of fat meat? If he participates in this banquet, it is like a sheep entering a pack of wolves. Moreover, Tang Yu has his own ideas, which adds many uncontrollable factors to the current situation. Hearing France's words that were a little unfamiliar than before, Tang Yu still looked calm. He just said lightly, "It happened that I had an alcohol allergy at the banquet. So I came to the second hospital for emergency treatment and happened to hear the movement here." Hearing Tang Yu's nonsense explanation, France gradually resumed his smiling face like Mithra Yabuddha. But the end of his eyes lightly swept over Dasa, staring at him silently for a few seconds. Dasa trembled all over when France looked at him, and felt more guilty. But since he was the chief reporter of the Central Daily News, he had to turn the hardest news scene into a side dish. He pretended to straighten his back, with a serious and righteous look, ignoring Tang Yu's nonsense and France's doubt. But soon France spoke again. His eyes turned to Yilei. "Professor Tang seems to have brought someone who shouldn't be here." Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained silent. Yilei took a step sideways, and cleverly protected Tang Yu half of his body. He said coldly, "Could it be that Mr. Leader wants to hide such an important matter from the military and the super government?" France laughed twice and said, "It can only be said that Major General he got the news quickly. The murderer who poisoned the bishop was Anna, the mother of your subordinate." Yilei's face became cold, and Tang Yu looked at France deeply, saying, "Anna can't be the real murderer. Mr. France should know this." France shook his head and said earnestly, "Professor Tang, you are an atheist, so you can't experience the madness and enthusiasm of being a church believer. So you shouldn't jump to conclusions." Faced with France's well-reasoned rebuttal, Tang Yu just remained silent. Francis looked at Tang Yu deeply, then turned his gaze to the direction where Dasa was, and slowly instructed him, "Please, Mr. Dasa, take 2 pictures of the scene. When the bishop is out of danger and comes out of the emergency room, immediately publish a notice on the internet. As for the murderer's situation, the Badoha Church will give all believers and the people of the City of Science and Technology a satisfactory answer as soon as possible." Hearing this expected request, Dasa immediately responded with a few okay, and without saying anything more, he hurried to take pictures and began to write the manuscript that would be needed later. Hearing what France said, Tang Yu's first reaction was that the bishop's poisoning was not serious. But the other party was over 90 years old, and the situation should be serious. But no matter what, the bishop must not die. Moreover, the bishop's death due to ineffective rescue will not only make Lemon's mother have no chance to be wronged, but will also shake the spiritual support of the people of the City of Science and Technology to a certain extent. However, at this moment, the door of the emergency room suddenly opened, and a nurse came out with a book clipboard with a serious expression and ran straight to France. "Mr. France, the bishop has an emergency. After the bishop was rescued from oleander poisoning, complications occurred and he was infected with the PCIH virus. The lesion removal surgery has been completed, but the virus attacked his old and fragile immune system. Even the blockers and cell healing catalysts can't play a big role. The situation is very critical. So I need you to sign this critical illness notice." Hearing this, everyone present was in a trance, especially France, who had never thought that the PCIH virus might be the one that could take the bishop's life. France's face suddenly turned as cold as water in a glacier, and his determined eyes revealed a wave of grief. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time, and could only stare blankly at the nurse in front of him, who was holding the clipboard towards him. The nurse saw that France did not sign the critical illness notice immediately, and her face was anxious, and she couldn't help but remind him again. At this time, France fully reacted, and said in a hoarse voice, "I don't have the word death here. The bishop is a great man. Please save him." After that, he took the clipboard from the nurse and scribbled his name in the guardian's signature column. The nurse also replied in a sonorous voice, "Yes, we will do our best to rescue the bishop." After that, she quickly took the clipboard and turned to the emergency room. "Wait." At this moment, Tang Yu called the nurse. The nurse stopped opening the door and turned to look at Tang Yu in confusion. France also looked at him with a heavy look and asked, "What does Professor Tang want to do?" Hearing this question, Dasa's head flashed, staring at Tang Yu. Guessing, Professor Tang. You are not. Tang Yu did not answer immediately, but took off the cufflinks on his left wrist, gently pressed the button hidden in the cufflinks, and immediately a small capsule-like light green thing popped out. This is the only remaining improved resistance agent, which may save the bishop's life. Hearing Tang Yu's words, France and the nurse were surprised. Unlike the nurse, who saw the resistance agent for the first time, France was surprised that Tang Yu would use such a precious thing to treat the bishop, and couldn't guess what Tang Yu's purpose was. Was it to win the support of the believers of the Badoha Church? France pondered for a few seconds before slowly saying, Professor Tang, you have to think clearly. If your resistance agent does not have the effect of saving people, you will not only bear the crime of being a spiritual parasite. France's implication was very clear, but Tang Yu showed no fear. He said, You know, the most important thing at this moment is that the bishop can survive. This made France narrow his eyes slightly. He said no more, but turned to the nurse and said to her, Professor Tang Yu is a professional medical biohuman researcher. Let him participate in the rescue of the bishop. The nurse just reacted at this time and hurriedly said, There is no time to lose. Professor Tang, please follow me. Tang Yu nodded slightly, took off his suit jacket and stuffed it into Yilei's arms, and followed the nurse into the emergency room. At this moment, the bishop, with a wrinkled face, was lying on the cold operating table with a ventilator inserted, and the sound of monitoring equipment was beeping all around. The attending doctor and others were puzzled and even a little angry when they saw Tang Yu coming in. The nurse quickly explained to them and relieved Tang Yu's situation. Tang Yu didn't say much, but asked the nurse for a thin syringe for injection, extracted the resistance agent in the capsule, and immediately injected the bishop after observing his condition for a few minutes. Originally, he just carried the experimental results with him, but this time he accidentally caught up with the rescue. In less than 2 minutes, the rejection reaction of the resistance agent injected into the bishop broke out. But compared with the two versions of resistance agents injected by Meng Chong and Asa, the rejection reaction of this new and improved resistance agent was much smaller. However, the medical staff were frightened when they saw the bishop's intense pain reaction. They talked anxiously, and even had a little hostility towards Tang Yu. Fortunately, the attending doctor was knowledgeable, and helped Tang Yu stabilize everyone's situation. At first, the bishop's body values were very chaotic, and even the blood circulation system had a stagnation reaction for 10 seconds. However, after the thrill, the bishop's dangerous values gradually recovered, and soon the immune system damaged by the PCIH virus attack slowly repaired. And finally, it was not getting worse and worse. After another half an hour, the bishop finally left the emergency room and was sent to the ICU ward for further observation and monitoring. The news that the bishop was temporarily safe and sound was immediately sent back to the headquarters of the Badoha Church. Many who knew the situation slowly put their minds at ease. But Dan, who was commanding and arranging at the headquarters, fell into a heavy mood. Chapter 57. Dan was furious when he learned that the bishop was saved. He was only a little bit away from making the bishop step down from the highest position in the Church of Patha. He didn't poison the bishop much, but the bishop was too old. No matter how healthy he was, he had many hidden underlying diseases. Once his body was attacked, it would cause various complications, and it would be impossible for him to survive. However, the bishop was now being guarded by people sent by France, so he couldn't do it again. Moreover, he was facing a very serious problem. The only person who knew that he poisoned the bishop was still alive. After making some arrangements, Dan went to the basement of the headquarters where Anna was temporarily imprisoned. The basement was built under the Sutra library of the headquarters of the Badoha Church. Arriving here, Dan took out the basement key he carried with him and opened a hidden door on the west side. He pushed the door open and saw the dim light coming out from the stone staircase. Dan lifted his monk robe and walked in. After closing the door, he instantly cut off the noise outside. The basement was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of Dan's footsteps. Before he reached the prison room where Anna was, a middle-aged monk came out with his hands folded and his eyes rolling around, looking sly. Seeing that it was Dan, he looked even more flattering and fawning, and said to Dan, "The Dharma Protector came in person. But is the matter settled?" Dan did not answer the question of this lackey, but just instructed him, "I have something to tell Anna. You go to guard the door, and don't let anyone else in for the time being." The monk nodded repeatedly and said more, "Ordinary people can't enter the basement. It's so busy now. And there won't be many people coming to the Sutra library. I'll go to guard the door for the guardian. Dan waved at him. Go. The monk bowed slightly and hurried to the door of the basement. Dan continued to walk forward, passing by several empty rooms, and finally came to where Anna was. The iron bars confined her, cold as if a flood beast was trapped. At this moment, Anna was in a peaceful state, with her hands clasped together, eyes closed, and sitting cross-legged on the ground in meditation. Although her azure-colored monk robe was a little messy, she was calm as if the turmoil outside had nothing to do with her. Seeing Anna like this, Dan felt even more depressed. He snorted coldly, and then slowly said, Anna, you are still in the mood to meditate. Hearing this, Anna slowly opened her eyes, and her blurred eyes gradually fixed on Dan. She stared at the emblem painted on Dan's forehead, and her previously dull and gentle eyebrows were gradually stained with complex emotions full of betrayal. She replied in a hoarse voice, You came here to see me on purpose. Which means that the bishop is safe. Dan chuckled, You guessed right. You should know my intention. Hearing this, Anna's eyes gradually became moist. She stared at Dan deeply, and said with regret and guilt in her tone, If I knew that you asked me to poison the tea for the bishop, I would never become the executioner who indirectly killed the bishop. After a pause, hatred appeared in her eyes. But I really don't understand. The bishop has been so kind to you, but you repay him with hatred. You shouldn't betray the bishop and the Badoha church. Thinking back to that time, when she looked at the bishop with a blank face and spilled the tea in his hand and fell in front of her with convulsions, she instantly realized that she had walked into a conspiracy carefully designed by others with an obvious goal. She had never thought that the bishop, who was regarded as a spiritual pillar by the Badoha church, would one day become a victim of conspiracy, especially after she figured out Dan's calculations. She felt an irreversible disappointment in the Badoha church. Dan laughed sarcastically at Anna's words, but suddenly he returned to his harmless and gentle appearance. He clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to Anna, saying, Anna, you have served in the Badoha church for many years. Don't you know whether it is black or white here? Now you have become the murderer of the bishop. I can only act impartially. If you object to this decision, it will not only be you who will be implicated. Faced with Dan's suggestive threat, Anna fell silent. She lowered her head and faced him with a dull attitude. Dan stared at her closely and told her the purpose of this trip. After the bishop is sent to the general ward, I will hand you over to the security team on behalf of the Badoha church. You are a smart person and know what to do. When the bishop really dies, I may be able to help you reduce your sentence and keep your status as a lay disciple forever. Hearing this, Anna looked up at Dan again. She stared at him silently, with tear marks on her cheeks, shining silver in the dim light, looking so cold and helpless. She stated sadly, Dharma protector Dan. The Bodha church is a pure land, not a hotbed for power manipulation. If you insist on doing this against your conscience, you will sooner or later bear the consequences, and the Bodha god will no longer protect you. Hearing Anna's words of admonition, Dan just smiled and didn't care about her warning. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the basement passage. Dan turned his head and saw the monk guarding the door trotting over with an anxious look on his face. What's the matter? He asked unhappily. The man hurriedly said to Dan, Dharma protector. Someone outside just sent a message saying that Lemons broke into the headquarters and shouted to see Anna. I heard that he was coming to the Sutra library and couldn't be stopped. He is a soldier. What if he hurt someone? Hearing this news, the smile on Dan's face disappeared without a trace. He snorted coldly, turned to look at Anna, who was unmoved, and said, You really have a good son. If he dares to stand up for you, it is not you who will bear the consequences, but him. This made Anna, who had just been trying to calm down, show a little panic. She said anxiously, What do you want to do with my son? She didn't expect Lemons to run to the headquarters of the Badoha church regardless of everything. Dan smiled gently again, and said dangerous words in a soft voice, It should depend on you. Anna felt that this voice shocked her soul, and she collapsed to the ground for a while. She knew that if she resisted, her son would definitely be in danger. Dan no longer cared about Anna, but turned around and told the monk sternly, You stay here to watch Anna. I'll go check the situation. Although her neuron electronic chip has been temporarily blocked, but keep an eye on her to make sure she doesn't play any tricks. The monk nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Dharma protector. Nothing will happen with me watching. Dan nodded slightly and walked out. As soon as he opened the door to the sealed basement, Dan heard noisy noises and body friction coming from outside the Sutra library. Several members of the Buddha church were trying to stop Lemons from entering the Sutra library. Dan walked out quickly and shouted at the crowd, "Stop!" The crowd suddenly became quiet. Lemons clenched his fists and looked at Dan, who suddenly appeared. His simple and honest eyes were mixed with a fierceness, like a lone wolf forced into a desperate situation. He said to Dan in a hoarse voice, "Dan, please let me see my mother. I can't believe the accusation in the announcement that my mother is a suspect of poisoning the bishop." Dan looked serious at this moment and said in a deep voice, "Lemons, as a member of the Buddha church, you should know what kind of reverence the Buddha church has for integrity." "Impossible." Lemons was furious and denied it loudly. "What reason does my mother have to poison the bishop? She is indifferent to fame and fortune and serves Buddha God wholeheartedly. She will never do such a thing." Dan clasped his hands together and sighed helplessly. "Whether you believe it or not, this is the fact. If you have any objections to it, just wait for the security team to give a reasonable result." This only made Lemons more angry. He said, "No matter what you say, I want to see my mother. I will not let you use her as a tool and become a victim of some purpose." Lemons' straightforward words made Dan's face darker. He said in a low voice, "Lemons, this is the headquarters of the Buddha church, and you are a believer of the church. How can you make a rash conclusion without evidence and talk nonsense?" After being questioned by Dan, Lemons barely calmed down a little. He stared at Dan deeply and said again, "I hope to see my mother." Dan still refused without question. "You can't meet the suspect before the case is investigated clearly. I will contact the security team in a while. You can go to the auxiliary police station to wait for news." Seeing Dan's firm attitude, Lemons' anger and worry suddenly disappeared, and his expression was visibly depressed, like a defeated dog who had lost his fighting consciousness in an instant. In the night, his tall figure looked particularly desolate. At this moment, Lemons' holographic projection screen suddenly popped up, showing that it was a call from He-Lei. Before the call was connected, Lemons guessed the purpose of the call. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to connect. Before He-Lei could speak, Lemons said, "Brother Lei, I'm at the headquarters of the Buddha church." Hearing this, He-Lei was silent for a few seconds, and then a serious voice came from the other side. "Lemons, don't act rashly." Lemons couldn't help but clench his fists again. He looked deeply at Dan, who had been watching him, and promised He-Lei with forbearance, "I will, Brother Lei. But I really need your help in this matter. My mother would not poison the bishop for no reason. Okay, come to my side first, and we will discuss it again." Hearing He-Lei's words, Lemons immediately felt better. He thought that Brother Lei's methods would definitely help his mother get justice. His voice became stronger again. "Okay, I'll be there right away." Dan listened to the conversation between Lemons and He-Lei, and suddenly felt a little nervous. Lemons was easy to deal with, but if He-Lei intervened in this matter, it would not be so smooth to push Anna out as a scapegoat. And if He-Lei started with Mr. France and punished him through Mr. France, it would be even more disadvantageous for him. In a moment, Dan's mind was already turning 100 times, and Lemons also ended the brief communication with He-Lei, turned off the holographic projection screen, and turned away without even looking at Dan. "Wait!" Dan suddenly called him. Lemons turned around and stared at Dan with a frown. Saying nothing, Dan suddenly smiled and said to Lemons, "I can make an exception and let you meet Anna. After that, whether you admit or not the result given by the security team, I hope you will not vent your anger on the Buddha church. The church has done its utmost." Lemons felt that Dan's smile was very dazzling and ironic at this moment. He still said, "I always believe that my mother is not wrong, because she is a kind person." Hearing this, Dan was immediately unhappy and felt that Lemons was too ignorant of the times. Anna was just an ordinary believer in the Buddha church. For the Buddha church with thousands of believers, it was really insignificant. If it didn't play a certain role, it would not even be noticed, no matter what. "Follow me first." Dan turned around and walked into the Sutra library. In fact, Lemons came at the right time. Only by letting Anna see her son with her own eyes could she know more clearly what choice she should make. Lemons looked at Dan's back and hesitated for 2 seconds before following him. Although Dan's sudden agreement to meet his mother made people feel puzzled, this was exactly the purpose of his breaking into the headquarters of the Buddha church. However, as soon as Dan opened the door, A hurried footstep ran over along the dim light. Protector. It's bad. Anna actually committed suicide. She actually carried poison with her. Upon hearing this news, Dan's expression froze. Lemon's eyes widened, and he rushed over like a flying ground to grab the collar of the monk who had just run out, and asked like a ghost, "What did you say?" Chapter 58. The monk was already terrified by Anna's death, now facing the fierce tall man. He was so nervous that he couldn't speak. He could only point to the basement with a trembling hand. Lemon's heart was already tense to the extreme. He stared at the basement and pushed the monk away, rushing to the basement in 2 steps. Dan just reacted and hurriedly followed in shock. Although he had to make Anna a scapegoat, he never thought of letting Anna die. As long as Anna was still alive, he could use her to contain Lemons and the network he had developed. To a certain extent, Anna would be his powerful weapon against the military. Lemon soon arrived at the cell where Anna was imprisoned. From a distance, he saw the familiar figure lying on the ground. She was still wearing the familiar blue monk robe, and her figure seemed too thin. Lemons felt his head buzzing, and he couldn't help but slow down his pace, afraid of waking up from this nightmare. "Mother?" Lemons called softly to the woman on the ground. But the other party did not move. He was stunned for a moment, staring at the blue in the iron railing, amplified his voice a little, and called softly, "Mother?" But there was still no movement. Lemons felt that his heart was suffocated as if the oxygen was sucked out of it. He rushed up in 1 step, lay on the iron railing and shouted loudly, "Mother, don't sleep. Don't sleep. I'm here to save you." As he said this, he wanted to open the door of the prison cell, but the empty keyhole blocked him. Just then, Dan came over, and Lemons pulled him over while he was also confused, and shouted at him, "Open the door." Dan was a little flustered by Lemon's sudden outburst, but he still forced himself to calm down, and quickly handed him a bunch of keys stuck on the ring of his cassock, saying, "The key has the corresponding room code." Lemons didn't say much, grabbed the key and quickly searched for it. After finding the key number 7, he quickly opened the door. Lemons rushed in. He squatted down and hugged Anna, but Anna's eyes, which were frozen in pain, were all white. Lemon held his breath and touched Anna's pulse with trembling hands, but he only felt the temperature gradually fading. He felt that the world suddenly became gloomy. Dan also entered the bedroom. He noticed a small necklace hanging on Anna's chest and immediately understood where the poison came from. Seeing this, Dan was shocked. He had a very bad guess in his mind. That is, Anna chose the right time to commit suicide. Could it be that someone else carefully arranged the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind? However, at the moment when he was distracted, a gust of wind suddenly rushed around him, and then he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. "You forced my mother to death. You devils." When Lemons went crazy, his movements were so sharp that Dan was dizzy and dazed. Fortunately, several clerks not far away heard the fight and rushed over. They all rushed into the clerk's room to pull Lemons, who had lost his mind, so that Dan temporarily escaped the fierce attack. Soon Lemons was pressed to the ground by 4 or 5 people. Gradually, he stopped struggling and just stared blankly in the direction of his mother. Dan gasped for breath because of the pain of his wound, but he did not dare to relax at all. He ordered in a trembling voice, "Immediately contact the security team to deal with the scene and perform an autopsy on Anna. Lemons will be locked up first. As a believer, he disrespects the church. This is a serious matter. He will be severely punished according to church rules and prosecuted to the military." Just as the bishop was about to be transferred to the general ward, France received the information that Dan was admitted to the 2nd hospital for treatment of his injuries. When he learned that he was attacked by Lemons, his anger immediately soared to the peak. Lemons was so bold and arrogant that he was completely challenging the authority of the Buddha Church. However, after a moment of anger, France calmed down again, because Anna committed suicide, which was a very serious matter when they could not control the situation. People who don't know the whole picture can see that Anna was completely committing suicide out of fear of crime. But the problem is that Anna actually had a poison that could cause suicide when he was isolated and detained. In this way, it seems that the Buddha Church deliberately forced Anna to death. So the Buddha Church instantly became suspicious, whether Anna really committed suicide or was instructed by someone behind the scenes. The Buddha Church would be dragged into the water again. After thinking for a while, France felt even more depressed. After settling the bishop, He went directly to the ward where Dan was. Tangyu and he Lei heard about Lemons and Anna when they returned home. Anna committed suicide, and Lemons was imprisoned by the other party for injuring the guardian of the Badoha church. He also had to face the other party's prosecution. And France also acquiesced. After knowing Anna committed suicide, Tangyu would be lying if he said he was not shocked. He suspected that Anna was being eliminated by the people of the Badoha church through the poisoning of the bishop. After all, Anna was Lemon's mother, and people would think that she had too close contact with the military. Tangyu turned on the holographic projection screen and checked the news about the murder of the bishop that the Badoha church had announced on the internet not long ago. At this moment, all major platforms have been arguing about this matter, and there are many voices that demand the Badoha church and the super government to deal with the suspect Anna without waiting for the matter to be investigated. If the news of Anna's suicide spreads again, it is estimated that there will be cheers on the internet. After just a few minutes of reading, Tangyu was discouraged by the angry comments in the major comment areas. He looked at Lei, who was staring at the holographic projection screen with a heavy face, and said, Lemons is in a very dangerous situation now. Let alone Anna's matter. He injured Dan the Guardian. Dan and France should not let it go. I am also worried that someone will interfere and burn you. The selection of lieutenant generals will be held soon. People like Nicholas are looking for opportunities to attack Lei. Not to mention other monsters whose methods are still unknown. After a pause, he said, as for Anna, she may be a sacrificial scapegoat anyway. Hearing this, Lei pondered for a few seconds before replying, Anna's matter must be investigated secretly. Now we have to protect the bishop. If the bishop knows who the murderer is and is harmed again, things will become worse. In addition, I will ask Hilya to get Lemons out first. This may also be a trap. Lemons will be impulsive because of this. Tangyu nodded in agreement, and then thought, Anna's move. I don't know how much waves it will cause. We must make necessary preparations in advance. Anna's poisoning of the bishop could be just an internal struggle within the Badoha church, or it could be the result of careful calculations by all parties. In any case, they could not be careless. Lei nodded and agreed with Tangyu's statement. After the two discussed it in detail, they set off for the Badoha church headquarters without rest. The personnel sent by the security team had almost handled the scene. After finding out the situation, Lei contacted the person in charge and got the latest report of the forensic autopsy on Anna from him in advance. The result surprised both Lei and Tangyu. Anna died of H-type botulinum toxin, which only requires 0.002 micrograms to kill. The autopsy report stated that the small medicine bottle similar to a necklace worn on Anna's neck was the container of H-type botulinum toxin, with about 1 milligram of it, all of which Anna took to commit suicide. And this batch of toxins was produced at least 5 years ago. After seeing this information, Tangyu fell into a long silence. He suddenly felt that Anna's suicide was not related to any conspiracy. But Anna just wanted to commit suicide. If Anna was really instructed by someone, then her 5-year preparation of poison made her death seem a bit of a waste of talent in this calculation. And the source of this poison should come from Anna herself. He checked Anna's past information and found that more than 20 years ago, Anna was also a biological researcher and worked in the research institute. It was only after her husband died unexpectedly that she gradually withdrew from the scientific research community and engaged in other work. After a moment of silence, Tangyu said to Lei, if Anna really committed suicide, what would be her motive? The Badoha church wants to use her as a scapegoat and make it difficult for her to turn over. This matter will also implicate Lemons. She committed suicide so arbitrarily. Moreover, Anna prepared the poison for so long, and it happened at this time. Lei thought for a few seconds before slowly replying, it is a clear rule that the City of Science and Technology does not allow suicide. Maybe Anna is taking this opportunity to complete the purpose of suicide. But thinking so will narrow Anna's vision. The only reasonable purpose I can think of is that Anna is using her death to stir up a new wave of waves. This wave has begun to take shape at this moment, and no one can ignore it or even avoid it. As he spoke, Lei looked at Tangyu, and Tangyu also looked back at him. Their eyes met in the air, and they both agreed firmly. If this is how Anna's motives were explained, then all of this seemed to have a reasonable explanation. Lemons was her son and a soldier in the military, with him as the fuse. The forces involved would surely radiate in all directions like fireworks that exploded. At this time, Dan was sending the monk's minion, to get the specific autopsy report from the security team. When he walked to a corner, he happened to hear Tang Yu and He Lei's whispered conversation. He did not rush out, but after thinking for a moment, he quietly popped up the holographic projection screen and sent a message to Dan, telling him that Tang Yu and He Lei had actually come to the headquarters of the Buddha Church. After sending the message, he walked out and greeted Tang Yu and He Lei with a flattering face. He put his hands together and bowed slightly, saying, "It's Major General He Lei and Professor Tang. Good evening. It's my honor to meet you too. I'm Tata, the assistant of Dan Hufo." Tang Yu and He Lei's attention was immediately attracted by this slightly fat middle-aged man who suddenly appeared. They looked at each other calmly, and they both became alert at the same time, wondering about the purpose of this person's appearance here. He Lei took the lead and took a step forward, blocking Tang Yu slightly without leaving a trace, and also imitated the gestures often made by the followers of the Buddha Church, put his hands together, and bowed slightly to return the greeting to Tata. Tata, however, saw He Lei being so polite. His eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of surprise, and then he quickly bent down again, saying, "Major General He Lei, thank you for your courtesy." After that, he quickly continued, "You two appeared here late at night. I guess you came for Anna. Anna is a pious lay disciple. I really didn't expect her to commit suicide out of fear of crime without knowing the truth. She was really too impulsive. Have you read the autopsy report?" Hearing Tata say this, Tang Yu looked at the other person with a little more scrutiny. The words of this overly humble and flattering monk seemed to be regretting Anna's death, but committing suicide out of fear of crime. It is a bit inappropriate to use it here, and it seems that he is deliberately guiding. He restrained his observation and said, "It sounds like Master Tata is quite familiar with Anna. We just learned the cause of Anna's death. It is indeed a pity as you said. I guess you came here for Dan Protector. The security team is about to seal the files of the autopsy report. You came at the right time." Hearing this, the flattering smile on Tata's face suddenly faded a little. He didn't expect Tang Yu to be more straightforward than him and directly pointed out Dan Protector's intention. But in just a few seconds, he nodded and bowed again. "Thank you, Professor Tang, for reminding me. I will go to see the person in charge of the security team." He was about to continue walking forward when He Lei called him. "Wait." Tita turned around quickly and said with a smile, "Major General He, do you have any other instructions?" He Lei said, "Dan Guardian is in the hospital now. You should be mainly responsible for Lemons. We need to meet Lemons." Hearing this, Tata nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay. Okay. After all, it is the request of the Major General." Tita actually responded to this matter so easily that Tang Yu and He Lei couldn't help but frown slightly. However, at this moment, Tata changed the subject and his face became regretful. He shook his head slowly and said, "Originally, this request was a small problem for Major General He. Professor Tang must also want to meet Lemons, which is even better. But," Tata sighed in a pretentious manner, "Lemons is not only a member of your military. He is also a believer of the Buddha Church. His being of the Guardian is too bad." Mr. France is very angry about this and announced that no one can see Lemons until the prosecution is over. I am also in a difficult situation. After this long string of words, Tang Yu and He Lei's faces turned colder. He Lei looked straight at Tata and said, "I thought it was the Guardian Dan who would be more angry. I heard that he almost had to have an operation to fix his bones." Hearing the two people in front of him mention Dan again, Tata's face suddenly became a little unnatural, and then he smiled again and said, "The Guardian Dan is Mr. France's loyal right-hand man. Lemons is also challenging Mr. France's authority. Major General He is Lemons' boss. If you think about it from his perspective, you will surely understand what I mean." He Lei did not reply to Tata, but looked at Tang Yu behind him and said to him, "You have to go to the laboratory tomorrow morning. Let's go back first and talk about Lemons' matter after we go back." Tang Yu did not say anything, but just nodded. Tata's words and deeds have made it clear that the Buddha Church will not deal with Anna and Lemons in a perfunctory manner. But when Tata heard He Lei say that he would go back to discuss the matter of Lemons, his heart was hanging again. His eyes quietly shuttled back and forth between He Lei and Tang Yu, wondering what means these two people would use to get Lemons out. Lemons cannot be released easily, at least until Anna is confirmed to take the blame. Otherwise, he will be in danger because of the actions of Dan Hufo. He then said, "The Buddha Church has always been reasonable. The matter involving Anna will definitely not implicate Lemons. Lemons is an excellent soldier who has been contributing to the city of science and technology. The main thing is that he injured Dan Protector. Whether from the legal point of view or the doctrine of the Buddha Church, it is an unforgivable thing. However, Tang Yu and He Lei did not react much after hearing this. They just politely said goodbye and walked out. Tato was stunned by the performance of the two. He turned his head to look at the two tall and short backs that were gradually leaving, and couldn't help but clenched his fists nervously. In fact, with the strength of Major General He Lei and the military, it should not be difficult to interfere with the truth of the Anna incident. But how they can create a very real truth for these people and prevent them from exploring the facts is a difficult task. However, if Mr. France still firmly chooses to defend the reputation of the Buddha Church after knowing the truth, then things will be much simpler. I don't know how Dan Guardian will negotiate with Mr. France to ensure that he is no longer in a situation where he will set himself on fire. Judging from the situation that Lemons is facing prosecution, it is initially judged that Mr. France should stand on the side of Dan Guardian. After quickly thinking about the situation, Tato went to find the head of the security team responsible for this incident with a nervous heart. Soon Tato learned the cause of Anna's death. But when he saw that she died from the H-type botulinum toxin that she had always carried with her, he was shocked and silent. He remembered what Tang Yu and He Lei had talked about Anna's suicide not long ago. After seeing the autopsy report, he was somewhat convinced that Anna really committed suicide. And it was a suicide without any conspiracy. Anna had been in the Buddha Church for many years. He didn't know Anna very well, but he had some understanding of Anna. He had asked Anna why he served the Buddha Church so devoutly, but was still just a lay disciple. Now he might have the answer. The suicide of the Buddha Church will never be reincarnated. When you step into the Buddha Church, you are destined to abandon the idea of ending your life with death under the huge pressure of the city of science and technology. Therefore, some people hesitate to join the church completely and just become a believer or a lay disciple. Anna may have been struggling between life and death, and even hesitated for 5 years. But this time, the crime gave her a clear choice. Thinking of this, Tata's surprised eyes could not help but show a trace of pity. If Anna had a strong desire to survive, the crime would be exposed one day. However, in this city of science and technology, the chance of ordinary people to seize death is too slim, and the mental pressure they face is as huge as the city, making it difficult for people to even survive. Chapter 59. After returning to a safe place, Tata quickly contacted Dan again and sent him the information of the autopsy report and the analysis of whether Anna really committed suicide. After learning that Anna might really have committed suicide, Dan, who had thought of many conspiracy possibilities, was somewhat relieved. However, since Anna committed suicide, he had to confirm that she committed suicide in order to be at ease. He sent a message to Tata, saying, "You go and bribe the head of the security team in charge of the case, and make him determine Anna's death no matter what." Tata responded repeatedly, and then replied, "Major General He Lei and Professor Tang knew the autopsy report before me, but I don't know what their purpose is." He did not directly mention He Lei's request to see Lemons. After all, he lied to them in the name of Mr. France. Seeing Tata's reply, Dan's slightly dizzy head suddenly became clear. What purpose could He Lei and Tang Yu have for appearing at the headquarters of the Buddha Church? It was nothing more than for Lemons. However, he could not be sure of what means they would use to take Lemons away, and what kind of impact it would have on the Buddha Church, which was a headache for him. While thinking about it, Dan had a flash of inspiration, and a calculation slowly took shape in his mind, which could help him solve the problem about Anna. He typed a string of plan texts and sent it to Tata, asking him to go find Lemons first. After receiving Dan's message, Tata made some arrangements and went to the basement where Lemons was imprisoned. Lemons was imprisoned in a small dark room at the end of the basement. In less than a few hours, the extreme darkness and the grief brought by his mother's sudden death had eroded him to a somewhat miserable state. His face hidden in the black showed a tense gray. His scarlet eyes were moist, and even his rosy lips were bitten into a dull and weak pale due to anger. Just when his mind was active at its peak, and he was about to come up with a conclusion after reviewing all the possibilities of his mother being framed and committing suicide, clear and slow footsteps suddenly came from outside the small dark room. As a soldier, shorthand for the enemy's physical features is also an assessment. In just a few seconds, Lemons identified the person coming. He looked at the door with a heavy gaze, like a vigilant wolf. Suddenly, there was a click outside, and all the lights in the small dark room were on. Lemon's eyes were stung, and he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his cheek. He forced himself to open his eyes and look at the door. The door lock opened, and he saw a familiar slightly fat figure pushing the door and walking in. The door was closed again. Lemons gradually adapted to the light that he had not seen for several hours. He sat on the ground and looked up at Tata, who was only 3 steps away from him. His scarlet eyes were cold, and his former honesty had long gone. Tata had fully expected to face Lemons, who was like frost and snow. Moreover, the other party was tall, strong, and not restrained. As long as the other party stood up, he could defeat him by looking down on him. But he was not afraid at all. In fact, as long as Lemons impulsively attacked him, it would create a more favorable situation for them. Tata was less flattering and more serious at this moment. He looked at Lemons, who was very defensive and hostile to him, and spoke first. The forensic doctor in charge of the autopsy told me a piece of news. Hearing this, Lemon's eyes widened immediately. He slowly stood up from the ground and asked in a hoarse voice, with a sense of oppression, "What do you want to say?" Lemon stood up completely and looked down at Tata. Because of his height, Tata had to look up at Lemons. But with just one glance, he felt the majesty and awe that only soldiers could have. His heart, which had just been prepared, suddenly became nervous again. Tata pretended to be calm, put his hands together and said, "According to the forensic examination, your mother did commit suicide." After a pause, he reiterated, "It was suicide without any conspiracy." Hearing the word suicide, Lemons instantly clenched his palms. But Tata's last sentence made him suddenly angry. He said sternly, "Tata, you are the leader of the Buddha Church, a monk who has been baptized by doctrines for many years, and you should not be full of nonsense." Tata was startled by Lemons' low shout, but he didn't dare to make any obvious reaction, which led to the failure of Dan's instructions. He held his breath and exhaled slowly. When he felt stable and no longer afraid, he said, "What I said is true." "Ah, that is suicide. Do you know what the security team's initial judgment is?" Lemons approached Tata one step closer and glared at him fiercely. If he could not cause more trouble, he would have picked up Tata and slammed him against the airtight iron wall. Tata was blocked by Lemons' tall figure, and became more nervous, and even stepped back half a step involuntarily. But he still chose to continue to provoke Lemons, saying, "The security team initially determined that Anna committed suicide out of fear of punishment." "You?" Lemons grabbed Tata directly. Even though he had expected it, Tata was frightened by the other party's lightning-fast action and froze his body. But the next moment, he continued to say fearlessly, "It's all because of you. Anna poisoned the bishop and committed a heinous crime. The people of the City of Science and Technology are denouncing her. The impact of the incident is getting bigger and bigger. In order not to implicate you, her son who is a soldier, she had to use death to block all the opinions and criticisms. She wanted to protect you." Lemons' breathing stagnated after hearing this. He became even more angry and pushed Tata away, roaring, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tata staggered a few steps after being pushed, seeing that Lemons was a little out of control. He suppressed his fear and continued to add fuel to the fire, saying, "You thought you could save your mother, but you are courting death. It is an indisputable fact that Anna poisoned the bishop. Even if you think she was instructed by someone, she is still one of the murderers. As the son of a murderer, you actually want to release the devil. Don't you think it goes against your military ethics and qualities? Or, you actually know what conspiracy is behind Anna, and what you did is just one of the links." "Enough!" Lemons suddenly shouted, his bloodshot eyes staring at Tata, who was frightened and panicked, until Tata could no longer withstand the pressure and took a half step back again. Lemons sneered and said gloomily, "Tata, the Church of Bedoha emphasizes karma. You are so despicable and shameless, and you will be punished sooner or later." Hearing Lemons' almost straightforward warning, Tata quickly put his hands together and bowed, saying, "We have a clear conscience. But Lemons, how can you atone for your mother to the god of Bedoha? The bishop is a strong spiritual pillar of the City of Science and Technology. If you can now smoothly access the network, you will know how serious this matter is." These words made Lemons clench his fists even tighter, and his anger even turned into substance and burst out from his eyes to stab Tata. Facing the dirty water thrown by Tata, his reason was provoked step by step to the brink of collapse. However, in a moment, Lemons suddenly calmed down, and the answer that was about to come out when he was thinking before slowly took shape in his mind. Tata is a longtime member of the Boda Church and an assistant used by Dan Pundit. It is hard to say that he deliberately came to him to distort the facts and anger him without being instructed. And it was precisely his excessive and unnecessary oppression that made him suspicious. If Dan was determined to pin the crime of poisoning the bishop on his mother because he beat the other party, it would be somewhat reckless and unfair. He still insisted that his mother would not be the murderer of the bishop. Under this premise, his mother had to bear the crime, and the real murderer might be Dan, the guardian who first discovered that the bishop was poisoned and arrested his mother. Since he arrived at the headquarters of the Boda Church, the guardian Dan has been preventing him from seeing his mother. If his mother was really the murderer, there was no need for them to do this. Moreover, they sent Tata to brainwash him, saying that he might know his mother's conspiracy, which was really abnormal. His mother committed suicide, and she might even be murdered to silence her. Thinking of this, Lemons' anger suddenly dissipated by more than half. He stared at Tata and said slowly, "You are familiar with my mother, but you treat her like this." Tata didn't expect Lemons to say this, and was stunned for a moment. But he quickly recovered his expression and immediately said sanctimoniously, "Anna's piety to the Boda Church is well known to everyone. But it is precisely because of this that I can't believe that she would poison the bishop." Hearing this, Lemons looked at Tata deeply, closed his eyes gently, and said nothing. Seeing him like this, Tata suddenly couldn't guess what he was thinking, and he was even more worried and afraid. But he continued, "As a soldier and a believer of the Boda Church, you beat up one of the important members of the church. You will face prosecution by the victim. This is a very serious matter, and even your military career will end here. However, Mr. France said that there should be room for maneuver in this matter. It depends on how you cooperate." These words made Lemons more enlightened. He said coldly, "What do you want me to do?" Tata paused, and then said, "Admit that your mother is the murderer." Lemons' eyes suddenly became fierce. "Tata, your heart in serving the god of Boda is so dirty." Tata suddenly smiled, as if to mock. "It's time now. Talking about my character is useless for your current situation. Your brain is as honest as your face." Lemons said heavily, "My mother is not a murderer, and it is impossible for her to become a scapegoat under your manipulation." Tata did not continue the topic, only said, "It's up to you. It depends on whether you can afford the consequences. Also, the military will choose to protect you or be hostile to the Boda Church in this matter. This is really an exciting choice." This sentence made Lemons' heart suddenly stop. He suddenly realized that he had been ignoring a problem in the past few hours. He had indeed caused trouble for the military by injuring Dan Hufo. This was something that completely violated the military code. Thinking of this, Lemons instantly fell into self-blame, and even lost the few confidences that could clear his mother's grievances. Chapter 60. The incident of the bishop being poisoned became more and more serious. In just one night, 8 or 9 waves of believers who came to seek justice were dispersed at the door of the headquarters of the Boda Church. The next day, when work began, Dill and Lusu came to the headquarters of the Boda Church, intending to find out more about Lemons. After the members of the Marine Exploration Battalion learned that Lemons was imprisoned by the order of the guardian of the Boda Church, the indignation of the members of the Marine Exploration Battalion remained in their hearts for a long time. It was indeed Lemons' fault to injure the guardian of the Boda Church under stress. But Lemons was a soldier of the military after all. He was directly imprisoned by the Boda Church and restricted his personal freedom. This was completely a contempt for the authority of the military. And it was also a disregard and provocation to the Marine Exploration Battalion. If you think about it more deeply, it is hard not to feel that the Boda Church is using this incident to test the bottom line of the military. Moreover, the fact that Lemons' mother poisoned the bishop was too unbelievable, making people feel that Anna, who has always been kind and amiable, is just a victim of the Boda Church. However, Anna's sudden death has cast a layer of dust that cannot be wiped off, making the truth extremely weak and pale. When Deer and Lusu just arrived at the door of the Boda Church headquarters, the security personnel here had just dispersed a dozen believers who came to protest. Deer and Lusu walked and whispered about how to get in smoothly. However, when these security personnel saw the two approaching, they directly let the security robots surround them without asking the reason, and scolded them in a bad tone to let them leave quickly. Being suddenly treated in such an attacking and alerting posture, Dill and Lusu were startled and immediately took a defensive posture. Their hands had quietly been placed on the hidden guns on their waists. The two looked at each other and saw that the situation was so serious. And they became even more angry. Dill looked at the security personnel with numb and dead eyes not far away, and said coldly, "Please confirm clearly that we are not the believers you want to drive away." The security personnel ignored Dill's words and only said, "For the current situation, we can't let any suspicious person go in and cause trouble. You are causing trouble for us." With a wave of his hand, he instructed the security robot to drive the two away from the headquarters gate. This made Lu Su's face immediately furious. Damn it. When did the security of the Buddha Church become so arrogant? A one-size-fits-all approach. Right? He stepped forward and kicked a security robot away, opened a path to the security personnel, and grabbed a security guard by the black collar and lifted him up. "Ah! Who are you?" So lawless. The lifted security struggled hard, with a horrified expression on his face. But he was trapped in Lu Su's hand and did not move. The others were frightened by Lu Su's posture and immediately lost their ideas. "Fuck," Dill snorted, kicked a security robot away, and walked to the front of the security guards. He said coldly again, "You don't even know the grandfather of your Marine Exploration Battalion team, and you dare to bully us? You guys are trying to save trouble and expel us without asking the reason. Do you think we soldiers are fools?" Hearing this, the faces of several security guards suddenly became colorful. Obviously, they didn't expect to kick a tough guy at this time. At this time, a security guard, who should be the team leader, quickly stood up and immediately apologized to Dill and Lu Su humbly. "It's our fault. Please put him down first. You can register here if you want to enter the headquarters." The situation suddenly changed. Lu Su saw the flattering security guard in front of him, and he immediately lost his appetite. He put down the security guard with anger and snorted disdainfully. Deer knew what they were here for, and did not dwell on it any further. He just signaled the security guard to take them over for entry registration. "Hilya? Why are there 3 names?" the security guard said in surprise, as soon as Deer finished registering. At the same time, he could not guess what the purpose of this group of people coming to the headquarters of the Buddha Church was, and he was even more afraid that he had rashly agreed to let them enter the headquarters. Dill chuckled and said, "Our deputy captain wants to meet Mr. France in person. Do you have any objection?" The security guard was stunned for a moment. He saw a young man with golden hair walking over from a distance. He looked heroic and gentle in his military uniform, compared with the 2 powerful guys in front of him. This man with a pale face looked more like a civilian officer sitting in an office. But the security guard was even more stunned. He felt a sense of fear in his heart. He didn't dare to say much about the arrival of this young man. He gradually figured out one thing. Maybe the 2 men next to him were just here to lead him. Hilya walked slowly to the door of the Buddha Church headquarters. He looked in the direction of Dill and Lu Su and nodded slightly. He walked in without saying anything. 10 minutes ago, they received Hilay's order to come and negotiate with France about lemons, and did not make an appointment with France directly to give him a chance to prepare. So the scene that Dill and Lu Su just made happened. The military department completely agreed to their approach. The marshal contacted their captain, Hilay, not long ago. After entering the door, Hilya went straight to France's office at 5 or 6 in the morning today. After ensuring that the bishop was completely out of danger, France returned to the office of the Buddha Church headquarters to deal with various complicated matters. The most important thing he had to do now was to completely blame the bishop's poisoning on Anna's personal behavior, and then completely eliminate all the doubts and criticisms against the Buddha Church. Anna's suicide without any interference undoubtedly made him feel relieved. But now, he was worried whether the people of the City of Science and Technology would be completely convinced of Anna's crime of committing suicide out of fear of crime. Even with the help of the security team, putting all the blame on Anna would inevitably make the Buddha Church tainted with the smell of conspiracy theories. Because a very important thing was not determined. That was Anna's motive for poisoning the bishop. As the head of the Buddha Church, he was naturally aware of the intrigues within the church. But he could not let the infighting in the church spread to any believer. He was thinking hard. But Tata's hurried arrival interrupted his train of thought. Franz suddenly became unhappy and asked him what was wrong. At this moment, Tata was helping Dan, who was still recuperating, to help Franz do something within his ability. Tata keenly noticed that his rashness had caused Franz's emotions to fluctuate. He quickly apologized with a smile and said, "It was the deputy captain of the Marine Exploration Battalion, Hilya, who wanted to see the leader. He was waiting not far from the door of the office." and the security personnel let him in directly. Hearing this news, France's face suddenly became serious. He did not speak, but took a sip of the cool tea on the table, revealing a trace of pondering and deep thought. Late last night, He Lei and Tang Yu came to the headquarters to inquire about the information of Anna's autopsy report. If He Lei really wanted to rescue Lemons, who was in a bad situation, he should come to him in person instead of sending a deputy to talk to him face to face. In fact, he tacitly agreed that Dan had a deeper plan for dealing with Lemons. He wanted to use Lemons' matter to talk to He Lei about the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals. Although He Lei, an outstanding major general, had no doubts about being promoted to lieutenant general, if he was willing to cooperate with the Badoha Church, it would undoubtedly create a more mutually beneficial and win-win situation. Even if there was no Lemons incident, he would have found a chance to extend an olive branch to He Lei, just like he had won over Tang Yu. What the Badoha Church needs now is outstanding young people who can continuously inject strength into the church, as well as their support. However, at this moment, He Lei only sent Hilya over, not to mention his trust in Hilya, but he said that he trusted his men to handle this matter. Is there any calculation and conspiracy behind it? How capable He Lei is. He can't know 10%, but he can see through 90%. This is a guy as dangerous and difficult as Tang Yu. After thinking quickly for a few seconds, France said slowly with a solemn expression, "Let him come in. And brew a new pot of tea. And change to black tea." "Yes. Yes." Tita hurriedly responded and went down. Soon, Hilya appeared at the door of France's office. Hearing the footsteps approaching, France subconsciously focused his eyes on the door. And his narrow eyes, like a crescent moon, were thoughtful. And he shot straight at the young man in military uniform standing there. Hilya's pale face had a perfect smile. He watched France, who was looking at him inconspicuously, walk into the office, and took off his military cap and saluted him. "Good morning, Mr. Chief. Major Hilya of the Marine Exploration Battalion of the Military Department greets you. Please forgive me if I am presumptuous." Hearing Hilya's words, France smiled again. But he was very unhappy in his heart, because it was presumptuous for the military to come to his office to talk to him without an appointment. But he said it so high-soundingly. He still smiled and said, "Major Hilya is so polite. Please sit down." "Thank you." Hilya just nodded slightly and went to the sofa for the reception and sat down. He did not rush to talk to France about Lemons, but just sat quietly. France could not help but frown slightly when he saw his attitude. Francis was naturally a patient person, although he was quickly thinking about the topics that might be discussed with Hilya and looked a little serious. He still had a cheerful smile on his face. In this way, there was a hint of stalemate between the two. They all knew that one party would have to speak first to break the deadlock, but the party that spoke first would inevitably lose the initiative. However, France was not anxious about this at all. After all, he always had the initiative in Lemon's affairs. Just when the atmosphere in the office was getting tense, Tata, who had brewed tea from the tea room next door, just eased the stalemate between the two. Tata placed a cup of brewed black tea on France's desk, smiled servilely, turned to Hilya, and brought another cup of black tea to Hilya, saying in a serious tone, "Please enjoy." Hilya smiled and waved her hand, gently pushed the teacup in front of her back to Tata, and looked in the direction of France, saying, "I feel the enthusiasm of the leader to entertain guests, but I came here with an order, and I can't delay the mission because of a cup of precious tea. What if there is something wrong with it?" Hilya stopped talking at the right time, but this made France stunned. Then he reacted. The smile in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a serious face. Hilya started with the purpose of coming here with a cup of tea, but he was not at all inferior, which made him have to be cautious. France was silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Major, you worry too much." He picked up the teacup and blew the tea foam gently, and took a sip. Hilya's smile became more and more obvious, and he said, "Mr. Leader, you are right. I am more or less judging others by my own standards." After a pause, he said, "Speaking of such things, I think Anna, who sincerely serves the Badoha Church, is a little wronged, because she has no direct interest in the bishop. Of course, I am very sorry for the violent behavior of our soldier Lemons against your guardian Mr. Pundit, and I express my deep apologies to Mr. Pundit on behalf of the Marine Exploration Battalion." Hearing Hilya say this, France's first reaction was that the military wanted to vindicate Anna, although he didn't know what they were up to. Francis pondered for 2 seconds and said, "So," Hilya said. Lemons was just impulsive. After all, as a person who loves his mother, who can watch his mother die in front of him. "What do you think, Mr. Leader?" Francis was a little annoyed by Hilya's words that were not focused on the core. But he just smiled, took a sip of the teacup, and did not respond to the other party's words. Hilya seemed to have expected France to have such a reaction, and did not have to wait for an answer. After a few seconds, he suddenly said with certainty, "Anna would not poison the bishop." This made Franz's mind tremble, and he even began to be certain in his heart. Ole said Hilya here for lemons. But in fact, he came for Anna's matter. But no matter what, Anna must be the murderer who poisoned the bishop, and no one can interfere with this fact. Franz drank tea and fell into deep thought. He looked at Hilya from time to time, and his deep face made him look majestic. Hilya did not interrupt Franz's thinking, but waved to Tata, who was waiting for the dispatch to come over, and whispered to him, "Please pour me a glass of boiled water." "Thank you." Hilya's attitude of request made Tata flattered, and he said hey without reacting. After 2 calls, he hurried out to the tea room to pour him some water. However, Hilya's action disturbed Francis' thinking. Seeing the other party's calm appearance, his mood became heavier, but he also had a plan in mind, and slowly said to Hilya, "You said so confidently that Anna would not poison the bishop, which makes me doubt." Hilya's expression did not change, and he just said, "Tell me." Francis' slightly serious face suddenly smiled again. He took a sip of tea slowly, and then said meaningfully, "Anna is Lemon's mother. The two are naturally close, and Lemons is a soldier. Perhaps the bishop was poisoned for some political purpose of the military." This made Hilya, who received the boiled water from Tata, stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect France to say this suddenly, but it was only a moment of stunned. Hilya quickly recovered. He took the glass and drank a sip of water slowly before answering France, saying, "Since Mr. Leader thinks so, I can't do anything about it." This sentence blocked France back, making him feel like a punch on cotton, and did not disrupt Hilya's position as he wished. He laughed twice, pretending to ease the atmosphere, and said, "But what is the truth? I believe the security team will give an answer." Hilya did not respond to France's words. After putting down the hot glass, he took something out of his jacket pocket and stood up and walked towards France. France stared at Hilya steadily, watching him approaching, and could not help but straighten his back, slowly put down the teacup in his hand, and take any sudden situation that might happen next more seriously. Hilya put the 2-inch color photo in his hand on France's desk, slowly pushed it towards him, and just stared at him without saying a word. However, when France saw the 2 protagonists in this photo, he could not completely control his expression, and revealed a visible surprise. This photo was the photo of the bishop and Dan talking that he happened to take when he sent Dill and Lemons to the Badoha church to investigate the situation. It happened to become an important prop for saving Lemons. Seeing Francis' face change because of this test, Hilya's guess was instantly confirmed. Perhaps Dan was the mastermind behind the poisoning of the bishop. Seeing Francis' reaction and instantly restraining his outward emotions, Hilya smiled and said, "Let's talk about Anna again. In fact, Mr. Leader knows very well that Anna's poisoning of the bishop and suicide will only be full of doubts in the eyes of outsiders. It will only make people think that she is a victim of the internal struggle of the Boda Church, and put the Boda Church in a more passive situation." These words made Francis' face suddenly serious. He said to Hilya directly, "What do you want to say?" Hilya smiled and was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Major General Hele only ordered me to take the troublesome subordinates back." He chuckled and said, "I think Mr. Leader should know who the real murderer is." However, Hilya's confession made France a little angry. The previous conversation had been about Anna, but now the other party told him that their purpose was just to hope that the Badoha church would release Lemons. This feint to the east, an attack in the west, really made him confused. The most important thing is that Hele and others should have known who the real murderer who poisoned the bishop was. Although he sometimes hoped that the bishop could retreat behind the scenes to make it easier for the Badoha church to enter the political field. He was also very angry at Dan's recklessness. He wanted to win over power, but he didn't want the bishop to be harmed by various power struggles. However, if the truth about Dan's murder of the bishop is exposed, the Badoha church will inevitably bear the stigma of internal strife. The bishop's position in the city of science and technology is very important. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences after the matter was exposed. That was a chaos that could not be stopped even if Dan was pushed out to stop everyone's mouths. Because many people would take the opportunity to deprive the Badoha Church of its power. At this moment, Hele and his men had this handle to threaten him. And Lemons had to be released. But they knew that the truth was always a time bomb. So he couldn't easily let go of Lemons as a bargaining chip. Suddenly, France thought of another point. Perhaps Hele and the military had more important things to trade with him. France fell into thought again. However, at this time, he heard Hilya say, I think that the reason why Anna poisoned the bishop may be a temporary mental disorder. The pressure on everyone in the city of science and technology is too great. It is understandable that Anna would do something extraordinary. Chapter 61. These words immediately shocked France. It was not because he finally found a suitable reason to completely put the blame on Anna, but because Hilya suddenly changed his attitude towards Anna. He was now completely sure that Hele and the military were using Anna to achieve a certain purpose. And coming to rescue Lemons was just a legitimate excuse for them to do business. With such a certainty, France calmed down instead, and decided to take advantage of the situation and remain unchanged in the face of changes. He was silent for more than 10 seconds, and then he drank the last sip of tea in the teacup and said, I will negotiate with Dan to cancel the prosecution against Lemons and release him. But unfortunately, regarding Anna's matter, the Badoha Church will follow the laws of the City of Science and Technology to deal with her severely, even though she did such an extreme act because of mental disorder. This is what Hilya wanted from France. Although he was ordered to rescue Lemons, he also followed the instructions of his superiors to lure France into the trap. As long as he led France to their logical route, not only could Anna's case be cleared, but they could also gain more. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. Hilya and France soon ended their conversation. But France did not let Hilya take Lemons directly from the basement of the Badoha Church headquarters. Hilya was not in a hurry, but politely said goodbye and left France's office slowly. After walking out and breathing fresh air, Hilya felt a little better. The sequelae of the head injury had been harassing him at this moment. If he had not had a firm belief to support him to carry out the mission, he felt that he might be defeated by the pain and unable to negotiate with France soberly. However, when he heard from their brother Lay that Anna should bear the crime of poisoning the bishop on the grounds of mental disorder, he was still a little surprised. This meant that Anna would not be cleared of the crime, and the truth would not be made public for the time being. But Anna was Lemon's mother after all. Although their brother Lay could not clear Anna's crime, he would not use such means to calculate. Then this proposal might just come from the marshal's mouth. However, what purpose did they do this for? Was it just to prevent France from leading the Badoha Church into the political field? After a short rest, Hilya went directly back to the military building to report the situation to Hele. As soon as he arrived at Hele's office, the news that Anna was mentally ill, poisoned the bishop, and committed suicide out of fear of crime was uploaded on the internet. The security team that released the information did not say anything extra, but only uploaded a forged report of Anna's mental state test and part of her autopsy report. As soon as the news of Anna's suicide came out, more than 50% of the followers of the Badoha Church fell into silence. At this moment, the people who discussed this matter were more ordinary people who were paying attention to the direction of the incident. The spectators thought that things had turned around, just as France thought. They believed that this was a conspiracy within the Badoha Church. The bishop was poisoned because someone wanted to usurp the throne. However, the guards under the jurisdiction of the super government broke their conspiracy theory with facts that they could not refute. The reason that Anna poisoned the bishop because of mental disorder does sound exaggerated. If this happened 2 centuries ago, perhaps the people would have gone to the Badoha Church headquarters and cursed the sacred place of faith. But in this end times, this reason seems reasonable. Because in this end times with huge mental pressure, there are many well-dressed madmen. He could be, you could be, and I could be. The matter continued to ferment, and some people still talked about Anna and the bishop from the perspective of conspiracy theory, but under the guidance of public opinion deliberately arranged by Frost. More people who eat melons talked about Anna as a joke of hell or a tragic joke. But not long after, someone among the silent believers of the Badoha Church raised a shocking question. That is, even Anna, a believer who served the Badoha Church devoutly, embarked on the path of mental breakdown and betrayal of doctrine. Then what power could the Badoha Church give to believers? As soon as this issue came up, the discussion became more heated than Anna's. Human nature makes them care more about themselves than others. But this incident did not cause more trouble to France, the head of the Boda Church. When Hilla proposed the suggestion of mental disorder, he even thought about every major problem that needed to be solved in the future. France did not hold a press conference to explain this, but just used the official account of the Boda Church on major platforms to release a message simultaneously. The Boda Church will be with the super government. The power that Boda God bestows on every believer comes from every devout belief in the city of science and technology. They are all unyielding souls under the rule of the super government. The super government is immortal. The blessing of God is immortal. The super government is eternal. And the glory of God is eternal. The people of the city of science and technology will be the endless beacon of the Boda Church. It is your existence that has built the great Boda. As soon as this message was sent, the boiling network environment suddenly became silent. The most important reason is that no one has ever thought that the two terms of the Patriarch Church and the super government will be tied together one day. This is somewhat unfamiliar and even incredible, because since the rise of the Patriarch Church, it has been outside the jurisdiction of the government. However, political veterans have a subtle understanding of this strange combination proposed by the Patriarch Church. If this matter is linked to the Patriarch Church's repeated involvement in political events, it is not difficult to find that this is just a strategy for the Patriarch Church to take advantage of Anna's incident to move further into the political field. If you want to gain political recognition, you must first please the political subject. Even if the super government is not interested in or even annoyed by what the Boda Church has done, this card still shows a wonderful effect in front of the ordinary people and gets their recognition and support. Tang Yu gave himself another day off and spent the whole day reading the news in Helay's office. The 3-minute video interview he just read was a news report released by the Central Daily News about the interviews of various people involved in the Das Anna incident. There was not only a picture of the revived bishop greeting everyone, but also an interview with Lemons. Tang Yu was somewhat surprised by Lemons' appearance, but thinking of Das's ability, he felt that this matter was reasonable. Lemons seemed to have tacitly accepted this false truth. There was no sadness or anger on his face, but he did not look honest and loyal as usual. He was neither sad nor happy, but just answered Dasa's questions in a routine manner. Dasa only asked him if he had anything to say to everyone. Lemons thought about it seriously before replying that in his mind, his mother was still a devout believer of the Boda Church, and he would continue to be an excellent soldier. After watching this interview, Tang Yu's mood was much more mixed than before. Anna's unjust death not only made people sigh, but also exposed the ugly face of the so-called power in the city of science and technology. Even the Holy Boda Church was not immune to it. Although he didn't know what the marshal had said to Hilay, what Hilay had told Hilya, and what Hilya had talked to France. But judging from the information released by the security team, Anna was still a very valuable chess piece after her death. And it was not just the Badoha Church that was using her. When Tang Yu was mourning Anna, Hilay called him, and he came back to his senses from his deep thoughts. "Any new progress?" he asked, and got up from the reception sofa and walked to Hilay's desk. Hilay's face became a little serious at this moment, and said, "France asked someone to send Lemons back. Guess who took this job?" Tang Yu showed doubt and puzzlement. After all, if it wasn't a special matter, Hilay wouldn't mention it on purpose. He thought about the people in the Boda Church, but couldn't find anyone that Hilay paid special attention to. But suddenly he had a flash of inspiration, and a name suddenly came to his mind. And at this moment, the half-closed door of Hilay's office was knocked, and the attention of the two was directly attracted. "Come in," Hilay said. His voice was more majestic than before. At this time, the office door was slowly pushed open, revealing a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The person who suddenly came was Jin Shi, who was also the one who took the job to send Lemons back this time. Just in line with the sentence issued by the official account of the Boda Church. The Boda Church and the super government are together. Tang Yu had just guessed that it was Jin Shi, and was not too surprised by his arrival. Jin Shi walked in slowly, and behind him was the sent-back Lemons. Jin Shi walked to Hilay's desk, stretched out his hand to the other party, and spoke first. "Major General He. We meet again. It's fate." Hilay did not stand up to welcome the other party, but just stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party lightly, and replied indifferently, "It is indeed fate. But thank you, Commissioner Jean, for helping to send Lemons back." At this time, Lemons, who was silent at the door, also walked a few steps closer to Lei, bowed deeply to him, and said with guilt, "Brother Lei, I have caused you trouble." "Sorry." Lei just waved his hand and said to him, "Sit down and rest for a while." Lemons received the order, saluted Lei, and walked to the reception sofa. Tang Yu watched quietly on the side. After Lemons sat down, he turned around silently and went to the water dispenser to get him a cup of warm water. Jin Shi's deep eyes swept over Lemons and Tang Yu, and finally looked at Lei, saying, "The men trained by Major General he are all outstanding." Lei narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. And Tang Yu, who was not far away, also looked at him because of this sentence, with a little scrutiny in his eyes. But for a while, no one responded to Jin Shi's words. However, Jin Shi did not feel embarrassed, and continued, "I am a few years older than Major General He, and I have a message for you. Some things may be more patient. Wait a while, and don't be impulsive." The other three people present didn't expect Jin Shi to say such a thing, and they all looked at him. However, these words, combined with the matter of Lemons, were very meaningful. Lei lowered his eyes and thought for 2 seconds, then stood up from his seat, took the initiative to extend his hand to Jin Shi, and said, "Thank you very much for your warning, Commissioner Jin." Jin Shi just smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand to shake Lei again. But his eyes turned to Tang Yu, who was handing Lemons a cup of water. Noticing Jin Shi's sight, Tang Yu retracted his hand and looked back straight, with no emotion on his indifferent face. Jin Shi retracted his hand that was shaking with Lei, turned directly to face Tang Yu, and asked, "Professor Tang, I heard that the last resistance agent in your experiment was also used on the bishop. You are short of materials. Can the experiment really go on normally?" Hearing Jin Shi's question, Tang Yu actually had a premonition in his heart, and he knew that the other party asked such a question again just to test him. Jin Shi is indeed a complicated person, but it does not prevent him from using him a little to achieve certain goals. He slowly walked towards Jin Shi, stood 1 step away from him, and stared at him quietly. But Jin Shi saw that he was so close to him, and subconsciously pulled his upper body back a little, with a puzzled look at Tang Yu in his eyes. Tang Yu said lightly, "Although there are accidents, there will still be ways to find materials. Director Jin, don't worry at all. I am unemployed at the moment, but I just want to take a rest because too many accidents have happened." Hearing this answer, Jin Shi's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he laughed again and said helplessly, "It seems that Professor Tang was joking with me last night." Tang Yu did not respond to his words. After all, some things are not suitable to be discussed in a crowded and mixed place. He just said, "It seems that Director Jin is indeed very interested in the resistance agent." Jin Shi smiled meaningfully. He stared at Tang Yu for a moment, and then slowly said, "Yes. Professor Tang, do you think that my sincerity is too straightforward?" Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, his eyes swept across the direction of Lemons and Lei, and his eyes gradually became deep. He replied, "It seems that Commissioner Jin is indeed extraordinary." Jin Shi shook his head with a profound look on his face, but did not say anything else. Just said goodbye. Lei stopped looking at Jin Shi, walked out of his seat, and said to him, "Then I will see Commissioner Jin out, and we can chat again when we are free another day." "Okay." Jin Shi agreed without hesitation, turned around and walked out the door, looking back and saying to Tang Yu, "Professor Tang too." Tang Yu did not respond to this, but Jin Shi did not care. Lei saw Jin Shi out the door and into the elevator before returning to the office. As soon as he entered the door, he and Tang Yu, who was not far from the door, met each other's eyes. The two looked at each other deeply for a moment, and both understood each other's meaning tacitly. The complexity of Jin Shi may be deeper than they imagined. This is a very interesting thing, and it is worth taking a risk. Lemons, who was sitting on the sofa nearby, stood up suddenly, with a worried look on his haggard face, and said to Lei, "Brother Lei, will this Commissioner Jin hurt Professor Tang? I think he seems to have bad intentions." Hearing this, Lei walked directly to Lemons, pointed to the sofa, and asked him to sit down again, and walked to sit opposite him. "You should take care of your own business first." Hearing this, Lemons lowered his head dejectedly, with helplessness and anxiety mixed together, and actually grinned half-smile. "The matter has been determined. Brother Lei, you can't do anything. What else can I do? I just want to get my mother's ashes." Hearing him say this, He lay also fell silent. After almost a minute, he spoke. The military and the super government know that your mother is innocent. That's enough. Hearing this, Lemon immediately showed an expression of disbelief. He was not a fool. After a while, he figured out the deep meaning of this sentence. If the military and the super government knew that his mother was innocent, it meant that everyone actually knew who the real murderer was. If so, there was only one reason why his mother was still carrying this false charge. The truth was not yet revealed. After just a dozen seconds of thinking, Lemons felt as if several centuries had passed. He suddenly showed a face that was neither laughing nor crying, with sadness and ridicule swirling in his eyes. And he was deeply involved in helplessness. He took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother Lay, I can wait. I believe in you. My mother's favorite and most admired person is you." This rarely made He Lay reveal a trace of helplessness in front of his subordinates. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, and then replied, "Is there anything else I can help you with? I'll let Lu Su follow Aunt Anna's ashes throughout the process." Hearing this, Lemon showed a face of gratitude, quickly stood up and bowed deeply to He Lay again, and said loudly, "Brother Lay, thank you so much." Even if Dan did not file a complaint with the military would punish him according to military regulations. However, Brother Lay helped him to save him, so he was spared from punishment and was not implicated by his mother's affairs. At this moment, the other party also helped to deal with his mother's ashes. He was really grateful and didn't know how to repay him. He Lay just replied in a tone that it was okay. Lemons tried to calm himself down, and then said, "Brother Lay, if you and Professor Tang are free, can you help me to pack up my mother's relics? I am really worried about contacting the housekeeping, fearing that someone with ulterior motives will fish in troubled waters." He Lay had no objection to this request. He also hoped to handle the matter carefully. But he also looked at Tang Yu and asked, "Together?" Tang Yu was naturally not unhappy about this. When he was escaping in the desert, it was Lemons who always trusted him and helped him a lot. He was always grateful to him. No problem. Chapter 62. Tang Yu first returned to France's private laboratory to test Ming Cheng's physical data, and then followed Lemons to his home. Lemons and Anna's residence is in the military police area. A few years ago, after Lemons started to join the army, Anna resigned and moved to the house assigned to him with Lemons, and he also concentrated on serving the Badoha Church. Lemons and Anna's home is on the 6th floor. 601. Several people took the elevator up. After exiting the elevator, they turned left and saw a rust-colored door. On the left and right of the door were a pair of weathered and faded couplets, which read, "Spring returns to the earth, and the world is warm, and blessings descend on China, and come to the door happily," with a horizontal banner of "May everything go well," and a freehand and romantic fu pasted upside down in the middle. Tang Yu's sight was immediately attracted by the couplet at the door. The calligraphy on the red paper was so smooth and flowing that it was hard not to be amazed and admired. Lemons' eyes were also focused on the couplet, but he couldn't help but tear up. His mother loved the calligraphy culture inherited from China. This couplet was written by her. But now the things are gone, and people can't help but sigh that things have changed. He Lay noticed that Lemons' mood had dropped a little, and he didn't say anything, but just reached out and patted his shoulder. "Open the door and go in." Only then did Lemons come back to his senses, restrained the sadness that was spreading, and hurried forward to open the door. Tang Yu looked at Lemons' reaction and guessed what the couplet on the door meant. The door opened quickly, and what came into view was a plain and simple decoration. The most gorgeous decoration was a 2-meter-high bookshelf in the living room, on which rows of thread-bound manuscripts with various covers were neatly placed. In this times, paper-printed books are very expensive, and e-books are prevalent. Ordinary people cannot own a bookshelf. I am afraid that only religious people will choose to copy the contents of the scriptures with blank books to express their piety and faith, and decorate the room with the fragrance of books. Looking around, the simple style of this house made Tang Yu think of France's home. Perhaps this is what they have in common as believers of the Badoha Church. From a certain perspective, they are pure in both body and mind in their faith. Tang Yu pointed at the bookshelf and asked Lemons, "Are these all Aunt Anna's books?" He couldn't help but walk over, touch a row of manuscripts, and pick one up to read. This is a manuscript of part of the Avamsaka Sutra, all of which are small calligraphy the size of a fly. And the style of the couplets at the door is exactly the same. They should all be from Anna's hand, and her calligraphy attainments are very high. Hearing the question, Lemons also approached Tang Yu and walked to the bookshelf, reached out and touched these books, with nostalgia and reluctance in his eyes. These are all my mother's handwriting. Or she paid for the collection of books, Lemon said, and gently closed his eyes, and was silent for a while before saying, when Hilya comes over later, I'll ask him to help me contact the person in charge of the Sutra Library of the Buddha Church. Donate them all. I keep them. There's no use for them. Tang Yu didn't expect Lemons to make such a plan. But he didn't say much. Just said, this is a real fortune. Aunt Anna left a lot of good things. Lemon stared at the books absent-mindedly, half smiled, and twitched the corners of his mouth, and said sarcastically, I'm afraid that good things will become bad things because of a crime. After that, he looked around the familiar but empty home, and said to Tang Yu, please help me check these books one by one, Professor Tang, and send away those that are okay, so as not to remind people of the past. Tang Yu hummed and agreed. Lemons didn't rush to ask Tang Yu, and he lay to help pack up, but suddenly went into the kitchen and started to cook dinner without saying a word. Tang Yu and he lay were worried but did not disturb him. They let him vent his emotions. They just went to the living room and sat down, and began to browse the latest information about the Buddha Church on the internet. The recent internet craze can be said to be one wave after another. Before, there were discussions about the theft of the resistance agent material. Now there are quarrels about the poisoning of the bishop, Anna's suicide, and the involvement of the Buddha Church in politics. Tang Yu was actually afraid that more unexpected changes would occur, and his plan would not proceed normally. He thought about it in his mind, and planned to speed up the experiment on Ming Chong. If possible, it would be better to do the experiment before the end of this week. No matter how much France competed with the super government for his ownership, it had nothing to do with him for the time being, as long as he had the experimental data in his hands. Naturally, no one could do anything to him. Soon, Hilya came over and brought a secret message from inside Bedoha, saying that the bishop seemed to ask France to suspend Dan's position in Bedoha Church first, and also contacted the religious management office, asking Jean Shi to help France to rectify the internal affairs of Bedoha Church. After that, Hilya said in a slightly conservative tone, but France seems to have no response for the time being. Dan has also been discharged from the hospital and returned to the Bedoha Church headquarters. It is not easy to know what is going on inside them at the moment, but the security personnel outside the headquarters have almost doubled. Jean Shi is also holding a meeting for this. The matter is still quite intriguing. Hearing this news, Tang Yu couldn't help but think about it. The bishop had just recovered and started to rectify Dan. It must be said that it was very risky. If he was not careful, he would be isolated and helpless. But the bishop should have his own reasons for doing so. Tang Yu thought for a moment and replied, we should start by keeping an eye on Jean Shi. Anyway, the bishop will never let anything happen to him again. He lay pondered and said, we can apply to the military for the highest personal safety protection for the bishop. With the intervention of the military, some people should be able to rest their minds. Besides, the bishop is also a tester during the development of the resistance agent. If someone has bad intentions, it will be even worse. Tang Yu and Hilya both agreed with Hilay's analysis. Hilya said seriously, then I will schedule the drafting of the application and send a draft to you, Brother Lei, tonight for your review. He turned to Tang Yu and asked, Professor Tang, you should also keep an eye on the bishop's experimental data. Right? Tang Yu frowned slightly, and said in silence, that's what I said. But it may not be possible to smoothly test the bishop's physical data. Hilay looked at him and said directly, don't worry. I will negotiate this matter. You can do the experiment with peace of mind. Tang Yu nodded gently, feeling very relieved that Hilay would assist him in this matter. In fact, the bishop, as an elderly man, is also a very representative experimental target, and the data obtained from him can be of great help to his experiment. Tang Yu walked back to the bookshelf, scanning the paper books one by one, and his eyes fixed on a thin hardcover book with a yellowed and frayed spine in a corner. Behind the narrow spine, a line of strong and vigorous words was written in pen. Xiao presented to Anna. Shili, Qiong as a memorial January 28, 2222. He pulled it out curiously, and saw the title of the book, The Diamond Sutra, printed in gold on the yellowed hardcover. The translator was Chen Xiaoping, and it was marked with small words purely handmade by Ji Feng in January 2022. Tang Yu was slightly surprised to see the time of 2022. This year is more than 200 years away from now. This handmade book is undoubtedly an important witness to the passage of history. He opened a page, but found that the pages inside were not paper, but slightly yellowed silk, with handwriting in small regular script, both the main text and vernacular, and annotations. The handwriting of this book is the same as Anna's, or Anna imitated the calligraphy in this ancient book. At this time, Lemons, who had just finished cutting vegetables, came out of the kitchen. He had just heard the conversation between Tangyu and the others, and gradually determined the truth of some things. Dan is the murderer who poisoned the bishop, right? He asked in a hoarse voice. And at this moment, his eyes were full of bloodshot, looking very scary. He did not hide this matter from Lemons, and nodded very seriously. The military suspected him, and specially investigated the details. Lemons sneered immediately, with a deep and indissoluble sadness in his eyes. It seems that I guessed right. My mother has always respected Dan the Guardian. It's really ironic. But now no one can do anything to him. Tangyu and the other two looked at Lemons, but no one spoke, because no matter what words of comfort they used, Anna could not be resurrected. However, when Lemon's eyes swept over Tangyu, he saw the ancient book in his hand. He was stunned for a moment, and then walked towards Tangyu. This seems to be a token of love that my mother has always treasured. My father gave her when she was young. I only opened it and read it when I was young. I heard that my father found it in a box in the ruins of a villa when he went out for the first time. Every year on my father's death anniversary, my mother would sit on the sofa with this book in her arms for a whole day. After saying this, Lemon's eyes were already wet. Tangyu subconsciously lowered his eyes to look at the ancient book in his hand, as if he felt a heavy feeling from emotion. They just went to another world, and they must be very happy now. He handed the book to Lemons. Lemons took the book with a trembling hand, stared at the cover for a long time, and then gently opened it, looking at the familiar handwriting inside. Lemon's tears finally burst out, and gradually blurred his vision. Lemons, are you okay? Hilya asked worriedly. Lemon shook his head, wiped the tears that wet his cheeks, and said with a wry smile, I don't look like a soldier at all. After that, he closed the book in his hand, pinched the book head and prepared to put it back on the bookshelf. At this moment, something suddenly fell out of the loose pages of the book, and it made a slight metallic sound when it fell to the ground. Tangyu saw this and bent down to pick it up. He never thought that the back of the metal bookmark was covered with a layer of paper, which was filled with dense words. He quickly glanced at it, and found that it seemed to be a diary written by Anna. Each line had a different time. It looked very casual, but it spanned nearly 20 years, and the content was also very distressing. You may want to take a look at this. Aunt Anna's diary. He returned the bookmark to Lemons with a heavy heart. Lemons was surprised when he saw the words on the bookmark. He took the bookmark and read it carefully, but the content inside suddenly disturbed his clear thinking. Anna's handwriting is very beautiful, but the content of these words pieced together depicts the struggle and pain of an ordinary person in this end of the world. The first content was written in the long ago year 2232, and the last one should have been just a few days ago. Sorry. I escaped from contributing to the City of Science and Technology and became a believer of the Buddha Church. March 3rd, 2232. I hope the Buddha Church can bring me comfort and relief. I chant sutras every day to save my husband's soul. I hope that he who died in the desert can get rid of hell and enter reincarnation as soon as possible. March 3rd, 2233. The world is not black and white, and neither is the Buddha Church. Perhaps serving the Buddha God is my last placebo. I hope so. March 3rd, 2242. I almost forgot that I was once a researcher. I am still escaping. Escaping responsibility. Escaping death. Lemons is much braver than me. Dear husband, we have an excellent child who has inherited your sacred will. March 3rd, 2246. The Doha Church has really changed. God and faith are not wrong. It is the human heart that reflects too many desires. March 3rd, 2252. The sun wanes when it is at noon, and the moon waxes and wanes when it is full. November 2252. I can't escape anymore. December 2252. Reading word by word. Lemons felt a little confused in a trance. The road ahead seemed to be a dark hole. Even if a ray of sunlight shone in fearlessly, it would not radiate a single bit of light. How is it possible? How could my mother have been disappointed with the Buddha Church long ago? She told me in person that when people are desperate, the Boda god can always give the lost a ray of light. Tang Yu couldn't help but clench his palms when he heard him say this. These words written by Anna actually prove the fact that she really committed suicide. Even if Dan hadn't framed her, I'm afraid Anna would have taken this path one day, openly violating the laws of the City of Science and Technology, just to seek relief. Because under the heavy pressure of the City of Science and Technology, the only thing that could give her spiritual comfort, the Boda Church, also shot a deadly arrow at her. Lemon stared blankly at the bookmark in his hand, and suddenly laughed with a hint of madness and despair. Seeing this, he quickly stood up from the sofa and called Hilya. The two looked at each other and conveyed the message. They quickly stepped forward to surround Lemons and control him immediately if he lost control. Seeing this, Tang Yu stepped back 2 steps to give space to Lei and Hilya. He wanted to say something comforting to Lemons, but he opened his mouth but hesitated to speak, and finally remained silent. Hilya advised Lemons with a worried look on his face. Lemons, you need to clear Aunt Anna's name, and you must always stay rational. Hearing this, the string that Lemons had tightened due to the huge impact snapped. But he woke up from his confusion and anger. He stared with hateful eyes and remained silent for a long time before slowly regaining his calm face and said, Hilya, you are right. I should not fall into confusion. After saying this, he suddenly raised the hand holding the metal bookmark tightly. And before Tang Yu and the other 3 had time to react, he used the edge of the bookmark to scratch the center of his eyebrows fiercely. The emblem of the Nabodaha Church was immediately cut off, and the bright red blood beads instantly emerged from the wound densely, and slid along the wound to the bridge of the nose, quickly gathering at the tip of the nose and dripping on the ground. Lemons! Hilya was shocked by his actions. They all saw how devout Lemons was to the Boda Church before. Now, he was able to break with the Boda Church by wiping off the emblem on his forehead in such a drastic way. It is conceivable how much blow and hatred the Boda Church brought to him. After Lei reacted, he snatched the bookmark from Lemon's hand, fearing that he would do something radical again, and scolded him sternly in a cold voice. Lemons, you are a soldier. You should always maintain your rationality, instead of being emotional and hurting yourself. As he said that, he walked towards the entrance cabinet again, took down the emergency medicine box placed on the upper partition, and took out the hemostatic spray inside to treat Lemon's wound. Lemons just remained silent, lowering his eyes to look at the blood dripping on the floor. And the honest and loyal look on his face had completely disappeared. He somewhat understood why his mother committed suicide. She just used her death to wake him up from the Boda Church. Tang Yu looked at all this with almost indifference, and clenched his palms again. This technological city in the end of the world hides too many spiritual pressures that follow like shadows, like mountains, which not only make people feel unattainable, but also make people always in the shadow of being crushed by it. If the resistance agent benefits all mankind and drives away the PCIH virus, I wonder if the spiritual pressure of the technological city in the end of the world can be reduced by half or a little bit. He thinks it should be. Judging from the current situation, he must advance the plan as soon as possible anyway. Chapter 63. Tang Yu. Do you still remember me? We met when we were kids. Who is it? Tang Yu only felt an ethereal and distant voice coming from his ears, like an oriole in the mountains, or like the gurgling of water, sometimes far, sometimes near, sometimes deep, sometimes shallow, like a dream, like a bubble. But it seems to be real. Thinking of this, Tang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and saw a deep blue all around. A closer look turned out to be cold sea water. Tang Yu was startled for a moment, but he began to have a drowning reaction. The strong desire to survive made him struggle continuously, but he only felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier, and he was falling down bit by bit. As he fell, he saw the sea surface not far away being penetrated by the golden sunlight. The waves washed out one sparkling arc after another, and the warm sun was still shining, as if it could be reached by hand. You are so stupid. Hee. Suddenly, Tang Yu heard the gentle and ethereal voice again. Then he was surrounded by something like a glass ball, and the sea water was drained away from him little by little, so that he could finally breathe and think normally. Who are you? He asked again, his eyes scanning the surroundings, full of vigilance and indifference. At this time, a white figure suddenly passed by him, like the lightest mist in the forest, pure white and mysterious. Who are you? Tang Yu asked again, his eyes never missing any corner where the other party would appear. But the white figure still flew past him suddenly, like an elusive elf in the forest. And the other party's ethereal voice came out again. Alice. And Ian. My name. Hearing this name, Tang Yu was slightly stunned. He really felt a sense of déjà vu. But now, he wanted to figure out why he suddenly came to the deep sea after staying up all night in the laboratory. Why am I here? He asked bluntly. Alice chuckled twice again, slowly stopped in front of Tang Yu, and also revealed her true face to the other party. It was a woman with long black hair like seaweed, who looked like a god. Tang Yu stared at the person floating in the sea in front of him, lost in thought. A distant and vague memory gradually awakened in his sleeping mind. He thought he must have seen this mysterious woman in front of him who came from nowhere. But he had forgotten all this for a while. I have indeed seen you, he said. Alice laughed happily and said happily, you have grown up so much. Time really flies. Tang Yu was silent and did not speak, and his brain became a little dull. His thoughts could not be expanded to think more clearly, which made him panic and helpless. Do you want to know why I'm looking for you? Alice said slowly around Tang Yu. Tang Yu hummed lightly and listened to the other party's next words. She didn't seem to have any hostility towards him. Alice spun in the water for a few circles before floating above Tang Yu. She dived down and said to him, I am the creature that you humans have always hated and called a spirit. Hearing this, Tang Yu's pupils shrank instantly, and he looked up and stared at the mysterious woman above him. He didn't expect to see a creature called a spirit that made humans extremely afraid in this unknown deep sea. Seeing Tang Yu's reaction, Alice couldn't help but cover her lips and laugh, saying, It's rare to see you look shocked. Shouldn't you be used to it? Tang Yu slowly regained his composure and remained silent. Alice suddenly appeared in front of him again, staring at him deeply. But her face became extremely serious, and Tang Yu couldn't help but tense up his heart following her emotional changes. Have you found a way for humans and spirits to coexist? Time for peace is running out, she suddenly said. What? Tang Yu was immediately surprised. He didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. He asked back, Why do you ask such a question? Aren't spirits always killers for humans? Alice laughed softly again because of this rhetorical question. She circled around Tang Yu and said softly, Selfishly speaking, don't you want spirits and humans to coexist? After all, she said slowly, No. Hearing the words Alice said word by word, Tang Yu suddenly woke up. His frightened eyes stared fiercely at the familiar roof. Gasping for breath, the room was still slightly dim and full of silence. He lay, who was sleeping with him, was awakened by his sudden scream. He quickly got up from the floor and looked to the side. In the dim light, he vaguely saw Tang Yu's eyes wide open, and asked worriedly, Are you having a nightmare? Hearing He Lay's low voice, Tang Yu finally grasped a little sense of security from the lingering fear, and his breathing slowly calmed down. He took a few deep breaths and slowly replied, Probably. I can't remember the content of the dream. Maybe I will remember it someday. He Lay was silent for 2 seconds before saying, You have been doing experiments for 2 days without stopping. I guess you are tired. Tang Yu stared at the roof and was silent for a moment before saying, My experiment is progressing too slowly, seriously exceeding the original plan. What experiments have you been doing these 2 days? It shouldn't be experiments on resistance agents. He Lay still planned to ask about this, although he knew that he should maintain the privacy boundaries with Tang Yu in experiments. He still didn't want Tang Yu to be ignorant when facing difficulties, and thus unable to help him at all. Tang Yu paused, then said, We are studying the particle flow that causes the rapid reproduction and withering of fungi in Area 38, and are conducting biological experiments. Are there any results? Tang Yu hummed softly, but was silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, If everything goes well in the external environment. Speaking of this, Tang Yu and He Lay fell silent again in tacit understanding. The external environment can be said to be not going well at all. After all, Tang Yu was still carrying the crime of being a spiritual parasite, and was constantly facing personal safety threats from extreme radicals, as well as the risky actions taken by some people to resist the agent, and the unfathomable attitude of the super government. Tang Yu yawned lightly, turned his head, and looked out the window not far away, where a little light was coming out. He moved closer to He Lay, and touched his firm and warm skin through a layer of cloth, and his heart slowly settled down. Today's longevity noodles. I want 3 soft-boiled eggs and a pork chop. This year, the green vegetables will be replaced with Chinese cabbage. which is sweet. He was not stunned at all when Tang Yu suddenly mentioned that he could eat. He still responded to him swiftly, staring at him and said, "It's almost dawn. You finished the experiment. And I'll take you home to cook noodles. It takes more than half an hour to let the noodles rise. And I'm afraid you'll be hungry and miss lunch." Tang Yu's gaze from the window softened. "Okay." The two of them got up quickly. Tang Yu washed up and went into the laboratory. He ordered breakfast takeaway and continued to work online. At about 11 o'clock, Tang Yu processed the last experimental data and went home with He. Today was his birthday. Many people who knew him sent him birthday wishes, and some invited him out for dinner. He thanked them one by one and politely declined the invitation. After returning home, He went into the kitchen to knead dough without resting for a while. Tang Yu followed him and prepared to help him. Just after finishing the dough, Tang Yu's holographic projection screen popped up, showing that Meng Chong had called. Tang Yu was a little surprised, but he quickly clicked to answer. He had sent a message to Meng Chong in the morning, asking him to come to the laboratory later today for physical data testing. Now he didn't know if the other party was calling him for something urgent. "Meng Chong, what's the matter?" he asked after the call was connected. Meng Chong exclaimed on the other side of the call, wailing, "Professor Tang, you are not in the laboratory. I asked Gigi to help you prepare a birthday cake last night, and I am bringing her to you now. But I am still late." Hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and asked back, "You asked Sister Gigi to make a birthday cake for me?" "Yes." Meng Chang's voice was full of regret. "You have been so busy recently that you can't even eat well. How can you have a good birthday?" Tang Yu was silent for a moment, and then said, "Major General, He will cook longevity noodles for me today." Speaking of this, He, who was preparing the side dishes, couldn't help but look at Tang Yu, staring at him for 2 seconds, and pretended to look away coldly when the other party was about to notice his sight. Tang Yu looked at He, who was serious and focused, and his heavy mood was instantly relieved. When Meng Chong heard Tang Yu mention He's longevity noodles, he immediately fell into a belated confusion. "Ah? Major General He can also make longevity noodles. He is so amazing." "Yeah." Tang Yu also nodded in agreement. However, in a split second, Meng Chong realized that something was wrong and shouted, "What? Major General He is cooking for you, Professor Tang?" Hearing this deafening exclamation, Tang Yu was speechless for a while, but still said, "This is normal. Major General He is a very good person." Meng Chong also slowly calmed down, but still said excitedly, "Major General He is really a very good person. He is another idol of mine. Recently, the Major General has been protecting Professor Tang, and it is also very hard. How about giving the Major General half of the cake? Professor Tang, can you allow me to send the cake to your address now? Is it okay?" He was getting a little excited when he said this. Tang Yu didn't mind Meng Chong and Gigi coming over. After all, they had good intentions. But this was He's home after all, so he had to ask for his consent first. He looked at He, but He had already guessed his thoughts from listening to him on the phone, and glanced at him gently, and said, "Let them come over. It will be more lively with more people." Tang Yu hummed twice, said thank you again with a gentle look, and replied to Meng Chong. He couldn't help but ease the cold and serious expression on his face, and even raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This was the first time in 4 years that he made longevity noodles for Tang Yu again. I wonder if the cooking skills are still to his liking. It was a pity that Tang Yu didn't see He's sudden softening expression. He gave Meng Chong the specific address and asked him to buy some drinks on the way, then hung up the call and turned around to continue helping He. However, the doorbell rang within 5 minutes. Tang Yu couldn't help but look at He in confusion. Meng Chong shouldn't be so fast. Do you have guests today? He frowned slightly and shook his head. Go open the door and take a look, Tang Yu said, went to the sink to open the faucet to rinse his hands, and walked to the door. He flicked open the holographic projection screen of the access control, and a familiar face suddenly appeared on it. Tang Yu was a little surprised for a moment. The person who came was actually Lieutenant General Freston. Chapter 64. Tang Yu suddenly fell silent, although he didn't know what Lieutenant General Freston's purpose was. He thought for a few seconds and decided to open the door to see him. He turned around and said to He in the kitchen, "Lieutenant General Freston is here." He's hand that was about to cut vegetables paused when he heard this. He turned his head and looked outside the kitchen. then quickly put down the kitchen knife, washed his hands and walked out. He didn't expect Lieutenant General Freston to come suddenly. Thinking of the warnings from the other party before, his mood became heavy a little bit. Hearing He-Lei's footsteps, Tang Yu opened the door. The crack in the door gradually opened, revealing Freston's cold face. Tang Yu also had a cold expression, but still said politely, "Lieutenant General Freston." "Good afternoon." Freston nodded slightly. At this time, He-Lei also appeared behind Tang Yu. He called Freston Lieutenant General across him and said, "I didn't know you would come. Please come in." Lieutenant General Freston looked at He-Lei over Tang Yu, his eyes slightly sharp, and said, "Are you going to celebrate Tang Yu's birthday today?" He-Lei's heart tightened, but he still said calmly and truthfully, "Yes." Tang Yu calmly looked at Lieutenant General Freston, who came with unknown intentions. He didn't want the other party's arrival to ruin the hard-won opportunity between him and He-Lei. So he said, "Lieutenant General, it's just a birthday. If you are worried about the relationship between He-Lei and me, there is no need to worry. The current situation seems to be more serious than a forbidden relationship." He-Lei didn't expect Tang Yu to speak so directly to Lieutenant General France. He glanced at Tang Yu and became somewhat nervous. He was afraid that Tang Yu would quarrel fiercely with Lieutenant General Freston because of the things between them. When Tang Yu left Qiantian City and went to Gaia City, it was related to the breakdown of their relationship and the fierce quarrel between him and Lieutenant General Freston because of their things. At the same time, it involved Tang Yu's things. The quarrel reached a white-hot level, and finally the father and son parted unhappily. He-Lei organized his words and said to Freston, "Lieutenant General, I was entrusted by the super government to protect Tang Yu, so I must put official business first. The implication is that they will not openly revive their relationship with Tang Yu, so the other party can rest assured." Freston listened to the two young men in front of him explaining to him one by one, and fell silent for a while. After a while, he slowly said, "Tang Yu, happy birthday." Tang Yu was slightly surprised by this sudden happy birthday, but he still happily accepted the blessing from Lieutenant General Freston and replied, "Thank you." Freston nodded slightly. His eyes swept over the two young men in front of him again. Without saying much, just said, "I'll go home to get something." After that, he turned and walked to the opposite door. Tang Yu and He-Lei were stunned when they saw him turn around and leave. After Lieutenant General Freston swiped the access control and entered the door, the two of them vaguely remembered something. Did Lieutenant General Freston suddenly come to the door just to send a birthday blessing? The door opposite closed again, instantly separating the two parties. Tang Yu couldn't help but turn his head and look at He-Lei, and both of them saw confusion in each other's eyes. What does Lieutenant General Freston mean? According to the past, we have been ordered to separate. Tang Yu stared at the door opposite and said softly. He-Lei looked at the door opposite and was silent for a few seconds. He didn't answer Tang Yu's words, and only said, "Continue to make noodles." Tang Yu knew that neither of them could guess what Lieutenant General Freston meant at the moment, so he just hummed and closed the door. If Lieutenant General Freston came here just to say happy birthday to him, it seemed that it didn't fit the other party's style of doing things. His father had always been cold, and no one except his mother seemed to be able to control his emotions. However, the other party's arrival was more like a silent warning to him and He-Lei. If their feelings crossed the line again, it would not be a simple matter. Tang Yu felt that he had gotten used to Lieutenant General Freston's warning. He was not the kind of person who would give up the person he loved because of taboos and the opposition of his elders. If his relationship with He-Lei had not broken down 4 years ago, they should still be loving each other under the eyes of Lieutenant General Freston. He-Lei went back to the kitchen to cut vegetables. Tang Yu followed him. When he reached the kitchen door, he leaned against the door and stared at him. He felt that he could not see enough of He-Lei, although there were still many bad things waiting for them to deal with after leaving this home. He felt very relaxed at this moment. "He-Lei, how did you spend these 4 years?" he asked in his heart. Hearing this, He-Lei picked up the vegetables with a meal, glanced at Tang Yu gently, and quickly retracted the work that concentrated on his hand. The thinking suddenly was unprepared. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Tang Yu tipped his fingertips gently with the door frame, and did not answer He-Lei's question. He only stared at him and said lightly, "When I do experiments every day, I will look at the photo frame on the desk as soon as I have free. It's your photo. They think you are my idol. In fact, I am lucky than any of you. You are my lover." Tang Yu's eyes stared at He-Lei softly. He could clearly feel his jumping heart at this moment. He always took the initiative to treat He, took the initiative to accept his help, and took the initiative to be curious about him. Love River. Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt love words, He, who was holding the bowl of noodles he had just put together, suddenly lost control of his brain. In addition to being labeled crazy, Tang Yu was also described as sweet-talking, which was very inconsistent with his cold appearance. He tried to calm his pounding heart. He turned his head to look at Tang Yu, who was staring at him deeply. And he also looked back deeply. The strong emotion suddenly rushed out of his body, like a violent beast. Come here. He lowered his voice, and said forbearingly. Tang Yu walked over as he was told, and stood quietly in front of He, who was half a head taller than him, and looked up at him with his eyes as blue as the sky. He lowered his eyes, and looked back at the black-haired young man in front of him whom he had loved for many years. His deep eyes restrained the surging emotions. He leaned down slightly, and kissed the other person's neck with a prominent Adam's apple. Feeling the warm and soft touch, Tang Yu immediately widened his eyes in surprise, and his face and neck inadvertently flushed. He only felt that He's light breathing was like a feather, up and down, teasing his tense body and sensitive heart. What you said is too foul. Hearing the other party's low and magnetic words drilled into his ears, Tang Yu's breathing suddenly stagnated, and he felt as if countless ants were crawling in his heart, making him palpitate and itchy. Who was fouling? Perhaps he had more say. He left Tang Yu's fair neck with a kiss that was as close as a touch. He stood up straight, covered up the abnormality of his body, and continued to cook as if nothing had happened. Please help me take out the pork from the fresh-keeping layer. Hearing words that had nothing to do with the charming and ambiguous, Tang Yu was a little awakened from a dream. He reached out and touched his Adam's apple, which was still itchy. The excitement that was completely different from his expression seemed to burst out from his heart. He explained softly, and there was still a hint of forbearance in his tone. He looked at He deeply, then turned to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out the pork that the other party needed. When the cold air in the refrigerator hit his face, he realized how hot his cheeks were now. If He hadn't changed the subject, the situation might have gotten out of control. He hadn't had close contact with He for a long time, and this kiss was the most beautiful gift he received today. Not long after, the doorbell rang again. Tang Yu guessed that Ming Chong and Gigi had arrived, and he went to open the door after tidying up. When the door opened, he saw Ming Chong and Gigi looking at the direction of the elevator entrance. They slowly turned back when they heard the door open. What are you looking at? He asked. Ming Chong frowned slightly and said in confusion, if I'm not mistaken, the person who has been standing at the door of Major General He's house just now is Lieutenant General Freston. Why doesn't he go in? Hearing this, Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the elevator entrance. He suddenly felt complicated. Lieutenant General Freston's behavior made him even more puzzled about the purpose of his arrival. He replied, Lieutenant General Freston came, but I didn't know he hadn't left. I'll contact him later. Ming Chong didn't dwell on this, and he said oh twice and changed the topic to the cake he sent. Professor Tang, I think you must like the cake made by Gigi. Her baking skills are great. He took his free hand and pulled Gigi to the door. Gigi seemed a little shy and timid in the unfamiliar environment. She desperately hid behind Ming Chong, and her eyes couldn't help but linger on Tang Yu. Well, I'm looking forward to tasting it. Tang Yu closed the door and took Ming Chong and Gigi to the living room. He was not afraid of being discovered that He was not only protecting him, but also that he and the other party were living together. However, Ming Chong did not think so much. All he could think of was that it would be easier for Tang Yu to be protected if he lived with He. And having a ready-made place to live was also a good thing for Tang Yu, who suddenly came to Qiantian City. After all, if Tang Yu completely relied on Lieutenant General Freston for help, he would be more likely to be in trouble and not conducive to his current situation. Tang Yu asked the two to sit down, packed up the cake and the drinks that Ming Chong had asked him to buy, and went to the coffee machine to make coffee for the two. He came out of the kitchen and met Ming Chong and Gigi, and said a few words before going back to the kitchen to cook. Because there were guests coming, he needed to cook a few more dishes. Originally, he only planned to cook a bowl of noodles for Tang Yu and him to celebrate this birthday. Ming Chong looked at He with admiration for a few more times, and then talked to Tang Yu at a distance. Professor Tang, I heard from Dasa that Mr. France plans to go to several major science and technology cities to give speeches at the branches of the Boda Church. It seems to involve participating in politics. Have you seen him in the laboratory today? Tang Yu didn't expect to hear such information. But he said, how dare Dasa say everything? This made Meng Chang laugh. And he said, it should be said that he knows everything. But this time it was the Boda Church that took the initiative to invite Dasa to be an accompanying reporter. The Central Daily News will open a special column to report on this matter. The super government seems to have interfered with this but gave up halfway. Tang Yu was silent for a moment, thinking about the recent situation of the Boda Church, but only said, Dasa is really amazing. Meng Chang nodded in agreement, and said expectantly, when will Dasa report on the corpse collector team again? I think the public still knows less about us. But it would be better if we can take the opportunity to get a few autographs from Dasa. He has as many fans as you. Professor Tang. Hearing him say this, Tang Yu couldn't help but think of the first time he met him, when he asked him for an autograph and sold it to make money. The two chatted about this and that, and gradually the topic focused on Gigi. Meng Chang suddenly became happy and said, the psychiatrist who is responsible for Gigi's treatment said that her mental consciousness seems to be able to return to normal. When Gigi fully recovers, I will quit my job as a corpse collector and live with her simply. As he spoke, he looked at Gigi lovingly. Gigi also looked back at him with her innocent eyes, then stood up and kissed his cheek. Meng Chang smiled even happier. Tang Yu was also somewhat surprised by the good news about Gigi that Meng Chang brought. But he did have an idea. Could Gigi's recovery of consciousness be related to the resistance agent? For example, the healing gene embedded in the MSHEF protein repaired the damaged nerves and reconnected the path of nerve transmission. Although this was just a guess, it also provided him with a direction for the experiment. He hoped that the resistance agent developed would not only be used to deal with the PCIH virus, but also upgraded to more versions to deal with more diseases. Gigi will be fine, he said. Meng Chang chuckled and nodded heavily, then suddenly pulled Gigi to Tang Yu's side. Professor Tang, why don't we take a photo together? A commemorative photo of your 25th birthday. Tang Yu was stunned by Meng Chang's sudden proposal. Because of his birth, he didn't celebrate his birthday and had never taken birthday commemorative photos. Do you need to take photos? Of course. Meng Chang pretended to be serious and nodded. I will take photos of Gigi on her birthday every year, and also photos of the two of us together. Tang Yu turned his gaze to Lei, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked, do you want to take photos? Lei turned around when he heard that. Before he could say anything, he heard Meng Chang excitedly say, that's it. Professor Tang is looking at the camera. Yeah. After that, he had taken several photos with a holographic projection screen. In one of the photos, Tang Yu turned slightly and leaned on the back of the sofa to ask Lei a question. After hearing Meng Chang's words of looking at the camera, he turned his head with doubts. Not far away in the kitchen, Lei was holding a cooking spatula and standing with his back straight, looking in the direction of Tang Yu, while Meng Chang stood beside Tang Yu with a playful smile and hugged Gigi. The photo looked so beautiful and warm. After a simple birthday banquet, Tang Yu took Lei, Meng Chang and Gigi back to the private laboratory. He wanted to take advantage of the remaining working time to do the physical data test of Meng Chang, and also give Gigi another physical examination to check her condition after using the resistance agent for a short period of time. When it was getting dark, Tang Yu dragged his tired body back home under the escort of Lei. However, just when he got home, he received another message from Meng Chang, who sent him a few seconds of video. He opened the video with doubts, and saw that the building inside was the iconic Shangqiu building in Qiaqian City, and the electronic screen above was showing a few colorful gradient characters, Happy Birthday to Professor Tang. Then the electronic screen jumped to a fancy picture of a love rose fireworks, and the middle line of words read, Alan Scott wishes. If connected together, it means Alan Scott wishes Professor Tang a happy birthday. There are many professors with the surname Tang, but only one can be named by the Scott family. After watching this few seconds of video, Tang Yu was stunned. Trouble. Countless troubles are coming. Chapter 65. The birthday blessing of Shangqiu building instantly caused a sensation in the city of science and technology. It lasted for 15 minutes, and the internet was flooded with news about it. The electronic screen advertisement of Shangqiu building was calculated in thousands of yuan per second, and this birthday blessing was a considerable expense. This was what Alan said at the Harris family dinner to give Tang Yu a birthday surprise. Before the birthday blessing was released, Alan invited a few friends, who helped him complete this birthday gift to go to Scorching Hotel for fun. The private room specially booked had a large floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out from the window, you can see the flashing electronic screen of Scorching building at a glance. This is the most suitable location that Alan finally decided after visiting several big hotels. When the electronic screen showed birthday wishes for Tangyu, the atmosphere of this small party reached its climax. As the initiator of this matter, Alan drank champagne one after another after the matter was completed. With a smile on his face. Alan, your birthday wishes are like a confession. And the girls who like you are jealous to death. A half-drunk boy suddenly hugged Alan's shoulders, took a bottle of wine and added a little wine to him, and said with a smile. Someone laughed. Alan admires Professor Tang very much. But it's a pity that the Scott family doesn't let him do research. Someone else joked. Isn't it because someone got lost in Gaia City when he was 4 or 5 years old? And was taken back to his mother by a boy who was described by someone as being as gentle as the wind and the moon? Don't you think so, Alan? TSK. If you can't talk, don't talk. When his childhood friends mentioned his black history, the slightly drunk Alan immediately sobered up, and his face turned red. Ah, he's not allowed to talk anymore. Several childhood friends gathered around Alan, laughing and pouring wine for him, then pushed him to the French window and pointed at the electronic screen of Scorching building to tease him. If Professor Tang was a girl, our Alan might have proposed to her today. Professor Tang is so happy. Yes. Yes. Where can you find a girl like Professor Tang who is good-looking, smart and has a top IQ? The school is full of fierce young ladies, and you can't afford to offend them. Yes. Yes. Can you talk properly? Alan's face was angry and red, and he refused to admit it. However, when he thought that Professor Tang could receive his birthday wishes, he was very happy. No. It's rare to have fun. And when we go home, we have to be urged by the housekeeper to learn all kinds of knowledge. We are really pitiful. That's right. But Alan, how did you come up with the idea of sending blessings on an electronic screen? TV dramas didn't play like this 100 or 8 years ago. Can't you just give Professor Tang a gift directly? It's so high profile. Isn't this Alan's style? Besides, this is the pomp of the Scott family. I'm really envious. Yes, the Scott family is really amazing. Alan was flattered by a group of people and showed a proud smile. But he didn't say anything. Just drank champagne. If he gave a gift directly, Tangyu would definitely not accept it. Only in this way could Tangyu see him, and see his sincerity. Soon the electronic screen of Scorching building fell silent. Alan's small party was also coming to an end. Several people were half awake and half drunk, talking nonsense about all sorts of things. A group of young masters were no different from ordinary people. When the party was over, some people were drunk and fell asleep. Although Alan drank a lot, he had a good alcohol tolerance, and was still conscious enough to clean up the mess. He helped call the housekeeper or driver of the drunk companion to come and pick him up. When Alan sent off the last companion and was about to leave, the old housekeeper of the Scott family stood at the door of the hotel room, knocked politely to attract his attention, and told him to take him home. Alan brought a driver with him, and the housekeeper suddenly appeared here, which made his head, which was dazed by alcohol, sober up a little. Why are you here? Alan rubbed his swollen forehead and asked as he walked outside. The old housekeeper followed him one step away, and said in a heavy tone, Mr. Sig is waiting for you at home. Hearing this, Alan's face showed a trace of impatience. But his mood gradually became heavy, and he was mostly sober. Alan's home is in a large flat community in the inner city of Tiantian City, close to the government center. When the light energy suspension car landed and got off, Alan clearly felt an atmosphere that was different from usual. A fierce quarrel was taking place at the entrance of the community. An emotionally excited man was fighting with a security guard at the door. Listening to the scattered voices, the man seemed to be an extremely radical person. Alan stood there and looked at the door for a few more times. His slightly immature face revealed a deepness that was not in line with his age. Master, let's go up quickly, the old housekeeper reminded him. Alan then retracted his gaze and walked towards the elevator entrance. Arriving at the door of his house, Alan opened the door and went in to see his father sitting on the sofa in the living room with his back to the door. He suddenly felt uneasy, but he still walked over calmly. Father, I've kept you waiting for a long time. He walked around the sofa in the living room and came to Sig, shouting respectfully. Sig had a dark face and did not speak, just staring at Alan. Seeing his father like this, Alan was immediately frightened. But he knew clearly that he had gotten into trouble again. But he did not feel the slightest regret for it. However, when he was about to speak, he found a biofilm on the back of his father's right hand, and the purple potion covered a sparse wound, which looked very scary. Alan was immediately surprised and asked worriedly, "Father, you are injured. What happened?" Speaking of this, Sig's face became even worse, and Alan's mind became active, and he had a vague idea. Sig did not explain directly, but the old butler on the side came up and said to Alan, "Master Alan, when Mr. Sig attended a drinking party not long ago, there were extremely radical people at the table who smashed the bottle and stabbed Mr. Sig." Hearing this explanation, Alan's eyes widened immediately. He didn't expect that his behavior would hurt his father. "Alan." At this time, Sig called out to his son in front of him in a deep voice. He stared at him steadily and asked in a low voice, "Do you know what you are doing?" Hearing his father's questioning with suppressed anger, Alan's heart couldn't help but tremble. But he still straightened his back and replied firmly, "I know, father. I know what I am doing." Seeing Alan's ignorant appearance, Sig suddenly became furious. He stood up from the sofa and slapped Alan hard. "If you want to destroy the Scott family, just say it directly. Look at the good things you have done. Tang Yu is now a sinner in the entire city of science and technology, a spiritual parasite, and an enemy of the radicals." Alan didn't expect his father to hit him. He felt a burning pain on his cheek. But when he heard his father talking about Tang Yu, he covered his injured face and retorted to his father, "Professor Tang is not a sinner. He is not a spiritual parasite at all. The radicals can't see anything. Professor Tang's resistance agent saved the bishop infected with the PCIH virus. That's enough. This can prove that Professor Tang is innocent." Sig didn't expect his son, who he had carefully educated, to say such a thing. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. "Alan, you are the future heir of the Scott family. You should think and act from the perspective of the family instead of rebelling at an inappropriate time." Alan took a deep breath and said firmly, "It is precisely because I am acting on the standpoint of the family that the Scott family is closely connected with the radicals. However, under the current situation, showing goodwill to Tang Yu will consolidate the Scott family's position in the city of science and technology. Once the resistance agent comes out, the radicals will only be hard-mouthed and soft-hearted." "You? Bastard." Sieg was irrefutable by Alan's words. He calmed down and said, "Do you think Tang Yu is so easy to win over? Your high-profile behavior will not only push Tang Yu away, but also cause other families to be suspicious of the Scott family." Alan replied persistently, "The people who support Tang Yu will support me and the Scott family. I only hope that through my way, Tang Yu can wash away the crime of being a spiritual parasite, and let the resistance agent come out as quickly as possible to benefit all mankind." Hearing this, Sig suddenly laughed out of anger, and even didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stopped confronting Alan, but continued to sit back on the sofa, holding his forehead and closing his eyes to rest. He said helplessly, "You will be locked up for half a month. When you think clearly, you can be free again. Go to the study to apologize to your uncle first. He has been dealing with your case since he got off work." After a pause, he said earnestly, "Go wash up first and get rid of the smell of alcohol. Today's conversation is just your drunken talk. Kid, politics is not a game." Hearing this, Alan felt that his emotions were surging and blocked. Although he was young and had not been exposed to any big storms and undercurrents, he still wanted to help Professor Tang and give the Scott family a chance. At this time, the door of the study slowly opened, and Edgar walked out with his iconic fox smile, as if what happened tonight had not affected him. Alan heard the noise and looked over. When he saw Edgar, his expression suddenly became solemn. "Uncle." Edgar smiled kindly. "Alan, you are back." Hearing this greeting, Alan's heart suddenly wavered and struggled for a moment. His uncle's eyebrows and eyes clearly showed a trace of fatigue and anxiety, and he was obviously overwhelmed by the difficult things. He hesitated to speak, and couldn't think of what to say to the other party, and how to say it. Edgar saw through Alan's thoughts at a glance. He walked to the living room, stood in front of him, and patted his shoulder gently. Sig stood up from the sofa and looked at Edgar worriedly. "Brother, have you thought of a solution?" Edgar smiled and said slowly, "What Alan did tonight gave the Scott family an opportunity. I will contact Tang Yu again to ask him what he thinks. If Tang Yu is willing to cooperate with the Scott family, it will of course be a happy thing for everyone. But if... Edgar did not finish his words. But Alan heard what he wanted to express. But what surprised and puzzled him was that Professor Tang might refuse to cooperate with the Scott family, who is a leader in the City of Science and Technology. Tang Yu had been paying attention to the birthday wishes for the whole night. Now the radicals not only scolded him online, but also scolded Alan, the future heir of the Scott family, who was the instigator of this incident, and strongly condemned Alan for not doing his job properly. Alan did not have an official account on the social platform, so netizens could only jump around under the official accounts of some brands of the Scott family. The situation was very chaotic. Although the radicals scolded him very harshly, Tang Yu did not feel sad or troubled at all. He was more concerned about the thoughts of the major families. Alan's birthday surprise broke the stable situation at once, especially since Alan did such a surprising thing. He couldn't guess whether it was his own intention or the Scott family was behind it. If this was the plan of the Scott family, what would their real purpose be? And what conspiracy did Edgar, the vice president of the super government, want to carry out through this incident? The matter continued to ferment. But the team that went to the 38th district for investigation returned to the city at noon the next day. The media shifted the topic to this, which suppressed the popularity of the birthday wishes a lot. Chapter 66. The return of the expedition team became a hot topic on the internet in a short period of time. The reason was simple. One of the 3 combat starships sent by the military to escort the expedition team was destroyed during the entire mission, and 2 of the dozen soldiers who carried out the mission died of the PCIH virus, and 3 died in the battle with a swarm of carrion beetles. It is commendable that all the expedition members were unharmed. When the Central Daily News reported this news, many people felt that it was fake. But in this doomsday where it is difficult to find a way out, it is indeed a bloody fact. When Tang Yu saw this news, he was somewhat dazed. He thought of the 2 times he joined He Lei and his Marine Exploration Battalion to carry out missions in the desert. At that time, except for Xiao Su, everyone returned safely. It turned out that this was the special of the special. The actual situation of the mission was just as reported, with damaged armaments and casualties. However, the expedition team also brought back a lot of things, including 2 carrion beetles, one of which was a female beetle about to lay eggs. This was the first time that humans caught a pregnant carrion beetle. In the past few decades, scientists studying carrion beetles have been determined to crack the birth, reproduction, growth and death of this creature. But this creature is both ferocious and mysterious. Even Tang Yu, the top scientist in the entomology community at the time, only touched the tip of the iceberg. He only studied the genes of carrion beetles with relatively easy-to-obtain materials and inferred a relatively convincing evolutionary map, rather than describing the life and death of carrion beetles from a macro perspective. Not long after the report was published, He Lei was called back to the military building. In order to protect Tang Yu's safety, he could only ask Dill and Lu Su to come to his home. More than 2 hours after He Lei left, Tang Yu received a message from him, which was about some contents of the investigation report. After the investigation team arrived at Area 38, they observed the mutated fungi there for a period of time, and combined with the experimental report submitted by Tang Yu, they also obtained some valuable investigation results. At that time, the investigation team decided to apply the scientific research technology extended from this discovery to genetic surgery in the medical field and species breeding in the biological world. For example, this technology that promotes biological growth can be used in the cultivation of agricultural and animal husbandry products, which can greatly promote the growth rate of organisms, shorten the supply cycle, increase the material supply of the City of Science and Technology, and reduce the cost of living. Another example is to insert the gene fragment that controls fungal growth into human genes, suppress the critical point of human cell apoptosis at the speed of 16 power cell division, accelerate human metabolism, and keep human cells forever young. This black technology that can directly affect biological growth must be more powerful than the stem cell anthropomorphic development to promote skin cell proliferation technology and cell healing catalysis technology. Once fully controlled, it may be able to reverse the disadvantages of humans. However, this is also a dangerous technology, because the particle flow, the culprit for fungal mutation, is still an unsolvable existence for the expedition team. In particular, the expedition team was suddenly attacked by a group of scavenging beetles in the later stage of the expedition. The scavenging beetles appeared in their base in a weird way and attacked them like crazy, which made them have an illusion that the scavenging beetles were expelling and stopping them. Finally, they decided to completely destroy the number 38 area when they returned, and also prevent the miasma produced by the growth and decay of fungi from harming more creatures. Not long after the expedition team returned, the super government, the military, and the Institute had held several large and small meetings. After leaving the Institute's meeting, Nicholas returned to the Environmental Monitoring Center in a rather irritated mood. Because at the meeting, a senior researcher at the Institute actually directly implied that the Environmental Monitoring Center under his leadership was dragging the Institute down. The most hateful thing was that he had to swallow his anger at the meeting, and could only pretend to be polite to these nosy old guys with a smile, listening to the blame and preaching of one after another of those who claimed to be the masters of the research world, which made him feel extremely ashamed. However, when his brother is promoted to lieutenant general and the Curtin family moves up a level, it will be a big mistake for these voices that make him feel ashamed to target him again. Just as he was thinking angrily, he heard the doorbell ring from the closed office door. Nicholas couldn't help but look at the door. His eyes were about to spark, and he was very angry that someone came to offend him at this time. However, he still opened the door, calmed down a little, and called someone in. The person who came was the minister's secretary. He walked in with a brisk and anxious step. His face seemed to suppress joy, and held a sealed file bag in his hand. "Minister, good afternoon." He bowed slightly to Nicholas and nodded, and said excitedly, "Professor Li Zheng has studied the air samples brought back from Area 40. This is the research report he just wrote and printed this morning. He asked me to submit it to you." After that, he handed over the file bag with both hands, hoping that Nicholas could see the experimental results. Judging from the current situation of the Environmental Monitoring Center, such a heavy research result may help to change the reputation of the Environmental Monitoring Center. Although he has not read the content, he intuitively feels that this research result will definitely shock the entire city of science and technology. Nicholas saw the expectation in the eyes of the minister's secretary and felt even worse. He took the file bag from the other party in a bad mood, untied the rope violently, and pulled out a thick stack of documents inside. The minister's secretary seemed to be used to Nicholas's moodiness and just waited quietly. Nicholas cast his eyes on the document in his hand without paying much attention. But the title in bold on the first page immediately made him concentrate, and his expression obviously changed from impatient to heavy. This was not a standard experimental report, which showed the writer's haste. The title only read, "Spores produced by phytochemical carrion beetles have the function of sticking to sand and regenerating soil." The following content was a very ordinary description of the experimental process. After studying the spores, the researchers finally simulated the spores with similar substances after many attempts, and successfully conducted a series of experiments. For the first time in many years, Nicholas carefully read a lab report. After reading the complicated but wonderful content, Nicholas fell into a long silence and thought. His face became more and more solemn, and the minister's secretary almost couldn't help asking about his condition. "Minister, is there any problem with this lab report?" Nicholas came back to his senses after hearing this. But he said to the minister's secretary in a gloomy tone, "Go and ask Li Zheng to come to my office. I have something to ask him." The minister's secretary was very puzzled by Nicholas's attitude at the moment, and even noticed that the other parties seemed to have a bit of unfriendly emotions towards Li Zheng. He lowered his eyes and thought for 2 seconds, and still asked, "Minister, is the lab report written by Professor Li Zheng not to your liking?" Nicholas frowned unhappily. "Just go and call people when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense." The minister's secretary was scolded for no reason. Although he felt sad, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He could only follow the order and go out to call people. It was common for the Minister of Environmental Testing to be moody, and few people in the Environmental Monitoring Center dared to disobey him. When the minister's secretary went to Li Zheng's laboratory office, the other party was lying on the desk to catch up on sleep. When he was woken up by him, the other party was still a little confused. "Has the minister finished reading the experimental report?" Li Zheng asked without thinking. "Yes." The minister's secretary told him the truth, but also reminded him a few more words with some concern. "The minister is not in a good mood. Don't offend him." "Oh." Li Zheng nodded in a somewhat careless manner. "Thank you." The minister's secretary sighed inwardly and took Li Zheng to Nicholas' office. He felt that if the other party was half as smooth and capable as Izhanin, He would not be ordered around by the minister. The two soon arrived at the door of Nicholas' office. The minister's secretary knocked on the door and pushed it open to signal Li Zheng to go in. Li Jingren was also a little awake at this moment. He was thinking about the experiment in his mind. However, as soon as he entered the door, he immediately noticed a malicious look. He couldn't help but look at the minister in front of the desk. At this time, the minister's secretary closed the door outside, and the office suddenly became quiet. "Minister, you're looking for me?" Li Zheng asked casually. After hearing Li Zheng's voice, Nicholas quickly put away the unexpected look on his face and smiled again, as if he was surprised, and said to Li Zheng, "Li Zheng, you have made great contributions to the Environmental Monitoring Center this time." Hearing this, Li Zheng immediately forgot the reminder from the minister's secretary and grinned and said, "The minister also recognized the experimental results I wrote? This secret research was always a black hole, and no truth could be found." Hearing Li Zheng say this, Nicholas smiled for 2 seconds and suddenly stood up from the chair, walked around the desk and came to him very kindly and patted the other's shoulder and said, "It's more than recognition. Once this research is applied to environmental improvement projects, it won't be long before humans can live in a world full of oases again." Li Zheng nodded excitedly. But Nicholas changed the subject and asked in a deep tone, "How many people have read your experimental report?" This made Li Zheng stun for a moment. But he still answered truthfully, "The experiment naturally has an auxiliary team to help with the operation. But only I know the core content. After all, the phytochemical of carrion beetles is a confidential matter." Nicholas nodded with satisfaction and praised, "Not bad. Professionalism is fully reflected in you. Keep it up in the future, so as to make greater contributions to the Environmental Testing Center." Hearing such praise, Li Zheng smiled with a blush and said very sincerely, "Minister, you are too kind. This is my duty as a researcher." Nicholas patted his shoulder again and said, "You should have a good rest for a few days. I will arrange for the Environmental Testing Center to organize a grand press conference to announce this exciting scientific research result. You will be the best spokesperson at the venue." Hearing this, Li Zheng's smile became bigger and bigger. He quickly thanked Nicholas and said, "This experimental report is only a draft. Because of the urgent time, it has not been typeset. I will edit a standardized document and send it to you." The minister, Nicholas, waved his hand and said, "Don't rush it. You should rest first and go back to the office tomorrow to make revisions. At that time, I will go to your laboratory in person to improve this great content with you." Li Zheng did not doubt him and nodded his head. After a few words, Nicholas sent Li Zheng out of the office. However, as soon as the talent left, the kindness on his face disappeared, replaced by a dark cloud. After reading this experimental report, he had many ideas. Once the results of this experiment were announced, the City of Science and Technology would definitely undergo a huge change. At least one thing was certain. That is, the situation of the end of the world would be rewritten. This is indeed a good thing. But if humans no longer live in the end of the world, how can his Khotan family realize their long-planned ambitions and desires? Although this experimental result came from the Environmental Monitoring Center, with the current strength of the Khotan family, it is completely impossible to take this result for themselves. Even as the one who took the initiative to start the game, one of the final results of the Khotan family is that they may be kicked out. To him, the life and death of human beings may be a little important, but he also does not allow any danger to threaten the Khotan family. The Research Institute is also secretly studying phytochemical carrion beetles. The results of this experiment will be announced in another way sooner or later. Why should he take this risk before the foundation of the Khotan family is further consolidated, and do something that is innocent but guilty? Moreover, part of the Khotan family's industry is to supply the raw material gravel for making energy liquid. Once the experimental results of this spore are applied, the energy system of the end of the world will be changed and transferred again, and the Khotan family will only gradually decline. After such analysis, he even wanted to prevent the Research Institute from exploring the truth. However, since he planned to seal the experimental results, Li Zheng, the person in charge of this research, became a key figure who had to be dealt with. The other party could only be put on the shelf along with the experimental results. In short, he had to die, because only dead people would not leak secrets. As for how to kill Li Zheng, he had a good idea at this moment. After drinking a cup of tea to moisten his throat, Nicholas pretended to call the minister's secretary in and asked him to call Izhanin over, since returning from the mission with He Lei and others. Izhanin has been under the surveillance of Alva. And with Tang Yu's threats and warnings to him, even in the face of huge mental pressure, he temporarily gave up the idea of suicide. Compared to pursuing accidental death, suicide would be easier for him. But it would affect his family. The legal verdict would not affect him, who was already dead. But it would send his wife and children to the homeless management center to suffer excruciating torture. When Izhanin heard the minister's secretary calling him to the minister's office, his already tense heart suddenly contracted, as if he could be completely destroyed with just a little effort. Although he was wearing a high-temperature biological intelligent neck ring, Izhanin still felt a heat radiating from his body to the surface of his body. He was so nervous that his mouth began to dry up, and he could even hear the sound of his heart beating very clearly. Seeing Izhanin's panicked face, the minister's secretary couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said to him nonchalantly, "Professor E, are you afraid? The minister is not a man-eating monster." Hearing the minister's secretary's sarcastic words, Izhanin's face suddenly darkened. He didn't reply, but said heavily, "Let's go." The minister's secretary pouted in boredom and took Izhanin to the minister's office. Chapter 67. This was the first time that Izhanin was summoned by Nicholas after returning from a failed mission. On the way to the minister's office, Izhanin's mind was already in 1,000 twists and turns. But even so, he still couldn't guess why Nicholas suddenly called him to the office. The two quickly arrived at the door of the office. Izhanin stood in front of the door and looked at the metal molding on the door. He was stunned for a moment. The minister's secretary still went forward and knocked on the door. After hearing the voice inside, he pushed the door open and let Izhanin in. Izhanin was silent for 2 seconds, but still walked in with his head held high. Then the minister's secretary closed the door very sensibly and waited at the door in case someone came to him at an inopportune time to help the minister solve the problem. Izhanin stopped at the door and looked at Nicholas, who was sitting at his desk and drinking tea leisurely. He had a kind smile on his face, which seemed very kind to strangers. However, this made him, who was familiar with him, even more nervous. "Minister, good afternoon," Izhanin said to Nicholas with a stiff upper lip. Nicholas slowly put down his teacup and said to Izhanin with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a few days. Professor E has lost a lot of weight again. Is there anything bothering you?" Izhanin's heart paused when he heard this. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Nonsense. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, Minister." Nicholas was silent for a moment, but he smiled sinisterly. Izhanin had a bad feeling when he saw this. "As expected," Nicholas said slowly, "I have something for you to do." Hearing this, Izhanin felt a sense of emptiness that was unexpected but expected. He was stunned for a second, and asked with a reluctant smile, "I wonder if the minister has anything to tell you." "I will do my best to do what I can." Nicholas' smile became wider. He took a sip of tea slowly, and observed Izhanin's reaction without missing a moment, and said, "I want you to kill someone." Izhanin was shocked when he heard this. "Who is it?" At this moment, Nicholas's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said word by word, "Li Zheng." Hearing this name, Izhanin thought he had heard it wrong, frowned and stuttered, "Yes. Professor Li Zheng of the Analytical Experiment Department." Nicholas nodded without hesitation, and said calmly, "It's Li Zheng who has a good relationship with you. The researcher who is always stupid." Hearing this identity verification, Izhanin's mind suddenly went blank. What did the minister say just now? Asking him to kill Li Zheng? Why? He asked subconsciously in panic. However, as soon as the words came out, Izhanin woke up immediately, looking at Nicholas with a panicked face, trying to defend himself. Nicholas didn't mind his loss of composure and continued. "In addition, I need you to do another thing, which can be regarded as your redemption." Izhanin couldn't help shaking his head, trying to suppress the fear in his heart and fighting with Nicholas. "Minister, Li Zheng is one of my few friends. I can't kill him," Nicholas sneered, then suddenly slammed the teacup heavily on the table, and said fiercely, "If you don't kill him, then I will kill you." After that, Nicholas clicked his tongue twice and shook his head. "I forgot that you just want to die. Doing this will benefit you. I should have told you that it will bring disaster to your family." Hearing such threatening words, Izhanin's eyes widened immediately. These words sounded cruel and ruthless. But for the Minister of Environmental Testing Nicholas, they would really do it. Just as Nicholas arranged people to carry out his ulterior motive, Tang Yu contacted Meng Chong to prepare for an outdoor experiment on him. Tang Yu arranged 3 experimental procedures for this outdoor experiment for 3 days. On the first day, the experimenter will wear a high-temperature-proof biological intelligent neck ring and move freely in the direct sunlight outdoors for more than 6 hours. And then the experimenter's body data will be tested to observe the experimental results. On the second day, the experimenter will take off the high-temperature-proof biological intelligent neck ring and move freely outdoors for more than 3 hours. And the body data will also be tested for comparison observation. On the third day, the experimenter will stay in the open air for 24 hours without wearing the anti-high temperature biological intelligent neck ring, so as to obtain the experimental data. If the experimenter is still not infected with the PCIH virus under these 3 conditions, it proves that the resistance agent does have an effect on humans with high genetic resistance to attack. If the experiment is successful at this step, he will continue to the next step of the experiment, which is the resistance and effect of the current resistance agent on the newly mutated PCIH virus. After making the experimental plan, Tang Yu went to the private laboratory early the next morning to prepare the things needed for the experiment, and asked He Lei to call Suzy over to help complete the experiment. When the experiment was about to start, Meng Chong hadn't come yet. Tang Yu was not in a hurry, just waiting for Meng Chong to come. It happened that Yasa came to do the body data test when he was free, so Tang Yu went to do his own thing for the time being. However, what surprised Tang Yu was that Yasa's face was much more sullen than before when he came to the private laboratory. What happened? While fiddling with the testing equipment for Yasa, Tang Yu couldn't help asking. A genius like Yasa should rarely encounter very troubling things. When asked about his affairs, Yasa was silent for a few seconds, then waved his hand for Tang Yu to come closer to him, and whispered to him, "Do you remember what I told you not long ago about the detection of fluctuations in life matter in the space near Mars?" Tang Yu was infected by the atmosphere created by Asa, and he also became serious and nodded to him. At this moment, Asa looked very secretive. He was silent for a few seconds again, and then he said solemnly, "That thing looks like a person." Hearing such information, Tang Yu's serious expression showed a slight surprise. He was silent for a few seconds, then slowly stood up and looked down at Asa sitting on the instrument bed from top to bottom, and a profound emotion appeared in his indifferent blue eyes. Could it be a spirit? Asa frowned and shook his head slowly. Tang Yu was silent again, and then he only said, "I just hope it's not the Trisolarian in science fiction novels." Asa murmured helplessly, "The spirit is actually tricky enough." After a pause, he said in a daze, "Someone in the research institute hopes to start the plan to land on Mars ahead of time." He sighed to himself. "No matter how I say it, it doesn't feel like a good thing." Tang Yu just kept silent. At this moment, Tang Yu's holographic projection screen popped up, showing that it was a voice call from Meng Chong. Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, and remembered that Meng Chong had not come yet, so he quickly answered the call. Unexpectedly, a serious and urgent voice came from Meng Chang's side. "Professor Tang, I don't think I can conduct the experiment today. A group of people suddenly died in the homeless management center. At least more than 10 people. The super government has ordered the corpse collection team to go to the scene to deal with this matter. I'm on the way." "What?" Tang Yu and Yasa were both shocked when they heard such news. However, Meng Chong hung up the call without any explanation after dropping the bombshell, leaving only a dark screen on the holographic projection. Tang Yu stared at the holographic projection with a serious expression, and his thoughts instantly diverged. Meng Chong was so hurried at the moment, and it was conceivable how serious the matter was. It was rare for more than 10 people to die in one place all of a sudden, and they did not die from spiritual parasitism. If they died from spiritual parasitism, it would be something that was not worth thinking about. "Why do I feel a little strange?" Yasa couldn't help but speak out his doubts. Tang Yu just thought about it without saying anything. So many people suddenly died in the homeless management center. The matter must not be that simple. He Lei, who was resting in the small hall, also heard the call from Meng Chong in the laboratory. But he also received the message from the military high level at the same time. After reading the content carefully, He Lei's cold expression became even heavier. He sent an urgent message to Deluxu Hilya to ask them to come over, and got up and walked to the laboratory where Tang Yu was. He said to him in a deep voice, "I need to go back to the military building. I called Hilya and others to come to protect you. If there is anything, please contact me as soon as possible." Hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but look at He Lei at the door, and asked with a little surprise, "Is it related to what happened in the homeless management center?" He nodded. I'll go check the situation first. The homeless management center has always been a sensitive topic. If things are not well controlled, the city of science and technology will boil. Tang Yu hummed and fell silent again. His intuition was the same as what Asa had just said. This matter revealed a strange feeling. If this guess is right, then who is controlling this matter, and what is the purpose? He hurriedly left the private laboratory. Because Meng Chong could not conduct the experiment at the experimental site, Tang Yu could only postpone this experiment. He kept an eye on the direction of this matter on the internet, hoping to smell a little clue from it. Perhaps the super government was intentionally blocking this matter. The incident at the homeless management center was nipped in the bud as soon as it showed a hint on the internet. The heat was immediately diverted to the fact that a top entertainment star secretly married and had a child. However, not long after, he also sent some thought-provoking information. Most of the people who died suddenly in the homeless management center were people who could not find a job after serving their sentences in prison and were rejected by their families and had to enter the homeless management center. In short, the dead were actually some ants that were insignificant to the development of the science and technology city. This information made Tang Yu think more deeply, and he was sure that someone was using these people as pawns to achieve a certain goal. After knowing these things, Tang Yu simply stopped staying in the private laboratory and asked Hilya and others to escort him back to He residence. In the evening, He came back from the military building. He face was still very heavy. After sending Hilya and others away, Tang Yu asked him, "Have you found out the cause of death?" He was silent for a moment, walked to the water dispenser, took a glass of water, took a big sip and slowed down. Then said, "A new type of drug has been spread into the homeless management center. They are all users. Today, the security team also took the opportunity to seize a secret line of production and sales." Hearing this, Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. It looks like they are setting up a bureau to carry out the mission. But it always feels weird. He frowned slightly and said helplessly, "Anyway, be careful recently." Tang Yu thought for a few seconds before sighing. This incident has disrupted my experiment on Meng Chong. He gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Tang Yu showed a trace of helplessness, and held the back of the other's hand on his shoulder with his backhand, and clenched it tightly. After a while, Tang Yu tried to contact Meng Chong, but he didn't get in touch as expected. In this way, he couldn't get more information, so he had to give up helplessly. The dusk slipped away quietly, replaced by a breezy night with thick clouds. The sky was bright gray and black, and the neon lights of Qiantian City were also blooming to their peak and then extinguished little by little, because the experiment of the resistance agent was not implemented. And the death incident in the homeless management center was puzzling. Tang Yu slept restlessly all night. He finally fell asleep again, and after a slight drowsiness, he would suddenly wake up with a tense mentality. This cycle even made him a little exhausted. He always had a bad premonition. He was still working in the study. Soon, he would lead the members of the Marine Exploration Battalion to go out on a mission. At the same time, he had to prepare for the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals, deal with various sudden trivial matters recently, and protect Tang Yu. It can be said that he had multiple duties and heavy responsibilities, and there was no time to waste. Tang Yu couldn't sleep well, so he got up and went to the study to see how He was doing. The study door was ajar, and a ray of light came through. Tang Yu pushed the door open gently, but the slight movement still woke up He, who was taking a nap at the table. He stood up suddenly, and when he saw that the person coming over was Tang Yu, he quickly retracted his sharp and alert gaze and said in a low voice, "Why are you here?" As he said that, he moved the small mechanical clock placed next to the desk and saw that it was already 2:30 in the morning. "I can't sleep," Tang Yu replied bluntly. He walked towards He and moved a chair to sit next to him. "Have you finished your evaluation and selection report for the lieutenant general?" "Almost," He replied. He looked at the tiredness in Tang Yu's eyes and felt distressed. He comforted him and said, "You need to rest well. Don't think too much for now." Tang Yu didn't say anything after hearing this. He just reached out and held He's hand that was hanging by his side, and fiddled with his slender and powerful fingers carelessly. The yellowish light of the desk lamp stained the two deep shadows in front of the desk. Tang Yu was silent for a moment before saying, "You and I are both in crisis. We dare not sleep well." He held Tang Yu's hand back at once, but he looked at him deeply and couldn't say anything more comforting. Tang Yu had a problem with poor sleep. In such a tense situation, He was ruthlessly deprived of his meager desire to sleep. He had no choice but to talk about other topics. Saying, Alva reported today that Nicholas had a talk with Ejanin in the office. But Ejanin didn't seem to have any major changes after the talk. But Nicholas is very cunning. And I don't know under what circumstances he will plot again. Tang Yu lowered his eyes and thought about it. Nicholas was indeed insidious and cunning. And he had been staring at He Lei, which made him feel very dangerous. But Nicholas was not someone who could be brought down in an instant. He had only induced him a little bit. And he still needed the assistance of some forces to make the final blow to him. Such as Lieutenant General Freston's Harris family. Who else could possibly pass the Lieutenant General selection? He pondered for a while, and asked He Lei this question. He Lei was stunned by the sudden change of topic. But he still followed the other party's rhythm, and analyzed with Tang Yu. It's either Major General Sistan from Uranus City, Major General Pu Si from Longzhong City, or Major General Dong Fong from Chaos City. I think Major General Dong Fong is more likely. I worked with him in the battle to expel carrion beetles from Polaris City more than 3 years ago. He has excellent military ability. In the past 2 years, he has led the troops to carry out the task of removing sand and restoring forests in Chaos City, and has performed very well. He was squeezed out in the last Lieutenant General selection. It is impossible for the military to let people suppress him this year. In recent times, the business relationship between the Dongfang family and the Harris family has become closer. Lieutenant General Freston should help to deal with it. Moreover, the Marshal also intends to assign Dongfang to an important position. This is a very good opportunity. After listening to these analyses, Tang Yu frowned slightly and thought and commented, No wonder Nicholas only dares to target you. After a pause, he said, But Nicholas's calculation will not succeed. Because he will not allow the other party to act recklessly against the people he values. He Lei just said calmly, Abner will definitely not be selected for the Lieutenant General evaluation. This surprised Tang Yu a little. He looked up at He Lei, and saw that his eyes were deep and firm. The list of Lieutenant General evaluation selection has been made public to the upper level. Abner is indeed one of the candidates. Unless, the two talked for more than 10 minutes. He Lei saw that Tang Yu was sleepy, and did not plan to work all night. So he asked him to go to bed. However, they had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, when they were awakened by a shrill alarm not far away. He Lei got up immediately, and opened the curtains. He saw that the direction of the alarm was flashing orange light in the gray night sky. And thick gray smoke was flying out, which was different from the night. This alarm was the sound of the spirit detector being manually turned on after being triggered. Which also meant that another spirit parasitic accident had occurred. Tang Yu was in a gloomy mood at the moment. He walked to the window and looked down at the past. And said slowly, The Environmental Monitoring Center was attacked by spirits and caught fire again. It's really interesting. Chapter 68. The fire was extinguished. But the chaos caused by the spirit parasitism incident also spread rapidly from Chiatian City to the entire city of science and technology. The sky was dawning, and the faint light appeared. It was a quiet and peaceful morning. But at this moment, the thick smoke from the fire extinguishing in the Environmental Monitoring Center was still flying towards the sky with the airflow. The fire truck was still parked in the same place. And a dozen or so light-powered suspension vehicles of the security team almost filled the intersection at the corner. This was the third spirit parasitism incident in Chiatian City, and the entire city of science and technology in the past 2 months. Since the means of defending against spirits have become more and more advanced. Humans have not been threatened by such provocations from spirits for several years. But this is only in the eyes of ordinary people. Before the official announcement was released, there was already a panic on the internet. People woke up from their dreams, and were forced to accept the fact that this spirit was interfering with humans again. At 8 o'clock, the security team and the Environmental Monitoring Center jointly issued a serious notice. The general meaning is that the fire started in the laboratory office of Professor Li Zheng of the Analytical Laboratory Department of the Environmental Monitoring Center. And Professor Li Zheng died in the fire because he worked all night in the laboratory. Moreover, Professor Li Zheng was preparing to release an experimental result that was very meaningful to mankind. But the fire not only took his life, but also destroyed the experimental results. As soon as this notice came out, all the people in the city of science and technology were completely boiling, because they felt that it was the spirit that caused the fire in order to destroy the experimental results of mankind, killing the researchers and destroying all the data about the experiment. Someone posted related speculations online, and it only took a few minutes to get tens of thousands of support and likes. Netizens expressed their opinions, and the target was directly pointed at the spirit. I don't know where the angry rumors came from again. The fire of this spirit parasitic accident actually burned Tangyu, just because Tangyu was still carrying the crime of being a spirit parasite. The radicals who were suppressed by Tangyu's supporters, and the believers of the Badoha Church took the opportunity to stir up public opinion again. They acted very quickly and aggressively. Some extremely radical people went directly to the accident site of the Environmental Monitoring Center and pulled up banners. And they strongly demanded that the super government stop tolerating Tangyu, a spirit parasite. The extreme radicals acted too fiercely. The guards who were supposed to deal with the parasitic incident at the Environmental Monitoring Center had to maintain order at the scene. The scene was in chaos. Some guards were even injured by the extreme radicals while performing their duties. The scene was so intense. Not to mention the internet. Tangyu's social accounts on major platforms had been torn into pieces by this group of crazy biting dogs under the published content. Tangyu logged into his account and followed the situation online, seeing himself being besieged by the radicals. He had a better idea of the situation of the parasitic incident. His situation naturally became pessimistic again. But he was also sure that this might be a fake spiritual parasitism accident targeting him. But things should not be that simple. Because as far as he knew, Professor Li Zheng, who died in the fire, was a researcher studying spore samples spread by phytochemical carrion beetles. It is possible that the Environmental Monitoring Center is hiding something. But it is unknown whether this is for the Environmental Monitoring Center's own purpose or the purpose of the entire institute. Although the radicals are in a state of unstoppable momentum, there are still many people who support Tangyu, especially some believers of the Badoha Church, who are using the example of the bishop to refute those radical people who have almost lost their minds. They felt that the person who could make a drug that could cure the PCIH virus for humans could not be a spiritual parasite, because an enemy would not rescue his enemy. The two sides were in a stalemate. However, Tangyu did not intend to use any means to deal with this conspiracy that no one knew who had come up with it. He only asked He to continue sending him to the private laboratory for experiments. He originally planned to let Tangyu hide at home, but the other party showed no worry. He should be worried, but he had to agree to the other party's request. Are you going to do something? He hesitated and asked. If you plan to do something risky, let me do it. Tangyu looked at He seriously and asked. You also think that the fire caused by the spirit parasitism accident is full of doubts, right? He nodded without hesitation and said, I plan to ask Hilya to go to the Research Institute to find out whether the Environmental Monitoring Center has reported the experimental results of Professor Li Zheng to them. Tangyu nodded in agreement and said in a deep voice, That's what I meant. The air sample with phytochemical carrion beetle spores that you gave to the Environmental Monitoring Center itself hides unknown secrets. If the spirit really wants to destroy the experimental results, this experiment may not be carried out. After a pause, he said, From the current situation, there are more people taking the opportunity to target me. In this case, I must not hide and avoid danger. It's best to lure the snake out of the hole. He frowned slightly, but in the end, he still nodded in support of Tangyu. Tangyu went to the private laboratory to conduct experiments as usual. But the public opinion about the parasitic spirit on the internet seemed to have changed again. Suddenly, a strange public opinion appeared again. The people who madly supported him actually condemned He, who was protecting him at the moment, saying that He did not protect him well. So the radical people took advantage of him and put him in a dangerous situation. Seeing this public opinion, Tangyu was not surprised. The unknown enemy played this chess game, not only targeting him, but also killing two birds with one stone, and might even want to achieve other purposes besides this. This wave of public opinion was very unfriendly to He, because these remarks were just made and were retorted by He's supporters. Because of this, the situation gradually became intense, and the quarrel between the two sides even exceeded the enthusiasm of the radicals attacking Tangyu. I don't know who mentioned the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals, but in the quarrel, there was a statement that He was not worthy of participating in the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals, and even faintly burned the fire to the military, trying to make a big deal out of it. Tangyu watched the situation develop like this, and he had a vague idea of exploring the truth in his heart. Perhaps attacking He was the real purpose of the manipulator behind the scenes. He also had some ideas about this, and he was just waiting for Hilya to reply to the information he had found out before making further calculations. He and Tangyu looked at each other. and they both immediately understood the same idea in each other's eyes. The instigator, Nicholas, was drinking tea leisurely in the office temporarily arranged for him by the Research Institute. Although the entire Environmental Monitoring Center was in chaos and faced a ban for several days, which seriously affected the progress of every experiment and work, Nicholas was very happy, thinking that the purpose of his painstaking design had been achieved. He wanted to use the matter of killing Li Zheng to drag Tang Yu into the water again and use him to deal with Lei, and at the same time make the Freston and Harris families have no time to take care of him and the Cotton family because of the affairs of these two people. It must be said that Izhanin is not good at research, but he can nod his head in praise for these obscure conspiracies. He really can't understand why such a talent always wants to die. However, Izhanin was lying at home in a trance. His wife took Li Jing's wife and 1-year-old son to take care of them. Listening to the suppressed but still hysterical crying coming from the living room, he felt even more guilty. It was he who asked Li Zheng to stay up late to help him revise a paper that was about to be published. When the other party died, he was still waiting for him in the office. Hundreds of radical people are still gathered near the Environmental Monitoring Center. The president was overwhelmed by these things early in the morning. After weighing the pros and cons, he had to take the risk of sending Vice President Edgar to evacuate these people. Because of Alan's rash actions before, the Scott family was inevitably criticized and attacked by the radicals, so that Edgar's majesty and credibility in front of the radicals were also reduced a lot. Although it was expected that he was entrusted with an important task by the president, Edgar still felt a little overwhelmed. However, with his eloquent speech skills, Edgar temporarily controlled the situation and used his position to assure all radical people that the super government would eventually give them a satisfactory result. Despite their fierce demands, the radicals knew that things would not be accomplished overnight, so they made a temporary compromise with Edgar and the super government behind him. It was still noisy outside, and before they knew it, it was time to get off work, and the sky was gradually getting dark. Tang Yu finished the experiment and packed up the experimental equipment to go home. He planned not to come to the laboratory to work tomorrow, and wait and see how things develop. What happened today still consumed his energy to some extent, and at this moment he felt more tired than usual. He asked Lei to leave, but just as he reached the door, Lei stopped. Tang Yu looked at him puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Lei said in a deep voice, "I suddenly received an urgent message." Compared with ordinary messages, the prompt tone set by the neuron electronic chip is different for urgent messages. Lei opened the holographic projection screen with a serious expression and clicked on the message. After reading the content, Lei frowned even more and said, "I have to go back to the military building. I'm afraid I can't send you back. I'll ask Dill and Lu Su to come and protect you." Tang Yu's mind was startled. "Who is looking for you?" Lei thought. "Lieutenant General Freston. His secretary suddenly sent me a message, saying that there is something important." Hearing this, Tang Yu fell silent, and said after a moment, "Then you go?" Lei hummed and called Dill, because the situation was urgent. Lei left after contacting Dill, but Tang Yu was thinking about it. At this moment, Lei was also caught in a public opinion crisis. If Lieutenant General Freston wanted to talk to him, he should have contacted him long ago, instead of calling him over after get off work. Even if it was something else that happened suddenly, it would not be possible for the secretary to notify him. If he was Lieutenant General Freston, he would prefer to talk to someone privately after returning home. In this way, he could deal with Lei's affairs and Tang Yu's affairs, and at the same time, he could talk about important things. After all, although Lieutenant General Freston lived in the office most of the time, he could also take time to go home and stay for a night. After all, Lei's house was opposite his house. However, not long after Lei left, the doorbell of the private laboratory rang. Tang Yu immediately became alert, because it was impossible for Dill and Lu Su to come so quickly in 2 or 3 minutes. He stepped forward and flicked open the holographic projection screen of the access control, but saw that the person who rang the doorbell was actually the security guard sent by France to protect him. So he couldn't help but frown and think. After a moment of silence, Tang Yu still opened the door. He just opened the door a little, stood behind the door vigilantly and asked, "What's the matter?" Seeing the door open, the 2 security guards looked at him, and one of them said to him very seriously, "Professor Tang, Mr. France is working overtime. Let us take you to see him." Hearing this, Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. and suddenly realized that He Lei had just left because he was actually sent out. After thinking quickly in his mind, Tang Yu quickly made a decision. He said lightly, "Then wait for me to carry the bag. And then, you can send me home directly." The two security guards nodded. And Tang Yu didn't say much, then closed the door and turned to get things. Soon Tang Yu followed the two security guards and got on their light-powered hovercraft. The car started quickly and flew into the night sky. But Tang Yu soon discovered that the route arranged by the two security guards was not to the headquarters of the Buddha Church. Seeing this situation, Tang Yu's mood became heavier, and he was now in a very dangerous state. Chapter 69. Tang Yu did not alert the enemy, but pretended to be a little tired and could not help but close his eyes and take a nap during the journey. However, the journey was not long. In less than 5 minutes, the two security guards took him to an abandoned building with few people. A closer look revealed that this was the place where Edgar had someone bring Ming Chong to talk. The light energy suspension car slowly landed, and the two security guards respectfully asked Tang Yu to get off the car and said to him, "Go directly to the car in front. Someone is waiting." Tang Yu gently raised his drooping eyes, looked at the open door, and slowly asked, "So, you betrayed Mr. France?" When asked this question, the two security guards did not look panicked. One of them even smiled and said to Tang Yu, "Professor Tang, this is too serious. We did not betray the Buddha Church. We just followed orders." Tang Yu was silent for a moment, and then said, "So someone betrayed Mr. France? I feel sad for the Buddha Church. I thought the matter of Anna was disappointing enough." After saying this, Tang Yu got out of the car and walked slowly into the night. The two security guards looked at each other in surprise because of his words. Tang Yu's eyes are not ordinary eyes. Even at night, he has good night vision. Even at a distance of more than 10 meters, he can see the ordinary light-powered suspension car hidden in the shadow. And through the door that has just been opened, he can see the people inside. As soon as he walked in front of the light-powered floating car, he heard a familiar voice from inside. "Get in the car." Tang Yu did not move, but just stood outside the door and stared at the figure inside, and asked coldly, "I wonder why the vice president went to so much trouble to see me." Hearing this question, Edgar, who was leaning lazily on the seat in the car, laughed out loud and said, "I was still thinking that, Professor Tang. You are not so easy to deceive. It seems that you have directly seen through my plan and came here voluntarily." Tang Yu lowered his eyes slightly and said, "I am curious about how you got Major General He Lei out of the way." "It doesn't matter. It's just a little black technology." Edgar waved in the car. "You better get in the car and talk. If something happens to you, I can't explain it to the public. Your supporters exceed the number of radicals." Tang Yu didn't say anything more, but got into Edgar's car very boldly. As soon as he got in, the door was quickly closed. The space in the car was quite spacious, but there was only Edgar and him. Tang Yu just glanced at Edgar, who was smiling like a fox at the moment, and then fell silent. Edgar also looked at him, and the atmosphere between the two fell into a stalemate for a while. It was Edgar who withdrew his gaze and spoke first to break the stiffness between the two. He said, "It has been a while since I last met Professor Tang alone. I especially invited you here today just to sincerely apologize to you for Alan's incident. Because of his recklessness, Professor Tang suffered the undeserved disaster of being attacked by the radicals." Tang Yu was not surprised when Edgar talked about the birthday blessing. However, he speculated whether Edgar had specially arranged for Alan to send him birthday wishes, just to have an excuse to arrange someone to bring him here today. After all, even if that incident caused the radicals to attack and hate him again, Edgar, as the leader of the radicals, would not be attacked in the end. He was silent for a moment, and just said, "I don't mind. So there's no need to apologize." This made Edgar smile even more deeply. He said, "In my opinion, Professor Tang should not mind. After all, many people speculate about your relationship with the Scott family, which has affected your communication with other people. However, if Professor Tang is really willing to cooperate with the Scott family, it would be my honor." Hearing this, Tang Yu just looked at Edgar coldly and said lightly, "If I remember correctly, the vice president has asked me the same question." Edgar lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment, and said, "So, Professor Tang, what do you think now?" Tang Yu just kept silent and stopped talking. His appearance made Edgar unhappy, but he still smiled in an unpredictable way and said, "It seems that Professor Tang is still unwilling to cooperate with the Scott family. Your resistance agent should be almost developed. I think we should give each other a chance. Tang Yu remained silent. Seeing that he was still like this, Edgar also looked at him silently. And after a while, he said again, "You should have seen the power of extreme radicals. They don't even care about resistance agents." Hearing these threatening words, Tang Yu just glanced at Edgar and remained silent. However, Edgar was immediately turned cold by his stubborn look. In his opinion, the other party clearly refused to cooperate with him at this moment, which meant that the Scott family could not directly obtain anything about the resistance agent from Tang Yu. Assuming that Tang Yu took the initiative to cooperate with the Harris family, the Scott family would start much later than the Harris family, and could not dominate the entire interest circle formed by the resistance agent. Tang Yu saw that Edgar's expression became bad. Although he was worried that the other party would suddenly hurt him, he still maintained his indifferent expression on his face. Looking completely calm and composed, the two of them were deadlocked again. After a few minutes, Edgar suddenly laughed again, and said with hidden depth, "Since the cooperation has not been negotiated, I will not keep Professor Tang." Hearing this, Tang Yu did not relax his vigilance at all. He finally said, "If the vice president wants the resistance agent, why doesn't he negotiate with the super government? I can't have the resistance agent." This made Edgar's face stiffen. But he did not reply to Tang Yu, but just signaled him to get out of the car again. In this way, Tang Yu was ready to get out of the car. He looked at Edgar deeply, and then looked at the door that was opening. Tang Yu entered the night again. The door also closed silently behind him, isolating him from Edgar. Through the single-sided window, Edgar looked at Tang Yu's figure gradually walking away, but his face was as gloomy as water. Tang Yu refused to cooperate with him as before. It seemed that he really had to make plans to destroy the other party. He had a handle in the other party's hand. From the previous lessons, it seemed that Tang Yu was so smart that it was actually very simple to fight back. Once the other party exposed his attempt to win him over, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Even if he couldn't destroy Tang Yu, he would prevent Tang Yu from returning to the laboratory of the Institute to get the support of the super government again. At the same time, he would use the radicals to put pressure on him and force him to save himself and voluntarily hand over the experimental results of the resistance agent. Tonight was his last chance for Tang Yu. On the way back, Tang Yu kept thinking about what Edgar would do to him after he refused to cooperate. Edgar would definitely not give up on the resistance agent, but he could use him to accomplish something. The two security guards didn't play any tricks. They sent Tang Yu to the gate of Helay's community and left. However, Tang Yu did not go directly into the community, but walked along the tree-lined path near the community where the shadows were swaying. Within 2 minutes, a shadow was approaching. Tang Yu listened to the subtle sound of the hovering device flying, and simply stopped and turned around to wait for the other party to approach. Edgar is really ambitious, and has already thought about the resistance agent. Helay approached Tang Yu and stopped in front of him, saying in a not very good tone. Tang Yu looked at Helay silently, then turned around and walked forward. After walking a few steps, he said again, "It's not just him." After a pause, he continued, "How did you find out that this was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain?" Helay drove the hovering device and slowly followed Tang Yu. Hearing this, he explained to him, "The information sent to me by Lieutenant General Freston's secretary is indeed a very important matter. Under normal circumstances, I would lead directly, but there were too many things happening today, and I was worried about you. As a result, I used the trick and pretended to drive away from the light energy hovercraft. And I really caught a big fish." Hearing this, Tang Yu's tired spirit was immediately relieved. His eyes gradually softened, and he continued to ask Helay, "What are you going to do?" Helay just shook his head with a serious expression and said, "The forces in the City of Science and Technology are complicated, and the Vice President is still very useful." He still remembered how the super government and the military used Tang Yu. Edgar must be one of the manipulators. If he dealt with him now, it would be a drop in the bucket to protect Tang Yu. Tang Yu was silent for a moment, hummed, and said, "Let it be." However, the hot topics on the internet are still fermenting, and the major family forces are also paying close attention to what happened today. After contacting Freston, Jera, who was in charge of the Harris family in Chaos City, bought a ticket to Chiatian City at the nearest time. He entered Chiatian City in the evening and prepared to have an in-depth conversation with his brother about some recent events. When she arrived at the long-term rental residence, Freston was already waiting for her there. Jera didn't bother to tidy up. After resting for half a minute, She went into the study to talk to Preston. She had to go to Duai's city tomorrow afternoon to complete a project completion ceremony as the manager of the Harris family. So she didn't have much time. Today, because of the sudden spiritual parasitic accident, Tang Yu was caught in the attack of the radicals again, which was also extremely unfavorable to the Harris family. After entering the door, Jera said, while drinking the coffee in her hand, and sat down next to Preston. Her expression was exactly the same as Preston's heavy. Without waiting for Preston to speak, she continued, but remember that the heir of the Scott family sent birthday wishes to Tang Yu a few days ago. It was not unrelated to the actions of the radicals today, and even implicated He Lei. Perhaps they were targeting our Harris family behind the scenes. You will soon be evaluated and selected as a general. And He Lei will also be evaluated and selected as a lieutenant general. Preston sat up straight, tapping the tabletop slowly with one hand on his desk. His eyes narrowed slightly with coldness. And he said, Jera, I want you to do something. Jera's expression became more serious, and he replied without hesitation, You say. Go check Nicholas Cotton and Abner Cotton. I suspect there is something fishy about Professor Li Jing's death, and it is not convenient for me to do it. Hearing such a request, Jera frowned and said hesitantly, You mean? Preston nodded slowly, and then said, I will tell you some of the information I just found out. Recently, there has been a rumor that blockers are life-saving drugs and resistance agents are just political conspiracies that cause panic. It comes from the Scott family's company. Several radical illegal secret organizations are leading this matter. The attacks on Tang Yu and He Lei on the internet today may be inseparable from them. Hearing this, Jera showed a hint of surprise. But then Preston continued, And recently someone from the Harris family has been selling family information, especially information about Tang Yu. Hearing this, Jera was completely surprised. How is that possible? Doesn't this mean that there is a traitor in the family? But just after she finished speaking, she suddenly calmed down, took a sip of coffee, and then said in a deep voice, No wonder some industries in Chaos City have been affected recently. I thought it was some side effects of Tang Yu and the selection of the generals. Preston said lightly, The last manager still has some remnants. The last manager relied on calculations and toughness to get to the top. So naturally he couldn't control some ambitious people. And these people also looked down on us. Jera couldn't help but snorted coldly, and said angrily, My father almost ruined the Harris family. The Harris family may look glamorous to outsiders, but if it weren't for you, brother, it wouldn't be our turn to do what they call pointing fingers. Preston was silent for a moment, and then said, In any case, you must protect Tang Yu's safety. For a period of time from now on, he and the Harris family will be tied together by outsiders, sharing honor and disgrace. Jera nodded seriously, and then said, I will pay close attention to the Scott family. Their family is one of the important manufacturers of blocking agents. Although it is openly preventing resistance agents from entering the market, it is possible that they are secretly carrying out a drama, and the target is still resistance agents. Preston nodded silently, and Jera sighed again. It would be great if my sister-in-law was still alive. With her influence in the scientific research community, Tang Yu would definitely not fall into a situation of being attacked from all sides because of a scientific research result. Preston just became more silent after hearing this, and did not reply to Jera. Chapter 70. After waking up, Tang Yu found that the public opinion raised by the radicals on the internet was even more shocking. Those remarks were no longer limited to personal attacks, but rumors were spreading, saying that he had been secretly making biological weapons a long time ago, just to destroy mankind one day, and that the fact that he made an agent that could resist the PCIH virus was nothing but a fabrication, and was completely a prelude to the spread of the biological weapons he made. Some people even concluded that he had antisocial tendencies, and was an absolute scientific research demon in the city of science and technology. What was even more incredible was that some people completely supported and agreed with these remarks. Seeing these incredible remarks, Tang Yu instantly woke up, and even checked the time. It was only 7:30 in the morning. After lingering in bed for a few minutes, Tang Yu turned off the holographic projection screen, got up, got dressed, and went to the living room. He Lei had already prepared breakfast, and was now drinking soy milk on the dining table while sliding the holographic projection screen. Hearing Tang Yu's footsteps, He Lei looked up and called him to come for breakfast, and then said to him with some irony, Things are getting interesting. Tang Yu walked to He Lei's side in silence and sat down. He took the soy milk handed over by the other party and drank a sip. And then said, "I have seen it all. I will observe for a while. However, the remarks attacking you still have no trend of decreasing. I suspect that this is the work of two groups of people. Fishing in troubled waters," He Lei commented. And then said, "Not long ago, Dean Jiang sent me a message, asking me to get you back to the institute as soon as possible." Tang Yu ate his lunch roll slowly, and did not answer what He Lei said. In fact, judging from the current situation, even if he wanted to return to the institute to hand in the resistance agent, someone would not let him do so. The first to bear the brunt was Edgar. And France, who was not very active now, because the Badoha church that once assisted him was silent at this moment. He Lei only told Tang Yu that Dean Jiang contacted him, and did not intend to have a deep conversation with him. After speaking, he started another topic. "I will call all the members of the collection team to a meeting in a while to discuss the next mission. If the military and the super government agree, I hope to take you with me to carry out the mission. I am very worried about you being alone in Qiantian City." Hearing this, Tang Yu looked up at He Lei, but shook his head. "There is not much time left. I have to complete the experiment on Ming Chong as soon as possible. Even if there are dangers, I have to overcome them. Don't worry. I won't die. I am still valuable to everyone in the City of Science and Technology." He Lei fell silent, and after a moment he said in a depressed mood, "I should protect you, instead of letting you face all kinds of dangers, both open and covert." Tang Yu stared at him steadily, and after a while he whispered, "This is already very good. Since reconciling with He Lei, he has already achieved more than half of his purpose of coming to Qiantian City, and he is already very relieved." The more Tang Yu acted nonchalant, the more He Lei felt sorry for him. However, no matter how many words of comfort he said now, it was just superficial and did not improve his situation. He Lei continued to focus on the holographic projection screen in silence, but accidentally clicked on a push news hotspot. "Xiaoya?" He Lei frowned immediately. Tang Yu paused when he heard this, and moved closer to He Lei. "What's wrong?" The news hotspot He Lei clicked on was a live broadcast, and the protagonists were Xiaoya and several other young and energetic boys and girls. The location was obviously the Pigeon Square in the 5th Commercial District. They were not doing any assignments assigned by the school, but giving a dangerous speech. At the scene, a holographic projector projected a few red words on the huge screen in front of the pigeon sculpture. "Resistance is the future of mankind." Tang Yu and He Lei felt even more depressed when they saw this, because open-air speeches without approval were illegal, just like demonstrations. Pigeons symbolize peace and hope. The place chosen by Xiaoya and others is very suitable for the theme, but it also reveals a hint of irony. In the morning, there are more people gathered in the Pigeon Square than at noon and in the evening. After the crowd dispersed, only some elderly people who were nostalgic for the pigeons were left there to feed the pigeons. These pigeons are all wearing special high-temperature-proof biological intelligent claw rings on their claws. Only creatures specially raised by humans can continue to fly happily under the blue sky and white clouds without any cover. But every day, the breeders will deal with pigeons with lower than average immunity to prevent infection with the PCIH virus from endangering the pigeons and everyone entering the square. After the simple speech venue was set up, Xiaoya and her classmates did not rush to make an impassioned speech, but each took feed to feed the pigeons. And the first scene that appeared in the live broadcast room was the scene of them feeding the pigeons. But the red title projected in front of the pigeon sculpture made everyone who entered the live broadcast room unable to calmly think that this was just a daily live broadcast. There were more and more people in the live broadcast room, and many young people also came to the scene because of the live broadcast. Xiaoya's thin body was still wearing the white dress, and her long black hair was fluttering in the breeze. When she stood up, the pigeons also spread their wings and flew high along the traces of her movement. Both people and pigeons were pure white, with a trace of pitiful fragility. The morning sun penetrated through the slightly thick clouds, passed through the pigeon sculpture, and landed at her feet. She always had a faint smile, but her eyes were bright as if suppressing some emotions that were about to burst out. About 10 minutes later, several people broke away from the action of feeding pigeons. Xiaoya glanced at the people around her. They were either expectant and curious, or angry and forbearing. In short, all kinds of emotions were gathering around them. The gentle and warm smile on Xiaoya's face finally began to converge, but gradually turned into excitement with a bit of madness. She said a few words to her partners, And everyone nodded seriously and started the tasks that had been arranged long ago. Others walked to the crowd around them to distribute the expensively copied proposals, while Xiaoya slowly walked to the live broadcast equipment, politely and cordially greeted everyone in the live broadcast room. And before the netizens had time to react, she began her speech without any preparation. I am Xiaoya, a graduate student of biomedical application at Kyoto University. I was on probation because I protested against the theft of the material of the resistance agent. Xiaoya introduced herself calmly and firmly. The light in her eyes became brighter, and she stared at every viewer on the other side of the electronic device through the lens with a hint of madness. But now I still stand boldly in the crowded Pigeon Square, just to tell all the people in the city of science and technology about the greatness of the resistance agent. After saying that, she smiled apologetically and continued, since the emergence of the PCIH virus, humans have been forced into a desperate situation by it for nearly 200 years. Every time we see the horrible festering wounds of the infected, humans' desire for life becomes more inflated. My brother, a soldier of the Zhili Marine Exploration Battalion of the Qiantian City Military Department, is called Xiao Su. He is the hero who caused a sensation in the entire science and technology city almost 2 months ago when he was infected with the new variant PCIH virus. His death is still shocking to think about now. The public opinion of the new variant PCIH virus that rioted not long ago has deepened the fear of mankind. Under the mental pressure of the virus, in just 1 month, the mental illness rate of the people soared by more than 40 points, even faintly exceeding the peak when humans died in batches before the blocker came out. But in the face of such a predicament, we have ushered in the savior. That is, the resistance agent developed by Tang Yu, the top medical biohuman researcher in the science and technology city. Its most direct experimenter is Professor Tang himself, and the respected bishop of the Badoha Church. The effectiveness of the resistance agent is obvious to all. The resistance agent is the future of mankind. But there is one thing that really disappoints me, and also disappoints many people who support the resistance agent. Yesterday morning, a spirit parasitism accident occurred at the Environmental Monitoring Center. I feel sorry and sad for the accidental death of Professor Li Zheng. But this matter that should have been hated by spirits was turned on Professor Tang by some people with ulterior motives. Even more, this morning, Professor Tang became an antisocial element who wanted to massacre humans in the malice of these people. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The hero who developed life-saving drugs for all mankind was forced to bear the crime of being a spirit parasite for various reasons. Will an enemy who is a spirit parasite, an antisocial element who wants to massacre humans, reach out to save humans? Will he? Will he? I hope those who intend to attack Professor Tang with the resistance agent will calm down and think about whether everyone's stress on the spirit has hindered the survival and destiny of mankind. The spirit is hateful, but we also have the enemy of the PCIH virus to deal with. The newly mutated PCIH virus is eyeing every person with fragile life. I admire every compatriot who hopes to expel the spirit from the human world. You have a consistent and firm will. In the past 200 years, the number of people killed by the spirit is no less than that of the PCIH virus. Some people even gave up in the panic and despair brewed by the spirit. But you still persisted. I sincerely hope that you can join us in supporting the resistance agent. For the future of mankind? For a better tomorrow. After the speech, Xiaoya was completely excited. If it weren't for her strong rationality pulling her back, she would have torn off the peace label and cursed the radicals out of anger. Her brother died of the PCIH virus, and she was determined not to allow anyone to wipe out the magic that could expel this demon because of personal desires. At this moment, both the audience in the live broadcast room and the spectators on the scene were stunned by her well-reasoned and infectious speech. Xiaoya looked around with a suppressed and tired smile, ignoring the heated arguments in the live broadcast room. She put her hands on her chest and slowly looked at the people around her and asked, "You also hate the PCIH virus, right? My brother and I became orphans because of the virus. Now my brother is dead, and I am the only one left. You can understand such pain, right?" The people around her just looked at her quietly, seemingly unmoved, but tears were already welling up in their eyes. However, at this time, the crowd suddenly became agitated, and a shadow rushed out of the circle of people like the wind and flew toward Xiaoya. The huge impact pushed Xiaoya to the ground. She saw a tall and strong man with strong anger and shadows covering her, and before she could react to the pain, he suddenly slapped her hard and loudly. "You despicable villain! Did your relatives die from spirit parasitism? Did you? Did you? You don't know anything. After beating her, the man grabbed Xiaoya's thin shoulders and shook her desperately to question her, as if he was facing a deep-rooted enemy. Every word he said was bloody. However, Xiaoya's ears were buzzing after being slapped by the other party. She could not hear any words from the outside world for the time being. She could only stare blankly with her eyes wide open. Fresh red blood slowly flowed from the corners of her mouth, and her pale cheeks quickly swelled up. The crowd was caught off guard by this sudden scene. After a few seconds, someone reacted and rushed forward to rescue Xiaoya. At this time, two figures quickly rushed out from the crowded and chaotic crowd. The man intended to slap Xiaoya again, but was grabbed by the collar by the man behind him. Dill almost suppressed his tyranny and roared, "First of all, she is a woman, you lunatic." Then he threw the other person out. Wang Jing quickly helped Xiaoya up, and quickly confirmed her injuries with a cold expression. Dill looked back at Xiaoya worriedly, then walked directly to the live broadcast device and turned off the screen. Then looked at the crowd around him with his head held high, and said seriously, "I am Dill, a soldier from the Zhili Marine Exploration Battalion of the Qiantian City Military Department. I passed by here and saw illegal violence and deliberately took action to protect it. We have called the police, and the guards are coming soon. Please don't panic." After hearing what Dill said, the panicked crowd calmed down a little. Some people stood up and spontaneously grabbed the man who had just attacked Xiaoya. But the man still did not stop after he came to his senses. "Let me go! You have all been deceived by her. The resistance agent is a scam. Tang Yu is a spirit parasite. He is confusing everyone. Stay awake. Stay awake. The spirit will destroy mankind and occupy human civilization. Everything of mankind will be annihilated. All will be annihilated." As he said this, the man burst into tears, and everyone present was filled with mixed feelings. There is no doubt that this is an extremely radical member, but there is no doubt that his feelings are very sincere. It seemed that no one was right or wrong. In just 3 minutes, more than a dozen security guards rushed into the square and quickly evacuated the crowd. Deer went up to talk to the person in charge of the security team, and then he and Wang Jing took the injured Xiaoya away, while Xiaoya's other classmates were escorted home by the security team. As for the punishment for illegal speech, it would be determined after the leader recovered. Within 2 minutes of Tang Yu, and he lay clicking into Xiaoya's speech live broadcast room. He lay ordered Deer and Wang Jing to come and protect Xiaoya. They had been standing in the crowd observing the situation when Xiaoya was giving a speech, but they were still a step late in the face of the emergency, causing Xiaoya to be injured. There is no doubt that Xiaoya was not in a normal mental state when she organized this speech, and this injury should have left her with a considerable psychological trauma. And Xiaoya's speech undoubtedly set off a big wave of public opinion in the city of science and technology. And the core was nothing more than the resistance agent, Tang Yu, and the spiritual body parasitism. After the live broadcast interface was suddenly cut off, Tang Yu and He Lei, who were watching the live broadcast, fell into silence for a long time. The reason why the end of the world is the end of the world is that various contradictions that cannot be completely resolved pile up together, begin to collide with each other, begin to attack each other, and leave humans no chance to breathe for a moment. After the silence, Tang Yu opened his holographic projection screen and searched for keywords for the live broadcast. In just a few minutes, the contradiction between the PCIH virus and the spiritual body parasitism was quickly pushed to the hot search. In fact, many people have never thought that one day these two crises that humans fear and are helpless about will face each other. That was the potential danger that no one reacted to when Tang Yu, who was accused of being a spiritual parasite, announced the existence of the resistance agent. After quickly scanning the relevant information on the internet, Tang Yu just looked at He Lei and said lightly, "Let's go see Xiaoya. And send me to the private laboratory by the way." He Lei didn't say much, just nodded, and said, "You haven't finished your breakfast yet. I'll heat it up again, and you can go over after you are full." Tang Yu hummed, and He Lei comforted him again. Things will be solved slowly. However, although he said this, he was not at ease in his heart, and he knew that this comfort seemed pale and powerless in such a situation. Tang Yu nodded, and urged He Lei to hurry up and heat up the meal bag and soy milk for him. He Lei stood up and patted his shoulder gently, then took the things on the table and went into the kitchen. Not long after, He Lei came out with something again. But just as he walked into the living room, He keenly sensed a sense of danger projected from the living room window. He couldn't help but look out the window, squinting his sharp eyes to search for the source of danger. Tang Yu noticed the change and he lay and followed him to look out the window. However, this look made him clearly see a sniper lying secretly on a tall building not far away, and the muzzle of the laser sniper rifle was aimed at the building where he was. Or in other words, in his direction. Chapter 71. Danger? He lay, who had anticipated the crisis, rushed over and grabbed Tang Yu by the back of his collar to pull him away. At this time, the laser warhead aimed at him pierced through the special explosion-proof glass, pierced through the dining table, cut a burn hole, and shot into the floor tile. Tang Yu was so frightened that he held his breath in his chest, and his body stiffened subconsciously, but he still looked at the broken glass window stubbornly, looking through the gap. The sniper who failed in the operation was just frantically collecting his equipment at this moment. It was obvious that the other party had no intention of escaping immediately. But from experience, maybe he is not a professional sniper. But it should be an instinct for everyone to escape after committing a crime. Seeing this scene, Tang Yu's breath in his chest suddenly choked out, and he began to cough uncontrollably, and his pale face even turned red from coughing. Obviously, this is an obvious conspiracy. Are you okay? Just when he came back to his senses, he was frightened by Tang Yu's reaction again. He retracted his sharp eyes looking out the window, put down the plate in his hand, and quickly put Tang Yu straight to check his injuries. He looked very anxious. The scene that just happened was terrifying. Seeing he lay's worry, Tang Yu waved his hands while coughing. When the situation eased, he said weakly, "I'm fine." He controlled his strength and rubbed his back. He was silent for a moment with a cold face. After thinking for a while, his tone became more serious and sharp. A group of people who don't know what they are doing. Don't worry. I won't let you be frightened in vain. After that, he slowed down his voice again. I'll get you a glass of water. Tang Yu didn't reply to him immediately, but nodded slowly in silence. Soon he poured water over. Tang Yu took the cup and drank a big mouthful. The warm water slid over his throat that became dry due to tension, as if it was rain after a long drought, which immediately suppressed the panic in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at the broken glass window and the table with a hole in it, and his mood became heavier. He walked around and observed the surrounding situation. After confirming that there was no danger in the living room, he returned to the room and took out the tools. He gestured a few times at the location of the murder weapon, and after a little thought, he put on special gloves and squatted down, carefully prying out the bullet that had been embedded in the floor tile with a steel knife. Tang Yu watched Lay's actions without blinking. The bullet was embedded very deeply, and even the experienced Lay took a lot of effort. At this moment, the road near the downstairs suddenly heard the urgent sirens of police cars. The sound was loud and far-reaching, and no one could ignore it. Tang Yu and Lay were startled when they heard the sound, and looked out the window together. Lay stood up with a steel knife in his hand and approached the window. He saw 4 armed security guards jumping down from the police light energy suspension vehicle. After landing, they began to search around. At first glance, it seemed that they were attracted by the movement just now. Tang Yu looked back curiously. Even if he didn't go to the window to check the situation, he already had an idea of what was going on. The arrival of the security team was just right. After all, no matter how unprofessional a sniper is these days, he won't use an unsilenced gun. Let's see how things will develop. From the rumors this morning to the assassination now, I believe it was the work of the same person. Tang Yu had become extremely calm at this moment, and it was even hard to tell that he had just experienced a fatal danger. Looked at him, was silent, and said, "Okay." As expected, the sniper was successfully arrested, and fiercely claimed that he was a member of the extreme radicals. When asked why he assassinated Tang Yu, his answer was always that the spirit parasite should die. The assassination of Tang Yu entered the public's field of vision without any suspense. The moment before, people were still in a heated discussion over Xiaoya's bold speech, and the next moment, they were shocked by the news that Tang Yu was assassinated by extreme radicals. But what followed on the internet was a series of bad remarks from the extreme radicals. They said that Tang Yu suffered hatred and revenge from the extreme radicals because he was a spirit parasite. They cursed Tang Yu that he did not deserve to live and that he should die immediately. And these remarks also called on the public not to be blinded by his claims that the resistance agent could save mankind. so that the spirits could seize the opportunity to seize human life and civilization. Things got worse and worse, and instantly pushed the already chaotic and expanding public opinion environment to the peak of exploding. Tang Yu looked at these fierce remarks against him, and not only did he not get angry, but also got a lot of information from them. Although he was not sure who was the manipulator behind it for the time being, he was sure of one thing. The extreme radicals were making such a big fuss now, and his next plan to return to the laboratory of the research institute might not be so easy to complete. At least the super government would be cautious, and others would take advantage of this to do something to him. After hearing about Tang Yu's assassination, the president immediately contacted the marshal to discuss the matter secretly. Rather than feeling overwhelmed by it, he felt more of an unexpected but reasonable feeling at the moment. There are too many people who are targeting Tang Yu and the resistance agent, and these people are naturally more likely to develop a mentality of destroying them if they can't get them. However, this carefully planned calculation by the extreme radicals to manipulate public opinion made him feel a little bit of the shadow of the vice president. He is the leader of the radicals, although he has repeatedly shown an attitude of being helpless against the extreme radicals. Although France has not had any conversation with Tang Yu recently, he is also secretly paying attention to all his movements. Tang Yu was facing a strong attack from the radicals this time, and the situation was dangerous. But he had no intention of lending a helping hand in the name of the Buddha Church, and even decided to let it go. His thoughts were not complicated. He wanted Tang Yu to compromise with him and ask for help in such a difficult situation, and then naturally join the Buddha Church and the Delno family. After thinking and drinking a cup of tea, France turned on the holographic projection screen and sent a message to the Delno family's venture capital agent, asking the other party to come to his office for a short meeting. He planned to let the Delno family take the lead in launching a project with a lot of money. Last night, he found out some information about carrion beetles. Although he didn't know much about what the plant-based and anthropomorphic carrion beetles looked like, this did not prevent him from being interested in it. He felt that investing in the research of carrion beetles at this moment was a very valuable thing, and the Delno family would definitely benefit from it. He still remembered that Tang Yu had hinted at this information before, and it must be said that Tang Yu sincerely presented him with a big piece of fat meat. In the afternoon, perhaps because everyone was tired, the comments on Tang Yu on the internet gradually became flat, and many people withdrew from discussing this matter. Tang Yu did not interfere with this matter. These comments would indeed make his situation more difficult, but in order to better lure the enemy to do more excessive things, he decided to take this risk. From some clues, he probably guessed who was behind all this. There was a parasitic incident at the Environmental Monitoring Center these 2 days, and there were too many things to do. But Nicholas gave full authority to the secretary of the minister and the people below to handle these things. He was very relaxed, and only focused on Ilay and the upcoming evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals. It was not yet time to get off work, and there was about half an hour left. Nicholas packed his briefcase and prepared to leave the office and go home. Unfortunately, just as he walked to the door of the Research Institute building, he ran into Dean Jiang, who was back from work. Nicholas was startled and felt guilty. Seeing that he could not avoid Dean Jiang, he had to smile flatteringly and greet him. Dean Jiang saw that Nicholas, as a leading cadre, had left work early, and no matter how respectful he was, his face turned cold. "Where are you in a hurry to go while packing your things?" Dean Jiang pointed out the matter bluntly. Being asked this question, Nicholas felt embarrassed and awkward, and he couldn't smile or not. He had to rub his hands and laugh and said, "There is something I need to deal with at the Environmental Monitoring Center. The secretary of the minister has been urging me just now." Dean Jiang snorted coldly, but didn't say much. Just said, "Come with me to the office. I have something to ask you." After that, he continued to walk towards the institute building, regardless of whether Nicholas would find an excuse to shirk being stopped by Dean Jiang without any room for rebuttal. Nicholas' heart suddenly panicked. He turned his eyes hesitantly, suppressed his dissatisfaction, and pretended to follow Dean Jiang very willingly. Looking at the silver-haired old man, who was still energetic in front, Nicholas suddenly had a sinister thought in his mind. Dean Jiang, as the highest leader of the institute, has been in this position for nearly 50 years. With such a long life, shouldn't he give up the chair under his buttocks? Otherwise many people will never get ahead. However, Nicholas still had a disgusting smile on his face, which did not allow anyone to see his dirty desires. Even his slightly round figure made him look a bit naive in front of ignorant children. After arriving at Dean Jiang's office, Nicholas changed his lazy appearance of having everything done for him in his own environmental testing center. He suddenly became diligent. After putting down his briefcase, he quickly went to the tea table next to him and made a cup of hot tea for Dean Jiang with exquisite techniques. Dean Jiang, you have worked hard. Nicholas brought the teacup to Dean Jiang in a servile manner, and the smile on his face was a little more flattering than before. Dean Jiang stared at him for 2 seconds with a stern face, and then took a sip of the teacup after leaving him alone for a while. He did not speak, but just sat quietly, his eyes downcast as if thinking about something, which made Nicholas feel uneasy. After thinking about it, Nicholas still cautiously asked, Dean Jiang, I wonder if you have something to tell me. As long as it is something you arrange, I will definitely complete it beautifully for you even if I have to go to great lengths. This humble flattery may sound comfortable to others, but Dean Jiang knows how good Nicholas is at talking, and his response to his questions and assurances is just average. He is still silent, his eyes downcast, and he just takes another sip of the tea that Nicholas made for him. Seeing Dean Jiang like this, Nicholas couldn't help but grumble again in his heart, and his impatience gradually soared. His dissatisfaction became more and more serious, but he could only stand in front of Dean Jiang pretending to be obedient. After hanging Nicholas for a while, seeing that his face was almost stiff with laughter, Dean Jiang put down his teacup and slowly said, I have something to ask you. You tell me. You tell me. Nicholas didn't ask back, but nodded repeatedly. Talking about business. Dean Jiang's face became even colder, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to become extremely sharp, like a sword pointing directly at Nicholas' heart. Seeing this, Nicholas couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly, and his panic gradually replaced his dissatisfaction and impatience. He couldn't think of what Dean Jiang was looking for him for at this time, but judging from the other party's face, it was definitely not a good thing. However, he was used to being criticized by Dean Jiang, and now he was ready to be picked on by this old man as usual. Dean Jiang kept staring at Nicholas, paused for a few seconds, and then said meaningfully, I heard that Li Zheng has handed you the experimental report. Hearing this, Nicholas' heart was shocked, and the lingering worry in his heart was finally confirmed. It turned out that Dean Jiang did come to trouble him because of Li Zheng's matter. However, he had already thought about thousands of possibilities and solutions for Li Zheng's matter. It was absolutely impossible for him to feel the burden of being the mastermind of the murder when someone mentioned this matter at this moment. He was not worried that such a rigorous murder plan would be exposed. Nicholas quickly prepared a draft in his mind. He sighed heavily and replied to Dean Jiang with regret. If Li Zheng could submit an experimental report to me before being killed by the spirit, then the matter would not be so desperate. That is the spores produced by the plant-eating beetle. Once the research results are obtained, it will definitely be something that will make a sensation in the city of science and technology. Dean Jiang raised his voice and did not make any comments on his answer, but just looked at him with some doubt. Nicholas was stared at by this slightly sharp gaze, and finally couldn't stand it and felt a little guilty. But he still tried to calm down, and said with a helpless smile, Dean, how dare I talk nonsense about this matter? So many people died from spirit parasitism in the past. How can such a taboo thing be used to weave a lie? This made Dean Jiang stare at him for more than 10 seconds. Just when Nicholas couldn't resist this questioning gaze, Dean Jiang slowly retracted his gaze, raised his teacup and took another sip, and said, you should know how important this research result is to mankind. Nicholas echoed anxiously, I know. Of course I know. I feel very sad about Li Zheng's death and the destruction of the experimental results by the spirit. I also hate the hostility of the spirit to humans. After he finished speaking, Dean Jiang just looked at Nicholas deeply, sighed and stopped talking. Nicholas' mind was even more flustered at this moment, but he was trying to locate it. He always had a feeling that Dean Jiang knew something, so he asked him these questions. When he asked Izhanan to plan to kill Li Zheng, he specifically told him to destroy all electronic devices that Li Zheng might use to back up information and some manuscripts related to spore research. At the same time, he designed the scene of the spirit parasitism accident perfectly. With such a meticulous arrangement, it is impossible to find the murderer and find him. Even if they really wanted to suspect him, they couldn't produce definite evidence. The paper experiment report submitted by Li Zheng to him had been destroyed. Only a chip with the scanned content was made into a gold ring and given to his wife, who knew nothing. He planned to wait until the Research Institute really announced the research related to the phytochemical carrion beetle and put it into market application. and then modify this thing and release it as the technological innovation of the kitten family. Under such an arrangement, who could know everything about what he did, unless someone would betray him? But the minister's secretary and Ejanin were the ones who followed him to do bad things. They would rise and fall with him, and would never betray him. But since he has such doubts, it is better to deal with this matter again. It is better to be more vigilant. Just when he was thinking deeply, Dean Jiang suddenly waved his hand and asked him to leave. Nicholas was stunned, but he knew that Dean Jiang's nature was unpredictable. So he quickly reacted and smiled again. Does Dean Jiang have anything else to tell you? However, he was still alert in an instant, trying not to let me fall into any trap. No more, Dean Jiang said indifferently, and stood up and walked to the tea table, refilling the teacup with water by himself. Regardless of Nicholas, Nicholas didn't want to stay with Dean Jiang any longer. He said good twice, and quickly took the briefcase on the chair beside him, and turned to walk out the door. In his heart, he kept thinking about what Dean Jiang was thinking. The office door was gently closed. Dean Jiang looked back coldly at the door, with a teacup in his hand. His expression was gloomy. When he asked Nicholas a question just now, the other party was obviously lying. Outsiders might think that he, the dean, had no direct contact with Professor Li Zheng of the Environmental Monitoring Center. But a few days ago, he specially added the other party's contact information because of his research on phytochemical carrion beetles, intending to personally supervise the experimental research in this area of the Environmental Monitoring Center. Shortly before Li Zheng's accident, the other party also told him that the first draft of the experimental report had been submitted to Nicholas for review, and it was estimated that the report would officially appear in his waiting documents in less than 3 days. But Nicholas didn't know about this matter. So there was such a mistake. If the spirit parasitism accident was false, then he could be sure that Nicholas designed to kill Li Zheng. Although he didn't know the other party's motive, he felt that it was related to the experimental report. But spirit parasitism is a very serious matter. If it is used to realize a conspiracy, it is too arrogant and too indifferent to all the humans who died from spirit parasitism. But is this the truth? Dean Jiang thought with a heavy heart. And soon, he felt uncomfortable. He had no choice but to take out the small brown medicine bottle and pour 2 pills into his mouth. After a minute or two, his tense body and mind finally relaxed a little. Looking at his current appearance, he had to admit that he was old after all. After a long silence, Dean Jiang cheered up again. He flicked open the holographic projection screen, found the president's communication code and called directly. He had to ask the president to send someone to monitor Nicholas. With such a person managing the Environmental Monitoring Center, he only felt worried and terrified about the future. Chapter 72. Because of the assassination, Tang Yu and his friends didn't visit Xiaoya until the evening. Deer and Wang Jing took her to the first hospital for a checkup. The results showed that she had multiple soft tissue contusions. But the more serious injury was the slap that the man gave her, which almost ruptured her left eardrum and caused her to become deaf. What's worse is that soon after the physical examination, Xiaoya's neurosis recurred and she began to become hysterical. Deer and Wang Jing could only let the doctor treat her injuries in a hurry, and then immediately took her back to the rescue center in the military police area and called Dr. Song Jun to help. So Tang Yu and He Lei went directly to the rescue center. When we arrived at the ward, Xiaoya had fallen asleep peacefully because of the sedative injection. After taking the trauma medicine, her injuries were almost healed. At first glance, you couldn't really tell that there was a red slap mark on her fair cheek not long ago. Seeing the 2 people coming, Dill hurried forward to explain the situation. He also consciously avoided talking about Tang Yu's assassination not long ago, and only explained Xiaoya's affairs in detail. After speaking, Dill slowed down and hesitated and said, Dr. Song Jun said that Xiaoya might have a hard time returning to normal this time. The thug's behavior was too violent and fierce, which would most likely trigger Xiaoya's self-protection mechanism and make her self-enclosed. His voice gradually faded as he spoke, and his fists clenched tighter and tighter. Tang Yu was touched by what he said, and he could not help but look at the ward not far away, watching the thin figure from afar. Just in the morning, the other party was still firmly appealing to everyone in the science and technology city for the matter of the resistance agent. He Lei was silent for a moment and said to Dill, let Dr. Song Jun treat her first. There is really no way to find another doctor. It can only be done this way, Dill said helplessly. Tang Yu was silent. But he didn't expect that there was movement from the bed at this time. Several people looked over and saw Xiaoya moaning and seemed to have signs of waking up. Seeing this, Dill was anxious and hurried over to check on Xiaoya. He said anxiously, "She is almost resistant to tranquilizers. Because of neurosis. Her immunity has been declining. I am really worried that one day she will." Dill did not finish his words. But everyone knew what he meant. He was afraid that Xiaoya would be infected with the PCIH virus. Especially the new variant of the PCIH virus. Tang Yu and He Lei fell silent. In front of the bed, Dill called Wang Jing to hold down Xiaoya, who was about to wake up. He took the elastic band beside him and began to tie her up to prevent her from hurting herself after waking up. Not long ago, they also untied the elastic band when they saw that she was sleeping soundly. At this moment, Xiaoya frowned slightly. Her face was very pale, and she looked so fragile, which reminded Tang Yu of the day when Xiao Su was infected with the virus and eventually died. Xiao Su's pain was still like a dark cloud hanging over the sky, forcing them to see how terrible the PCIH virus was. And he was just a little bit away from saving Xiao Su. In a worried atmosphere, Xiaoya still woke up, but she just stared at the ceiling with her eyes wide open, and the fear in her pupils seemed to have not dissipated. Several people looked at her on the bed, and for a moment they didn't know what to do, so they could only look at each other anxiously and silently. At this moment, Xiaoya suddenly turned her head to the side, and her eyes looked straight at Tang Yu not far away, and she actually raised a faint smile, and said mechanically and stiffly, "Teacher Tang, I knew you would come to see me. My speech, is it wonderful?" No one expected Xiaoya to immediately notice Tang Yu's presence. They were surprised and thought she had regained consciousness. Dill moved closer to the bed and called her cautiously, "Ya." However, Xiaoya did not respond to this, but just stared stiffly in the direction of Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked at Xiaoya, who looked pale and looked like a flower withered. He felt mixed emotions. He walked slowly to Xiaoya and said softly, "Very exciting. Thank you, Xiaoya." Hearing this, Xiaoya's pupils suddenly widened as if she had heard great news. She still stared stiffly in the direction of Tang Yu with a smile, but crystal tears suddenly flowed out of her eyes. Xiaoya cried silently. Seeing her like this, several people were shocked. Dill wanted to go up to comfort her, but didn't dare, fearing that any words might break her pale and fragile body. Xiaoya suppressed her tears for more than 10 minutes, and Tang Yu and others accompanied her quietly. It was only when Dr. Song Jun came in to examine her that this silent sorrow ended. Xiaoya only regained consciousness temporarily. Not long after she stopped crying, she struggled violently again, which made Dill and others flustered for a while. Dr. Song Jun had to inject her with a sedative again. Tang Yu watched all this silently, and his mood became heavier. After Xiaoya fell asleep again, he left the ward silently. Seeing this, He Lei greeted Dill and the others and hurriedly followed. Tang Yu left the rescue center building and walked quietly on the road outside aimlessly, thinking of the PCIH virus's rampage on humans. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Hearing Tang Yu's rare sigh, He Lei suddenly felt sorry for him. He opened his mouth to comfort him, but found that nothing he said could change the current situation. He couldn't help but clench his palms and walk quietly beside Tang Yu. "There is no moon tonight." Tang Yu suddenly looked up at the sky and said. Hearing this, He Lei also subconsciously looked at the dark sky. Under the neon light, he could vaguely see the thick cloud blanket spreading in the sky. There was indeed no trace of moonlight pouring down. He whispered back, "The clouds are too thick. We should be able to see it tomorrow night." Tang Yu retracted his gaze and lowered his head, walking forward carelessly following the traces of his feet. "Thick clouds are a good thing." He Lei hummed and put his sights on the road ahead again. Thick clouds can block a lot of ultraviolet rays, at least allowing humans to live relatively comfortably in hot weather. Tang Yu looked at the distant place in front of him again and asked softly, "Is the night in Polaris City beautiful?" Hearing Tang Yu suddenly mention Polaris City, He Lei's thoughts could not help but spread to the battlefield he experienced a few years ago. He hummed again and replied, "You can see the stars, but there are often scavenging beetles in the nearby oasis desert." Tang Yu also hummed lightly, but did not speak again. The two continued to walk forward silently. The empty night can really dispel the gloomy mood. After a few minutes, Tang Yu, who felt a little relaxed, saw that the time was almost up, so he prepared to call He Lei to go home. However, at this moment, a warning sound of a strange message suddenly sounded in his mind. Tang Yu was stunned for a moment. and his vigilance instantly emerged. After thinking for a few seconds, Tang Yu popped up the holographic projection screen. However, the path of this information transmission was very familiar to him. It was the special path he had used to send the image of the scavenging beetle to Izhinen before. This path had been cut off, but now it has resumed transmission. Tang Yu stopped his hand in midair in surprise. He cast a puzzled look at him and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Tang Yu did not reply immediately, but stared at the holographic projection screen in silence for 2 seconds, and then clicked on the message. The content was only 3 words, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and the various suspicions in his heart gradually became confirmed. Izhinen could send him such a message, which should mean that he wanted to do something. And these 3 words were a reflection of his attitude and current situation. After reading the message, Tang Yu pondered for a few seconds and completely destroyed this path. After turning off the holographic projection screen, he explained to Ilay, "My experimental assistant in Gaia City sent a message to ask me if I want to come to Qiantian City to help me." He knew that he could not tell anyone about Izhinen, even if he was facing Ilay, so he could only lie to him. However, his lie was not groundless. On the way to visit Xiaoya, he did receive a message from the lab assistant. However, he did not intend to let the lab assistant come to Qiantian City. He was in danger, and the situation was not optimistic. If he was not careful, he would implicate the other party. It was better to let the other party stay with Sasher. At least there was a safe shelter. Such an explanation did not make Ilay doubt anything. Instead, he said, "If he really wants to come, I could apply to the military for protection for him." He still remembered the incident when Tang Yu's lab assistant conducted a live broadcast. This carefully arranged event by Tang Yu could be said to be the beginning of all the undercurrents. Tang Yu just shook his head at this, and Ilay immediately understood what he meant and didn't say anything more. After walking for a while, the two of them turned back to the rescue center. However, at this moment, the military and police area suddenly became noisy, and the rustling sound immediately increased the sense of urgency. Tang Yu and Ilay immediately became alert, but the whistle of the police light-powered suspension vehicle sounded immediately. The two looked up and saw several vehicles with flashing police lights suddenly appeared in the air, flying outside the military and police area. Ilay looked at the gradually shrinking figure of the police light-energy suspension vehicle. His face suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Another incident." Tang Yu also looked up at the sky illuminated by the noise, but it was unexpectedly calm. He suddenly thought of Izhinen. At this time, Ilay's holographic projection screen suddenly popped up, showing that the marshal called him. Ilay answered without thinking, and saw that the marshal's old face was full of stern expressions at this moment. The marshal didn't say anything, but asked Ilay to go to the military building and come to his office immediately, and then hung up the call. Ilay's mind was already active. Judging from the marshal's performance, a shocking thing was happening in Qiantian City, or the entire city of science and technology at this moment. "Let's go to the military building." Ilay turned off the holographic projection screen and said to Tang Yu hurriedly. Tang Yu didn't say anything, but nodded with a serious expression. Ilay took Tang Yu to the military building quickly. The building, which should have been half-lit at the end of the working day, was brightly lit, and there was a sense of urgency. On the way here, Tang Yu and Ilay had learned about the serious incident that was happening at the moment through clues on the internet. Izhinen committed suicide by jumping from the roof of Shangshu building. In addition, he also used a special holographic projection device to play the video clips of the anthropomorphic evolution of the scavenging beetle above the Shangshu building. After one wave of troubles came another. The people of the Science and Technology City, who had just experienced the speech controversy in the morning and Tang Yu being assassinated by radicals, were once again boiling with excitement after seeing the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle. At this moment, the marshal was pacing anxiously in the office, thinking about how to contact the president to deal with the leak of the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle. They concealed everything, but they neglected that among the people who participated in the mission at that time, Professor Izhinen from the Environmental Monitoring Center, who seemed to have no fighting power, might have recorded the scene at that time, so that everyone was caught off guard by the chaos caused by his suicide. Blaming him is of course necessary, but it is meaningless to investigate whether this is Izhinen's own will or he was actually instructed by someone, because the military and the super government are facing a huge crisis at this moment. How to calm the panic of human beings about the carrion beetles is a very serious problem that they need to solve urgently at this moment. This is the third type of enemy that can threaten human survival in addition to the PCIH virus and the spirit. In the atmosphere of panic, the video of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetles has gone viral on the internet in a short period of time. Fortunately, the super government responded quickly and asked the personnel of the Ministry of Information to contact major platforms to block and remove it to reduce the spread of panic. However, they still underestimated the speed of online video transmission. Even with various obstructions, the video still spread among the crowd in various ways that were impossible to prevent. Just after half an hour, it had covered nearly 40% of the population in the entire science and technology city. In the face of this explosive event, Izhinen's suicide became a trivial matter, and not many people even discussed why he released something that could disrupt human cognition before his death. The situation became more and more serious, and the top leaders of the super government and the military were like ants on a hot pot, being burned and scorched. After the president made up his mind, he decided to contact the marshal first. Even if there was no solution to this matter for the time being, it would be much more efficient for two people to brainstorm than for one person to think hard. However, at that moment, a woman holding a meat cleaver and in a messy and hysterical state suddenly broke into the octagon. She rushed into the lobby on the first floor with a strong panic, staring at everyone present with red eyes. She screamed that she wanted to see the president, waving the silver-white blade with a gesture of not giving up, and frightened the staff in the lobby to shrink back constantly, fearing that they would be chopped by this irrational crazy woman. The patrolling guards had already rushed in, but they did not dare to act rashly, and they regretted not discovering the abnormality of the woman in time and letting her run in. However, the woman suddenly calmed down. She glanced around and said hoarsely and calmly, "I want to see Mr. President. I want him to give me justice. My husband Izhinen would not commit suicide, and it is even more impossible for him to deliberately drop the bomb of anthropomorphic evolution of carrion beetles on the people, which endangers public safety. He is an amazing scientist who abides by the rules of the City of Science and Technology." The surroundings were quiet, and her voice was clearly audible, hitting everyone's tense heartstrings one by one. After she finished speaking, they realized that this crazy woman who seemed to be greatly stimulated and acted like a terrorist was the wife of the initiator of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle tonight. Taking advantage of the moment when the woman was quiet, the tense security team member seized the opportunity to rush forward, quickly captured the woman with the momentum of a mountain, and took away the sharp but disorderly weapon in her hand. The woman quickly resisted, screaming sharply that she wanted to bite the security team members. The people around her listened to her stubborn resistance like a trapped beast, and they were panicked and confused for a while. The woman was quickly dragged away by the security team. Even though her hands were handcuffed and her mouth was blocked, she still struggled fiercely, like a barking dog, and screamed in a heart-wrenching voice, "You killed my husband." This crazy woman was Izhinen's wife Xiaofan. Xiaofan saw the information that her husband jumped to his death on an online forum. At that time, she was helping Li Jing's wife, who was still immersed in grief, to take care of their one-year-old son, and coaxed him to sleep in front of the child's bed with a little worry. When the baby was about to fall asleep, she only heard a commotion downstairs in the community, and then someone screamed. Out of curiosity, she walked to the window and looked downstairs. She thought there was a fight in the community, but she vaguely heard words such as suicide and carrion beetles. After listening to a few more sentences, she was already horrified. When she was about to close the window, she actually heard her husband Izhinen's name in the sentence about carrion beetles. She was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted, thinking of her husband's safety. The fear in her heart was thrown out of her mind. She immediately opened the window a little wider and stretched her head out to listen more carefully to the conversation downstairs. However, she saw that someone in the crowd began to self-harm in the night, and the sharp screams flew to her window like fireworks. The already chaotic crowd was even more panicked and helpless. The crowd was in turmoil, pushing and shouting at each other. But soon the administrator of the community arrived at the scene with 3 security guards and 2 security robots, evacuated the crowd in time, and temporarily controlled the chaotic situation. After such an accident, Xiaofan didn't get any more useful information about her husband. She could only worry about what was happening in front of her. She couldn't help but wonder how her husband, a researcher at the Environmental Monitoring Center, could be related to carrion beetles. With her thoughts scattered, she subconsciously opened the holographic projection screen to check the latest news to see if something serious had happened again. In the past 2 months, accidents have occurred frequently, making her family panic. The speech that happened in the morning and the assassination of Professor Tang by radicals made her exhausted. She just felt that living in the end times was too difficult. However, the first message she received when she opened the forum was a video recorded by netizens projecting the anthropomorphic evolution of a scavenger beetle on the rooftop of Shangxi building. When she first saw this video, Xiaofan thought it was a special effect of an unreleased film. She was terrified but didn't care. However, after watching it carefully, she felt cold all over. In this technological city that is greatly threatened by scavenger beetles, who would have the brain to joke about such a thing? Xiaofan immediately covered her mouth in shock. Her eyes widened with fear. Even though it has only been a short 50 years, the fear of scavenger beetles seems to be engraved in human genes, and it always subconsciously breathes an impulse to avoid danger. This is so real, yet so fake. At this moment, Xiaofan suddenly remembered an important thing. Her husband had nightmares recently, and he kept muttering that the carrion beetle had turned into a human. Thinking of this, Xiaofan felt like she was falling into an ice cave. This might all be true. The anthropomorphic evolution of carrion beetles is true. However, at this moment, Li Jing's wife suddenly ran out of the room with a look of horror. She rushed straight to Xiaofan, staring at her and shouting at the top of her lungs, "Xiaofan, your husband jumped off the building." Chapter 73. I don't know if it was to suit the occasion, but without artificial rainfall, Xiantian City suddenly started to drizzle in the early morning. This is a very rare thing. However, in the hot weather, even the rain at night was hot, like a bath water heated to 54 degrees Celsius. The rain fell on the ground and instantly evaporated a mist. Soon Xiantian City was misty, just like the hearts of all the sleepless people in the city of science and technology. This incident, coupled with the previous 2 things that caused panic, had already made the city of science and technology in turmoil. In just one night, the city of science and technology had experienced more than 3-digit suicides. The law explicitly prohibits suicide, and those who attempt it will be sentenced and their relatives will be implicated. But there is an endless stream of people committing suicide. In particular, North Star City, which was attacked by a swarm of carrion beetles more than 3 years ago, even had a collective jump from the building. For a while, the city of science and technology was in chaos. Just a few hours ago, Nicholas tried to contact Izhanan after returning home from Dingjiang, asking him to handle Li Jing's death more cleanly and naturally, and not let everyone who mentioned Li Jing first suspect that he killed Li Jing. But he called 3 times and no one answered, thinking of Izhanan's deeds of never disobeying him. This situation made Nicholas very angry. He felt that Izhanan was despising his authority, and after Dean Zhang's disgusting conversation, he couldn't help but suspect whether Izhanan wanted to betray him. Just when he was in doubt, he suddenly heard the news from the other party that Izhanan had committed suicide by jumping off the building. Hearing this from the minister's secretary, Nicholas was in disbelief, because this incident happened too suddenly, so that even he who knew Izhanan very well was caught off guard. However, Nicholas quickly accepted this fact, and in fact, leaking the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle was originally something he arranged for Izhanan to do, in order to create chaos and make the military and the super government temporarily unable to take care of the evaluation and selection of the lieutenant general, so that the Cotton family could do certain things more conveniently, and also to cover up the heat of Li Jing's death. Of course, there is another important thing, which is to test He Lei, because he arranged for Izhanan to send this thing to him, and he still hasn't figured out what the other party wants to achieve with this thing. But he didn't expect that Izhanan would jump off the building and commit suicide so abruptly after completing the task of leaking the video. Recently, everything has become more and more difficult and complicated. He doesn't want Izhanan to die. With his ability, he can help him do a lot of things. But he died without caring about his wife and children. In the final analysis, the other party is still a coward. Although Izhanan's death has raised a lot of fog on the internet, Nicholas doesn't pay much attention to the other party's matter. He only cares about the upcoming evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals. However, when he was about to go to bed at about 1 in the morning, he unexpectedly received a call from Dean Jiang. Thinking of how he had been questioned by the other party not long ago, Nicholas was in a very bad mood at the moment. What could Dean Jiang contact him for at this moment? He must be looking for trouble with him. But at such a sensitive moment, he couldn't even pretend that he couldn't receive the call, so he could only answer the call reluctantly. However, the moment he connected with Dean Jiang, he subconsciously raised that flattering smile, and his voice had been lowered to a just right level, ready to say flattering words at any time. But the imagined nitpicking did not come down overwhelmingly, and Nicholas was somewhat surprised. Seeing Dean Jiang's expression, he revealed a bit of awkwardness, but Dean Jiang didn't say much, and didn't care about Nicholas's performance. He just asked him to go to his office immediately in a flattering tone, and then hung up the call without saying anything. Dean Jiang came and left suddenly, and Nicholas was caught off guard, looking at the darkened holographic projection screen. He was furious when he thought about meeting the old man with gray hair and beard again, but he didn't dare to go against Dean Jiang's wishes, so he had to pack up quickly and drove to the Research Institute building. In the rain, Nicholas quickly arrived at the Research Institute building, perhaps because he was worried and didn't pay attention to his feet. Nicholas suddenly stepped on a puddle of rainwater when he was about to enter the door, before he had time to regret that the sewage had stained his leather shoes. He slipped and fell down. A pain spread from his buttocks to his back. Nicholas gasped in pain, and his face was full of expression. Looking at his dirty and wet clothes and pants, he suddenly became angry and cursed a few bad luck in his heart, because of the recent incident of the carrion beetle. The building of the Research Institute was not deserted tonight, but was crowded with people. People hurried in and out of the gate frequently. After Nicholas fell, many people around him immediately cast surprised eyes at him, and some questioned him. How could he fall like this? Emotional eyes shot at him at the same time, and Nicholas, no matter how thick-skinned he was, fell into embarrassment all of a sudden. He hurriedly climbed up in a panic, but his face turned red and blue. Just when he was extremely regretful and embarrassed, Nicholas turned his sight, and vaguely saw a man in military uniform walking in from outside. This sight frightened Nicholas immediately. He thought it was Eli, and his panic was even more disoriented. However, he did not dare to look at the person clearly, and even took 2 steps back in fear. This time he stepped on a puddle of water, slipped twice and fell again. This time he fell directly on his face, and the back of his head hit hard. But he was grinning for 2 seconds. At this time, the man in military uniform approached him and said in surprise, "Ah, it's the Minister of Environmental Testing. How did you fall? Let me help you." As the other party spoke, he showed a very sincere look of worry. Without thinking, the man bent down to help the man up. Although Nicholas' eyes were blurry from the fall, he could still see the man in front of him clearly. He was not Eli, but Eli's subordinate Lu Su, who is also the young great-grandson of Dean Jiang. Nicholas hated Eli, so he didn't like his subordinates. He hated Dean Jiang, so naturally he didn't like his relatives. Even if the other party came to help him kindly, he just waved his hand to let Lu Su go away, and climbed up with difficulty, saying very politely, "I can get up by myself. I can get up by myself." Nicholas was slightly fat, and the posture of twisting and climbing up at this moment looked like a short and thick fatworm, which was very funny. Hearing what Nicholas said, Lu Su couldn't help but curl his lips, but he didn't insist on helping him up, but said again sincerely, "It's so late. The Director of Environmental Testing is still working overtime at the Research Institute. He is really dedicated." Nicholas felt a sense of irony when he heard this, and his mood became worse. He laughed twice despite the pain, and said a few words again very politely. He didn't plan to talk to Lu Su more, because he was a little suspicious of Lu Su's purpose of suddenly appearing here at this time. Even if Lu Su was a relative of Dean Jiang, it was a bit inappropriate for him to appear here at this time. But at this moment, he couldn't guess anything, so he simply put this question aside. Nicholas just said to Lu Su, "I have something else to do, so I won't say more." After that, he limped on. He actually had a very bold guess. That is, Lu Su was probably someone Eli said to monitor him. However, Nicholas did guess right this time. Lu Su was indeed said by Eli to keep an eye on Nicholas. Shortly after Izhinen's incident, Lu Su was sent by Eli to monitor Nicholas near his home. And then through Wang Jing's operation, he also monitored part of the information in Nicholas's neuron electronic chip, and then followed him to the Research Institute openly. Nicholas went to the bathroom to tidy up his appearance in a terrible mood before going to Dean Jiang's office. When he arrived at the door, he adjusted his expression to the best state before going forward and knocking gently on the half-open door. Soon, A voice of "come in" came from inside. Nicholas had thought of many possible conversations with Dean Jiang in his mind. After he felt that everything was ready, he pushed the door and walked in with ease. However, he saw a familiar figure in the office. Lu Su, who he met when he fell at the door just now, was standing next to Dean Jiang at this moment, looking at his direction with a smile. Nicholas couldn't help but stare blankly in the direction of Lu Su. His mind was instantly awakened, and then it became a blank of confusion. He always felt that he had walked into a trap set by He Lei. Without waiting for Nicholas to speak, Lu Su retracted his gaze and said to Dean Jiang with a smile, "Dean, I didn't lie to you. The Minister of Environmental Testing did fall, which led to his late arrival. I didn't mean to neglect you." Nicholas' heart skipped a beat when he heard this. But Dean Jiang snorted coldly. He didn't reply to Lu Su, but pointed to the sofa not far away and said to Nicholas, "Since you are injured, sit on the sofa and talk. I ask you, why did Izhanin suddenly die?" Hearing this, Nicholas's flattering face suddenly stiffened, and the steps he was about to take forward also stopped immediately. It was not right to move forward or backward. The old dean was good. He asked him soul-piercing questions as soon as they met. However, Nicholas reacted quickly. He did not go to the sofa as he was told. Instead, he walked to Dean Jiang and said bitterly, "Dean Jiang, I am angry and upset when you mention Izhanin. His death not only harmed himself, but also all the people in the City of Science and Technology. If I hadn't been a little more psychologically strong, I would have gone crazy about the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle. I really don't know what his purpose is in doing such a thing. You can say he is antisocial. He usually behaves quite honestly. As his superior, I don't think there is anything wrong with him." After saying that, he sighed heavily again, showing his sincerity. However, Dean Jiang did not take his words seriously. He just continued with the questioning just now and said, "Then tell me again. I heard that Izhanin and Li Zheng had a good relationship. Now that both of them are dead, is Izhanin's death related to Li Zheng?" Hearing the last sentence, Nicholas was frightened even though he had a strong psychological quality, because to some extent, Dean Jiang had touched the edge of the truth. However, Nicholas quickly calmed down and played the victim, saying with a painful face, "I really don't know about this. Both of them are excellent talents in the Environmental Testing Center. It is really a pity that such a thing happened." After a pause, he suddenly changed the subject. Could it be Izhanin was also controlled by the spirit to jump off the building? Just after saying this, Nicholas was glared at by Dean Jiang. He smiled awkwardly and stopped talking to him for meaningless guidance, because Dean Jiang didn't seem to believe what he said. But at this moment, he heard Dean Jiang say in a heavy tone, "There is one thing I have to mention, which can be regarded as a warning to you." This sentence immediately made Nicholas' spirit stand up, and the flattering smile on his face gradually subsided. He hesitated and said, "Dean Jiang, you are?" Intuition told him that Dean Jiang would not say anything good. Dean Jiang paused, immediately raised his voice, and said in a sonorous tone, "Minister Nicholas, according to my observation, under your leadership, the Environmental Monitoring Center has been slack in the past 2 years, so that the research results have been declining year by year, and accidents have occurred frequently in the past 2 days, and the Environmental Monitoring Center is also a mess. Based on this, I have reason to question your ability as the Minister of Environmental Monitoring. I plan to apply to the President to transfer you from this position." Even though he was fully prepared, Nicholas subconsciously thought he had misheard when he heard such words. He hissed softly and asked tentatively, "This? Dean, are you kidding?" Seeing Nicholas's unwilling expression, Dean Jiang said coldly, "I am serious." Nicholas laughed twice, and then his face fell in an instant. He stared at Dean Jiang silently, and his mind was already active. No one spoke again, and the two fell into silence for a while, and the atmosphere became stiff at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nicholas's face suddenly became very deep. After a moment, he said in a slightly cold tone, "Does Dean Jiang really intend to do this?" Such a sentence with a hint of coercion and temptation did not make Dean Jiang waver in his decision. He did not answer Nicholas directly, but ordered Lu Su to pour him a glass of warm boiled water. However, Nicholas felt that Dean Jiang was too contemptuous of him. In just a short moment, the jealousy in his heart grew like a green vine, and anger and hatred with a trace of panic also burned in his chest. He stared at Dean Jiang. However, Dean Jiang was unmoved. He took the water poured by Lu Su and drank it slowly. After slowly putting the glass on the table, he asked calmly, as the dean of the institute, "Don't I have the power to deal with you?" After a pause, he suddenly sighed and said, "If you can explain the death of Li Zheng and Yi Zhenan, I won't be so disappointed in you." Nicholas was no longer flattering and fawning. Seeing that things had come to this point, he simply stopped pretending. He snorted heavily and said, "Dean Jiang can doubt my ability, but he shouldn't doubt that I have anything to do with the death of Li Zheng and Yi Zhenan. If Dean Jiang really wants to deal with me, please show the evidence first. And the evidence can convince the Cotton family." Dean Jiang was silent and fell into thought after hearing this. The two of them were deadlocked again, and the atmosphere was less solemn. Lu Su watched quietly from the side, and rarely calmly observed the development of the matter. After a while, Dean Jiang focused his eyes on Nicholas again. He sighed heavily and said slowly, "This is the last chance I give you. Go ahead. Let the president decide on the matter." This sighing sentence made Nicholas' heart tighten, and his hatred and anger towards Dean Jiang immediately calmed down a lot. From the current situation, Dean Jiang is determined to deal with him, and he will not even take into account the power and ability of the Cotton family. If Dean Jiang insists on letting the president remove him, his situation will be precarious. But no matter what Dean Jiang does, he can't lose this position. After all, even if Dean Jiang leads the entire institute, and his Jiang family and his grandson-in-law's family, the Lu family, are among the best in the scientific research community, their combined comprehensive strength may not exceed that of the Cotton family. Even if the president is willing to listen to his dismissal order, he has to weigh it. Thinking of this, Nicholas thought of another thing. Lu Su is the great-great-grandson of Dean Jiang, and he is He Lei's subordinate. Did Dean Jiang want the president to remove him because of He Lei's suggestion? Once he had this suspicion, Nicholas felt that this guess was more and more real. After all, He Lei was the biggest threat to him now. Thinking of this, Nicholas' hostility and hatred towards He Lei increased a little. Nicholas looked deeply at Dean Jiang, and said with a fake smile, "In this case, I will not disturb Dean Jiang's work. See you tomorrow." He looked at Dean Jiang in a humble and flattering way. He was like a real face in front of Dean Jiang. No matter what Nicholas did, Dean Jiang ignored him. Instead, Lu Su, who had little presence, suddenly spoke up and said sincerely, "Then I'll take the Minister of Environmental Measurement out. Otherwise, it would be bad if he falls down on the slippery road." Nicholas was immediately angry and embarrassed when he heard this. He suddenly thought of his ugly behavior not long ago. However, Lu Su still looked caring, which prevented him from getting angry. In the end, he just glared at Lu Su coldly and said bluntly, "No need." He then strode out the door and left the dean's office in a very bad mood. Watching Nicholas disappear at the door, Dean Jiang finally couldn't help but slam the table a few times and said angrily, "The Minister of Environmental Measurement is really lawless. He dared to threaten me with the Cotton family. I will definitely report him to the president." Lu Su retracted his gaze from the office door and quickly calmed down his great-grandfather, coaxing him, "Don't worry. I will let Major General He Lei avenge you." After hearing this, Dean Jiang calmed down a lot, and said, "If you were not worried about coming to the institute to see me, I would not dare to take the opportunity to confront the Minister of Environmental Measurement and Surveying and tell him these things I have wanted to say for a long time. What happened tonight is also an opportunity. You go back and tell He Lei what I said truthfully, and let him help me. The Environmental Measurement Center can't just fall like this." Lu Su hurriedly said a few times, and then chose nice words to comfort Dean Jiang. After the person's emotions stabilized, he said goodbye to him and left, and then continued to monitor Nicholas. Here, the crazy Xiaofan was put into the temporary detention room of the Octagon building, but she suddenly returned to normal soon after. But she started crying, saying sorry over and over, with a very guilty look on her face. People who knew about her looked at her like this, and felt mixed emotions in their hearts. They also subconsciously felt that she was regretting the fact that she had entered the super government with a knife and shouted hysterically not long ago. After all, her behavior was very serious and had caused public harm. At almost 2 o'clock in the morning, Xiaofan suddenly told the guards, who were temporarily guarding her, that she wanted to see her son. She said she was worried that her son would have an accident after knowing the truth about his father's suicide. Chapter 74. Xiaofan was a bold and daring person, but at this moment she looked disheveled and fragile, like a flower that was about to fall after a storm. People couldn't help but feel pity for her. The guards who were guarding her felt pity for her for a moment. And after hesitating for a while, they still conveyed her intention to the higher-ups. Not long after, the guards brought Xiufan's son, who was temporarily taking care of Bai Li Jing's wife. He was a little boy of only 6 or 7 years old, with a delicate appearance, and looked very well behaved. As soon as her son was sent to the door, Xiufan excitedly ran over and hugged the child in her arms, hugging him tightly, and tears could not help but flow silently. The somewhat dazed child suddenly felt a sore nose when he saw his mother, and finally couldn't hide his fear and burst into tears, and the cry became louder and louder. The cry scared Xiufan immediately. She hugged her son tighter, patted his back gently, and coaxed him softly. Soon she picked up her son again, took him to sit on the sofa beside her, took a tissue from the coffee table and carefully wiped the tears from his face, and comforted him softly. "Bauer, don't cry. Mom is here." She choked up again, hearing the comfort. The son's cry became a little quieter. He hiccuped and said incoherently, "Mom, Dad is dead." And Vina said Dad is dead. Xiufan didn't react to hearing this. She just laughed suddenly. She gently stroked her son's head, and said to him softly, "Silly boy, your father is a great hero. How could he die? Your Aunt Vina is lying to you. Everyone is lying to us." Hearing this, the son stopped crying immediately. He looked at Xiufan with his watery eyes, and asked half doubtfully, "Mom, is what you said true? Dad also said that he would plant sunflowers with me when he is free. He can't go back on his word." Xiufan smiled lovingly, gently stroked her son's head, and said, "Of course your father keeps his word. We will see him soon." "Really?" the son exclaimed happily. Xiufan hummed heavily, and hugged her son again, holding him tightly. But tears could not help but fall from her smiling face again, like pearls that had broken off the string. The guards guarding Xiufan at the door saw this scene through the crack of the door, and suddenly felt pity inside. They were still unwilling to face the facts at this time. I'm afraid they were really crazy because they couldn't bear the blow. They were all relatives of criminals. I'm afraid this was the last time they would get along warmly. The end of the world is the most inhumane century. However, just as he was sighing and regretting, there was a sudden noise in the detention room, and the sound of porcelain being broken rang out. He was startled and quickly pushed the door open to check. But Xiufan, with a compassionate face, was holding up a piece of ceramic fragment and slashing her son's carotid artery. As the knife fell, bright red blood spurted out, instantly splashing all over the sofa and glass coffee table. The guard's eyes widened instantly. He rushed over quickly without panicking, trying to save the young child. But he saw Xiufan actually swung the knife at himself and slashed his carotid artery fiercely. The son's blood was immediately covered by another fresh blood. The guard subconsciously stopped moving forward and stared at the bloody scene in front of him. Fear made him dare not move forward any further. Xiufan fell on her son with a scattered consciousness. The blood kept gushing out. It gathered into a small pool of red on the sofa, and then slid down the edge of the sofa little by little, dripping blood on the ground. She could not feel the pain, but just stared at her son's face blankly, and then slowly closed her eyes in pain and relief. The son still had a breath left. He struggled desperately to grab Xiufan, with surprise and confusion in his eyes. However, as the blood flowed more and more, he gradually lost consciousness, and his eyelids slowly closed the pupils. "Mom! Mom!" The guard was completely frightened by this scene. Looking at the two people who lost their lives, he tried his best to overcome his fear and walked to the sofa in pain. The strong smell of blood was domineering in the air, making him want to vomit. After a minute or two, he convinced himself that this was the truth, and then he operated the holographic projection screen with trembling hands to contact his superiors and reported the situation on the scene with difficulty. At this moment, the president, who was also in the octagon, was holding the second online meeting with the marshal tonight. The meeting had not yet reached a result, but suddenly he heard the secretary come to report to him that Izhanen's wife could not bear the shock of her husband's death and committed suicide with her son in the temporary detention room. Hearing such news, the president fell into deep silence. When the marshal on the other end of the line heard this sudden news, he trembled and dropped the teacup in his hand. The crisp sound of ceramic shattering was like a deadly alarm bell. The marshal looked at the white fragments scattered on the ground and suddenly thought of an ancient poem, When it rains, it rains. When it is late, it encounters headwinds. Originally, they also expected to interrogate Ejanen's wife to find out the real purpose of Ejanen's leaking the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle, so as to better solve the current dilemma. Of course, this is secondary. More importantly, they don't want anyone to commit suicide because of what happened tonight. The president stood up from his office chair anxiously, and the chair made a loud noise. He tensed his body and clenched his fists. In less than 2 seconds, he sat back down again, stretched his forehead and sighed heavily. At this moment, he was exhausted as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. The worry between his eyebrows looked like it could kill a fly. The president's secretary watched worriedly, not knowing how to appease the president's worries. After about a few minutes, the president finally spoke, but just asked the secretary to make him another cup of instant coffee. The president's secretary quickly agreed, but he still asked, "Mr. President, how do we deal with this matter?" The president did not answer directly. He calmed down, stood up, and walked slowly to the window. He looked down at the neon lights of the Science and Technology City and asked the marshal, "Old man, what do you think we should do?" The marshal sighed deeply and said, "We can only conceal it first. Li Jing's wife and son will be sent to the military police area first. I will find someone to watch them." The president also felt that there was no better solution than this. Ejanen's wife and son had committed suicide. It was possible that Li Jing's wife would not act impulsively with her son. He hummed and said heavily, "It seems that we can only tell a big lie to everyone in the Science and Technology City. The truth will be revealed one day, but by then, we will definitely be fully prepared." "You are right." The marshal was silent for a long time, and then agreed to the president's proposal. When a little white light appeared in the sky in the early morning, the super government simultaneously released a content on the official accounts of major platforms. To all the people in the City of Science and Technology, good morning. Everyone. What happened last night caused a sleepless night for everyone, and fear and confusion were like dark clouds hanging over their heads. But this was a completely joke-like accident. The image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle leaked when Ejanen committed suicide was just a special effect clip of a film and television drama invested and filmed by the Hawk family. The Hawk family felt very sorry for this, after consultation between the government and the Hawk family, because the impact of this incident was too great. Its subsidiary company would give up continuing to invest in the filming of the film and television drama. At the same time, the Hawk family said that they would severely punish the family traitors and severely hold the leakers accountable. As for this man-made suicide incident, due to the special circumstances, the government will exempt the relatives from joint responsibility, and the Hawk family will subsidize the pension. Finally, the government hopes that everyone understands that the carrion beetles are not invincible, and our City of Science and Technology will always have a strong army to protect the survival and development of mankind. As soon as the content was released, the military official account and the Hawk family official account immediately forwarded it. The Hawk family official account also sent a message of apology to the people of the City of Science and Technology and asked the super government and the military to repost it together. As soon as this information came out, the already boiling network became even more noisy, with doubts rising one after another. The public did not believe this lie woven to cover up the truth. Soon, more and more comments were left under these contents, and the comment area was filled with all kinds of smoky remarks. Trust, doubt, condemnation, curse, etc., all of which unscrupulously vented the suppressed emotions of the public. However, no matter how the public condemned and criticized this announcement, the official accounts did not make any explanation, as if this was just a one-man show led by the public with no results. But gradually, some people began to believe the announcement of the super government. After all, the anthropomorphic evolution of carrion beetles is almost like existing in taboo science fiction novels. And it is enough to exist only in taboo science fiction novels. Based on this, the opinions on the internet gradually became two-sided, with the trusting and questioning factions arguing fiercely. And no one was determined to win for a while, and the situation was considered to be balanced. But even so, the purpose of the super government and the military in designing this matter has been achieved. They do not intend to let all the people believe this lie. They often mix the truth with lies to let people recognize it, so that the truth will be better protected. Nicholas looked at the sudden change of opinions on the internet. He did not expect that the super government and the military would do such a roundabout way to save the country. For a moment, his leisurely mind was gone. Even if he increased public opinion to stir up panic about the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle, it would not be able to overcome the trust of the people of the City of Science and Technology in the super government and the military. The president would rather sacrifice the Hawk family to calm this matter. So the investigation of this matter will definitely not be hastily dealt with. He must find a way to completely sever his relationship with Ijanin. He never thought that a dead person posed no less threat to him than when the other person was alive. He knew exactly what kind of smart people the president and the marshal were. So he must not be caught by them. But Nicholas was also angry about this. He had planned everything perfectly. But there were still so many accidents. After thinking for a while, Nicholas immediately ordered the minister's secretary to find out information about Ijanin's wife. He heard that she broke into the Octagon building after going crazy and was arrested. He didn't know whether the president had interrogated her about Ijanin. But in any case, this woman had only one way to go. And he couldn't let any hidden dangers that threatened him exist. However, not long after, the minister's secretary hurried back to report the situation to him, saying that Ijanin's wife was not only not released by the super government, but his son was also sent to the Octagon building. And Li Jing's wife and children were also taken away by the military. Hearing such information, Nicholas was shocked and his hair stood up. He was somewhat confused about what the super government and the military wanted to do at this moment. And Dean Jiang was also planning to apply to the president to transfer him from his original position. As a result, his current situation suddenly became not optimistic. Tang Yu stayed in He Lei's office all night. After seeing the information released by the super government in the morning, his emotions became complicated. After all, the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle leaked by Ijanin was sent by him. And he had long anticipated the moment when the image was exposed. But he did not expect Ijanin to bet on death. However, Ijanin's "I'm sorry" became a little confusing. He followed Nicholas' orders and did many despicable things. It seemed meaningless to make such a repentant act before his death, but only let him know. He couldn't guess it, so he just regarded it as the other party conveying a message to him. Not long after, the public opinion crisis caused by the carrion beetle gradually came to an end. After this incident, the radical faction's attack on Tang Yu seemed to have been weakened a lot, and He Lei's involvement was also alleviated. Tang Yu was still happy to see this situation. After the two had breakfast in the office, He Lei planned to send Tang Yu home to let him have a good rest. When he walked to the door, he heard the doorbell. He Lei hesitated for a second and went forward to open the door. As a result, Alva appeared at the door with a guilty look. "Didn't I ask you to go back and rest for a while?" He Lei's expression did not change. He just opened the door to let the other party in. Tang Yu also looked in the direction of the door, silently staring at Alva without saying a word. Alva stood up straight immediately after entering the room. He saluted He Lei with a solemn expression and said, "Brother Lei, I am here to apologize to you. I feel that I have an unshirkable responsibility for Ijanin's suicide. I feel very guilty. You arranged for me to carry out the task of monitoring the other party, but I failed in the mission. As a soldier, I couldn't even recognize the target's trick of switching the pillars. It was my fault." Hearing this, He Lei was silent for a moment. But he just stepped forward and patted Alva on the shoulder and said, "I still say that every mission will not be completed perfectly. Continue to start the next mission in the best condition." Hearing such comfort, Alva felt even more ashamed, but also relieved. Ijanin's death taught him a good lesson, which means, never underestimate a researcher who is powerless. Tang Yu listened to the conversation between the two and was a little surprised that Ijanin had such ability. The first impression he gave him was that he was an arrogant and rude researcher. Later, he knew that he was pretending and discovered his cowardice. But if he was really an ordinary person, he would probably not be driven by Nicholas. Tang Yu was not the only one who stayed up all night. The president was keeping an eye on the matter of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle. After the situation calmed down, he did not care about resting, but contacted Lieutenant General Freston of the military and asked him to come to his office for a talk. After Freston received the president's message, a flash of surprise flashed across his cold face. He pondered for a moment before getting up and walking out of the office. After a night of rain, the next day was a sunny day. The scorching heat of the sun sprinkled on the earth unscrupulously, and the remaining puddles dried up instantly. Even though everyone wore a high temperature-proof biological intelligent neck ring, They could still vaguely feel the stinging caused by ultraviolet rays. Before the end of the world, the sun was a myth that poets were keen to use in their articles. However, in the current world, she, who continuously provides energy for the earth, has been forced to become the original sin of human beings' difficult survival. Humans need her, but they don't need her that much. Preston didn't drive the light-powered hovercraft, but walked slowly from the military building to the octagonal building. When he arrived at the main entrance, he couldn't help but turn around and look up at the sky. What he saw was a cloudless and clear blue sky. The sun stood alone in the distant universe, emitting a scorching and dazzling golden light. He looked at it for a long time before turning around and walking forward. Chapter 75. It was common for military personnel to appear in the octagon from time to time, so Preston's arrival did not attract much attention. Preston took the elevator, and soon arrived at the president's office on the top floor of the octagon. The door of the office was ajar. Preston stood at the door for a moment before going forward and knocking gently. "Come in." The president's voice, which seemed a little tired, came from the door. Hearing this, Preston was silent for 2 seconds, and then pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the office, Preston smelled a familiar smell, the scent of precious lemons. He looked forward and saw the president clumsily squeezing lemon juice into a cup next to the coffee machine. Preston was silent for a few seconds watching this scene, and soon he showed his good military qualities, took off his military cap, and saluted the president seriously. "Mr. President, good afternoon." The president looked back at Preston, smiled cordially, and said, "You are finally here. I know you like lemonade, so I was planning to make you a cup, but I am still clumsy and can only make coffee." Preston paused when he heard this. He didn't say anything, but put his hat back on and walked towards the president. "Let me do it. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. President." The president smiled and waved his hand, and no longer forced himself to do this thing. He handed the squeezer to Preston and gave him the seat. Preston took the tools and started working quickly. After squeezing the lemon juice, he took the saccharin next to him and added it. The president watched from the side, and his expression was slightly relaxed. But he did not allow himself to slack off for a moment. He quickly went through the draft in his mind and started the topic he had prepared long ago. He tried his best to speak in a casual tone. "Recently, Tangyu has been attacked by radicals. As a father, what do you think?" Hearing this, Preston paused while stirring the lemon juice. He did not think much, but said calmly, "The super government cares about Tangyu more than I do. With your arrangement, Tangyu will not be in any danger of life." The president smiled helplessly, and after a few seconds he said, "But there are times when the super government is powerless, and the resistance agent covers too many areas." Preston fell silent, and after a moment he said, "Mr. President, is there anything I can help you with?" After he finished speaking, the president's kind face became serious, and he slowly said, "It's very important, and you are the most suitable person." Preston fell silent again, lowering his eyes in thought. However, the president did not care about his silence, but raised his wrist to reveal the watch on his wrist, and tore off a soft plastic chip from the inside of the strap and held it in front of Preston. He said solemnly, "There is evidence of the murderer who identified Tangyu in his first assassination attempt. I hope you can find him to contain him and the radicals in his hands, paving the way for Tangyu to return to the Institute." Seeing the soft gel chip in the president's hand and listening to the other party's words, Preston was not as surprised as he imagined. He just lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then took the seemingly inconspicuous thing. Seeing the thing handed over, the president's tense heart suddenly felt relieved, and he continued, "Free. The future direction of the City of Science and Technology is left to you." Okay. Preston had already thought about it 1,000 times, and he promised without hesitation. After leaving the president's office, Preston came to the front desk of the main entrance of the Octagon building and made an appointment with the front desk staff to meet with the vice president. After receiving the call from the front desk, the vice president's secretary immediately came to the door of the vice president's office from next door and rang the doorbell. The door opened. He pushed the door open and reported to Edgar respectfully, "Mr. Vice President." The front desk contacted the insider and said that Lieutenant General Preston of the military wants to meet you. Edgar was reviewing the documents at the moment. He paused when he heard the words. He slowly raised his head and looked at the vice president's secretary, smiling and said, "The sun is really rising from the west. He is now a popular figure in the selection of generals. He can't be here to win me over. The vice president's secretary replied. The front desk said that Lieutenant General Freston submitted a meeting request to you according to the process. This should be a normal meeting. Hearing this, Edgar narrowed his eyes slightly. There are too many messages, and it is inevitable to be negligent. As he said this, the holographic projection screen popped up, clicked on the await process, and found a message that was brushed off by several new processes. It was the process of the meeting request submitted by Freston. Seeing Freston suddenly become so polite to him, Edgar became a little alert. In his impression, Freston was as rude as he lay when he wanted to see him. Or he lay was so rude to him because he got the true teachings of his boss. At this time, the secretary said again, I just heard a piece of news. It seems that the president summoned Lieutenant General Freston to the Octagon. Hearing this information, Edgar's face suddenly turned cold. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and said meaningfully, This is quite interesting. To be honest, the president's recent actions are somewhat difficult for him to understand, such as using the Hawk family to weave a lie to the people. Once a traitor appears in this matter, and the truth about the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle is leaked again, the Hawk family will fall into a huge reputation crisis of deceiving the people. In this matter, I don't know whether to praise the president for his courage or laugh at him for not recognizing the facts and committing a heroic plot that makes people sigh. After thinking for a while, Edgar approved the process. He told his secretary, You go and pick up Lieutenant General Freston in my office and tell him that I welcome him to talk and reminisce about the past. Yes. The vice president's secretary took the order and went down. As for Freston's meeting with him, Edgar could not think of anything else except that he came for Tangyu. After all, it was not appropriate to talk about family matters in the workplace. If it were not for the sudden suicide of Izhinen and the leak of the video of the evolution of the carrion beetle, which instantly diverted the public's attention, the radicals' attack on Tangyu might have brainwashed the entire network. It must be said that Tangyu always has incredible good luck. But the scales of fate will not always be tilted in his favor. As long as there are radicals, Tangyu will not be able to directly clear the charge of being a spiritual parasite. In this way, he is destined to be controlled by others. No matter how capable he is, the resistance agent can only be fought over. Although the super government is powerful, if the leader of the super government loses his direction, the condensed soil will be scattered into a pile of loose sand, and will not always hold the resistance agent coveted by everyone. Just thinking about it, the vice president's secretary has brought Freston over, and he gently closed the door after the other party walked in. Edgar smiled carelessly at Freston. He stood up from his chair and walked lazily towards the reception sofa. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Lieutenant General. It's not that long. After all, the military building is so close to the Octagon. We'll see each other sooner or later. Freston's face was much colder than before he entered the door. But this time, he was much more polite than before when he saw Edgar. He even took off his military cap and saluted, and said to Edgar lightly, Mr. Vice President, good afternoon. Hearing Freston greet him like this, Edgar frowned slightly, and immediately became alert in his heart, and smiled and said, When did you become so polite to me, Lieutenant General? At this moment, Freston gave him the feeling that he was a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken with bad intentions. Freston did not speak, but walked to the sofa and sat down, and stretched out his hand to signal Edgar, Mr. Vice President, please sit down too. Edgar looked at his attitude of taking it for granted that he was the host, and his mood suddenly became unhappy. He snorted in his heart and sat opposite Freston with a fake smile. Tell me, what is the matter that you specially applied to see me for? You also know that these 2 days are eventful, and I am very busy. Freston's eyes suddenly shot at Edgar sharply, but he just said, okay. Then he didn't say a word. This aroused Edgar's anger, and he laughed coldly. Lieutenant General Freston, do you want me to ask you again? Freston remained silent, and Edgar became even more unhappy. However, he calmed down in just a few seconds. After all, Freston was good at stirring up other people's emotions without saying a word, and he almost fell into his trap. To be honest, he really couldn't understand why Tangyu fell in love with such a cold guy, and then gave birth to such a heaven-defying existence as Tangyu. He exhaled lightly, and his signature fox smile appeared on his face again. Since you don't explain your purpose, let me guess. It's for Tangyu, right? Edgar narrowed his eyes in a malicious way. To be honest, It's really good for your Harris family to be so close to Tang Yu. At least you don't have to think about how to win over Tang Yu. It makes people a little jealous. At this time, Preston finally spoke, and said calmly, the Harris family doesn't have such thoughts. There is a saying that it is appropriate to know when to stop. With the intelligence of the vice president, I don't need to teach you. Edgar chuckled twice. What the lieutenant general said is right. But? He deliberately dragged out the voice. The Harris family has suppressed you for so many years. It's rare that you have controlled Harris with the help of your sister. Don't you use this to fulfill your ambition? Preston stared at Edgar coldly and said slowly, I don't have the leisure time of the vice president. Edgar lowered his eyes and thought for a second, snorted in his heart, and then laughed again. I heard that the lieutenant general just went to see the president. Preston frowned slightly. So the vice president knows everything? Edgar raised his eyebrows. I don't know what the lieutenant general means by this. Preston didn't say anything, but gently tore off a piece of soft gel chip from the inside of the cufflinks. This thing can be attached to the surface of any object with a slight press, and it can mimic, which is a very convenient storage device to carry. He showed the soft gel chip in front of Edgar and said indifferently, it stores some things about Tang Yu, such as the night when Tang Yu came to see me after he was arrested for the crime of spiritual parasitism. Hearing this, Edgar was startled and stared at the soft chip in Preston's hand. What do you know? He said in a deep voice, and the emotions on his face were instantly retracted under his fox skin. Preston watched Edgar's emotional changes, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he stuck the soft chip that the other party cared about on the cufflinks again. He said, Mr. Vice President should know what I want to express better than me. But there is one thing I want to mention. This time Edgar was silent. He stared at Preston calmly and closely, trying to read the slightest details that would be beneficial to him from the other party's words, deeds and micro-expressions. However, Preston was really cold, as if he could not make any other expression except frowning. Preston said slowly in front of him, the parasitic accident of the Institute's spirit body was indeed arranged very well. But unfortunately, the one you wanted to frame was my son. Hearing this, Edgar finally stopped holding his expression and showed a surprised look. Judging from Preston's cunning character, since he could tell a thing clearly, it means that he was fully prepared. The other party knew everything. In this way, his cooperation with the president was really arranged ingeniously and wonderfully. And the president asked Preston to come to negotiate with him, which was also a disguised warning to him. Edgar bowed his head and pondered for more than 10 seconds before slowly looking up at Preston. However, at this moment, he put on his signature smile again, as if the evidence listed by Preston had no effect on him. It seems that the Harris family is indeed as powerful as rumored. I am really afraid of you. Since you are here to make a deal, I will also show my sincerity. As the default leader of the radicals, I can still say a few words. After all, Tang Yu is an outstanding young man who wants to save all mankind. How can I watch him fall into the quagmire and ignore him? Humanity needs resistance agents so much. Tang Yu should be allowed to return to the laboratory of the Institute as soon as possible. At this moment, he had to make a concession. The evidence listed by Preston was extremely unfavorable to him, and he could not take any risks. Hearing Edgar's words, Preston's expression remained unchanged, and he only said, if the people knew that the vice president had such a great heart, they would be grateful. Edgar heard these words, but they were like a bucket of cold water poured on him. He suppressed his anger and said with a fake smile, the lieutenant general is still as hypocritical and difficult as always. He stretched out his hand to the other party and said in an unquestionable tone, shouldn't you give me that thing? Preston followed Edgar's gaze to the position of the cufflinks. He took off the soft plastic chip without saying anything and handed it to the other party. There may be more than a dozen backups of this kind of thing. Edgar grabbed the item without hesitation and said in a deep voice, this is enough. After all, it is a gift from the president. Am I right? After all, he and the president still have cooperation, and the president cannot directly sue him. Preston's expression remained unchanged. Edgar smiled more deeply when he saw him like this. To be honest, you are just taking this opportunity. However, it doesn't matter if he was warned by the president and threatened by Preston. It still can't stop him from taking the resistance agent. After this, he is determined to get this thing. What if he is forced to pretend to be submissive at this moment? When he was browsing the internet again in the evening, Tang Yu found that there were fewer radicals attacking him. But on the contrary, there were many more supporters. Such a situation naturally aroused his suspicion. But whether this was a trap deliberately created by Nicholas or a situation manipulated by the radical leader Edgar was worth pondering. However, the comments attacking Healy did not decrease. So he was more inclined to speculate that Edgar was the one who led all this. But what was the purpose of the other party doing this? Chapter 76. The day before the selection of the generals. The military announced the list of the selection of the lieutenant generals. Soon, the people of the Science and Technology City, who had been depressed by the previous public opinions, became active again, and left messages on the internet to discuss who would be the two leaders of the selection of the lieutenant generals. If it were not for this serious military activity, netizens would have started to open the bank and place bets like betting on horses before the end of the world. However, Minister of Environmental Measurement Nicholas was not excited at all. After seeing the selection list, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were full of anger, because his brother Abner was not on the list of lieutenant generals to be evaluated and selected, which was announced to the people of the City of Science and Technology. His brother's name was clearly on the list published by the upper level, but now it was replaced by a major general who had no sense of existence in the military. The Cotton family had made a lot of efforts for this day, but they encountered such a shady deal. How could they not be angry? Nicholas tried to stabilize his irrational mind that was out of control due to anger, but it had little effect. He even couldn't help but smash the precious tea set on the table to the ground. Hearing the sound of broken ceramics, Nicholas's mood eased a little. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but suspect that his brother Abner's name was removed from the selection list because the military and the super government knew something? But he had done a perfect job in Li Jing's death and the parasitic accident. Even if the military and the super government wanted to suspect him, they could not produce any evidence, let alone eliminate his brother's eligibility to participate in this election, unless someone was interfering with the Kaduan family's good management. Even if his brother would not be selected as a lieutenant general, he would not be disqualified from participating in the competition. Thinking about it, he suddenly remembered something. That night, Dean Jiang told him that he would apply to the president to transfer him from his original position. Was it because the other party said something to the president that led to the military and the super government unanimously deciding to cancel his brother's eligibility to participate in the election? Or maybe Freston or Healy did something to cause this situation that was not good for him, but good for these people. But no matter what, he couldn't let the Cotton family's plan fail. The Cotton family invested so much financial resources and manpower in this lieutenant general evaluation and selection. How could they let fate arrange a situation where the family would lose both money and people? Although he was still angry, Nicholas had already thought quickly, and he made a decision in a moment. He must add Abner's name to the list of candidates again before the selection meeting began. He would go to the president and the marshal to argue. He couldn't let these people so arbitrarily wipe out the Cotton family's face. If he didn't take measures, the Cotton family would become a laughing stock in the entire City of Science and Technology today. However, just as he was about to leave the office, the minister's secretary suddenly knocked on the half-open door. Hearing that he was interrupted, Nicholas's cold face suddenly became more irritable, and he impatiently shouted directly at the door, "What's the matter?" The minister's secretary was already accustomed to Nicholas's roar, but the other party still vented his emotions without restraint in the territory of the institute, which still made him feel a little embarrassed. In order not to offend the other party again, the minister's secretary did not go in, but stood at the door and said very respectfully, "Minister, I just received a message from the vice president's secretary, saying that the vice president is coming over to talk to you." Hearing this, Nicholas's face suddenly froze, and he felt a little panic for no reason. What did the super government come to him for at this time? Nicholas tapped the table irritably, and after a while, he softened his voice and said, "Did you say anything?" The minister's secretary replied truthfully, "No explanation." So Nicholas became more suspicious. Under the current circumstances, he couldn't meet the vice president, and he had to deal with a list of lieutenant generals. If the vice president dragged him down, he would miss the best time for negotiations. Nicholas called the minister's secretary solemnly, and the minister's secretary immediately perked up after hearing the words, and replied loudly, "Yes," and then pushed the door open and walked in, and then closed the door. Seeing the mess in the office, the minister's secretary immediately felt sympathetic, but still asked calmly, "What instructions does the minister have?" Nicholas hesitated and said, since the vice president didn't say what he wanted to see me for. You can reply to the vice president's secretary and say that I happened to be out. And I can only apologize in person to the vice president's office when I come back. The minister's secretary frowned immediately after hearing this, but didn't say much. Just said, "Understood. Is there anything else you need to explain?" Nicholas waved his hand and said, "You come and clean the office yourself. I have to go out for a while." The minister's secretary was somewhat surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect the other party to really go out. But the minister must be unable to sit still after the announcement of the list of lieutenant generals. Yes. Nicholas left the office after instructing the minister's secretary a few more times, thinking about how to negotiate with the president and the marshal. In this selection, the military has more decision-making power, but he still plans to go to the president first to get some information from him. However, Nicholas was only concerned with walking with his head down, and was unexpectedly grabbed by the shoulder by a taller person than him. He was so scared that he took 2 steps back in a hurry. When he looked up, he saw someone who surprised him. Vice President? Nicholas had no time to restrain his expression, and could only look at Edgar with a surprised face. Edgar still had that fox-like smile, which looked too unfathomable. Seeing Nicholas so surprised, he just patted the other's shoulder lightly and said meaningfully, "I didn't expect the Minister of Environmental Testing to be so surprised to see me. But I heard from the secretary that you were out. So it's understandable that you didn't receive a reply from your secretary, Les, and didn't know that I came to see you." However, these words made Nicholas stiffen immediately. Nothing is more embarrassing and dangerous than being caught lying. In fact, he didn't want to offend Edgar, the vice president from the Scott family. Nicholas was surprised and flustered, and immediately changed into a flattering smile. He laughed twice and said, "Oh, I really didn't know that you, the vice president, would come to see me now. You can just ask me to go to your office directly. Why bother you to come in person?" As he said this, he dodged Edgar's palm on his shoulder without leaving a trace, bowed slightly, and made a gesture of invitation to the other party. "Vice President, please come to my office to talk. The sun is very strong today." Edgar took his hand back thoughtfully and looked at Nicholas deeply. However, when Nicholas saw the other party's expression, his heart was immediately beating, wondering what the other party's purpose was in coming to him suddenly. Edgar walked forward slowly, but said, "Will it delay you, Minister, from doing something important?" Hearing this, Nicholas quickly waved his hand, not daring to let his thoughts leak out at all, and quickly bowed his head and said, "Look at what the vice president said. You personally came here. This heart is more important than anything else." Edgar chuckled, but stopped talking. But Nicholas couldn't help but think more about whether the vice president's words just now were meant to be meaningful, because he did have something very important to do now. If he thought so, the vice president might have come here for this matter. In this case, was the other party here to give him an explanation, or to warn him under the order of the president? Thinking of this, Nicholas was terrified, fearing that he would be tricked by the vice president. But at this moment, he did not dare to test the other party anymore. Doing so would be detrimental to his obtaining more information, and would offend the vice president. And he was also afraid of one thing. That is, what if the vice president came here to transfer him from his original position? While thinking, Nicholas had already brought Edgar to the door of the office. Unfortunately, the secretary of the minister was just cleaning up the porcelain debris in the office and carrying out the garbage, and he ran into his leader and the vice president. However, the secretary of the minister did not show any surprise or panic. He just respectfully called out to the person and walked forward on his own. Edgar took a look at the garbage in his hand and joked with Nicholas with a smile. "This set of tea sets is expensive. The Cotton family is really rich." Nicholas could only laugh awkwardly in his heart, and did not dare to answer. He just quickly invited Edgar to enter the office. "Mr. Vice President, please come in." Edgar still smiled in a way that made people guess his thoughts. Minister of Environmental Survey is very polite. He walked inside. After Nicholas closed the door, he quickly asked Edgar to sit on the reception sofa, and then ran to the tea table to quickly make a cup of good green tea for him. "Vice President, please come in." Nicholas placed the cup in front of Edgar, but did not dare to sit down in front of him. He stood in a servile manner, rubbing his hands anxiously, and asked, "I wonder if you, Vice President, have come to me to tell me something important?" Edgar picked up the cup and blew off the tea foam, but did not drink a sip. He looked at Nicholas, who was a little cautious at the moment, and said slowly, "Isn't it that the Environmental Monitoring Center is still sealed because of the spiritual parasitic accident? As the vice president, it is my duty to come and understand the situation." This made Nicholas' heart beat even more nervous. If the vice president really wanted to talk to him about the spiritual parasitic accident in the Environmental Monitoring Center, it would be somewhat disadvantageous to him. The vice president's mind is not inferior to the president. It is hard to guarantee that the other party will not notice some bad clues through some conversations with him. But Nicholas was afraid that his indifference to the topic would arouse the vice president's suspicion. So he had to smile more flatteringly and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you for your concern, Vice President. Now the incident has gradually calmed down, but it will be difficult to mobilize researchers to work actively after the blockade is lifted." After saying this, he frowned in embarrassment. Edgar nodded in agreement, put down his teacup, and encouraged, "I believe in the ability of the Minister of Environmental Measurement. This matter will definitely be handled well." Nicholas nodded quickly. However, Edgar suddenly changed the subject and said in a deep tone, "I heard that the military took Professor Li Jing's wife and children to the military police area. However, although there is help from the military, the Minister of Environmental Measurement must not forget the tragic death of Professor Li Jing and must treat his family well." Hearing this, Nicholas felt cold sweat all over his body. The vice president's words reminded him why the military deliberately took Li Jing's wife and children away. Before, he was only concerned with preparing for the selection of lieutenant generals, and was distracted by Izhanen's matter. And he didn't pay attention to this matter. So Nicholas could only smile awkwardly and replied, "The military is trustworthy, and it is thanks to the help of the military." Edgar looked at him meaningfully and smiled. "I found that the Minister of Environmental Measurement seems a little nervous now. Is it because I mentioned Professor Li Jing and the spirit parasitic accident?" Being asked like this, Nicholas almost broke out in sweat. He always had a hunch that the vice president came with bad intentions this time. He quickly shook his head and said with a forced smile, "The vice president is worrying too much." Edgar stopped talking about this topic and said, "Actually, there is one thing I am curious about. A few days ago, I heard someone report to me that the Minister of Environmental Testing is close to some radical organizations. This reminds me of the recent attack on Professor Tang by radicals." Hearing this, Nicholas turned pale with fear. The vice president was just about to tell him that he used the radicals to attack Tengyu. Nicholas wanted to say something to refute himself and prove his innocence. But when he saw the vice president's sharp eyes, he was so scared that he dared not speak. No wonder the vice president came to him in person today. It turned out to be because of such a thing. Suddenly he remembered something. Could it be that his brother Avner was disqualified from participating in the selection of lieutenant generals because of this incident? Nicholas was stunned, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing that Nicholas became like this before he said a few words, Edgar despised him in his heart, and simply said to him directly, without beating around the bush, looking at the reaction of the Minister of Environmental Measurement, "It seems that the news is true. I just don't understand why you let the radicals attack Professor Tang. The Institute and the super government have always hoped that Professor Tang can return to the Institute's laboratory. By doing this, aren't you singing against the Institute and the super government? What is your intention?" Hearing this, Nicholas immediately panicked and subconsciously defended himself. "What is the vice president talking about? How could I let people attack Professor Tang? He has developed an agent that can fight against the PCIH virus. I hope that this scientific research result can benefit all mankind as soon as possible." Listening to the other party's clumsy defense, Edgar didn't say much. Just said, "Then, what did Major General Heelay say?" Hearing the word Heelay, Nicholas's attack and defense system completely collapsed. At this moment, the vice president was really well prepared and hit him directly. However, many of Edgar's words were just to test Nicholas. Such as Heelay's matter. It was normal and abnormal for someone to attack Heelay because of Tengyu's matter. The radicals he controlled did not do such a painful thing. Then the only one who could be involved in Heelay's interests was Nicholas. He was assigned by the president to monitor Nicholas. During this short period of time, he found a lot of interesting things. When combined with some recent events, he could naturally infer a lot of things. For example, the spiritual parasitism incident at the Environmental Monitoring Center was also faked using the same tricks as him. After all, a taboo saying has been circulating for a long time. Framing the other party as a spiritual parasite is the best political means. Seeing Nicholas's horrified expression, Edgar didn't say anything else. He just stood up nonchalantly, walked to Nicholas's side, patted his shoulder symbolically, and said, "But don't worry, Minister of Environmental Monitoring. I'm the only one who knows these things. After all, you've spent a lot of effort to climb to your current position." Nicholas was so frightened that he couldn't speak at this moment. His body was stiff, and he was very reluctant to let the vice president get close to him. Edgar smiled and raised his slightly bent head, sat back on the reception sofa, and said slowly, "But there is something I want to talk to the Minister of Environmental Testing about, which is a bonus for this deal." Nicholas immediately woke up from his panic and looked at Edgar very vigilantly. But he had to admit his weakness and asked in a hoarse voice, "What does the vice president want to do?" Edgar just smiled and didn't answer Nicholas directly, but said, "Don't you want to hear why your brother was removed from the list of candidates?" This topic made Nicholas sigh in surprise. He stared at Edgar with wide eyes, subconsciously asking what was going on. Edgar was playing with his fingers carelessly, and the topic stopped at this critical moment. Nicholas was furious when he couldn't get the answer he wanted, but he gradually calmed down. Edgar was able to appear in front of him at this moment to talk to him about these things. It was obvious that he had arranged everything long ago, so that he had no power to fight back, and could only be slaughtered and then enslaved by the other party. "Vice President, why don't you talk about it? We are also people in the same boat from now on," he said hypocritically. Edgar smiled. Indeed, the Scott family is indeed short of someone to go on the boat with. This made Nicholas Dunn feel ashamed and angry. But he had no way to deal with the other party, so he could only show an awkward and reluctant expression. At this time, Edgar slowly said, "I heard that it was the Harris family who did it. Think about it. He lay as the right-hand man of Lieutenant General Freston. Even if he was born a civilian and his parents took him out of the homeless management center with great difficulty. He is also a genius favored by a big family." This made Nicholas' eyes widen immediately. It turned out that all this was not designed by the vice president, but was the work of Elay as he thought? In the morning, when the light broke through the clouds, the internet was already busy, because the long-awaited selection of generals was about to begin. Every time a selection is held, many general speeches are collected as cases and used as templates by military academies and other colleges. Compared with some adults in society, college students may be more concerned about the selection of these generals. Tang Yu just planned to follow up on the selection while doing the experiment. But Elay had just left when he received a message that surprised him. France actually invited him to attend the meeting of the selection of generals on site, and his tone seemed to be unacceptable. Seeing this, Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, and quickly thought about what France's purpose was in doing this. The scene of the selection of the generals looked relaxed in the live broadcast, but in fact, the whole venue was so serious that the military and security personnel surrounded it in several circles. It can even be said that not even a fly could fly in. This is not a stage play where France can do whatever he wants. Chapter 77. Elay specifically called Lu Su and Lemons to come and protect Tang Yu. Seeing Tang Yu staring at the holographic projection screen in a daze, with the soy milk in his hand close to his mouth and neither drinking nor putting it down, Lu Su and Lemons looked at each other and asked tentatively, "Professor Tang, what happened?" Tang Yu's eyes were pulled away from France's message after hearing this. He gently turned off the holographic projection screen, drank a sip of soy milk, and then said, "France invited me to the venue for the Admiral evaluation and selection." Hearing this, Lu Su immediately showed a surprised look, but Lemon showed an angry look on his face. The scratch on his forehead was like a sharp lightning between his eyes, making his eyes mix with hatred even sharper. Lemon suppressed his anger and said, "What is France planning? How can he enter the venue for the selection of admirals just because he wants to? He must have something to plot against Professor Tang." After Lu Su recovered his composure, he nodded in agreement with what Lemon said, and said seriously, "Professor Tang, you have to be careful. The leader of the Badoha Church contacted you while Brother Lei was away. It is hard to guarantee that he has bad intentions." Tang Yu nodded in agreement with both of them, and then lowered his eyes to think. Lu Su hesitated for a few seconds and asked again, "Professor Tang, what are you going to do now?" Lemons also looked at Tang Yu eagerly, waiting for a decision. Tang Yu looked up at the two of them. His expression was calm, and after a moment, he said lightly, "Since Mr. France intends to invite you, it is indeed difficult to refuse." Lu Su's face became more serious, and he said, If Professor Tang follows the head of the Buddha Church into the Admiral Evaluation and Selection Conference, it may cause misunderstandings from others. The Buddha Church is trying to cross the boundaries of politics and religion again at this moment, which may bring unnecessary trouble to Professor Tang. Lemons also nodded in agreement. Lu Su is right. Why don't we contact Brother Lei first, and see what he says? But I don't know if we can contact him now. Brother Lei may have entered the venue now. Tang Yu groaned for a few seconds, only saying, "Don't. I think of a way." However, at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lu Su and Lemesho stood up and looked at the door. His eyes shot sharply, and were full of vigilance. His hands had touched the weapons hidden around his waist. "I'll open the door," Lemon said calmly, and then walked to the door. He first popped up the holographic shot of the access control. However, he saw a young monk who looked elegant in the picture, which was actually the Gu Dan Pundit of the Boha Church. Seeing the other person's image, Lemons was surprised for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and tolerated his great emotions. Tang Yu and Lu Su did not expect that Frantes had sent Dan. Lemons. Seeing that the other party was in a state of emotional fluctuation, Lu Su hurriedly called him. Hearing this, Lemons woke up as if from a dream, quickly put away the expression on his face, and opened the door with an indifferent look. The door slowly opened, and Dan, who was looking forward to it, saw that it was Lemon's face that appeared at the door. The slight smile on his lips froze immediately. He didn't expect to meet Lemons himself at He Lei's residence, but it seemed that He Lei had specially arranged him to protect Tang Yu. Before Anna's incident, Lemons had always been polite and courteous to the people of the Buddha Church, and was even more respectful to Dan. However, at this moment, he just stared at Dan and said mockingly, "I didn't expect it to be Dan Protector. I wonder what your intention is to go to the residence of a Major General without permission." Dan felt Lemon's hostile mood and was very unhappy in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm and indifferent, as if he had no deep hatred for Lemons for killing his mother. He regained his smile and said calmly and politely, "Lieutenant Lemons is overthinking. I just came to pick up Professor Tang according to Mr. France's instructions." Lemons stared at Dan with deep emotion and said, "This is impossible." At this time, Lu Su also came over and blocked the door like Lemons. He seemed polite, but actually said rudely, "It's unfortunate that Professor Tang's schedule for today has been arranged. If you want to make an appointment with Professor Tang, please make plans in advance. So Dan, please go back and convey this message to the leader as well." Dan smiled and said nothing to what the two said. Instead, he looked inside the blocked door. "Looking for Tang Yu," he said slowly. "Whether to go or not is up to Professor Tang. I can understand your difficulties, but I also have orders." This instantly irritated Lemons. He looked at Dan with a fiercer look. Hilya had said before that the bishop intended to have France dismiss Dan from all his positions, but he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. After this incident, he was much more low-key, and did not receive any punishment. He even remained domineering and overbearing. He said coldly, "Dan Guardian, if you insist on doing this, we can only carry out the mission according to orders." Dan replied meaningfully, "You can try and see how many times Major General He Lei can protect you." This remark instantly grasped Lemons' weakness. He suppressed his great anger, and stared at Dan fiercely. "Lu Su, Lemons." At this time, Tang Yu called the two names in a flat voice. Lu Su and Lemons looked back, and saw Tang Yu walking slowly towards the door, and heard him say, "I'll go to the venue and then come back with He Lei." Hearing Tang Yu say this, Lu Su and Lemons showed surprised expressions. Lu Su immediately became worried. "Professor Tang, it's very dangerous for you to do this." Lemons also became anxious, and didn't want Tang Yu to be harmed by the Buddha Church. The smile on Dan's mouth gradually widened. He looked at Tang Yu in the door, and said happily, "Since Professor Tang agreed, let's go downstairs quickly. Mr. France is waiting for Professor Tang in the car." Tang Yu didn't say anything, just glanced at Dan at the door, and turned to walk towards the bedroom. In less than 2 minutes, he appeared at the door again, but he was wearing a white coat for experiments, and a pair of decorative black-framed glasses on his face. At this moment, his appearance made him look much more ordinary and dull. Even if he was an ordinary researcher, he would not stand out in the crowd. "Let's go," he took the initiative to say. This surprised Dan a little, and he couldn't help thinking about it. He knew that Tang Yu was not a person who could be simply defined. But at this point, he couldn't think about it anymore. Well, Please. Dan stretched out his hand to signal Tang Yu to go first. Professor Tang. Lemons quickly called Tang Yu. And the worry on his face was real. And Lu Su also frowned tightly. Tang Yu looked back at the two of them and said, You follow the car behind. Major General He Lei specifically ordered to protect me. You can't do nothing. Only then did Lu Su and Lemons feel relieved. But Dan's mind couldn't help but sink. Lemons quickly walked in front of Tang Yu and Dan. He went to the basement to drive out the light energy suspension car first. And Lu Su followed behind Tang Yu, always paying attention to his safety. The selection of admirals officially started at 9 o'clock. And it was already 8:30. Francis's light energy suspension car was parked a little far away. As if he was intentionally hiding his tracks, Tang Yu didn't know how Dan got in openly. But it did show the ability that France had. Soon Tang Yu came to France's light energy suspension car. And the door opened quickly. He also saw France sitting in the car at the moment. Even though the private laboratory where he worked was only separated from France's residence by a corridor. The two had not met alone for a long time. Dan said, Go in. And turned to leave. Tang Yu glanced at him sideways. And without saying much, he got into France's car directly. He was just about to sit down when the car door closed immediately. The black-framed glasses weakened Tang Yu's indifference. At this moment, he just looked like a taciturn technician, sitting quietly beside France. France kept looking at Tang Yu, chuckled twice, and then smiled and said to Tang Yu, You don't mind if I suddenly call you out? I heard that you have an appointment with Meng Chong to do an experiment. Tang Yu hummed, but didn't say much. France saw that he had nothing to say, and couldn't help but said, Aren't you curious why I took you to the site of the Admiral assessment and selection? Tang Yu just said lightly, I'm just a researcher. Hearing this, France laughed out loud and said, This has nothing to do with you being just a researcher. I just want to take you to see how the Badoha Church will return to the political field in a wonderful way, and let you see her strength and the foresight of the entire Delno family. Hearing this, Tang Yu pretended to think about it appropriately, and he frowned slightly. Seeing him like this, France did not say much, but just voice-controlled the light energy suspension car and entered the address of the military building. The light energy suspension car slowly rose into the air. Tang Yu raised his eyes to take a look at the situation outside. Lu Su was jumping on the light energy suspension car. He turned his eyes and looked at France beside him, and said in a tone that was neither light nor heavy, I'll think about it. However, this made France stunned, and he immediately squinted his eyes and looked at Tang Yu hesitantly. The other party's words were full of some hints, such as he was willing to step into the camp of the Badoha Church and the Delno family. He was indeed surprised that the other party could make such a decision. But it was not surprising. After all, Tang Yu was fiercely attacked by radicals not long ago. Even if it was slightly relieved now, it still caused a lot of damage to the other party. And this situation was exactly what he needed. He just wanted Tang Yu to compromise with him because of reality. Compared with the Harris family where the other party's father was, he felt that the Badoha Church and the Delno family could give Tang Yu more protection. And the Delno family also wanted to use Tang Yu to become the leader of the resistance circle that was about to be formed. Although he was tricked by Tang Yu in stealing the material of the resistance agent, it also made him more determined. Tang Yu is a person who is worth investing in and taming, and may become the heir of the Delno family in the future. After a few seconds of silence, France smiled again and said, It seems that it is not far from being set in stone, since Professor Tang has said so much. Tang Yu just lowered his eyes slightly and said, I just don't know if Mr. France can help me. Hearing this, France's expression became a little serious. Since the last time he talked seriously with Tang Yu, he has been guessing what the other party wants. But wealth and power are not what he wants. And the charge of cleaning the spirit parasite is not what he cares about most. It seems that under the surface of the other party's ambition is a heart that is completely free of desire. What do you want? He asked again. Tang Yu didn't keep silent this time. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said directly, I have a research that is more worthy of investment than the resistance agent. I wonder if Mr. France would be interested. Francis was slightly surprised when he heard this. He raised his voice and said curiously, Tell me about it. Tang Yu's eyes suddenly became deep, and the bottomless emotions were hidden under the black-framed glasses. He slowly said, Humanity has been imagining for hundreds of years the technology of in vitro development of fertilized eggs. Chapter 78. At this moment, the military building was surrounded by hundreds of fully armed soldiers and dozens of security guards. From a distance, it looked solemn and heavy in black and camouflage. In addition, there were many security robots patrolling back and forth. The red carpet was laid from the main entrance of the military building to the wide square and connected to the road. 2 rows of soldiers with guns facing each other drew a road about 5 meters wide. Tang Yu followed France out of the light energy hovercraft and slowly walked towards the selection venue under the surveillance of various eyes from far and near. Perhaps because they came a little late. There were only 2 of them on the road to the venue. Tang Yu still maintained a calm and composed appearance, quietly collecting information around him. At the main entrance, there was a 5-member inspection team checking information. When they saw them coming, they immediately arranged a body search and asked them to show their membership certificates. Tang Yu followed France quietly. He saw France take out a very delicate double-folded cardboard about half the size of a palm from his jacket pocket and handed it to him. The cardboard cover was a solemn red color, with gorgeous gold patterns printed on both sides. When he opened it, he saw the content of the invitation letter written in a brush, and it was stamped with the seals of the military and the super government. Tang Yu glanced at the content inside, which was sincerely invite the head of the Badoha Church, France, Delno, and his followers to join the church. He thought that he came on behalf of someone from the Badoha Church, or France deliberately asked the military to send him such an invitation letter, not knowing what France had arranged in advance. The 5 people only glanced at the invitation letter and searched them before letting them in. They didn't even ask who the man next to France was, and what identity he was attending the general selection meeting. Tang Yu just followed France silently, as silent as an attendant with no sense of existence. France still raised his signature squinting smile, and his slightly fat body walked forward slowly, steady and calm. At first glance, he really looked like a walking Buddha. Soon Tang Yu and France arrived at the entrance of the venue. The venue for the general selection was in the largest auditorium number 1 in the military building. At this time, the selection meeting had not yet started, and the door was slightly open. Vague sounds of various tones continued to flow out through the small gap. It was a very peaceful bustle, with a hint of order in the chaos. At this moment, the number 1 auditorium was basically full of people, whispering to each other about some common topics that seemed to have nothing to do with the evaluation and selection of admirals. Some people sighed, some were worried and hesitated to speak, and some laughed without paying attention to their surroundings. At this moment, there were still 5 minutes before the meeting time stipulated in the meeting procedure, but the meeting host did not seem to be in a hurry to maintain the scene and let everyone quiet down. The scene was still a mess. In the middle of the first row of judges in the auditorium sat the marshal and the president, and the second row was filled with the 10 lieutenant generals participating in the evaluation and selection of admirals. Preston sat in the last seat, the main axis of this selection meeting. 1 minute before the meeting started, everyone seemed to have tacitly quieted down, and the host saw the right time and greeted the director team, who were about to start the live broadcast to the whole world, and then prepared to go to the stage to make an opening speech. At this moment, the creaking sound of the door opening suddenly came from the quiet meeting room. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the door, and saw the very familiar head of the Badoha Church, France, walking into the auditorium with a subordinate. After seeing France, it took everyone 2 seconds to come back to their senses from the daze, vaguely remembering that the Badoha Church would also participate in the meeting of the general evaluation and selection this time. But they ignored such an important role. Of course, some people paid special attention to France, but seeing that he had not entered the meeting room for a long time, they thought that he was not going to attend the meeting. After all, the Badoha Church had little to do with the selection of generals in the military. Everyone's eyes stayed on France for 4 or 5 seconds. But soon, they were attracted by the man next to him wearing a white lab coat and black framed glasses, because he was really different from all the attendees who were dressed in formal clothes. Everyone stared at him for a few times. At the first glance, they subconsciously thought why the head of the Badoha Church would bring such a person to the meeting. At the second glance, they felt that this man was somewhat familiar. After another look, they vaguely thought of a name that surprised them. Tang Yu. Tang Yu actually came to the site of the selection of the generals. Tang Yu actually came to the site of the selection of the generals with the head of the Badoha Church. For a moment, the venue was silent, with only the sound of Tang Yu and France walking slowly. The marshal and the president recognized Tang Yu as the person walking beside France. They were also surprised. Why would Tang Yu be so bold to attend such an important meeting with France? His doing so would undoubtedly put him in a more dangerous situation. Vice President Edgar narrowed his eyes and stared at the two people walking slowly. He couldn't help but wonder whether Tang Yu really chose to follow the Badoha Church and the Delno family. But whether Tang Yu has such thoughts or not, the super government will not stand by and watch the Badoha Church and the Delno family swallow him, or he chooses them. Or even the situation where France openly wins over the other party, which has no disadvantages for their plans. And Freston only looked back, still with that indifferent expression. And it seems that no emotion can be read from him. It was only a short silence of more than 10 seconds, and the venue returned to a noisy state again. Tang Yu walked and listened to various discussions and speculations, and his indifferent expression never changed. When he walked to a place, Tang Yu looked slightly to the third seat in the fifth row in front of the left. He was sitting there, and he was looking at him sideways at this moment, frowning slightly, as if he was worried. Seeing Tang Yu looking over, he frowned even more, but turned his head back silently, because the venue blocked all the information transmission of the neuron electronic chip. He only knew at this moment that Tang Yu followed France to the selection venue. There is no doubt that Tang Yu was silently taking an adventure alone again. Seeing Lei's serious and worried expression, Tang Yu felt a little complicated. He followed France here, and naturally he had his purpose. One is to discuss the transaction of fertilized egg in vitro development technology with France, and the other is to provoke the super government and the military to snatch him back from France to the Institute. It was not his original intention to return to the Institute to preserve his relationship with France as much as possible, and at the same time to test the attitude of the president and the marshal. Third, in order to stir up a public opinion chaos, he wanted all the upper echelons of the City of Science and Technology to focus on the resistance agent. The more people and forces there were, the more they could create a circle of balance. And he would be the guide of this resistance agent interest circle that was about to be formed, and the administrator who manipulated these people to list the rules of the game. Despite being discussed and looked at by the entire venue, France did not intend to open his mouth to make any explanation. He just walked to the center of the judge's seat with a smile and greeted the marshal and the president. He did not even mention Tang Yu to them, and walked to the seat belonging to the Badoha Church as if nothing had happened. After the initial surprise, the marshal and the president regained the solemnity and depth of the supreme leader. After the two looked at each other tacitly, the marshal winked at the bewildered host not far away and asked him to start presiding over the meeting. The host saw the instructions from the big boss and immediately calmed down. He showed his high professionalism, looked at the director for confirmation, and then went on stage to start his opening remarks. When the live broadcast began, the meeting site was already a quiet and serious scene, as if the episode brought by Tang Yu and France just now did not exist. After the opening remarks, the marshal gave a speech, then the president gave a speech, and then the candidate representative gave a speech. The end of a round of speeches only pushed the meeting forward for 15 minutes. And soon the first candidate general, who came on stage, began his speech. The process was exciting and sluggish. By the time Freston came on stage, it was already afternoon time. After the wonderful presentations by the previous 9 lieutenant generals, all the participants were full of expectations for Freston, who had a very high chance of being selected for the general selection. When he came on stage, the participants who were originally a little tired suddenly perked up and stared at the figure called by the host with a sharp gaze. Freston walked to the podium steadily. Compared with his usual cold and majestic appearance, he was more serious at this moment. Such an aura made no one dare to underestimate him. Tang Yu followed Freston's figure closely. For this father, who was not very close to him, apart from the contradictions between the two, there were indeed many things that he admired about the other party. Before he lay, Lieutenant General Freston was the most honorable and popular member and captain of the Marine Exploration Battalion's collection team. He had a smart mind and outstanding ability. He was the marshal's right-hand man from the past to the present. Under his leadership, the Harris family is also moving towards a more prosperous future. Even Lei, who is now the most popular and beloved in the City of Science and Technology, has achieved such success at a young age, and it is inseparable from the teaching and support of Lieutenant General Freston. In a way, he is actually very grateful to Lieutenant General Freston, who let him have such an excellent Lei. Freston stood on the podium with his back straight, and he saluted to everyone neatly and imposingly. At this moment, his speech PPT also appeared on the electronic screen behind him. A picture of a young man wearing silver wax leather close-fitting soft armor and a helmet. holding a gun and sitting on the dead body of a scavenging beetle in the yellow sand suddenly occupied the entire screen, shocking everyone in an instant. In the middle of the picture, there was a line of words, which was the theme of Preston's speech, the first half of a soldier's life. Under such a visual impact, the entire venue suddenly became solemn. Almost everyone tacitly straightened their faces and waited for Preston to finish such a grand topic in 15 minutes. Such a topic is actually the philosophy of life that countless soldiers think about over and over again in the middle of the night. In fact, for everyone present, it was almost certain that Preston would be selected as a general, because his achievements were enough for him to enjoy such treatment. As the adopted son of the Harris family, coupled with his own talents, these unique conditions destined Preston to become a sharp sword of the family, opening up the family's power, reputation and future. Whether it was saving the city of Tartarus from being attacked by carrion beetles almost 30 years ago with his own strength, saving millions of lives, or taking over the position of captain of the Marine Exploration Battalion's collection team and gradually creating a situation of zero casualties in missions, or perfecting the new military system to make the military power of the science and technology city stronger, he lived up to his reputation. If it weren't for the Harris family behind him, his promotion speed would not be inferior to Eli. Preston did not make any fancy opening remarks. After a little warm-up, he got to the point. He spoke very seriously and attentively. All eyes in the meeting were on him. Although he looked so cold and taciturn, he was eloquent, sharp and concise in his speech, and full of linguistic charm. Participants, who had participated in the evaluation and selection meeting of Lieutenant General Preston vaguely remembered that he was also so charismatic on the podium a few years ago, and was not just the moving iceberg in the mouths of uninformed people. France, who was in the audience, listened to Preston's ups and downs in his speech, laughed with great appreciation, and leaned close to Tang Yu, whispering in his ear, "It seems that you have a very outstanding and powerful father. If the Harris family had protected you without scruples at that time, perhaps you would not have appeared in my private laboratory. But it just happened that 2 months ago, the Harris family not only had to weigh other forces, but also encountered the crisis of changing the family manager." Hearing France say this, Tang Yu just glanced at him slightly, without making any verbal or facial response. France looked at his emotionless eyes and straightened his body with a smile, and said softly, "It would be even better if we could work together." Tang Yu just remained silent, without commenting on France's words, which were so small that he could hear them. He just raised his black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, still looking taciturn and deep. Francis didn't care about Tang Yu's silence, and he was even used to his silence on many things. At least his reaction was not a rejection from the beginning. For Preston and the Harris family, this was a hurdle he had to overcome in order to win over Tang Yu. Even though Tang Yu had become an independent household and had nothing to do with the Harris family legally, he was Preston's biological son, and morally they were blood relatives. If he didn't want to have another strong enemy, he could only persuade the Harris family to cooperate with them. But persuading Preston was a very difficult thing. As the marshal's right-hand man, he couldn't openly betray the military and turn to the Bedoya church and the Delno family he led. But it was not completely impossible to persuade him, as long as the conditions were generous. He believed that someone in the Harris family would be tempted by this cooperation. In Preston's wonderful speech, France thought a lot from all angles and envisioned many futures. Many people in the venue were moved by Preston's speech, with tears in their eyes, especially those officers who had actually fought on the battlefield, all of whom were moved to tears. There were not many words on Preston's speech PPT, but more pictures of different colors from different periods, carrying stories of personal experience. Just a statement, but it has made people feel as if they were in every difficult moment, and they all sighed at the greatness of soldiers in the end times. In this end times, due to the rampant PCIH virus, many outdoor operations are completed by soldiers. They not only protect the safety of the city of science and technology, but also bear the continuation of the survival of every citizen. So Preston and other officers' daily work is not just to lead troops in battle. 15 minutes were about to pass, and Preston was speaking his closing remarks slowly. Everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere he had created and couldn't come back to their senses. Soon the PPT jumped to the last slide, and the words of thanks appeared. Preston also said thank you for listening. Some people who had been prepared for this applause applauded. The lonely voice was particularly abrupt in this silent venue, but it also made many people come back to their senses. Then the applause sounded sparsely, and gradually there was a thunderous posture. However, at this moment, the animation of the slide flashed. The thanks disappeared. But a very visually impactful picture popped up. It was a combination of a young man, with a faint and imposing expression, and a young boy with a childish face, but sharp eyes of 11 or 12 years old. Both of them stood upright beside each other. But there was a few centimeters of distance between them. But they looked very similar. The faces of the pure Chinese people were all with a hint of innate coldness. Just when everyone exclaimed, I only listened to Frezin slowly saying on the podium, the picture is my lover Tang Yu. This is my son Tang Yu. This immediately shocked everyone present, especially Frontiers. In his opinion, in addition to the bowl of Tang Yu's shelter, any family forces blatantly announced that the relationship with Tang Yu was not wise. Tang Yu is now an attack person, and Frezin releases photos related to each other at this important venue with live broadcasts. The best example is the Scott family. Alan sent Tang Yu for his birthday wishes. At the same time, Tang Yu is also a person who is prone to public opinion. This incident will definitely trigger fierce debates on the internet, which will in turn harm the reputation of the Harris family. The more direct consequence is that this move will inevitably affect the perfect conclusion of the selection of the generals, and affect the selection results of Freston himself. In addition, the major family forces that want to compete for the resistance agent and Tang Yu may become more undercurrents, gradually breaking the current balanced and calm situation. And the Harris family will become the target of public criticism. So, what is the reason for Freston to take such a risk? Moreover, the speech manuscript needs to be reviewed. So it must be that the military and the super government are deliberately letting it go. What is the purpose of these people? Thinking of this, France was surprised and puzzled. But more of a heavy feeling came over him. And he didn't know whether this accident would hinder what he had planned. Tang Yu just stared at the old photo full of memories on the electronic screen in front of him, frowning slightly, with unfathomable thoughts in his eyes. It was not because Freston had made public the few photos of the two of them in front of the people of the Science City without saying hello, and mentioned his mother, who was well known in the scientific research community but died young, but because he had the same idea as France. He also couldn't figure out the intentions of Freston, the military, and the super government. Chapter 79. The venue was silent for several minutes. Countless emotions were mixed in the eyes of surprise or deepness. They looked deeply at Freston, who was still calm on the podium, and looked at each other, and felt confused and heavy. Almost tacitly, at a certain second, the venue suddenly became noisy, and the whole empty and wide auditorium was immediately filled with the sound of discussion. The live broadcast room with a large number of people had been interrupted several times by this accident. Perhaps they felt that this was not a suitable place for discussion. So they all left the live broadcast room and became active on major social platforms. After the initial surprise, Tang Yu returned to his original indifferent and calm appearance. He just crossed his fingers and gently supported himself on the table, looking down at the beautiful texture of the technological veneer on the table, as if the surrounding bustle and those eyes that stuck to him or explored or were curious had nothing to do with him. After France came to his senses, the smiling mask on the Maitreya Buddha became a little stiff. He lowered his eyes and thought for 2 seconds, then bit his fingers and tapped the table in front of Tang Yu to attract his attention. Tang Yu looked up at France when he heard the voice. He didn't say anything, but looked at him meaningfully with a hint of excitement in his eyes. But as long as he looked closely, he knew that what France wanted to say was hidden in his eyes. He was probably asking him in a tactful way what choice he would make. Tang Yu looked at France for a moment and then retracted his eyes. He was still silent, and his eyes were once again cast on Freston on the podium and the huge electronic screen behind him. Despite his good professionalism, the host under the podium was caught off guard by this scene. He didn't know how to control the situation for a while. Moreover, the leaders didn't give any instructions at this moment, and even acted very calmly, which made him feel that if he rashly went on stage to pull the situation back to the ordinary selection topic, it would only be the worst decision. Just when the host was struggling in his heart, Freston, who had been standing on the podium for a long time, finally reacted. He saluted again, turned around and walked down the podium with steady steps. Seeing this, the host hurriedly went to the podium to host the venue. Although his words were a little stiff, he still summarized Freston's speech in the midst of discussions, and then quickly turned the topic to the scoring link, and called the marshal president and the other 2 judges to comment according to the meeting process. When the marshal began to speak, The discussion in the meeting hall finally became much quieter. Many people also wanted to hear what the marshal would say about the public opinion created by Freston. But the marshal seemed to be too calm and did not show any ups and downs about this matter. After evaluating several advantages of Freston's speech, he continued the theme and told a little story about him leading troops in battle, which was unforgettable but now seemed calm and indifferent. Finally, he slightly brought the topic to the photo that everyone was looking forward to gossiping about. But the marshal did not say anything. Only said, "Lieutenant General Freston, you are excellent. And you also have a child who is not inferior to you." This made everyone disappointed, but slowly came to their senses, and couldn't help wondering why the marshal was indifferent to this matter. When Freston heard the marshal say this, he just stood up from his seat, saluted silently in the direction of the marshal, and sat down silently again. At this moment, the eyes of the people around him were once again focused on him, with all kinds of inquiry and doubt. But he still had that cold face, and no emotion could be seen from his surface. The president's comments were even more concise. He only added 2 points based on the marshal's comments, and did not mention the matter of the photo at all. But this made everyone secretly surprised. France was looking anxiously in the direction of the marshal and the president. He had just come up with a very tenable guess. That is, they were using Freston to snatch Tengu back. In this way, the strange reactions of the marshal and the president were explained. Freston was Tengu's father, so no one could deny their relationship. But the expression of this relationship had reached its limit at the Harris family dinner not long ago. Over-publicizing this relationship would only make people think that the Harris family had other purposes, and then it would cause unnecessary trouble to the family. Thinking of this, France's mood became heavier, but he still had a smiling and kind look, and people could not detect any ambition or calculation from him. After the review, the host announced a 10-minute tea break, and then the final results were announced. The venue would be noisy as usual during the tea break, but this time it was unusually quiet. No one dared to say a word during this break, for fear of attracting attention and becoming the focus of everyone. Among the many people in the venue, some were simply concerned about the selection results, while others had already thought about many things. Tengu sat quietly in his seat, bowing his head and thinking, when someone came over and knocked on his desk. He looked up and found that Lei, who had little contact with him today, suddenly came in front of him. The other party still had a cold expression at this moment, and the previous worry could no longer be seen. "Let's go back together after the meeting," he whispered. Tengu looked at him and said "oh" lightly, then lowered his head and fell silent again. Lei seemed to just come to convey this message to him. After he finished speaking, he turned around and went back to his seat. However, many eyes followed Lei and then shifted to Tengu again, sweeping over him again and again with various emotions and schemes. Francis watched Lei leave, hiding his thoughts, and smiled and whispered to Tengu, "Major General Lei has a good relationship with you. Lieutenant General Freston is really a lucky man. And so is the Harris family. 2 geniuses are here, which makes people jealous and unable to raise any temper. The only flaws in Freston that can comfort them are probably the face that can't smile and the death of his lover." This made Tengu glance at France lightly. His eyes were neither salty nor light, and no obvious emotions could be read. However, France felt a little unhappy when he saw this. He actually hated the feeling of not being able to guess Tengu. Perhaps it was because the other party was a young man with many ideas and unpredictable thoughts, and he had gradually entered old age and began to worry about the future of the Badoha Church and the inheritance of the Delno family. His thoughts were gradually shackled. Soon 10 minutes passed, and the final result of the Admiral evaluation and selection was finalized. The host went on stage to warm up the audience, and then began to announce the results of this evaluation and selection. 2 candidates were selected from the 10 candidates. As expected, one of them was Lieutenant General Freston, and the other was a white-haired lieutenant general from Zoo City. Compared to the boiling network, the venue seemed much calmer about this result. It could only be said that everyone had already known who would be selected for promotion before the selection began. Next was the step-by-step awarding ceremony. It was not fancy. After playing the blessing song of the City of Science and Technology, the marshal simply read out the order for the promotion, awarding, of the 2 men's military ranks. Then he and the president issued military rank orders to Freston and the old lieutenant general respectively, and then put on the ribbons and general shoulder straps for the 2 men respectively. The awarding ceremony pushed the entire selection meeting to its climax. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the public opinion not long ago, and could not help but immerse themselves in the heroic and magnificent blessing song, and even stimulated a passion for serving the country and the people from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, this short admiral selection evaluation came to an end, and the host announced the successful conclusion of the meeting on the podium. Everyone seemed to be relieved, and even wanted to leave the venue quickly and go online to see how far the current public opinion has developed. However, at this moment, a sonorous and powerful voice that could not be questioned came from the noisy venue. Everyone who was about to stand up was surprised and looked at the source of the sound. Everyone. I think the end of this admiral selection evaluation should be concluded by the Badoha Church. Francis smiled and stood up, pushed away the chair and walked out of the seat, and walked to the podium slowly. His slightly fat body seemed a little heavy, but his posture was straight and his momentum was majestic, making people dare not underestimate him. However, everyone was surprised and puzzled by his action, and their eyes became serious and sharp. But soon they remembered that the Badoha Church had been marginalized in the political field for nearly 20 years. So France represented the church in this election of generals this time, not to regard the Badoha Church as a group with political rights, and he, as the leader, was exercising this right. He was telling everyone that he was a cunning politician with a plan, and was infiltrating the so-called politics through careful arrangements. The meeting ended, and the people in the venue gradually dispersed. Tang Yu briefly said goodbye to France, and followed He Lei, who was waiting on the side to leave the number 1 auditorium. The two walked side by side. In this crowded place, they were both silent, and walked towards the place where the light-energy hovercraft was parked without any communication. The soldiers and guards outside the military building were evacuating the crowd at this moment, after the evaluation and selection of the admiral was over. Many people gathered here. Some came to celebrate the successful selection and promotion of the lieutenant general they bet on. Some came to vent their anger, and some came to gossip deliberately. He Lei walked half a step behind Tang Yu and secretly protected him. The radical people also knew that he was here through the live broadcast. Tang Yu's name was floating in the noisy crowd not far away. Tang Yu. At this time, a familiar voice called out from behind the two of them. Tang Yu, and He Lei turned around and saw Admiral Freston walking towards them at a slightly faster pace. The two simply stopped and waited for the other to come forward. Let's walk together for a while. At this time, Freston spoke again. His expression was still cold, but he was less severe than before. Tang Yu frowned slightly, thinking that Admiral Freston was a little out of character. If the other party had publicly broadcast his photo with him, just because he did not get his permission in the speech for the selection of the admiral, and thus created a lot of confusing public opinion and undercurrents, and felt that he had to apologize for this, then there was no need. Although he could not confirm what role he played in this calculation, the current situation did not mean that such an accident was completely unfavorable to him. Soon Freston and the two walked in a row. He walked on the inside of Tang Yu, and He Lei walked on the outside of Tang Yu. This eye-catching three-person team immediately attracted many inquiring eyes. Tang Yu just kept silent, not paying attention to the surroundings, did not ask Freston the purpose of his companionship, and did not care about what he wanted to talk about. He Lei did not want the three of them to be awkward, so he took the initiative to ask Freston, "Admiral, didn't the marshal keep you?" After the general inauguration ceremony, the selected and promoted personnel will be summoned by the marshal for a private talk. This has become a convention. Freston only said, "The marshal postponed this matter to tomorrow morning." After saying that, he glanced at Tang Yu, who had no emotion. His face was still cold. He did not mention the photo, but only said, "When will you return to the institute?" Hearing this, Tang Yu's expression changed a little. He vaguely understood one thing. That is, Admiral Freston publicly released the group photo at the venue today, which might be related to his return to the institute. And the fact is indeed so, because the group photo was taken the night before the Admiral's evaluation and selection began. That is, last night. The marshal contacted Freston and added it temporarily. Freston was also surprised and puzzled at the time, but soon he reacted a little bit. The military and the super government must want to use Tang Yu to do something. At least the public opinion and undercurrent will be stirred up. The marshal also revealed a little information about this at the time, and everything that happened today just confirmed this point. Tang Yu looked up at the clear blue sky. He was silent for 2 seconds before he slowly said, "The radicals' voices have become quieter. Wait until Meng Chang's experiment is finished." He said it truthfully, and gave the exact time. Preston hummed without any doubt, and was silent for a moment. Then said, "The Harris family will have a family dinner tonight. Only your Aunt Jera and other core members of the Harris family will be there." He didn't say it clearly, but Tang Yu easily understood what he meant. However, he refused almost without hesitation, saying, "No." His answer seemed to be the answer Preston expected, as if he was just asking a symbolic question. Hummed lightly, and said nothing else. Soon the three of them arrived at the place where the light-powered hovercraft was parked. This time, Preston did not warn He and Tang Yu not to get too close. He just told He to protect Tang Yu's safety, and went to find his own car. Tang Yu looked at Preston's gradually walking away, with a deep emotion in his eyes. After a few seconds, he slowly pulled his eyes back, and looked at He, who was watching him quietly. He organized his words and said, "I'd like you to convey some words to Admiral Preston." This surprised He a little, but he quickly figured it out and said, "Get in the car first." At this moment, the surrounding light-energy hovercrafts flew away one after another. Tang Yu hummed and walked to the door of the light-energy hovercraft next to him. After the door opened, he quickly got in, and He followed closely. Soon they left the territory of the military building. Tang Yu leaned against the window and looked at the scene below, and slowly said, "I don't want the Harris family to get involved in the matter of the resistance agent, because since he decided to control the inner circle of the resistance agent, blood and cruelty are inevitable. But the Harris family is different after all." Hearing this, He was not surprised at all. He was silent and just said, "But the value is very high, and the temptation is very high." Tang Yu knew that what He said was true. After all, when the inhibitor that could inhibit the PCIH virus was first developed, invisible blood almost permeated the entire city of science and technology. Family forces of all sizes rose and fell in this silent smoke, which was extremely cruel. And the trend that the resistance agent can set off is almost the difference between waves and tsunamis. He stopped talking, just turned on the holographic projection screen, sent a message to Lu Su and Lemons to report that he was safe. And He also changed the subject and talked about what happened today. "Why did you appear at the venue of the Admiral evaluation and selection with France today?" Hearing this, Tang Yu did not answer immediately. After sending the message and turning off the holographic projection screen, he looked at He. He looked a little apologetic and said, "I'm sorry. I made you worry again. But you also know that I am a mobile humanoid public opinion weapon. If I just stay at home quietly, the plot will not be promoted." He just lowered his eyes in silence this time, without the anger and worry that he had in the past for Tang Yu's risky actions. Instead, Tang Yu felt a little uneasy when he saw him like this. He looked at him earnestly and said slowly, "I made you angry again." Hearing this, He turned his head to look at him, sighed deeply, and said with deep eyes, "Your safety is what I am most worried about." These words made Tang Yu's heart palpitate immediately, but he had to suppress this trembling mood at this moment, and said lightly, "You will go out to perform tasks in 2 days. Don't worry about me." He looked at him deeply again, without saying anything about it. Tang Yu felt that He was a little strange for a while, as if he was hiding something from him. "Are you worried that the military and the super government will use me?" Tang Yu thought about it, and pointed out the obscure things in the general selection meeting. Hearing this, He couldn't help but clench his fists, and then slowly loosen them. He stared at Tang Yu deeply, and Tang Yu also looked at him, his eyes conveying the meaning of "please believe me." After looking at each other for a while, He finally didn't say anything. He just reached out and touched Tang Yu's head. His movements were as gentle as treating a weak cub. His actions made Tang Yu's eyes widen immediately, and the black-framed glasses weakened a large part of his indifference. At this moment, he was like a child who was suddenly given care, with a few traces of surprise in his ignorance. "What do you want to eat?" He suddenly asked. Tang Yu followed his topic without hesitation, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "Then let's have sweet and sour pork ribs and steamed prawns." He frowned helplessly. "There are no prawns." Hearing this, Tang Yu said with great regret, and his lost mood was beyond words. He couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his head, and gave a suggestion, "Braised beef. Both are high in protein." "Okay." Tang Yu's eyes gradually softened. No matter what kind of chaos happened in the outside world, every moment with He always made him relax and feel comfortable. France's public speech in the name of the Buddha Church at the venue really caused a heated discussion on the internet. The people who hated the Buddha Church had exploded on the internet, citing scriptures in sharp words. But the believers who were very devout to the Buddha Church seemed to be more powerful than these people. Soon the internet was full of praise for the Buddha Church. Then, many voices calling for the Buddha Church to participate in politics emerged. These people almost all emphasized tacitly that the Buddha Church would no longer be a religious organization that only cared about itself. As a group that had a great influence on the city of science and technology, they had to participate in the political construction of the city of science and technology. Such remarks naturally caused a more intense reaction from the people of the city of science and technology. But these were what France wanted. Long before he publicly went on stage to give a speech, France had carefully arranged all of this. He had calculated clearly what kind of remarks and opinions would appear at which stage. And at this moment, the development of things was also steadily moving in the direction he imagined. Some people even spontaneously conducted an online survey for the city of all technology after the public opinion was deliberately guided, allowing the public to spontaneously participate in the decision of whether the Buddha Church can participate in politics. Seeing such a result, France was even more happy. But not long after he was happy, a sudden online speech that caught his eye made him calm down. And gradually, such remarks became more and more. Some people deliberately guided on the internet, saying that the Harris family could not monopolize Tangyu, and that Tangyu could only belong to the city of all technology, and that he should return to the super government and the research institute. Chapter 80. No matter what ups and downs of public opinion or events happened on the internet or in reality, Tangyu didn't care about them for the time being. The day after the general evaluation and selection, he asked Meng Chong to come to the private laboratory to continue the experiment that had not been carried out before, because of letting Tangyu down last time. Meng Chong felt very guilty and asked the captain of the corpse collector team for a week's leave to cooperate with Tangyu in the experiment. However, the captain did not let him go so easily. Someone in the 16-member corpse collector team couldn't hold on and was ready to resign. The captain asked the superiors to find some new people. When he returned to work, he had to teach the new people part-time. Since he started this job, Meng Chong has seen many old and new faces. He still feels sad that he has been in the corpse collector team for such a long time. His work experience is only second to his captain. Meng Chong came to the private laboratory early in the morning. Tangyu came earlier than him, and was busy in the laboratory with Su Zi, who still came to help. Because everything was ready, the experiment went very smoothly. In the first stage of the experiment, Meng Chong only needed to wander around in the exposed environment. After he stayed outside for the time required by Tangyu, he returned to the private laboratory to let Tangyu get the experimental data. Everything in the laboratory was going on in an orderly manner. But the public opinion on the internet suddenly became uneasy again. Admiral Freston encountered a reputation crisis again after many years. The admiral evaluation and selection was just over one night, and by the afternoon of the next day, many rumors and slanders about Freston were circulated on the internet. The most unbelievable thing was that someone brought up the old matter again and brought up the dead Tangyu in the topic. Tangyu was once the leading entomologist in the entire technology city, but because of her tragic death in a spirit parasitic accident, she almost became a person that no one dared to mention casually. But the most fundamental reason was that the other party was Freston's lover but could not stay together. After Tangyu's death, Freston almost went crazy. He did not want his beloved to become the topic of gossip after his death. And because of the power of the Harris family, people gradually stopped mentioning her. However, some people are now using Tangyu as an excuse to attack Freston, bringing up the love-hate relationship between her, Freston, and the Harris family. More than 200 years ago, the world was becoming more and more developed, but the population was decreasing. In particular, the marriage system that established relationships between men and women was hit unprecedentedly. However, after entering the apocalypse, resources and population dropped sharply, and the marriage system not only did not die out, but became a weapon for survival in this apocalypse. It is normal to form a family through marriage and slowly develop a family, or to join a family through marriage. Therefore, marriage has become a very important existence in human society. Just like Susie's parents forced her to marry Jean Shi, not only to find a suitable job for their son through this son-in-law, but also to join the Jean family and get more benefits. Therefore, people nowadays are extremely supportive of the marriage system. and have always been ostracizing the issue of not getting married or having children out of wedlock. It is true that everyone has the right to choose to live their own life. But the mainstream is like this. Unfortunately, Tang Yu and Freston fell in love freely and entered into a failed marriage. And the two also had a child. Tang Yu, out of wedlock. Although the law cannot do anything to them. As top entomologists and outstanding military talents, Tang Yu and Freston are destined to become the objects of social moral condemnation and become a real case of criticism by advocates of the marriage system. In addition, the Harris family was obstructing and constantly putting the blame on Tang Yu. So Tang Yu had to abandon her concerns about Freston and openly confront the Harris family, even at the risk of being expelled from the institute. Only in this way did she ease her situation a lot. As Tang Yu's achievements became higher and higher, and Freston's side also rose step by step, the two of them had more and more say, and gradually let the matter slowly subside. However, these things also caused irreversible damage to the young Tang Yu at that time. However, so many years have passed, and the name of the other protagonist has been sleeping in the cemetery of Gaia City for nearly 8 years. But it has been brought up by some people with ulterior motives, as a reason to tarnish Freston's glorious resume. Although this matter does not stand up to scrutiny now, and one can't help but sigh that fate is playing tricks on the two parties involved. Under the deliberate exaggeration of some people, Freston has become a heartless scum who abandons his lover after having an affair. It is said that he has a bad moral character and is not worthy of being one of the few generals in the city of science and technology. Before he lays rise, Freston was also a popular figure in the city of science and technology. There were many people who supported and admired him. And there were also many people who were jealous and resentful of him. Just around this topic, in just one afternoon, the big platforms on the internet fought over tens of thousands of floors. The words were fierce. Some of them were even unbearable to watch. And some even put a big hat on Tang Yu as soon as they came, saying that she was a woman who had a child before marriage and was very unloving. Perhaps they really couldn't find any black spots on Freston. So those bad guys kept trying to take advantage of this topic. And they described it vividly, as if it was the truth. And Tang Yu and Freston were both extremely despicable people. Tang Yu was busy processing the experimental results for Ming Chong and preparing for the next stage of the experiment. It was not until he was about to get off work in the evening that he accidentally saw the news and learned about this hot search. Seeing his deceased mother being insulted and slandered by a group of strangers, Tang Yu's usually calm temperament became a little angry. However, he still endured it, because he also knew very well that the sudden outbreak of such a thing was not accidental, but someone had planned it. After all, Admiral Freston was just elected and promoted to Admiral yesterday afternoon, and the status of the Harris family, who was with him and Rong Yuan, also rose accordingly. There were too many people who would embarrass him. He learned about Freston's matter after he finished his work. He quickly contacted Tang Yu online and told him that he would personally pick him up home later. Before he came over, Meng Chong, who had just finished the experiment, had already scolded the mastermind behind this defamation of others' reputation with Lu Su and Su Zi, who were sent to protect Tang Yu. Let's not talk about the fact that Admiral Freston was their boss. Tang Yu and the other party were the parents of Professor Tang, whom they admired. Who would like to see the parents of their idol being wantonly smeared by others? What's more, Professor Tang's mother is already dead. And the dead are the greatest. Professor Tang. This matter must not be left unresolved. We must find out who is behind this. It is too evil. The person behind this is determined to frame Admiral Freston. And those extremely radical people have also affected you. It is really... Ming Chong sighed loudly, and his indignant expression made his face red. If he didn't know who was behind this, he would have rushed out and beat him up. Lu Su also clenched his fists in anger, thinking of the incident yesterday when Tang Yu was forced by France to go to the Admiral Evaluation and Selection meeting. He felt that today's incident against Admiral Freston was actually directed at him. Professor Tang, what are you going to do? He asked after calming down a little. Su Zi looked at Tang Yu worriedly and said comfortingly, Major General should be able to find out the whole story soon. Admiral Freston also has thunderous means. The truth will be revealed soon. Professor Tang does not need to worry too much. Tang Yu did not reply, but was still thinking about the purpose and intention of the person behind this to create this public opinion. This matter was inevitably aimed at Admiral Freston, and indirectly at him. But if you think about it more, it may be related to He Lei. because He Lei was about to lead the collection team to go out to perform the mission. And his boss and the people he promised to protect were slandered by rumors at this moment. It was difficult for him not to be affected by it. Judging from He Lei's firm will, this incident may not have much impact on him. But it may not be the case for his team members. Going out to perform tasks depends more on teamwork. And loopholes and shortcomings cannot easily appear. At this moment, Lu Su and Suzy are angry and worried because of this matter. And their usual rationality is also covered by a lot of chaotic emotions. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yu only replied very calmly, "Admiral Freston will solve this matter." Hearing this, the three were stunned. They didn't expect Tang Yu to be so patient. But they were slightly relieved. But they were still angry and worried. Seeing this, Tang Yu stepped forward and gently patted Meng Chong and Lu Su on the shoulders. And said softly, "Pack up and go home." The two of them were somewhat relieved. But they were more worried about Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked at Suzy again and said, "You've worked hard today. Running around with me. You don't need to come to help tomorrow. According to the experimental plan, I will follow Meng Chong tomorrow to record the situation at any time. It's too dangerous outdoors. In addition, you need to go out to perform tasks. Prepare your things first." Suzy didn't refuse after hearing this, and just said in a soft tone, "When I come back from the task, Professor Tang can send me AWOL during my vacation. You can also learn a lot from Professor Tang." Tang Yu nodded slightly, then turned and went back into the laboratory. Soon He Lei came to the private laboratory, and brought two strong soldiers to meet Tang Yu. They were also members of the Marine Exploration Battalion, and were reserve members of the Marine Exploration Battalion team that went out to perform collection missions. They occasionally replaced regular members on missions, unless someone sacrificed and needed to take over, such as Lu Su replacing Xiao Su. These two soldiers were people that He Lei trusted and had high combat power. He Lei temporarily asked these two to protect Tang Yu while he was out on a mission. Of course, these were only security personnel on the surface, and he had made some arrangements in secret. In addition, Admiral Freston would also pay special attention to this matter. Tang Yu didn't care who was protecting him. He only knew that after He Lei went out on a mission, he would become a more attractive bait. On the way back, the two naturally talked about the public opinions that broke out on the internet this afternoon. But they simply said a few words about this topic and passed it by, because General Freston would pay more attention to this matter, and they didn't need to take action to solve it. And the matter involved Tang Yu, and He Lei didn't want to talk about it more to make Tang Yu unhappy. He asked about the experiment. Tang Yu answered him truthfully, "I am now obtaining convincing experimental data. Judging from the current experimental results, the efficacy of the resistance agent itself is sufficient." After he obtained the experimental data of Gigi and the Bishop, he adjusted and improved the resistance agent based on the experimental data of Meng Chong and Asa. The latest version of the resistance agent is basically applicable to most humans in the world. He Lei couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "So, Meng Chong can't have any accidents. But there are already many people in the City of Science and Technology who believe in your resistance agent." Tang Yu shook his head slowly and said softly, "This is not enough. The resistance agent that suddenly appeared at this moment is just a choice that everyone feels has no choice but to choose." After a pause, he said, "When someone on the internet analyzed the conspiracy suffered by the Bishop, didn't they also make bold guesses, saying that this was a premeditated promotion plan around the resistance agent? In addition, you have seen anyone give up the pursuit of the blocking agent after knowing the existence of the resistance agent. And you will go out to perform the collection mission soon. This is the fact. However, the experimental data obtained for Meng Chong today made him very satisfied. Being in the open air and high-temperature environment for a long time stimulated the activity of MSHGF protein. After the protein activity increased as a positive function and tended to a stable value, the protein released more enzymes. Even if the body cells were transformed into PCIH virus infection due to strong sunlight, they could be quickly suppressed and strangled in the first time. Previously, Meng Chong was working while testing his body data. Even though he was running outside during the day, he was wearing protective clothing after all, which was somewhat different from this outdoor experiment that was almost naked. By comparing the two, he also discovered the differences between the experimental data under different conditions. He was silent for a moment. His eyes darkened, and he only said, "Then you stay alone in Qiantian City. Be careful about everything. The last time you went out on a mission, you had some arrangements. But this time I'm afraid that even careful arrangements won't be enough. Tang Yu lowered his eyes, and couldn't help but think of the last time he was assassinated at home. Even his home was not safe. In fact, it was futile for him to hide. It would be better to follow the procedures and relax. He hummed, and then said lightly, "The super government and the military are urging me to go back to the institute." And Dean Jiang. Yesterday's selection venue was a glaring example. This reminded He Lei of the military and the super government's use of Tang Yu. He had guessed dozens of possibilities, but he always felt that these purposes were just to take advantage of Tang Yu. Admiral Freston might know something, but he certainly wouldn't say it all. Even the photo he released was full of meaning, and it was hard to guess what it meant. He took the opportunity to remind him. Be careful with him. Hearing this, Tang Yu glanced at He Lei, but didn't say anything, and then continued to be silent. After a while, he suddenly said, "How long do you think the Buddha Church can be vigorous in the political field?" This topic, which had nothing to do with the current discussion, did not surprise He Lei. He rubbed the knuckles of his left thumb and index finger for a moment in silence, and then replied indifferently, "I actually remembered Country A, which was visiting relatives and friends everywhere when the national system was still sound more than 200 years ago." Hearing this, Tang Yu was stunned for a moment. Then his face softened and his eyes brightened. What a lousy metaphor. Don't say it next time. He Lei's expression eased a lot, although he still frowned slightly. He patted Tang Yu's shoulder gently and stopped talking. The slanderous rumors against Freston were still somewhat aggressive. Some people in the Harris family who were defeated could not sit still. They could not completely defeat Freston, but they secretly helped him to do something. However, in just one night, the related rumors disappeared. But Freston was sleepless all night. He sat alone in the office, turning on a small light yellow desk lamp, holding the goose-bone flute handed to him by Tang Yu in his hand, carefully examining and describing it. The bone flute, as smooth as jade, cast a small shadow on the table, and seemed to freeze that second of time quietly. Freston's brows were suddenly furrowed and then relaxed, and there was an inextricable sorrow on his cold face.